Dongbaopingzhou. Today, a group of people in a hurry came to Jianwu Mountain, the state religion of the Baishuang dynasty, and woke up the mountain gate. In the Yangxin pavilion, the anxious cry of the girl was heartbreaking. "Please have mercy on my brother, master." However, what responded to her was the sigh of the master. The eldest prince was seriously injured. The sword of Master Yin Xiao broke his heart and damaged his internal organs. I can save his life, but his hard-earned cultivation. Hearing this, the girl's eyes were filled with tears. Looking at the lifeless face of the young man lying on the Yanghan jade bed, she finally bit her lip and squeezed out a trace of a miserable smile. "Thank you, master. I am lucky to have saved my life." As a prince, he led his troops to the battlefield and defended the border city alone. Although the eldest prince was defeated this time, he can also go down in history. The master sighed and turned away. He will wake up in a moment. When Fu Zhe woke up, he felt a splitting headache and heard the sobbing of a girl. He endured the discomfort and looked up. What caught his eyes was an ancient Taoist temple. What was different from an ordinary one was the word soldier hanging on the wall. "Brother, you finally woke up." A delicate and small oval face suddenly came up to him. The girl was wearing a palace skirt, and her face was covered with tears. She shouted excitedly, "You are?" Fu Zhe looked confused. Before he finished speaking, the chaotic memories came like a tide. Howren Tianxia, Dongbaopingzhou, Baishuang royal family. Pain and surprise kept alternating on his face. After a while, Fu Zhe finally realized that he had traveled through time. He traveled to Jian Lai's world and became a prince of a secular dynasty. "Brother, what's wrong with you? Don't scare Qing." The girl covered her mouth, tears flashed in her eyes, and her pretty face turned pale. "This is Fu Qing, his sister?" Fu Zhe was slightly stunned. The book only described this Baishuang dynasty princess in a few words. When he saw the delicate face like a porcelain doll, he couldn't help but sigh. After a while, seeing the girl's increasingly flustered look, he forced a smile. "Qinger, don't cry, brother is fine." Hearing the familiar name, the girl's delicate body trembled slightly, and she threw herself into his arms, hugging Fu Zhe's neck tightly with both arms, crying more violently. "Wow, I thought my brother was mentally impaired and didn't remember me." Fu Zhe's heart trembled slightly, but he remembered. Baishuang dynasty is located in Dongbaopingzhou, and its geographical location is adjacent to Yinxiao. Although the former wants to live in peace, there is no way to stop the wind, so there are many wars at the border between the two countries. The predecessor was born in the royal family and was a disciple of Jianwu, the ancestral home of the military family. He was gifted in cultivation. At the age of 17, he became a genuine cave realm Qigong practitioner. 17-year-old, sixth-realm military cultivator. He has almost become the hope of the people of the entire dynasty. No one doubts that in time, after this young prince ascends the throne, he will be able to revive the dynasty and enhance the prestige of Baishuang. Unfortunately, fate plays tricks on people. A few days ago, Yin Xiao dispatched a large army to attack without any warning. At that time, Fu Zhe was guarding the frontier Yaoqing. Facing an army of 100,000, he led only 30,000 soldiers to defend the city. For a whole 10 days, the Yunxiao army was not allowed to cross the line. That day, the setting sun was stained with blood, and the young man with golden armor and silver spear stood on the top of the city, like an undefeated god of war. However, when Yinxiao National Master arrived at the battlefield, he cut off half of the city wall with just one sword, and even shattered the young man's high spirits. The people of Yaocheng were trembling under the might of the sword of the Nine Realms Golden Pill. At the critical moment, the personal soldiers desperately escorted the seriously injured Fu Zhe out of the siege and took him away from the battlefield. Princess Fu Qing even took people to send him to the Jinwu mountain of her master's sect overnight and begged the mountain master Yuding to help, which saved his life. "Haha, I survived the disaster. Shouldn't Qing be happy for my brother? Why are you crying?" Fu Zhe smiled bitterly, but still stroked his sister's face and gently wiped away her tears. "But my brother's cultivation," Fu Qing said, and her nose was sore again, and her voice was choked. As a brother, Fu Qing can be said to have watched Fu Zhe grow up all the way. Although he is a young genius, there is no shortcut on the road of cultivation. My brother has suffered no less than others. But now, my brother, who originally had a promising future, has been completely cut off from the road of cultivation. Fu Qing can't imagine how painful he will be. Hearing this, Fu Zhe couldn't help but flash a trace of loneliness in his eyes. He had traveled through this world and seemed to have witnessed one legend after another. At that time, he also imagined, if one day he was in the world of Jian Lai, what kind of story would he write? But those fantasies are now shattered like bubbles. He is a useless person who can't cultivate. In this world where the immortal gate is prosperous, what can he do even if he becomes a prince of a small country? It's just that people are in the cauldron, and I am the elk. Not to mention, in the near future, the entire Baishuang dynasty will be ruined because of its lenient governance, and will eventually end up with the royal power collapsing and the mountains and rivers being lost. Although one day, a man named Chen Pingan will help to restore the country. How long will it take? 10 years? 20 years? Fu Zhe can't remember. I'm afraid that by that time, only his sister Fu Qing will survive the huge royal bloodline. Otherwise, she would not be the only one mentioned in the original book. Just when Fu Zhe felt bitter, a series of cold mechanical prompts suddenly sounded in his mind. Ding! The human emperor system has been loaded. Every time the host subdues counselors and generals, captures cities, and enhances the people's faith, he can get different levels of martial arts cultivation rewards. With this system, the host can prove his way with martial arts and become the human emperor. The initial gift package has been issued. Do you want to receive it? System? As a modern man and an old bookworm, Fu Zhe certainly knows what this is. It is really a case of looking up a mountain and finding no way out, but there's always a way out. Fu Zhe, who had taken a turn for the better, suppressed his joy and said to himself, "Get it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the natal spear. Shana, congratulations to the host for obtaining the growth-type martial arts technique, Renhuangju. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blessing of the law, Tianren, from outside the domain." Chapter 2. All mortal beings are bound by cause and effect. Though Fu Zhe had braced himself the moment the system's voice resonated, when 3 consecutive notifications chimed in succession. His breath still hitched involuntarily. Each chime sent tremors through the tranquil lake of his heart, stirring waves as tumultuous as a tempest. Take the first reward. For instance, his destined weapon, mountains and rivers. To cultivate the Tao is to cultivate fate, to forge one's destiny in defiance of the heavens. And from this struggle, a destined artifact is born. Whether it be the Confucian scholar's destined character or the swordsman's destined blade, all belong to this lineage. Yet among the countless cultivators in this world, only a rare few ever manifest such an artifact. And among those, artifacts of higher grades are as scarce as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns, exceedingly rare and precious. All destined artifacts share one unmistakable trait: the simpler their name, the more profound their dignity. The fewer the words, the vaster the Tao they embody. Fu Zhe's newly acquired artifact, bearing only the name mountains and rivers, already exudes an aura of unparalleled majesty and dominance. Though the exact nature of the cosmic principles it harbors remains veiled for now, even this glimpse reveals its extraordinary significance. Then came the second reward, a martial cultivation technique capable of evolution, the human emperor's decree, if his memory served him right. Most cultivation techniques in this world came with inherent limitations. Even someone as formidable as Chen Pingan had to progress step by step, advancing his cultivation before mastering techniques of higher tiers, a technique that could grow alongside its wielder in all the heavens and the earth. This might very well be the only one of its kind. More crucially, this was a martial technique, meaning that even if Fu Zhe could no longer walk the path of qi cultivation, he could still ascend through martial prowess, tempering his flesh into sainthood. But the most heaven-defying reward of all was the last, seemingly unremarkable one: law's blessing, celestial beyond the heavens. The system's description was sparse. With this blessing, you shall be unshackled from the heavens' will, unrestrained by the laws of this world. Your future cannot be divined, and the concepts of fortune and fate no longer bind you. A simple explanation, yet it left Fu Zhe speechless with awe. All mortal beings are bound by cause and effect. What appears as coincidence is merely the heavens' preordained design, no matter how many twists and turns fate may take. In the end, none escape their destined end. For example, the Baishuang royal family was fated to be reduced to Fu Qing alone, awaiting Chen Pingan's return to restore the kingdom. But now, Fu Zhe was free from such constraints. His fate would be written by his own hand. The absence of fortune or fate shattered the chains that had once confined him. Consider Chen Pingan. Was it not his ill-fated destiny that caused him to miss countless opportunities at the beginning? Fu Zhe, no longer bound by fortune, need not fear scarcity of opportunities. No matter how grand the blessing, he was worthy of it. Of course, As the saying goes, his destiny lay in his own hands. Everything depended on his choices. But, as a transmigrator, Fu Zhe knew the tale of sword coming inside out. He could foresee the world's trajectory with near-perfect clarity. Under such circumstances, how could he possibly stray from the right path? Under the mandate of heaven, the alterations he makes cannot sway the grand tides of the world's destiny. Thus, the butterfly effect holds no relevance here. Fu Zhe is free to unleash his prowess without restraint. He alone is the variable in this world. Brother, why do you look so troubled? Noticing the storm of emotions flickering across Fu Zhe's face, now elated, now furrowed in deep contemplation, Fu Qing couldn't help but worry. Such wild fluctuations in mood made her fear he might succumb to despair. Snapping out of his reverie, Fu Zhe remained silent, instead circulating the techniques of the human emperor's decree. In an instant, an aura of majestic authority unfurled from his brow, while the energy within his meridians surged exponentially. A swirl of profound yellow qi coiled around his dantian, interwoven with a chilling aura of slaughter, radiating outward in pulsating waves. Boom! Fu Zhe rose slowly, his eyes now devoid of despondency. Witnessing this transformation, Fu Qing gaped in astonishment before finally exclaiming in exhilaration, "Brother, have you broken through in martial cultivation?" Amen. A blessing in disguise, you could say. Though my qi cultivation was lost in this battle, I gained new insights. My martial path has ascended another level. Fu Zhe had no intention of concealing it. He had already prepared his explanation. His former self had been a Mercury mirror martial artist, but now, having inherited the human emperor's decree, he had surpassed that realm entirely. He had stepped into the first tier of the middle three realms, the heroic soul stage. Martial artists were already beings capable of slaying those above their rank. Thus, his current fourth-tier prowess as a martial artist was not far removed from his previous sixth-tier cultivation as a qi practitioner. Moreover, the human emperor's decree he now cultivated was the pinnacle of martial techniques. In terms of pure combat strength, he might even hold the advantage. This is wonderful, brother. Fu Qing's joy far eclipsed his own. She had feared he would never recover from this setback. Yet here was an unexpected boon. Though the path of a martial artist was grueling, it was still preferable to having his Tao severed entirely. Brother was always a master of both martial and qi arts. Even if qi cultivation is no longer possible, with your talent and resolve, I have no doubt you will achieve greatness on the martial path. Her faith in him was absolute. In her heart, there was nothing her brother could not accomplish. Yet then her voice faltered, tinged with melancholy. Only, your Dianjiao silver halberd was destroyed in the battle. With a divine weapon at your side, you would be unstoppable. Fu Zhe nodded. That halberd had been a gift from the true martial mountain to the White Frost royal family, later bestowed upon him. It had been a spiritual armament, verging on the level of a treasure. Now that it was lost, he could, by virtue of his royal status, shamelessly request another. But the true martial mountain would never bestow an identical weapon, let alone anything more precious. Seeing his sister's crestfallen expression, Fu Zhe smiled faintly. Qinger, let me show you something remarkable. With that, he closed his eyes, forming a seal at his brow as he sought communion with the slumbering spear embedded deep within his soul. The moment his eyes opened, a miniature silver spear wreathed in primordial yellow qi shot forth. It was an ink-black spear, its entire length inscribed with golden runes. At the tip's extremity were engraved intricate and resplendent totems, mountains and rivers, auspicious beasts and rare birds, with swirling patterns of propitious clouds flowing across its surface. Where Fu Zhe's will directed, the landscape came alive in spiraling motion. Where the spear's tip passed, its incomparably majestic and domineering aura seemed to cleave space itself, creating an effect like shattering glass. The divided space appeared frozen, stubbornly refusing to mend. At the very instant Fu Zhe summoned the mountain river spear, within the ancestral hall on the back mountain, a middle-aged cultivator bearing a long sword on his back abruptly opened his eyes. The man, who had been seated cross-legged in meditation, vanished abruptly, reappearing suspended mid-air above the great hall. Chapter 3. In the Path of Cultivation. Strength commands respect, this peculiar phenomenon. The middle-aged cultivator furrowed his brows. Spatial disturbances of such magnitude were exceedingly rare, even in his long years of existence. What troubled him more was the unmistakable aura of the military sect emanating from those ripples. Could it be that my junior disciple has forged another life-bound artifact? As one of the few remaining elders from the ancestral grounds of the military sect, now residing in true Martial Mountain, a faint smile of pride touched his lips. With a swift hand seal, he began his divination. Yet, within moments, his expression froze, replaced by profound gravity. Impossible. A second attempt left beads of cold sweat upon his brow, for he could deduce nothing. No wonder the elder was unsettled. This was true Martial Mountain, his own domain. That he could not trace the origin of such an anomaly was unthinkable. Has a sage of the three teachings descended? Or perhaps, the patriarch himself manifests. But even if this visitor's cultivation surpassed the heavens, there should have been some trace, some thread to follow. Just then, an unremarkable man of average stature materialized beside him. Grandmaster. The middle-aged cultivator glanced at the newcomer, feigning composure. What is it? Have you sensed it as well? The man was Yuding, the current mountain lord of true Martial Mountain. Despite appearing of similar age, his demeanor was one of utmost deference. Grandmaster, this junior's insight is shallow. Though I detected the disturbance, its origin eludes me. Thus, I come seeking your wisdom. Hung Shu's eyes flickered with concealed discomfort. Not even you. I, too, grasp only emptiness. Yet the ripples lingered, undeniable. Could it be the arrival of some old monster's hidden disciple? Stroking his goatee, Hung Shu could conceive no other explanation. If a 14th realm master had veiled their presence, shielding all divination, it would indeed render even his perception void. Within the Li Pearl Cave heaven, many could achieve such a feat, let alone across the vast expanse of the noble and vast world. Go, extend an invitation for this person to join us. After all, given Hung Shu's seniority, it was beneath him to personally greet a mere junior. Thus, Mountain Lord Yuding had no choice but to accept the task with quiet resignation. Meanwhile, within the Hall of Nurtured Hearts, Fu Qing stood awestruck before the life-bound spear manifested by her imperial brother. Before she could gather her wits, a familiar figure materialized. Recovering swiftly, she bowed. This humble one greets the Mountain Lord. Though a princess, she dared not presume before the master of true Martial Mountain. Yuding, however, upon seeing Fu Zhe, betrayed a flicker of surprise before schooling his features. So the crown prince's misfortune has borne unexpected fortune. He sighed inwardly. No matter. Would you accompany me? A senior wishes to meet you. Fu Zhe nodded slightly. He had anticipated this outcome the moment he summoned the mountains and rivers, though he hadn't expected their arrival to be so swift. As a royal heir merely bearing the nominal title of true Martial Mountain's disciple, he wasn't bound by the sect's numerous formalities. Under Mountain Lord Yuding's guidance, they materialized instantly within the ancestral hall. Before the unremarkable middle-aged cultivator in demeanor and appearance, Fu Zhe adopted an attitude of utmost humility. Junior Fu Zhe pays respects to elder ancestors on. As his voice faded, the vast ancestral hall plunged into silence. Yuding's eyes widened in disbelief, while Hung Shu was momentarily stunned before bursting into hearty laughter. Excellent. Truly excellent. Who would have thought the prince of our White Frost dynasty could conceal his depths so thoroughly, even deceiving me? Relieved by Hung Shu's laughter, Fu Zhe exhaled inwardly. He knew well that this seemingly ordinary man was someone even Mountain Lord Yuding addressed as elder ancestor, the most deeply concealed figure within true Martial Mountain. Even Chen Pingan, years later, only stumbled upon the truth by chance. In the world of cultivation, strength commanded respect. In the original text, even the 11th realm Yuding treated this man with reverence, a testament to his power transcending mere seniority. Moreover, by then, Brother Pippi had already ascended to the 10th realm of martial arts, rivaling 13th realm grandmasters. Yet, Heng Shu faced Chen Pingan with the same unshaken composure, suggesting his strength was, at the very least, on par with Chen Pingan's at that time. Peak 13th realm? Or perhaps, 14th. Fu Zhe couldn't be certain. The world teemed with ancient monsters adept at concealment, and he dared not presume. Thus, he had directly unveiled the man's true identity, a gamble. Being shielded by the heavenly Tao was both a blessing and a curse. He understood all too well how these grandmasters dealt with unpredictable variables, especially after the spatial forces he'd stirred by summoning the mountains and rivers. Anything involving time or space touched upon the heavenly Tao's supreme laws. Inevitably, his exposure loomed, forcing him to strategize. Revealing Hung Shu's identity was a hint that his origins were extraordinary, possibly backed by a formidable patron. Though it reeked of bluffing, it was his only recourse. But the next moment, the disturbance earlier came from your life-found treasure, didn't it? Hand it over. Heng Shu's smile vanished, his tone icy. Fu Zhe's heart plummeted, a chill spreading through his veins. He hadn't anticipated this. No pretense, just outright demand. Was he planning to seize it by force? Did he harbor no fear, even suspecting Fu Zhe had powerful backing? At this moment, Fu Zhe's meticulously laid plans were utterly disrupted. Since matters had come to such a pass, there remained only the desperate resolve to burn one's boats. Esteemed elder, I must beg your pardon for this discourtesy. Though you are a revered senior of our military strategist lineage, and as a junior I should defer to your request without refusal. This life-bound magical artifact represents my sole hope upon the Taoist path. Should the elder insist upon forcibly claiming it, you may as well take my life with it. Having spoken thus, Fu Zhe assumed the countenance of one prepared to meet death with equanimity. Yu Ding's eyes flickered with uncertainty. How dare this youth, knowing full well the elder's exalted status, offer such refusal? Could he possibly believe his imperial prince status would deter the elder from action? How utterly naive. Not even the emperor himself would dare adopt such an attitude before the elder. As Fu Zhe's final words hung in the air, a glacial glint flashed through Hung Shu's eyes, saturating the ancestral hall with palpable killing intent. Just as Yu Ding anticipated the elder would strike, abruptly, the murderous aura dissipated. Ha! What an extraordinary youth. Truly worthy of being a descendant of our military strategist tradition. Chapter 4. Once again, his gamble paid off. Hung Shu burst into laughter, the sound reverberating through the grand hall. Young Fu, do not panic. Since you address me as your grandmaster, how could I truly seize the possessions of a junior? I merely wish to examine it. But if you are unwilling, so be it. Though Fu Zhe maintained a calm facade, his back was drenched in sweat. Only now did he finally exhale in relief. Once again, his gamble had paid off. In the original text, Hung Shu was never one for wanton slaughter. In fact, by nature, he was a man of reason. As a senior of the military school, and with Fu Zhe deliberately emphasizing his own status as a disciple of the same lineage, the likelihood of Hung Shu resorting to violence diminished further. After all, most cultivators would not act against their inherent temperament, lest they risk the collapse of their Tao heart and the torment of inner demons. Now fully at ease, Fu Zhe bowed deeply. Since the Grand Master is so inclined, how could this junior dare to refuse? I humbly request your guidance. If summoning the mountains and rivers earlier had merely piqued Hung Shu and Yu Ding's curiosity, this time, as Fu Zhe manifested the spear before them, the two could distinctly sense the terrifying, space-rending force it carried. Yet what truly stunned them was the swirl of primordial yellow qi coiled around the spear's shaft, as well as the vast, majestic aura of antiquity emanating from the weapon itself. This, Yu Ding's expression shifted dramatically, his gaze flicking to Hung Shu in disbelief. The latter, equally grave, extended a hand and forcibly peeled a wisp of the yellow qi from the spear, scrutinizing it as it writhed in his palm. The moment the qi was separated, Fu Zhe felt a faint discomfort. The energy itself seemed to sense something as well, violently tearing at the surrounding space, even attempting to repel Hung Shu's grasp with an imperious, domineering force. Alas, it was still too weak to break free. Tell me, Hung Shu said solemnly, how did you come by such a treasure? Fu Zhe repeated his earlier explanation. After recovering from a grave injury, I awoke to find this weapon bound to my soul. Its name, Mountains and Rivers. Though the tale was peculiar, stranger things had been known to occur in the world. Hung Shu merely nodded pensively, murmuring the name Mountains and Rivers with deepening intensity. The weight of those two words was immense. The spear before him now inspired on no less profound than that of the legendary four immortal swords, Innocence, 10,000 Laws, Tao Treasury, and Great White. In fact, he almost fancied that this Mountains and Rivers surpassed them all. At last, he released the wisp of yellow qi, returning it to Fu Zhe. After a long silence, as if having reached a decision, Hung Shu spoke again. Young Fu, I ask you this, from this day forth. Would you be willing to join my true martial sect and inherit its legacy? Fu Zhe froze. Logically speaking, he was already a nominal disciple of Jinwu Mountain. But the other party's words seemed to inquire whether he was willing to fully become an inheritor of Jinwu. Upon hearing this, Yu Ding beside them appeared to realize something, casting an utterly astonished glance at Hung Shu. After a moment of contemplation, Fu Zhe also gave his reply. Junior Fu Zhe is willing to pledge allegiance to the Jinwu lineage. The moment his words fell, he knelt on both knees and performed a grand ceremonial bow. Truth be told, the current Fu Zhe had no true backing or faction to rely upon. Though he was a prince and Jinwu Mountain served as the state religion, the relationship between them was more a matter of mutual benefit than genuine trust. Thus, when Hung Shu posed the question, he did not hesitate in the slightest. Ha! Excellent. Excellent. Hung Shu laughed heartily in approval before nodding solemnly. In that case, I shall accept you as a disciple in my master's stead. From this day forth, you are a true inheritor of our Jinwu lineage." At these words, Fu Zhe froze completely, accepting him in his master's stead, not as a disciple under Heng Shu or Yu Ding. After all, Heng Shu was the junior brother of the long-ascended founding patriarch of the military strategists. Even Ma Ku Xian, the reincarnation of one of the 12 high deities and master of the Thunder Ministry's ancestral shrines, had only been accepted as Heng Shu's disciple. Would this make Fu Zhe a generation above even the future Ma Ku Xian? Would even Mountain Lord Yu Ding have to address him as martial uncle? Yet when he glanced at Yu Ding's expression, there was not the slightest trace of surprise, only the calm of someone who had anticipated this all along. Just as Fu Zhe stood bewildered, Heng Shu seized his wrist and declared, "Come, dear junior brother. I shall take you to a special place." Fu Zhe was utterly baffled. Shouldn't formal discipleship involve elaborate rituals, incense offerings, fasting, and solemn oaths, before one could be officially recognized? As if sensing his confusion, Heng Shu hurriedly explained, "Circumstances demand urgency. We shall make do for now and hold a proper ceremony on an auspicious day later. Do not hesitate, junior brother, follow me swiftly." Though perplexed, Fu Zhe had no choice but to comply. Jinwu Mountain sprawled across the entire mountain range. As a military strategist stronghold, Fu Zhe had only ever visited the rear halls during his previous visits, never venturing deeper into the scripture pavilion. Yet this time, Heng Shu not only led him past the scripture pavilion but also beyond the sword mound, arriving before an ancient formation. "Junior brother, I can accompany you no further. Whatever fortune you encounter henceforth shall depend solely on your own destiny." With that, Heng Shu activated the formation, standing at its center. Fu Zhe barely had time to react before a blinding white light engulfed everything around him. When his vision cleared, the sight before him left him utterly awestruck. Stretching before him was a desolate, ancient plain that seemed to extend endlessly toward the horizon. Beneath his feet lay hardened gravel and a massive chasm, as though cleaved by a titanic axe. Broken swords and shattered halberds littered the ground, while tattered banners flapped defiantly amidst the swirling dust and lingering smoke. The primal aura of slaughter and warfare pressed upon him like a tangible force. Amidst the howling gale, he faintly discerned the clamor of clashing arms and armored steeds. Only then did Fu Zhe realize where he had arrived, the legendary ancestral grounds of the military strategists. Though Mount Jinwu was indeed the last surviving sacred site of the military strategists, Fu Zhe had never imagined that Heng Shu's haste in having him join the Jinwu sect was ultimately to guide him here. The ancestral grounds had always been a holy land for practitioners of the military arts, a place countless dreamt of setting foot upon. Here, any disciple of the military path could absorb the baleful auras, the killing intent, and the deathly energies of ancient battlefields, tempering their bodies and forging a dantian wholly distinct from that of qi refiners, even condensing a formidable yin spirit. Yet clearly, this was not Heng Shu's true purpose. His true aim lay in another, far more significant aspect of the ancestral grounds. For in the distant past, this place had once served as a dwelling of the divine. Lingering traces of divine essence and power still remained, and those military strategists who could attune themselves to these remnants might even inherit fragments of divine legacy. For Heng Shu to go to such lengths, to be so solemn and deliberate, there could only be one explanation. It must be that one. Chapter 5. We have waited long for these, such as the origin of the true martial mountain lineage, the legendary deity, the great emperor of true martial. The moment Fu Zhe appeared, the very heavens seemed to stir in response. The ashen sky churned with dark clouds, while golden rays, sharp as halberds, pierced through the firmament. Bathed in this scorching radiance, Fu Zhe glimpsed a towering, majestic figure amidst the haze. Words failed to capture the tempest within his heart. What Chen Pingan was destined to experience in the near future was now unfolding before him. "Master, I understand." The thunderous, imperious voice resonated briefly before fading into silence, as if speaking to itself. What happened? Shouldn't there be an oath? The next instant, heaven and earth trembled. The howling winds were drowned by solemn chants, some like Buddhist hymns, others akin to the murmurs of Confucian sages, mingling with Taoist incantations and the battle cries of war gods. Then, a voice, serene yet imbued with divine detachment, spoke. "We have waited long for thee." We? The moment he heard this address, Fu Zhe froze. Could the great emperor of true martial refer to himself as we? Well, perhaps. "Enough. Though thou hast arrived in this realm, we would ask thee one question. Fu Zhe, art thou willing to shoulder the burden of all living beings under heaven?" All living beings? Something felt amiss, but as one who had walked this path before, Fu Zhe knew his answer. I am willing. Good. Then wilt thou swear an oath here? Suddenly, an ethereal figure of a youth materialized before Fu Zhe. When his vision cleared, his entire being stiffened as if struck by lightning. The youth bore his own face. With solemn gravity, the young man gently lifted Fu Zhe's palm, pressed their hands together, and intoned, "Vast is the heavenly Tao, fleeting the human path. From this day forth, I, Fu Zhe, shall not plead to heaven, but only pity the mortal realm. I seek not the end of heaven's will, but the fulfillment of mankind's destiny. May the cosmos tremble, and my path flourish." Unconsciously, Fu Zhe echoed the words, "Vast is the heavenly Tao, fleeting the human path. From this day forth, I, Fu Zhe, shall not plead to heaven, but only pity the mortal realm. I seek not the end of heaven's will, but the fulfillment of mankind's destiny. May the cosmos tremble, and my path flourish." When the deafening chants faded, Fu Zhe found himself standing upon an enormous teleportation array. The radiant glow beneath his feet dimmed, and the surging spiritual energy around him gradually stilled. He raised his head. Before him stretched a grand hall, yet an eerie silence pervaded the space, not a soul in sight. Lowering his gaze, he flexed his hand abruptly. In that instant, a torrent of power, mighty as rushing rivers, surged through his meridians, flooding every limb and sinew. He carefully sensed the changes within his body, his eyes narrowing slightly. This power had arrived too abruptly, as if poured into him out of thin air, without warning, without resistance. And then there were those vague yet vivid memories. That divine figure from moments ago, bearing an uncanny resemblance to his own features, the great Emperor Haotian. As this thought surfaced in his mind, Fu Zhe's fingertips trembled faintly. Chen Pingan was supposed to be the world's destined successor, yet now, why was it him? Fu Zhe murmured under his breath, his voice low and contemplative, not to plead with the heavens, but to pity the mortal realm. What was the true meaning of this oath? After a moment of silent reflection, he whispered again, "Barren lands, the masses prostrate beneath the oppressive might of the divine path." If these visions were indeed fragments of real memory, then the great Emperor Haotian's resolute betrayal might have served some greater purpose. But why had these memories surfaced in his mind? Raising his hand, his palm quivered slightly. He frowned. Chen Pingan, is he truly the world's ordained successor? No, this so-called destiny likely held no real meaning. Chen Pingan's ascension might have been nothing more than a move on a grand chessboard, with the players seeking only to preserve the divine order. All of this felt like a meticulously arranged scheme. This power, it wasn't inheritance. It was the continuation of something else, more like an attempt to shatter something. Chapter 6, The Legacy of the Human Emperor, Heavenly Tao. As the final syllable of the oath resonated, it struck Fu Zhe's heart like the tolling of a massive bell. Boom. In that instant, his mind became utterly clear, as though an invisible barrier had shattered. An indescribable sense of clarity surged through his limbs and bones. In the depths of his consciousness, he seemed to perceive countless delicate threads extending from himself, connecting to every living being in this world, to the countless common people, forming an ineffable and profound bond. Yet, the scene before him swiftly faded. The ancient battlefield, the broken weapons, everything dissolved like ink in water, vanishing into nothingness. Only a solemn and ethereal voice lingered in his ears. The path of the human emperor is long and arduous, not to be traversed in a single step. You tread carefully. The voice grew distant until it disappeared entirely. Fu Zhe snapped back to reality, finding himself still standing in the same spot, only now. Beneath his feet was no longer the desolate ancient battlefield, but the rear mountain of Jinwu sect, where the ancient formation had once been. Not far ahead. Senior brother Hung Shu gazed at him with mild concern. "How do you feel, junior brother?" Hung Shu asked gently, his eyes carrying a trace of inquiry. He could sense a subtle change in Fu Zhe's aura, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what was different. Fu Zhe steadied his breath, about to respond, when Hung Shu's gaze suddenly sharpened, locking onto the ground beneath Fu Zhe's feet. There, nothing remained. The intricate, arcane formation pedestal, carved with ancient runes, had vanished without a trace, as though it had never existed. The warmth drained from Hung Shu's face, replaced by stunned disbelief. His pupils contracted sharply. The formation. His voice trembled slightly, as though he couldn't believe his own eyes. That formation was the very foundation of the Jinwu lineage, the means by which disciples entered the ancestral battlefield of the military strategists to receive their inheritance. A keystone painstakingly maintained by generations of ancestors over countless years. How could it simply disappear? The sheer impossibility of the situation left Hung Shu momentarily at a loss. He took a deep breath, his sharp gaze boring into Fu Zhe as he pressed urgently. Junior brother, what exactly happened in there? What did you see? Seeing Hung Shu's unprecedented agitation, Fu Zhe felt a chill in his heart and dared not conceal the truth. Choosing his words carefully, he replied, I met the true martial great emperor in person. What? Hung Shu's heart quaked violently, but he suppressed the storm of shock, gesturing for Fu Zhe to continue. When that presence appeared, Fu Zhe recalled the awe-inspiring moment, his tone tinged with uncertainty. It was not the majestic divine form of legend, but a figure identical to me in every way. Identical to you. Hung Shu could no longer contain himself. A cry of alarm escaped his lips. His face etched with horror. The true martial great emperor. That is the very origin of the true martial mountain lineage. An existence far more ancient and unfathomable than even his master who has already ascended to the celestial realms. Its prestige has echoed through the ages, its deeds resounding across time. Yet since the twilight of ancient myths, none have laid eyes upon it. Even its true visage has long been lost to the river of time, unknown to all. And this boy, he actually beheld the true martial emperor? Moreover, the deity manifested in his own likeness? How could this be? A long-buried legend, recorded only in fragments within the most secretive scriptures of true martial mountain, flashed through Hung Shu's mind like lightning. The legend spoke of the sacred ground of the military strategist lineage, inextricably linked to the will of the true martial emperor. Should the foundational formations of this place ever dissipate of their own accord, it would signify one thing: the true martial emperor had found his chosen successor, one deemed most worthy to inherit his legacy and divine mandate. That successor would receive unprecedented fortune, inheriting a portion of the emperor's authority and power. Hung Shu's breath hitched, his gaze toward Fu's transforming entirely. So this was it. No wonder the formations vanished. No wonder the emperor appeared in Fu's image. Fuse. He had gained the true martial emperor's recognition and inheritance. What did this mean? Hung Shu scarcely dared to imagine. The human sovereign. This junior brother of his was destined. No. Fated. To become the legendary ruler who would dominate the ages and command the multitudes. A sharp inhale escaped Hung Shu's lips. The tension he had felt upon the formation's disappearance now morphed into an indescribable exhilaration. It was as though he had brushed against a secret so monumental it could reshape the very fabric of the world. In an instant, he stepped forward, gripping Fu's arm tightly, his voice a hushed whisper. Junior brother, listen, whatever you witnessed here today, whatever you saw, heard, or obtained, you must never speak of it to another soul, not to any elder, not to any fellow disciple. Do you understand? Seeing the gravity in Hung Shu's eyes, Fu immediately grasped the severity of the matter. Senior brother, rest assured, I understand. Only then did Hung Shu exhale in relief. His gaze upon Fu now akin to beholding a peerless, unpolished gem. Never had he imagined that merely following his late master's decree to look after this fallen prince would lead him to stumble upon such an earth-shattering opportunity. This was divine providence. This had to be divine providence. Suppressing the storm in his heart, Hung Shu flipped his palm, revealing a small, unassuming pebble. Smooth and warm to the touch. Take this, he said, pressing the stone into Fu's hand. As Fu accepted it, a sudden hum resonated in his mind, and a vivid, three-dimensional map materialized before his inner vision, depicting the very terrain of the military strategist's sacred ground, complete with the pathways and nodes for entry and exit. Hung Shu observed the flash of enlightenment in Fu's eyes and nodded slightly, his voice regaining a measure of calm, yet still tinged with excitement. This is the token of the heritage site. Though the formation is now destroyed, with this artifact, you may freely enter and exit the core ancestral grounds of the military lineage henceforth, no longer requiring external guidance. That place has become your own realm of destiny. Fu nodded solemnly, his palm tightening around the smooth, jade-like pebble token, its weight substantial in his grasp. Drawing a deep breath, he straightened his spine. This kindness, this vow, I shall not betray them. The lives of this world, I will protect. Hung Shu's eyes shimmered with unrestrained fervor. The judgment of the true martial emperor is indeed extraordinary. Suppressing the surge of exhilaration within, he leaned closer to Fu, lowering his voice further. Junior brother, time waits for no one. You bear the emperor's acknowledgement. This is an unprecedented turning point in history. We must not linger here. You must return with me to the mountain at once, to a secluded sanctuary where you may immerse yourself in cultivation, swiftly assimilating your gains. when your divine arts reach their zenith. In his mind, what greater purpose existed than inheriting the true martial emperor's legacy and ascending to the fabled throne of the human sovereign? Senior brother, Fu Zhe replied, I cannot leave. Chapter 7. My narrow perspective. Senior brother Hung Shu stiffened momentarily, his brows knitting tightly together in an instant. Why? He demanded. Could there truly be any opportunity greater than the one before them? Was there any matter more pressing than the pursuit of one's own Dao path? Fu Zhe's gaze burned with unwavering resolve as he stared into the distance, toward the war-torn borderlands of the White Frost dynasty. His voice was as heavy and unyielding as forged steel, carrying a tone of finality. The clouds of war have yet to disperse. The battle for our nation remains unfinished. I am the eldest prince of the White Frost dynasty, sustained by the devotion of countless subjects. Now, bearing the mantle of military duty. Guarding the frontier is my sacred obligation. With the kingdom in peril, his comrades drenched in blood upon the battlefield, and the common folk displaced and suffering, how could he forsake them for selfish gain, seeking only his own secluded cultivation? The soldiers at the border, the people within the cities, I must return to them, to give them an answer, to give this realm an answer. Each word struck like a hammer upon an anvil. Resolute and unshakable, Hung Shu was momentarily stunned, but then an indescribable surge of emotion swelled within his chest. Good, he exclaimed. Truly, a future sovereign who has not forgotten his roots, whose heart remains tied to the people, even with the grandest of opportunities laid before you. You do not lose sight of your principles. Though the supreme Tao path lies within reach, you shoulder mortal burdens first. Such temperament, such responsibility. Only one with such qualities may bear the supreme authority to command all living beings and dominate an era. Good, 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 Hung Shu repeated 3 times, clapping Fu Zhe firmly on the shoulder. Junior brother, it was I who had a narrow perspective. The path of a sovereign is not paved by cultivation and fortune alone. It demands this very breadth of vision and courage of spirit. With a heart like yours, the great Tao shall surely be attained. Let us return to the mountain. Without further delay, the two swiftly departed from the now coreless forbidden region of the back mountains. Upon returning to the familiar courtyard of True Martial Mountain's main peak, a slender figure in pale green robes was already pacing anxiously outside the gate. Fu Qing, Fu Zhe's younger sister, imperial brother. At the sight of Fu Zhe returning unharmed, the tension in Fu Qing's heart finally eased. She hurried forward, her clear, beautiful eyes scanning him up and down with deep concern. Are you all right? Senior brother Heng Shu said you went to the forbidden back mountains, that place. Seeing his sister's reddened eyes from worry, warmth bloomed in Fu Zhe's chest. He smiled and ruffled her silken hair, downplaying the matter to reassure her. Do not fret. I am unharmed. In fact, I have gained some unexpected fortune. Qinger, gather your things. We depart for Ling City's military camp at once. Now, Fu Qing's delicate brows furrowed in alarm. But the border conflict is intensifying, and your condition. She knew her brother had lost all his cultivation. This journey would be fraught with peril. Before Fu Zhe could respond, Heng Shu interjected calmly, his expression once more composed. Junior brother, the rise and fall of mortal dynasties are the fixed patterns of this world. By our sect's rules, disciples of True Martial Mountain are not to interfere directly in military and political affairs. However, his tone shifted slightly as he produced a faintly glowing jade talisman from his palm, offering it to Fu Zhe. Should you encounter dangers beyond your ability to resolve, particularly if cultivators far exceeding your strength intervene, crush this talisman. Bound by duty, I shall do all in my power to aid you. Fu Zhe received the jade talisman, sensing within it a wisp of Hung Shu's divine consciousness. With solemn reverence, he tucked the talisman into his robe and bowed slightly to Heng Shu. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, senior brother. However, I believe I shall manage on my own. Heng Shu observed the unwavering determination in Fu Zhe's eyes and gave a slight nod, choosing not to press further. Some paths, after all, must be walked alone. Without delay, Fu Zhe departed with Fu Qing. Harnessing the newly restored traces of his power, now transformed into the Emperor's decree, True Qi, to ride the wind toward Ling City, a crucial border stronghold of the White Frost dynasty. Yet, as they arrived, weary from their journey, an oppressive gloom immediately enveloped them. Tattered banners hung limply from the city walls, battered by the cold wind. The patrolling soldiers bore gaunt, lifeless expressions, their eyes hollow. Most shops along the streets were shuttered, and the few pedestrians who hurried past wore faces etched with unease. Compared to the once proud and united frontier fortress Fuzhou had left behind, Ling City now stood as a shadow of its former self. The crushing defeat inflicted by the Cloud Sky Grand Preceptor still loomed heavily over the city. Within the dimly lit provisional command tent, General Liu, a battle-hardened veteran with streaks of silver at his temples, stood over a military map, his brow furrowed with worry. At the sudden appearance of Fu Zhe and Fu Qing, he stiffened momentarily, but instead of relief, deep concern clouded his features. Rising to his feet, he saluted Fu Zhe with a hoarse, weary voice. "Your Highness, why have you returned?" Before Fu Zhe could respond, General Liu spoke bluntly, his tone laden with exhaustion. "Forgive my bluntness, Your Highness, but you should not have come back. I heard of your ailment and your cultivation." He exhaled heavily, as though expelling the weight of his despair. The Cloud Sky Grand Preceptor is a being akin to an immortal. His powers are vast and unfathomable. With but a casual strike last time, our forces suffered devastating losses, with several generals falling in battle. How can mere mortals stand against such might? Your Highness is the nation's crown prince, a treasure beyond measure. Why risk yourself in such peril? Lowering his voice almost to a plea, General Liu continued, "In my humble opinion, perhaps we should withdraw for now, preserve our strength, and await a more opportune time." The other officers and advisors in the tent bowed their heads, their expressions mirroring defeat. The suffocating atmosphere pressed down like an invisible weight. Fu Zhe's initially composed expression darkened like ice at General Liu's words. "Enough." With a sharp crack, Fu Zhe struck the table before him. Though the sound was not loud, it jolted every heart in the room. "General Liu." Fu Zhe's voice cut like a blade, his piercing gaze locking onto the general. "You are the commander of this army, responsible for the lives of this city's soldiers and civilians. Yet before the battle has even truly begun, you already cower in fear, spreading words that weaken morale. To speak of defeat before the battle begins is to sow discord among the troops. How can we speak of defending our homeland under such circumstances? What kind of discipline is this?" Under the stern rebuke, General Liu's lips trembled slightly as if to offer an explanation, but ultimately, it dissolved into an even heavier sigh. He lowered his head and chose silence. The other officers in the tent were as mute as cicadas in winter, not daring even to breathe loudly. They had all heard of the crown prince's misfortune at Jinwu Mountain, his meridians shattered, his once proud cultivation of qi reduced to nothing. To these pragmatic soldiers, Fu Zhe's return now, stripped of his extraordinary power, was nothing short of a moth flying into the flame. Beyond needlessly sacrificing his life and offering a fleeting boost to morale already at its lowest, it would do nothing to alter the greater situation. To their ears, such impassioned words sounded more like the last reckless defiance of a desperate man. Chapter 8. Fortune and Misfortune, a mid-tier martial artist in an instant. Clarity dawned within Fu Zhe's mind. "I know what you're all thinking." His voice, no longer icy, carried a steady power that resonated clearly through the tent. "It's true, my previous cultivation as a qi practitioner was completely destroyed due to an unforeseen incident." As these words fell, expressions of pity flickered across the faces of those present. Yet, Fu Zhe's tone abruptly shifted, his eyes blazing with an intense light. "But," he declared, "who told you that Fu Zhe has only one path to the heavens, that of a qi practitioner?" Before his words could fully settle, he clenched his right fist and thrust it forward. Hum! A surge of explosive, crimson gold martial aura erupted from his body like an awakened primordial beast. In that instant, the air within the command tent grew scorching, and an overwhelming, rending force sent an instinctive tremor through every general present. Fu Zhe's voice rang out like the clash of metal and stone. "I am now a martial artist. Through the martial path, I have forged a new road. I have shattered the barrier of the mid-tier realms and attained the first stage, heroic soul. My life-bound artifact, Mountains and Rivers, has taken form. Heroic soul realm. A mid-tier martial artist? A life-bound artifact already manifested?" Like thunder striking from a clear sky, the tent plunged into stunned silence. Then came disbelieving exclamations. "What? The heroic soul realm? How is this possible? Your Highness, didn't you lose all your cultivation? A martial artist? His Highness has turned to the martial path? And directly ascended to the mid-tier realms? By the heavens! A heroic soul realm martial artist, that's a force capable of rivaling a golden body qi practitioner." Every general, including the previously subdued General Liu, looked up in shock. It was no secret in the military that Prince Fu Zhe had once pursued both martial and qi cultivation. Yet, the destruction of his qi cultivation should have severed his path to immortality. Who could have imagined that this crown prince, far from succumbing to despair and ruin, had instead turned calamity into fortune? In mere days, from the depths of desperation, he had carved out an even more arduous path, the martial way. And not merely as a low-tier martial artist starting from scratch, but with a single, heaven-defying leap, he had vaulted over the chasms of the foundational realms, tempered body, vital blood, and mountain mover, to directly attain the first stage of the mid-tier realms, the heroic soul realm. The martial path, honing the body and forging life-bound artifacts, was renowned for its overwhelming power and unrivaled combat prowess, surpassing Qi practitioners of the same rank. Upon reaching the mid-tier realms, martial artists could even challenge higher-tier Qi practitioners through sheer might and their life-bound artifacts. Yet its difficulty was legendary, the resources required vast, the breakthroughs perilous, far surpassing even the Qi practitioner's path. And now, their crown prince had not only achieved this, but accomplished what could only be called a miraculous ascent. General Lu's mind was profoundly shaken, his gaze toward Fu Zhe utterly transformed. The previous apprehension was supplanted by reverence. He parted his lips, only to find his throat parched, unable to utter a single word. This crown prince was not merely prodigious to an outrageous degree, such terrifying fortune to reverse the tides in dire straits. This overwhelming destiny to rise from the brink of death. Could it be that heaven itself had ordained his reign? After the deathly silence in the tent came unrestrained euphoria. Only Fu Qing, standing half a step behind Fu Zhe, her luminous eyes shimmering like rippling waters, wore a faint smile of pride at sharing in his glory. Her imperial brother was truly thus. The memory of his grievously wounded, near-lifeless form when he was sent to Jinwu Mountain remained vivid before her eyes. Yet now, in such a brief span, he had undergone a complete metamorphosis, re-emerging before the world with an even more domineering and formidable presence. However, after the fleeting jubilation, the weathered face of veteran General Lu Yi was swiftly overtaken by profound concern. Gazing at Fu Zhe, he hesitated, then finally spoke in a grave tone. "Your Highness, have you truly attained the realm of heroic soul in martial arts? While this is indeed joyous news, a blessing for our White Frost dynasty, that sorcerer Grand Preceptor of Cloudsoar Kingdom, his power is unfathomable. With but a single strike from afar back then, he nearly extinguished your Highness's vitality. Now, even if your Highness has turned to martial arts and achieved heroic soul, against such an existence." Lu Yi left his words unfinished. Yet the hearts of all generals present sank abruptly. Indeed, a heroic soul realm martial artist, while formidable enough to contend with golden body realm Qi cultivators, that Cloudsoar Grand Preceptor was rumored to have long since ascended to the upper three realms of cultivation, perhaps even beyond. The chasm between them remained as vast as the heavens. The power His Highness had displayed certainly restored their confidence and kindled hope. Yet the mere thought of that nightmarish figure looming over the White Frost dynasty like a specter seemed to douse their newly ignited flames with cold water. A soft chuckle interrupted their unease. Fu Zhe's countenance showed not the slightest worry, instead radiating calm assurance. His gaze swept over their complex expressions. "General Lu, esteemed generals, I understand your concerns," he spoke evenly. "That insignificant Cloudsoar Grand Preceptor could wound me before, but that does not mean he can touch me now. What difficulty is there in this?" These four simple words, spoken with such nonchalance, exploded like thunder in their hearts once more. What difficulty? Facing that nearly deified Cloudsoar Grand Preceptor, His Highness could speak with such casual indifference. As they stood dumbfounded, Fu Zhe raised his right hand, palm upturned in a void grip. An aura even more vast than before surged forth from his being. This time, it was not merely the crimson gold vitality, but interwoven with an ancient, monumental essence as if bearing the weight of 10,000 ages of mountains and rivers. A flash of radiance, a spear of ancient elegance. Its entire body cast in somber gold, materialized in his palm as if conjured from the void. Upon its shaft seemed etched the phantom silhouettes of sun and moon, stars and galaxies, mountains and rivers. The moment the spear appeared, an indescribable, overwhelming pressure descended like a tangible mountain, crushing down with terrifying force. The very air within the commander's tent thickened to the consistency of quicksilver, making each breath a laborious struggle. Every general present, whether practitioners of Qi cultivation or martial arts, paled beneath this suffocating aura, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The martial officers, in particular, found their legs shaking violently. their eyes brimming with a mixture of awe and desperate yearning. With a sharp hiss, Lu Yi sucked in a breath, his pupils contracting to pinpricks. His gaze locked onto the spear in Fu Zhe's grasp, its archaic surface swirling with an inscrutable Taoist resonance, as though it bore the weight of an entire dynasty's fortune. The solemn might of mountains and rivers. For this veteran commander, who had weathered decades of battlefield carnage and witnessed countless divine weapons, it was the first time he had ever felt terror strike so deeply into his very soul. Chapter 9. Destiny's Divine Weapon, Mountains and Rivers. Throughout his lifetime of warfare, he had witnessed the sacred artifacts enshrined by dynasties and felt the distant aura of treasures wielded by supreme cultivators. Yet never had any weapon instilled in him such sheer, overwhelming terror. Could this truly be a destiny weapon possessed by a mere warrior of the heroic soul realm? Lu Yi's legs trembled, nearly buckling beneath him. The surrounding generals stared in shock at their commander's reaction. General Lu, a founding hero who had carved out the empire's glory alongside the great ancestor emperor, emerging victorious from mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The unshakable pillar of the White Frost dynasty's military, unfazed even if Mount Tai crumbled before him. And yet now, merely gazing upon the spear in his highness's hand had reduced him to such a state. In that moment, a tempest of disbelief raged in every heart. Though they might not comprehend the spear's profound mysteries, General Lu's reaction spoke volumes. This weapon, named Mountains and Rivers, was a terror beyond imagination. Fu Zhe gripped Mountains and Rivers. Its tip angled toward the ground. The dark golden shaft shimmered against the blazing crimson aura radiating from his body, casting him as a youthful war god descended from ancient times. His gaze swept across the assembly like lightning, his voice resolute and brimming with battle fervor. Comrades, do you still remember the humiliation of Yaoqing? When has the White Frost cavalry ever cowered in a corner, allowing invaders to strut across our sacred soil? Yaoqing must be reclaimed. Not an inch of our lost land shall remain in enemy hands. Those who dare violate our borders, no matter how far they flee, shall face annihilation. Each word struck like a hammer, each sentence a blade to the heart. The defeat at Yaoqing was a thorn in the soul of every White Frost soldier. The loss of their homeland, an unbearable disgrace. Fu Zhe's words ignited a fire in every breast. Reclaim Yaoqing. Not an inch surrendered. Fight, fight, fight. Lu Yi drew a deep breath, straightening his back with newfound resolve. Dropping to one knee, his voice boomed like thunder. This humble general, Lu Yi, pledges to serve as your highness's vanguard. As soldiers, to die wrapped in horsehide upon the battlefield is our destined end. We swear to follow your highness unto death. The other generals echoed, kneeling in unison. Yet amidst the fervor, a few cautious commanders hesitated, their excitement giving way to concern. Your highness, you embody the dynasty's future. Having obtained such heaven-defying fortune, it is unwise to risk yourself. Indeed, your highness, you may be White Frost's only hope. Your safety is paramount. Enough. Fu Zhe slammed the butt of his spear against the ground, the dull impact silencing all protests. His commanding gaze swept over them. I am not merely the White Frost's supreme commander, I am the dynasty's prince. And what is a prince's duty? To defend our land and protect our people. With the enemy at our gates and the nation in peril, how can a leader cower in fear, sending his men to bleed while he remains unscathed? With greater power comes greater responsibility. Today, I shall personally lead you all to the front lines and face the formidable army of the Cloud Sky Kingdom. My words are resolute and brook no doubt. Upon hearing this, a flicker of emotion passed through Lu Yi's aged eyes, quickly replaced by deep remorse. He abruptly raised his head, his voice hoarse yet unwavering. Your Highness, this humble general understands. I pledge to follow you unto death. At that very moment, report. A blood-soaked scout staggered into the command tent, his voice urgent and ragged. Your Highness, General, a massive enemy force has been spotted beyond Ling City, advancing toward our walls. They bear the banners of the Cloud Sky Kingdom's Black Armored Legion, approaching from the direction of Yao City. Estimated numbers, 10,000 strong. 10,000. The atmosphere in the tent instantly froze. Lu Yi's brow furrowed. 10,000. Back then, Your Highness held off 100,000 enemy troops outside Yu City for 7 days with only 30,000 weary soldiers. Now, they send but 10,000. He lifted his gaze to Fu Zhe, his expression complex. Your Highness, this is a test and an insult. They know you were grievously wounded by that sorcerer Grand Preceptor. They believe you are spent, a spent arrow with no strength left. These 10,000 troops, ostensibly here to besiege the city, are in truth a mockery of the White Frost dynasty. A mockery of you. Silence reigned in the tent, broken only by the scouts' labored breaths and the faint clinking of armor. 10,000 black armored soldiers, the elite vanguard of the Cloud Sky Kingdom, the iron-blooded legion that had once struck terror into the hearts of neighboring nations. No sooner had Lu Yi's words fallen than this icy military report doused the newly kindled flames of battle like a bucket of freezing water. This was more than an insult. It was a deliberate trampling upon the dignity of the White Frost dynasty, a ruthless grinding of Fu Zhe, the newly revealed crown prince of divine might, into the dust. They were certain Fu Zhe must still be gravely wounded, perhaps even in the throes of a fleeting resurgence. These 10,000 black armored soldiers had come not just to claim victory, but to proclaim to the world, the White Frost dynasty has no worthy heir. Its fate is sealed, Your Highness. A pale-faced officer spoke, his voice trembling. Yet, not a ripple of disturbance crossed Fu Zhe's expression. His gaze remained calm as he looked beyond the tent, as though the approaching force was not 10,000 ironclad cavalry, but a mere wisp of insignificant dust. Orders. Fu Zhe's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable authority that pierced the ears of every man present. All forces, save for myself, withdraw into the city. Seal the gates. None shall engage the enemy without my command. What? The tent erupted in uproar. Lu Yi's head snapped up, his aged eyes blazing with disbelief. Your Highness, this is madness. The enemy is vast, and you have only just, he wanted to say, you have only just awakened your heroic soul. Your foundation is unsteady. He wanted to say, you are freshly healed from grave wounds, unfit for battle. He wanted most of all to say, you are the last hope of White Frost. How can you risk your priceless life on such a desperate gambit? Enough. Fu Zhe's gaze sharpened, cutting off Lu Yi's unfinished plea. I know your concerns. He turned slowly, his gaze sweeping over the faces filled with worry, fear, or confusion, his tone resolute and unyielding. But my decision is final. The frost-covered land and its people. Today, I alone shall protect them. This is my duty as a prince, and my responsibility as a commander. General Lu, carry out the order. The last 4 words, imbued with an indomitable will, struck General Lu Yi's heart like a hammer. Gazing into Fu Zhe's eyes, burning with golden flames, and at the mountain river spear in his hand that seemed capable of bearing the weight of the world, Lu Yi swallowed hard. 1,000 words condensed into a heavy sigh. He understood. His Highness was neither reckless nor impulsive. This was an invincible confidence. Perhaps he truly possessed the strength to face an army alone. Lu Yi dropped to one knee, his voice ringing like steel. This general obeys. He rose abruptly and barked at the officers behind him. All of you, heed my command. Return to the city at once, organize the defenses. Evacuate the civilians near the walls. Now, though uncertainty churned within them, military orders were absolute, especially when issued by both commanders. Swallowing their doubts, the officers roared in acknowledgement and swiftly withdrew from the command tent. Chapter 10, You're the Trash. Moments later, the once bustling camp outside the city swiftly emptied. Lu Yi cast one last deep glance at Fu Zhe's retreating figure before clenching his jaw and striding resolutely toward the city gates. He would personally oversee the city's defenses, ensuring not a single flaw remained, and bear witness to what might become a moment etched into history. As Lu Yi's figure vanished into the shadowed passage of the city gate, Fu Zhe slowly lifted his gaze toward the distant horizon, where an ominous black tide surged ever closer. Beneath the city walls, dust billowed like rolling smoke, the thunderous drum of hooves shaking the earth. 10,000 armored soldiers, clad in black, advanced like a suffocating tide of darkness, their murderous intent piercing the heavens. The gleam of cold steel flickered ominously beneath the sun. Upon the battlements, the howling wind lashed at the crimson-gold, dragon-emblazoned cloak billowing behind Fu Zhe, its fabric snapping like a banner of defiance. Alone he stood, the weight of the world in his grasp, an unyielding sentinel before the storm. One man against 10,000, none shall pass. The scene was one of solemn, tragic grandeur. At the vanguard of the black-armored legion, a burly general clad in white tiger armor, his massive axe gleaming, abruptly reined in his steed. His brow furrowed as his eyes locked onto the solitary figure upon the wall, confusion flickering across his face. This was Jian Lai, the vanguard general of the Yunxiao kingdom. Known as the White Tiger, a warrior of unmatched ferocity. What's this? Why is there only one man on the wall? Jian Lai growled, his voice rough as gravel. A subordinate hastily leaned in. General, judging by his stature and attire, that appears to be Fu Zhe, the crown prince of Baisong. Fu Zhe? Bai Lai stiffened momentarily before bursting into derisive laughter. Him? That cripple who was beaten half to death by the Grand Preceptor? How dare he stand there alone? The intelligence reports had been clear. Fu Zhe's meridians were shattered, his cultivation obliterated. Even if he had somehow survived, he should have been nothing more than a pitiful wretch clinging to life. A sneer twisted Bai Lai's lips. Huh, what a pathetic bluff. He must know our army is upon him, realizes his doom is sealed, and now puts on this pitiful display to frighten us away? Ridiculous. The more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. The initial flicker of doubt in his heart dissipated, replaced by overwhelming disdain. By my command, Bai Lai roared, raising his axe toward the city walls. Full assault. Trample Baisong beneath our heels. The first to take Fu Zhe's head shall be rewarded with 10,000 gold and a promotion of 3 ranks. Already, his mind raced with visions of glory, the fall of Baisong, Fu Zhe's severed head in his grasp. The accolades and rewards awaiting him upon his triumphant return to the Grand Preceptor and the Emperor. Kill. 10,000 black-armored soldiers bellowed as one, their voices merging into a deafening war cry. Like a monstrous beast of darkness, they surged toward Baisong in their final, devastating charge. The earth trembled beneath the weight of their iron-shod hoofs. Yet, just as Bai Lai's lips curled into a cruel smirk, his mind drunk on visions of victory, the unforeseen struck. Before the black tide could even enter arrow range, the lone figure upon the wall moved. A blur of crimson-gold light, swift as a fleeting shadow, shot forth from the towering battlements like a meteor descending from the heavens. So fast, it was near instantaneous. So fierce, it carried the force of a falling star. What? Bai Lai's pupils constricted violently, a primal sense of danger seizing his entire being. He had no time to react. Thud! A sickening crunch echoed through the air. Bai Lai suddenly felt his body lurch forward as the magnificent warhorse beneath him, his loyal companion through countless battles. The legendary jet-black steed named Treading Snow was decapitated without even a whimper. A geyser of blood erupted from the severed neck as the massive head soared skyward. The golden streak that had struck was none other than a dark spear, its tip buried deep in the earth after piercing through the horse's throat, its shaft still trembling with a menacing hum. As Bai Lai rolled to the ground, a chilling dread surged from his soles to the crown of his head. He looked up in horror to find Fu Zhe standing before him, effortlessly withdrawing the spear named Mountains and Rivers with a flick of his wrist, scattering the blood from its tip. A fine steed. Pity it had to die, Fu Zhe remarked coolly, his voice devoid of emotion, carrying only the indifference of one who regarded life and death with detachment. Bai Lai's hair stood on end, his heart pounding violently. Too fast. This couldn't be the same Fu Zhe rumored to be on the brink of death. He hadn't even seen the man descend the walls or strike. You, Bai Lai snarled, fury and terror warring within him, but Fu Zhe gave him no chance to speak. With a twist of his wrist, the dark spear transformed once more into a deadly golden flash, aimed straight for Bai Lai's throat. This strike was swifter, fiercer, and more merciless than the last. The shadow of death engulfed Bai Lai in an instant. He threw himself backward with all his might, swinging his massive axe in a desperate block. Clang! The deafening clash of metal sent sparks flying. A monstrous force surged through the axe's handle, splitting Bai Lai's palms open in an explosion of blood. His weapon nearly tore from his grip. But worse still, though the spear was deflected, its razor-sharp wind grazed his arm like a blade. Sheink! A soft, slicing sound. Bai Lai felt a sudden chill on his right arm. Looking down, he saw his entire limb, muscled and clad in the legendary Devourer's armor, cleanly severed at the shoulder. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Arg! Agony wrenched a scream from his throat. Clutching the stump, he staggered back, eyes wide with primal terror. How is this possible? Fu Zhe had not only survived the Grand Preceptor's assault, his strength had multiplied beyond measure. This was no mere chi cultivator's technique. This was pure, unadulterated physical might, the power of a martial soul realm warrior. He has stepped onto the martial path. I must thank your Grand Preceptor, Fu Zhe said, spear resting at his side, a frosty smirk curling his lips as he regarded Bai Lai's horror. Had he not graciously shattered my chi si and severed my meridians? How could I have broken free from the shackles of the old path? How could I have risen from the brink of death to step through the gates of martial ascension? Thank the Grand Preceptor? Bai Lai felt as though he had been struck by lightning. At last, he understood. Fu Zhe had not been crippled. He had been reborn. And now, he walked a far more terrifying path. and these 10,000 men were merely here to test the might of this newly ascended martial arts prodigy. A bone-chilling dread instantly coursed through Bai Lai's entire being. Retreat, retreat now. Bai Lai desperately tried to issue the command, his voice hoarse with urgency. But it was already too late. A murderous glint flared in Fu Zai's eyes as he brandished his Shanhe spear once more. This time, it was no longer a single, precise thrust. The dark golden spear shaft tore through the air, leaving behind a piercing shriek in its wake. Crimson gold battle energy erupted from Fu Zai's body, swirling around the spear and coalescing into visible, destructive gales of force. The spear shot forth like a dragon, sweeping across the battlefield with unstoppable momentum. Thud, 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 thud. A series of horrifying slicing sounds filled the air. Fu Zai moved like a tiger amidst a flock of sheep, wherever his spear passed. Men and horses were sent tumbling in disarray. Whether it was the elite Xuanjia armor or sturdy shields, they proved as fragile as paper before the might of Shanhe. Spearlight flashed, blood sprayed in all directions. With each sweeping motion, at least a dozen Xuanjia soldiers were cleaved in half at the waist, or sent heads soaring into the sky. Severed limbs and mangled corpses rained down, painting the earth crimson with blood. Chapter 11. One man against 10,000. Fu Zai's figure darted through the enemy ranks like a phantom, each flicker of his presence reaping lives like a scythe through wheat. He was no mere man. He was a deity of slaughter descended from ancient battlefields, a reaper of souls. The mountain river spear in his grasp was the deadliest sickle of all. Bai Lai watched in terror, his courage crumbling. He had hoped to overwhelm Fu Zai with sheer numbers, to exhaust him through attrition. Surround him! Surround him! He screamed with his last shred of defiance. But the answer to his command was a flash of cold steel. A golden gleam. Bai Lai felt only a chilling sensation at his neck before the world spun. His vision blurred as he glimpsed a headless body clad in the familiar white tiger devouring heaven armor. Is that my body? It was his final thought. The next moment, the head of General Bai Lai soared through the air. With their commander slain, Fu Zai moved through the battlefield as if it were empty. 10,000 elite black armor soldiers, once proud, once unbreakable, now shattered before a single man and his spear. Their vaunted formations, their impenetrable armor, their fearless resolve, all rendered meaningless in the face of absolute power. One by one, weapons clattered to the ground. Knees buckled. Pleas for mercy rose like a tide. Moments later, outside Ling City, the once mighty army of 10,000 was reduced to less than 1,000 trembling survivors, kneeling amidst a sea of corpses. Upon the city walls, silence reigned. Lu Yi and the White Frost officers stood frozen, staring at the carnage below, at the lone figure standing amidst the slaughter, drenched in blood, yet radiating divine might. Their minds went blank. This was beyond comprehension. They had known their prince was strong, but never had they imagined this. One man, one spear, cutting through an army as effortlessly as plucking fruit from a tree. Was this truly the power of a warrior who had only just stepped into the heroic soul realm? Tears streamed down Lu Yi's weathered face as his body trembled with awe. He dropped to his knees, pressing his forehead to the ground in reverence. Your Highness. Divine might. Your Highness, divine might. The soldiers on the walls erupted in thunderous cheers. Fu Zai slowly lowered his spear, its tip pointing toward the earth. The dark gold of the mountain river spear remained untainted, though blood dripped from its edge. His gaze swept over the kneeling prisoners, his voice icy. Bind them all. Hang them from the city gates for 3 days. Let the world see the fate of those who dare oppose White Frost. As you command. Officers immediately descended to carry out his orders. Fu Zai mounted a riderless warhorse and guided it toward Ling City's gates. The gates swung open. Crowds of citizens lined the streets, their eyes filled with awe as they beheld their blood-stained prince returning in triumph. Fu Zai rode at the forefront, his gaze sweeping over the sea of excited faces as his resonant voice echoed through the city. People of my homeland, your prince has returned. Today's battle is but the beginning. The barbarians of Yinshao have seized our cities and humiliated our people. This enmity shall not be tolerated under heaven. I swear upon my honor, the lost city of Yao shall be reclaimed by my own hand. Not a single inch of our fallen territory shall remain in their grasp. His oath thundered with conviction. I vow to expel these invaders and restore our land, so that all people of Baixing may live free from the scourge of war. In peace and prosperity. Long live His Highness. Long live Baixing. The crowd erupted in thunderous cheers, their long-suppressed fears dissolving into the air. The flames of hope blazed fiercely in every heart. At that very moment, a chime resounded in Fu Zhe's mind. Ding. Host, answering the call of duty. Single-handedly repelled 10,000 foes, uplifting national prestige and rallying the people's spirit, greatly consolidating the fortune of humanity. Human Emperor Merit Points 1800. Ding. Detecting an influx of faith energy. The Human Emperor's decree activates autonomously, refining merit and strengthening heroic souls. Fu Zhe felt a surge of warmth coursing through his veins, his heart swelling with indomitable pride. The path of the Human Emperor is forged in battle. Today marks but the first step. Meanwhile, in the occupied city of Yale, deep within a heavily guarded palace, a man clad in star-embroidered robes sat cross-legged, his features obscured by an aura of arcane power. This was the Grand Preceptor of Yunshao, the very one who had crippled Fu Zhe and driven the Baixing dynasty to the brink. Abruptly, his closed eyes snapped open, twin beams of abyssal light piercing the void. His brow furrowed as his fingers danced in rapid divination. A flicker of unease crossed his face. Strange. Why does the river of fate suddenly churn with such turbulence? Then crack. A crisp shattering sound fractured the silence. Before him, a jade tablet inscribed with the name Jian Lai split apart without warning, crumbling into dust. The Grand Preceptor stiffened, his eyes blazing with dark radiance. Jian Lai is dead. His voice was low, laced with disbelief. A crippled crown prince, barely awakened to the heroic soul realm, faced by 10,000 elite black-scale troops led by General Jian Lai himself. Yet they were defeated, and the commander slain. His withered fingers moved swiftly, weaving the threads of fate in an attempt to unravel the mystery of Lingqing's battle and decipher Fu Zhe's destiny. But in the next instant, the blood drained from his face. Beads of cold sweat formed on his brow. Unreadable. That which had once been clear as day, Fu Zhe's fate, once as plain as lines upon his palm, now eluded his grasp entirely. But now, it was as if shrouded by an impenetrable mist. A chaotic void that defied all his secret arts to pierce through. Even more unsettling, he faintly sensed a majestic and indomitable force, radiant and unyielding, repelling his probing with an air of divine inviolability. How could this be? His fate has been veiled. The Grand Astrologer murmured to himself, his eyes betraying a flicker of dread for the first time. There was only one explanation. Fu Zhe, the disgraced prince who should have been a discarded pawn, had somehow obtained an unimaginable, incomprehensible fortune beyond his wildest reckoning. A fortune so vast that it had rewritten his predestined fate, surpassing even the Grand Astrologer's mastery of celestial insight. The chilling realization struck him. His earlier ruthless strike against Fu Zhe, meant to secure the fate of Yunshao Kingdom, had forged a karmic bond with a man now shrouded in unfathomable destiny. To oppose one blessed by such profound fortune, whose fate twisted beyond mortal comprehension, was to court calamity upon his own path of cultivation. After a long silence, the Grand Astrologer released a weary sigh. Man proposes, but heaven disposes. The mandate of heaven is not to be defied. Slowly, he rose to his feet, the fear in his eyes hardening into resolve. Chapter 12. Everyone, evacuate the city meanwhile. Within the encampment of the Yunshao Kingdom's army outside Yaoqing, the news of Jian Lai's death and the army's crushing defeat swept through like a tempest. What? General Bai has fallen? 10,000 black armored cavalry, nearly annihilated? Defeated by Fu Zhe alone? Impossible. This cannot be. Wasn't Fu Zhe a cripple? It must be some treacherous scheme by those Bifrost barbarians. Inside the central command tent, several high-ranking generals of the Yunshao Kingdom slammed their fists on the table, their faces ashen, murderous intent radiating from them. This is an unparalleled disgrace. The greatest humiliation since the founding of our Yunshao Kingdom. A one-eyed general roared, his fist pounding the table with thunderous force. We must march at once. Crush Lingqing. Tear Fu Zhe limb from limb to avenge General Bai. Yes. Vengeance. Blood for blood. Commander, give the order. This general volunteers to lead the vanguard. Fury and fervor blazed in the eyes of every officer, their thirst for retribution unquenchable. Then enough. A voice, icy and detached, drifted in from outside the tent. Though not loud, it pierced the clamor with undeniable authority. The tent flap stirred without wind, and the Grand Preceptor's figure materialized at the entrance. His fathomless gaze swept over the assembly, instantly silencing the clamoring generals. The Grand Preceptor's prestige within the army was absolute, his word, final and unassailable. Grand Preceptor, the one-eyed general opened his mouth, still eager to argue. My orders are thus, the Grand Preceptor intoned, his voice devoid of inflection. The entire army shall break camp and return to the capital at once. Abandon Yaocheng. What? Abandon Yaocheng? Retreat. Every general stood frozen in disbelief. Yaocheng was a strategic stronghold they had schemed tirelessly to seize. How could they simply relinquish it? And after suffering such a grievous loss, instead of seeking vengeance, they were to withdraw? Grand Preceptor, why? Our forces are still strong. We need only him. The Grand Preceptor lifted his gaze slightly, and an invisible pressure descended upon the tent. The general who had dared to question suddenly found his breath strangled, as though crushed beneath a mountain. The words died in his throat, cold sweat drenching his back. No one else dared speak, though confusion festered in their hearts. None dared defy the Grand Preceptor's command. As you command. In the end, every general bowed in submission. Military orders were as unyielding as mountains, executed with swift and ruthless precision. The vast Yinshao army dismantled their camp, packed their supplies, and withdrew. They had arrived with overwhelming might, brimming with arrogance, yet now they retreated like a receding tide, hurried and even somewhat disheveled. In less than half a day, Yaocheng, once teeming with tens of thousands of soldiers and impregnable defenses, was reduced to an empty husk, littered only with debris and the chaotic imprints of wheels and hoofs. 3 days later, Lingqing. After Fu Zhe's miraculous feat of repelling 10,000 enemies single-handedly, the morale of Lingqing soared to unprecedented heights. Whether it was the initially skeptical city defenders or the civilians who had narrowly escaped disaster, all now gazed at Fu Zhe with fervent admiration. Under his personal command, the city's defenses were swiftly restored, granting the army a brief respite. A collective determination simmered within them, awaiting only the Grand Prince's order to march upon Yaocheng and reclaim their lost territory. Your Highness, the troops are assembled and ready. Morale is high. When shall we set forth for Yaocheng? Old General Louis, clad in full armor and radiating vigor, sought instructions. Standing atop the city walls, Fu Zhe fixed his profound gaze upon the distant silhouette of Yaocheng. Advance, he commanded in a measured tone. The army surged forward, banners fluttering in the wind, an aura of lethal intent enveloping them as they pressed toward Yaocheng. Yet, when the formidable forces of the Baizhuang dynasty arrived at the city's gates, they were met with an eerie sight. The gates stood wide open, the walls devoid of life. No fluttering banners of the Yunshao kingdom. No patrolling enemy soldiers, not even the faintest murmur of human presence. The entire city of Yaocheng lay in a deathly silence. Outside, only scattered remnants remained, fragments of armor, abandoned provisions, the hurried tracks of departing wheels, all testifying to the hasty retreat of a once-encamped army. What is the meaning of this? General Liu Yi and the other commanders exchanged bewildered glances, their minds clouded with confusion. Fu Zhe's brow furrowed slightly. He, too, sensed something amiss. Even in defeat, the Yunshao kingdom would not relinquish such a strategic stronghold so easily. Dispatch a scouting party to investigate the city with caution. Soon, the scouts returned with confirmation. The city was indeed deserted, the enemy long gone. A deeper unease settled in Fu Zhe's heart as he led a small contingent of his personal guard into the reclaimed city. The streets lay barren, the wind howling through the dust, its mournful wail the only sound. Most of the houses lining the roads bore broken doors and shattered windows, scars of war and plunder. Just as Fu Zhe and his men conducted their meticulous search, creak, from the cellar of an unassuming dwelling, a weathered wooden plank slowly lifted, revealing several gaunt, ragged figures peering out cautiously. When their eyes fell upon Fu Zhe, his unmistakable royal attire of the Baizhuang dynasty, and the awe-inspiring dark gold spear in his grasp, it's His Highness. The Grand Prince. His Highness has returned. We are saved. The surviving civilians scrambled from the cellar, their voices trembling with emotion as they prostrated themselves before Fu Zhe, tears streaming down their faces. Your Highness, you come back at last. We, those barbarians of the Yunshao kingdom, they fled on their own. They must have been terrified of your Highness's might. Just days ago, they strutted about arrogantly, then suddenly withdrew in haste. It must be your Highness's divine prowess at Lingcheng that shattered their courage. Listening to the civilians' conjectures, Fu Zhe pieced together fragments of the truth. It was said the Yunshao kingdom's state preceptor was fond of divination. It seemed this state preceptor was even more decisive than he had anticipated. Upon realizing the emergence of uncontrollable variables on his side, he was able to decisively sever his losses, abandoning the nearly conquered Yaoqing to avoid further conflict and deepening entanglements. Such remarkable resolve is truly extraordinary. Fu Zai, while comforting the citizens, ordered his soldiers to conduct a thorough search of the city, rescuing every hidden survivor and ensuring their proper care. As more and more civilians were saved, the once lifeless Yaoqing gradually regained a semblance of vitality. Upon learning that the Yunxiao army had indeed fled in fear and Yaoqing was liberated, the people's gratitude towards Fu Zai reached its zenith. In their hearts, this bloodstained, godlike crown prince who had returned was nothing short of a divine savior delivering them from calamity. Ding! Host has reclaimed lost territory, comforted the populace, and united the people's hearts. Human virtue has increased, granting 800 points of imperial merit, though the warm influx of merit power once again flowed through his body. Fu Zai's state of mind remained vigilant despite this easy victory. That enigmatic Yunxiao state preceptor, adept at discerning fortune and misfortune while knowing when to advance or retreat, was no ordinary opponent. Today's recapture of Yaoqing was merely the first step in reclaiming what had been lost. Chapter 13. Turning the tide and repelling the enemy. The recapture of Yaoqing and the Crown Prince Fu Zai's heroic feat of single-handedly driving back tens of thousands of enemy troops swiftly spread throughout the White Frost dynasty. When the news reached the imperial capital, it sent shockwaves through the court and the populace alike. Have you heard? The Crown Prince stood alone outside Lingcheng with just a spear and repelled the Cloud Sky Kingdom's army of tens of thousands. Not just repelled, he even slew their vanguard commander, Bai Lai, that notorious brute, and Yaoqing was reclaimed without bloodshed. The Cloud Sky barbarians fled at the mere sight of him. Heaven blesses White Frost. The Crown Prince's might is unparalleled. From the palace halls to the bustling streets, tea houses, and taverns, the name of the Crown Prince was on everyone's lips. In the Violet Dawn Hall of the Imperial Palace, the Emperor of White Frost sat upon his dragon throne, listening intently as his officials excitedly recounted the detailed reports from the front lines. When they described how Fu Zai, armed with nothing but a spear, had intimidated an entire army into retreat, even this battle-hardened monarch could not suppress a triumphant grin. Such is the son of this emperor. Magnificent. The emperor slammed the armrest of his throne, his voice booming with pride. Fu Zai has upheld the dignity of our imperial house and elevated our nation's prestige. He shall be rewarded, handsomely. His gaze swept across the assembled ministers as he declared with unwavering authority, by imperial decree, upon the Crown Prince Fu Zai's triumphant return. This emperor shall personally greet him outside the city gates. Furthermore, it shall be proclaimed throughout the land that Fu Zai is hereby named Crown Prince of the White Frost dynasty. The court erupted in astonishment, followed by thunderous cries of "Long live the emperor!" and resounding congratulations. Meanwhile, in the Eastern Palace, the atmosphere was starkly different from the jubilant mood of the imperial court. Within Crown Prince Fu Bai's chambers, the air was thick with suffocating tension. Crash! A priceless crystal goblet shattered violently against the floor. Fu Bai's face was contorted with rage. His eyes bloodshot, his chest heaving, and veins bulging on his forehead, a far cry from the composed and refined air he usually appeared to be. Fu Zai! Fu Zai! He hissed through clenched teeth, his voice dripping with venom. From the beginning, Fu Zai had been the greatest threat to his position as crown prince. In terms of talent, military achievements, and influence within the army, Fu Zai had always overshadowed him. Just when Fu Bai thought he could finally rest easy, after Fu Zai's meridians were destroyed, his cultivation lost, and he was exiled to the borderlands to wither away. He had even begun plotting how to eliminate this lingering threat for good. But who could have predicted this? In such a short time, the brother he had dismissed as worthless had not only survived the battlefield, but had risen from the ashes in an even more dazzling form. Single-handedly repelling an army, recapturing Yaoqing, and now father intends to name him crown prince. Why? The envy in Fu Bai's eyes burned like a tangible flame. If Fu Zai returned to the capital, his own position as crown prince would be utterly untenable. A sinister glint flickered in his gaze. Summon someone. A black-clad guard, his aura restrained, materialized silently within the chamber and knelt on one knee. Your Highness, dispatch the message immediately. Fu Bai's voice was as cold and piercing as ice, devoid of any emotion. Mobilize the shadow guards. Set an ambush on the path my dear brother must take on his return to the capital. Your Highness means to. The black-clad guard's pupils contracted slightly. Kill him. Fu Bai's eyes blazed with murderous intent, his tone resolute and unyielding. Make it clean. Leave no traces behind. As long as Fu Zhe dies on his way back to the capital, even if our father favors him, a corpse can no longer threaten my position. Understood. The guard bowed and vanished into the shadows as swiftly as he had appeared. The chamber was left with only Fu Bai's sinister expression and the shattered remnants of a crystal goblet, its fragments reflecting a chilling, ominous light. Days later, on the Imperial Highway within the White Frost Dynasty, a contingent of elite cavalry escorted an unassuming carriage, moving steadily toward the capital. Inside, Fu Zhe sat in meditative silence, while Fu Qing peeked curiously through the curtains at the world outside. Since departing Yaoqing, their journey had been met with overwhelming adoration. Crowds of commoners lined the roads, offering humble gifts of food and water, their eyes brimming with tears as they bowed deeply to Fu Zhe's procession. Your Highness, you are a living saint. Thank you for saving us, Your Highness. Long live the prince. May the white frost endure for eternity. The thunderous cheers, tearful gratitude, and fervent prayers merged into an invisible yet immense force, surging ceaselessly toward Fu Zhe. Ding. Detected pure faith energy. Human Emperor Virtue points 50. Ding. Human Emperor Virtue points 70. Ding. The system's notifications echoed relentlessly in Fu Zhe's mind. Though each increment was modest, their unbroken flow was invaluable. This faith, born from the humblest of people, was the very nourishment the human emperor system thrived upon. Within him, the human emperor scripture circulated like a roaring river, each cycle refining his soul and amplifying his power. His already formidable physique now shimmered faintly with a golden hue under the influence of virtue energy. His martial prowess, too, advanced steadily, unimpeded. Peak of the fourth realm of the heroic soul stage. Only the thinnest barrier remained before his breakthrough into the fifth realm. This rapid ascension, fueled purely by physical cultivation, filled Fu Zhe with profound reassurance. Brother, look at the people outside. They truly revere you. Fu Qing lowered the curtain, her bright eyes sparkling with admiration and pride. The war from the Sky Cloud dynasty struck too swiftly. If not for your intervention, countless more would have perished. Fu Zhe opened his eyes, warmth flickering in their depths as he gently tousled his sister's hair. Water can bear a boat, yet also overturn it. The will of the people is the foundation of a nation. He understood well. This reverence was both an honor and a solemn responsibility. As the procession drew nearer to the capital region, the welcoming scenes along the way grew increasingly grand. At dusk, the entourage halted for respite at a relay station named Fengling Crossing, nestled between mountains and rivers in a tranquil setting. Yet the moment Fu Zhe stepped out of the carriage to arrange lodging, his brows furrowed slightly and his footsteps paused abruptly. The surrounding air seemed peculiar. The evening breeze rustled through the treetops with a whispering sound, an ordinary sight by all accounts. But to Fu Zhe's extraordinarily acute senses now, this wind carried a faint, elusive trace of murderous intent. Within the swaying shadows of grass and trees lurked something venomous, poised to strike. With practiced nonchalance, he surveyed the surroundings, his gaze sweeping casually across the wooded hills encircling the station. An ambush, and these were no friendly visitors. Instant comprehension dawned upon Fu Zhe. It appeared certain factions in the capital had grown impatient. Chapter 14. Did the Crown Prince send you? He turned and spoke in a low, firm voice to Fu Qing, who was preparing to disembark. Qinger, you and the guards will remain at the post station. Without my order, no one is to leave, nor allow anyone to approach. Fu Qing, though puzzled by her brother's grave expression, nodded obediently. Understood, brother. Be careful. Fu Zhe gave a slight nod before murmuring a few words to the captain of his personal guard. Then, like a wisp of smoke, he slipped silently away from the group, darting toward the dense forest behind the station. As expected, shortly after leaving the station's vicinity, several indistinct shadows emerged from the darkness, trailing him like clinging parasites. Their movements were swift and precise, clearly skilled assassins. A cold smirk curled at the corner of Fu Zhe's lips, deliberately slowing his pace. He led his pursuers deeper into the remote mountain woods. After roughly the time it took for an incense stick to burn, Fu Zhe halted in a clearing surrounded by trees and turned slowly. Following for so long, aren't you tired? Show yourselves. His calm voice echoed through the silent forest. Swish, swish, swish. Several black-clad figures materialized from the shadows, fanning out to encircle Fu Zhe. 8 in total, all masked with only their cold, merciless eyes visible, their bodies radiating palpable killing intent. The leader, of average build, exuded the most formidable aura, his sharp gaze locked onto Fu Zhe. "Your Highness Fu Zhe, what keen perception." The lead assassin rasped, his voice deliberately altered. Fu Zhe's eyes swept over the group, lingering briefly on the leader. This man's presence far surpassed the other 7, his internal energy profound, his stance steady, the slight bulge at his temples marking him unmistakably as an 8th-level Qi practitioner. Moreover, judging by his bearing, he was no ordinary 8th-level warrior but a seasoned veteran of countless battles. The others were at least 6th or 7th-level experts. Such extravagance. It seemed his dear elder brother had truly spared no expense to eliminate him. "Did the Crown Prince send you?" Fu Zhe asked coolly, his tone certain. The lead assassin's eyes narrowed, clearly taken aback by Fu Zhe's blunt accusation, but he neither confirmed nor denied it, merely scoffing. "Your Highness, surrender now, and perhaps we'll grant you a clean death." "A clean death?" Fu Zhe chuckled, his laughter laced with mockery. "With just you lot." His hands remained clasped behind his back. He had not even summoned his signature spear, Shana. Facing an 8th-level Qi practitioner and 7 high-level martial artists, he intended to rely solely on his physical prowess. Zhao Kuan, the 8th-level Qi practitioner and deputy commander of Fu Bai's forces, flashed a disdainful glare. "Foolish arrogance. Even if your body is formidable, do you truly believe you can withstand the arts and artifacts of a Qi practitioner? Without cultivation, you're nothing but a brute relying on mere strength. Finish this quickly, no delays. Kill." Zhao Kuan barked, wasting no more words as he struck first. With lightning speed, his fingers curled into talons, slicing through the air with a piercing whistle as he aimed straight for Fu Zhe's throat. Surging with true energy, faint emerald light shimmered at his fingertips, clearly infused with venomous force. Facing this ferocious assault, Fu Zhe neither dodged nor shifted his stance. Only at the very moment Zhao Kuan's lethal claws were about to graze his skin, Fu Zhe moved. No flashy techniques. No dazzling brilliance. Just the simple motion of raising his right arm, fingers coiling into a fist, meeting Zhao Kuan's claw strike head-on with a devastating punch. Boom! Fist and claw collided, unleashing a thunderous impact like a war drum's roar. A violent shockwave erupted from the point of impact, flattening the surrounding vegetation in an instant. Dust and debris swirling in the air. Thud, thud, thud. Zhao Kuan felt an overwhelming, unstoppable force surge from the opponent's fist, as if he had crashed into a mountain moving at breakneck speed. His prideful protective energy shattered instantly, his fingers nearly splintering under the pressure, his entire arm racked with excruciating pain. Staggering uncontrollably, he stumbled back 7 or 8 steps before barely regaining his footing. His head snapped up, his gaze locking onto Fu Zhe with sheer disbelief and terror. How is this possible? He was a genuine 8th realm Qi practitioner. Even tempered steel would crumble under his wrathful strike. Yet this man had repelled him with nothing but raw physical strength. And judging by his composed demeanor, he hadn't even exerted his full power. Was this truly the Crown Prince, whose meridians were said to be ruined, reduced to a cripple? Zhao Kuan's heart plummeted into an abyss of dread. A fatal realization struck him. The intelligence had been catastrophically wrong. The Fu Zhe before him was far beyond his estimations. Perhaps even more terrifying than before his supposed downfall. Fu Zhe's innate talent had always been unparalleled among the imperial lineage, even heralded as the foremost prodigy of the younger generation in White Frost. Yet after such devastation, instead of withering away, he had emerged even more unfathomable. No more holding back. A ruthless glint flashed in Zhao Kuan's eyes as he abandoned all restraint. A faint hum resonated as a chilling glimmer materialized. A sinister, crescent-shaped blade appeared in Zhao Kuan's grip, its dark surface etched with eerie crimson patterns, exuding a razor-sharp aura that chilled the soul. Soul Corroder, his weapon of choice. "Today, you will die here," Zhao Kuan snarled, his killing intent erupting without reserve. The oppressive might of an 8th realm Qi practitioner surged forth, locking onto Fu Zhe with lethal precision. Yet Fu Zhe's expression remained serene, almost pitying. Before Zhao Kuan could gather his momentum, Fu Zhe moved again, not retreating, not evading, but charging forward. His figure tore through the air like a bolt of lightning rending the night, so fast that the atmosphere compressed violently, shrieking in protest. Zhao Kuan's pupils constricted to pinpricks. He couldn't even perceive Fu Zhe's movement, only an indescribable, overwhelming force crashing toward him like an unstoppable tide. It was neither spiritual energy nor arcane arts. but the purest manifestation of physical might. Danger. Alarm bells blared in Zhao Kuan's mind as he instinctively crossed the soul-corroding blade before his chest, channeling torrents of inner energy in desperate defense. Too late. Fu Zhe's form had already closed the distance, his right fist clenched like a primordial hammer, sinewy muscles coiling beneath skin taut with bulging veins. With the unstoppable momentum of a collapsing mountain, the devastating punch connected with the blade's surface. Crack. The legendary artifact, renowned for its indestructibility, shattered into countless fragments beneath that deceptively simple strike. Thud. Zhao Kuan's protective aura disintegrated instantly. The terrifying kinetic force, unimpeded by the ruined weapon, transferred completely into his ribcage. His organs seemed to rearrange themselves violently within his torso as a geyser of blood and visceral debris erupted from his lips. Propelled backward like a boulder launched from a trebuchet, his body carved a thunderous arc through the air before impacting the earth with cataclysmic force. As the dust settled, a human-shaped crater half a meter deep yawned in the fractured ground, its jagged edges bearing silent witness to the devastation. Chapter 15. No desire for the throne. Zhao Kuan lay at the bottom of the crater, his bones shattered beyond count, his breath faint and labored. Even the slightest movement of a finger had become an impossible luxury. The 7 black-clad assassins, who had initially contemplated seizing an opportunity, were now utterly petrified, their souls nearly fleeing their bodies. What had they just witnessed? An 8th-level Qi cultivator, wielding his life-bound artifact, had been struck down with a single punch, his weapon shattered, his body buried deep into the earth. Was this even human? Without a moment's hesitation, they scattered like frightened birds, vanishing into the depths of the dense forest. Fu Zhe slowly retracted his fist, standing at the edge of the crater, his gaze cold and indifferent as he looked down at Zhao Kuan. Cough, cough. Zhao Kuan struggled to expel blood from his throat, his eyes brimming with terror as they met Fu Zhe's. Why? He wanted to ask why. Despite having his meridians destroyed, was Fu Zhe even stronger than before? You are mistaken. Fu Zhe's voice echoed calmly from above. From the very beginning, you were wrong. Zhao Kuan froze. I, Fu Zhe, have never changed. Fu Zhe's voice carried an inexplicable resonance. In the past, I had no desire for the throne. My heart was set solely on martial arts, on pursuing the elusive pinnacle of the martial path. And now, it remains the same. His gaze seemed to pierce through the night sky, reaching toward the distant stars. The dragon throne of the White Frost dynasty means nothing to me, merely a fleeting wisp of smoke. Even if His Majesty were to offer me the crown prince's position, I would refuse it outright. My path does not lie in courtly politics, nor in schemes of power. It lies in these fists, in this spear, in this ascent toward the ultimate heights of martial prowess. Zhao Kuan listened in stunned silence, his expression gradually shifting into something complex. Shock eventually gave way to profound shame. This eldest prince, no matter what trials he faced, had never wavered in his resolve. Fu Zhe withdrew his gaze and turned away. Return and tell Fu Bai to tread carefully. My patience has its limits. With those words, he departed without another glance. His figure flickered through the darkness and vanished, leaving Zhao Kuan alone in the cold crater, staring up at the sky with lingering dread. After what felt like an eternity, Zhao Kuan mustered the strength to drag his grievously wounded body out of the pit, staggering unsteadily toward the imperial capital. Crown Princess residence. Study. The room was brightly lit. Crown Prince Fu Bai sat behind his desk, ostensibly reviewing documents, though his eyes kept flickering toward the door, betraying his unease. Knock, knock, knock. A soft rapping sounded. Enter, Fu Bai commanded. The door creaked open, revealing a disheveled figure stumbling inside. Zhao Kuan. His face was deathly pale, blood still smeared at the corners of his lips, his robes torn and tattered, his aura feeble to the extreme. Fu Bai shot to his feet, his eyes flashing with alarm. Zhao Kuan, what happened? Zhao Kuan collapsed to his knees. His head bowed deeply, his voice hoarse and weak. Your Highness, the mission has failed. Failed. Fu Bai's brow furrowed. What of Fu Zhe? The eldest prince, he. Zhao Kuan lifted his head with great difficulty, his eyes haunted by an inescapable terror. He is unfathomable. His subordinate couldn't withstand even a single punch from him. The soul erosion shattered. What? Fu Bai's face paled drastically, his voice trembling as he exclaimed, the soul erosion shattered? Wasn't his cultivation completely lost? Zhao Kuan shook his head bitterly. The intelligence was flawed. Not only has he recovered, but he's even stronger than before. Then, he relayed Fu Zai's words verbatim to Fu Bai. The study fell into a deathly silence. Fu Bai stood there in a daze, his expression shifting unpredictably. He had always regarded Fu Zai as his greatest threat, scheming tirelessly to eliminate him, even resorting to such extreme measures as assassination. Yet, in the end, the other party hadn't even deigned to acknowledge him, let alone the supreme throne he coveted so desperately. The very thing he had strived for with such fervor, the pinnacle of his ambitions, was treated with disdain in Fu Zai's eyes. Heh! Fu Bai suddenly let out a low, hollow laugh. Slowly, he sank back into his chair, gazing out at the oppressive darkness beyond the window, silent for a long while. For the first time, the murderous intent he harbored toward Fu Zai wavered, replaced by a subtle, creeping apprehension. By the time Fu Zai returned to the inn where he was staying, the night was deep. Pushing open the door to his younger sister Fu Qing's room, he found the little girl sitting at the table, her chin propped in her hands, her eyes fixed anxiously on the doorway, her small face etched with worry. The moment she saw Fu Zai enter, her eyes brightened, and she immediately leapt up, throwing herself into his arms. "Imperial brother, you're back. I was so worried." Fu Zai gently patted her head, offering a warm smile. "It's all right. Just a minor inconvenience. It's already been resolved." "Really? No one bullied you, did they?" Fu Qing tilted her face up, scrutinizing Fu Zai carefully. "Who could possibly bully your imperial brother?" Fu Zai tapped her nose playfully. "Rest easy. It's late. You should sleep. We'll set off for the capital first thing tomorrow." Fu Qing nodded vigorously, her worries finally easing. Watching his sister's innocent sleeping face, Fu Zai's gaze softened. With their father gravely ill, the court in turmoil, and Fu Bai's ambitions running rampant, the capital had long since become a den of dragons and tigers, a treacherous place. At dawn the next day, Fu Zai instructed the generals escorting their return to ensure Fu Qing's safe arrival in the city later, while he himself planned to slip into the palace ahead of them. Word had already reached him from the capital. A grand banquet had been prepared to celebrate his triumphant return. But Fu Zai knew all too well that beneath the surface of this feast, treacherous undercurrents lurked. Especially the whispers regarding the succession. They were far from baseless rumors. Before the matter escalated, he needed to make his stance clear to his father. As night fell once more, Fu Zai donned an unremarkable set of black attire, his figure melting like a phantom into the towering shadows of the imperial palace walls. With a few swift, silent leaps, he bypassed the layers of guards, slipping deeper into the inner palace. Just as he neared the emperor's quarters, an almost imperceptible presence, like a venomous serpent, locked onto him. Fu Zai halted abruptly, his head snapping up as he fixed his gaze on the shadow of an ancient locust tree not far ahead. Swish! A figure, nearly soundless as a specter, shot forth from the darkness. With unparalleled swiftness and a chilling aura of lethal intent, a single finger thrust toward Fu Zai's glabella. Silent, yet carrying the terrifying power to annihilate souls, this ruthless strike aimed straight for the vital point. Such formidable cultivation. A shiver ran down Fu Zai's spine. Without hesitation, his blood surged within as the human emperor's decree instinctively activated. Clenching his right fist, he met the incoming finger with a seemingly simple, yet devastating punch. Thud! Fist and finger collided, releasing a muffled resonance. An invisible shockwave rippled outward, distorting the surrounding air momentarily. The shadowy figure let out a stifled grunt, retreating several paces before revealing himself, a hunched, elderly eunuch clad in unremarkable servant attire. Yet within his murky, aged eyes now raged a storm of disbelief. How is this possible? As a peak 10th realm Qi practitioner, even among the elite of the Frostwhite dynasty, he was a rarity. Having gathered momentum in secrecy, this full-force strike should have critically wounded even a fellow practitioner of equal standing, let alone a mere martial artist. Yet this man before him had effortlessly blocked it with sheer physical strength, and worse, his aura remained steady, completely unharmed. Since when had such a terrifying powerhouse infiltrated the imperial palace? Chapter 16. Your son has no desire for the throne, only the pinnacle of martial arts. The elderly eunuch's murderous intent intensified, suspecting this to be an elite assassin sent by a rival kingdom. Just as he prepared to strike again, Fu Zai's composed voice resonated through the chamber. "Eunuch Fu, it is I?" The old eunuch froze mid-motion, his clouded eyes widening abruptly as he scrutinized Fu Zai's countenance. "Crown Prince," he gasped in disbelief. Though their interactions had been limited, He recognized the imperial family's most prodigious talent. Yet this level of cultivation. Retracting his lethal finger technique, the eunuch's astonishment remained unconcealed. Your Highness returns? Why not enter through the main gates, instead venturing into the palace under cover of night? His earlier strike, though not delivered at full strength, would have felled ordinary warriors. Yet Fu Zai had withstood it without the slightest disturbance to his qi, a terrifying display of power. Hadn't rumors claimed the crown prince's meridians were shattered, rendering him a cripple? Fu Zai brushed his sleeves with serene indifference. Eunuch Fu, desperate times call for unconventional measures. Word has reached me beyond the palace walls. His Majesty intends to name me successor. The old eunuch's eyes flickered, maintaining diplomatic silence. My heart lies elsewhere, Fu Zai declared with quiet finality. With His Majesty's failing health, further distress must be avoided. Were I to refuse during court proceedings, it would wound imperial dignity and destabilize the court. Thus I seek to privately convey my intentions beforehand. Understanding dawned in the eunuch's aged eyes. Having witnessed generations of royal intrigues, he knew these succession rumors hadn't spread spontaneously. Prince Fu Bai's machinations were evident. This seemingly reckless crown prince demonstrated remarkable political acumen and consideration for the greater good. Such temperament was rare indeed. Recalling Fu Zai's terrifying martial display, the eunuch sighed inwardly. The current heir apparent had gravely miscalculated. This crown prince had transcended beyond petty court schemes. Now I comprehend, the eunuch bowed slightly. This old servant acted rashly. Your Highness' wisdom honors us. His Majesty has spoken of you often. Please, follow me. Choosing discretion, he guided Fu Zai past patrolling guards toward the illuminated imperial chambers. Within the side palace adjacent to the Golden Hall, Emperor Fu Tianqi reclined weakly upon the dragon bed. Pallid yet alert. At the approaching footsteps, he lifted weary eyes. When the familiar, upright figure appeared behind the eunuch, the emperor's dim eyes ignited with improbable joy. Struggling upright, his voice trembled. Zai, my son? Can it truly be you? You've returned. Fu Zai strode forward, steadying the emperor with firm hands. Imperial father, this unfilial son has caused you undue worry. Your return is all that matters. The emperor exclaimed hoarsely. All that matters. Fu Tianqi tightly grasped Fu Zai's arm, scrutinizing him with eyes brimming with exhilaration and relief. Your injuries. Imperial father need not worry. Your son has encountered a miraculous opportunity. Not only have my wounds healed completely, but my cultivation has also advanced. Fu Zai explained succinctly. Upon hearing this, Fu Tianqi was overjoyed, nodding repeatedly. Excellent. The heavens have blessed my son. The heavens have blessed Baishuang. Once the initial excitement subsided, Fu Zai took a deep breath as he observed his father's aged countenance and spoke solemnly. Imperial father, the reason for my covert return to the palace is to first report a matter to you. Oh, what matter? Fu Tianqi inquired. Your son has heard. That imperial father intends to appoint me as crown prince. The smile on Fu Tianqi's face faltered slightly, meeting Fu Zai's earnest gaze. He did not appear overly surprised, merely exhaling softly with a complex expression. Zaire, your thoughts. I understand them well. Fu Tianqi patted Fu Zai's hand, his tone laced with a trace of resignation and melancholy. But some matters are not as simple as you imagine. His fingers trembled imperceptibly against Fu Zai's hand, his gaze drifting as if lost in distant memories. Those rumors outside. I have heard some of them. That you have obtained a heaven-sent opportunity. His tone shifted, growing heavy. But Zaire, you are my son. How could I not know your temperament? Since childhood, you have been fiercely independent, bearing every hardship alone. The emperor's eyes brimmed with profound worry and heartache. You had your Dao heart shattered publicly by the Cloudsoar imperial preceptor, your foundation destroyed. You sought medicine from true Martial Mountain, pleaded with those lofty immortals for aid, and what was the result? A note of indignation and helplessness tinged Fu Tianqi's voice. In their eyes, we mortal emperors, these hundreds of millions of subjects, are nothing but ants, unworthy of even a glance compared to their immortal ascension. He studied Fu Zai as if attempting to pierce through his calm facade to the scars hidden beneath. I have always suspected that your return is merely a front, that these so-called opportunities were bought at an even greater price. Tell me truthfully, have you suffered unimaginable grievances? The old emperor's voice trembled, his eyes glistening with unshed tears. The reason I have withstood such pressure, even at the cost of humiliating Fu Bai, to bestow the crown prince's title upon you, it is not favoritism. It is because, in all of Baishuang, only your resilience, your unyielding spirit, surpasses all others. With enemies encircling us, internal strife and external threats, only you may yet steady this crumbling empire. Fu Tianqi inhaled deeply, as though unburdening himself of an immense weight. I know this is unjust to Fu Bai. The court will murmur with dissent. But for Bai Shuang, for the Fu dynasty, if they must hate, let them hate this biased emperor. The heart of a parent is ever pitiable. These words remained unspoken. Yet the crushing weight of paternal love pressed upon Fu Zhe like a mountain. A surge of warmth flooded Fu Zhe's heart, mingled with both gratitude and resignation. After all, Imperial Father still does not believe I have truly been reborn. Indeed, shattered meridians and a broken Tao heart, such injuries, in the eyes of the world, are tantamount to a death sentence for one's martial future. Merely preserving one's life is already a stroke of fortune, let alone defying the heavens to alter fate. Father, Fu Zhe interrupted the emperor's lament with a calm tone. This is not mere bravado. The opportunity one speak of is entirely real. Before his words had fully faded, Fu Zhe willed his thoughts into motion, and the human emperor's decree silently activated. A vast, unstoppable aura surged forth from within him. A soft resonance echoed, accompanied by barely perceptible ripples in space. A spear, its body dark gold and entwined with an ancient, primordial essence, materialized in Fu Zhe's grasp. Upon its shaft, the miniature likenesses of mountains and rivers seemed engraved, while the trajectories of the sun, moon, and stars flickered faintly into view. An overwhelming, majestic, and righteous energy instantly filled the entire imperial chamber. Chapter 17. Pointing straight to the Lishan cave heaven. This aura was not directed at anyone, yet it sent a tremor through the very soul of Fu Tianqi. The exalted emperor who had barely reached the second realm of pure martial prowess through the lavish resources of the royal family. His breath seemed to halt. This was... Fu Tianqi's eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the spear named Shanha, mountains and rivers. Sensing its terrifying majesty, a presence capable of stabilizing the nation's fate and anchoring the world. Though he had not stepped onto the path of true cultivation, relying only on the tempering of his physical body, and though his talent was far from supreme, as the ruler of a kingdom, bearing the fortune of an entire dynasty, he was acutely sensitive to such righteous and indomitable grandeur. The moment the spear manifested, Fu Tianqi even felt an absurd impulse to prostrate himself before it. This was no ordinary weapon. It surpassed even his understanding of divine artifacts. Holding Shanha in his grasp, Fu Zhe's entire demeanor transformed, exuding the solemnity of deep waters and towering peaks, as if he had merged with the pulse of the land beneath his feet and the very heartbeat of the White Frost dynasty. This spear is named Shanha. Fu Zhe's voice rang clearly in Fu Tianqi's ears. It is my life-bound weapon, sharing the same origin as the cultivation method I have obtained. Father may not know, but some time ago, the esteemed Hengshu Zhenren of Jinwu Mountain, who oversees the laws of punishment, witnessed this spear with his own eyes and witnessed my capabilities. Hengshu Zhenren. Fu Tianqi gasped in shock. That was a true high-ranking figure of Jinwu Mountain, a being whose mere step could shake the heavens. Indeed, Fu Zhe nodded. The venerable elder declared that my fortune is extraordinary, no weaker than that of a true disciple of the mountain. Moreover, he personally promised to accept me as a true inheriting junior brother of Jinwu Mountain. Boom. These words struck Fu Tianqi like a bolt of heavenly lightning. A true inheriting junior brother of Jinwu Mountain. Fu Tianqi understood all too well what this meant. It signified that not only had Fu Zhe regained his strength, but he had also obtained the recognition and protection of a top-tier cultivation sect, something even the imperial family had long coveted. All his worries vanished in that instant, replaced by an indescribable euphoria. Gazing at his son, whose presence now radiated unshakable resolve, spear in hand, Fu Tianqi seemed to glimpse a new dawn rising over the White Frost dynasty. Good, splendid. The aged emperor trembled with excitement, tears spilling from his clouded eyes. He seized Fu Zhe's arm, his words tumbling out in disarray. Heaven blesses my son. Heaven blesses White Frost. Heaven blesses us all. Fu Zhe retracted Shanha, and the majestic aura within the chamber gradually dissipated. Steadying his overjoyed father, he spoke softly. Father, my heart is set. In this life, I seek only the pinnacle of martial arts. As for the position of crown prince, I ask that you select another, more worthy candidate. At this moment, Fu Tianqi had no intention of pressuring Fu Zhe to inherit the throne. The status of a true inheriting junior brother of Jinwu Mountain carried weight that, in some respects, surpassed even that of the white frost crown prince. He nodded repeatedly. Good, good, I understand. I shall grant you your wish. Zaire, with such ambition. Your father is proud of you. Having made all necessary arrangements, Fu Zai lingered no longer. After offering a few words of solace to his father, he quietly departed the imperial bedchamber. Guided by the trusted eunuch Fu, he once again evaded the palace guards and slipped out of the imperial palace unnoticed. When he rejoined the welcoming party outside the city walls, his countenance was serene, as though he had merely taken a leisurely stroll in the rear courtyard. The following day, news of Crown Prince Fu Zai's triumphant return after vanquishing the enemy general spread throughout the capital. As was customary, a grand victory banquet was held in the palace's side hall. Amidst fluttering banners and the resonant sounds of bells and drums, Fu Zai, clad in his princely robes adorned with serpent motifs, processed through streets emptied by the gathered populace. Cheered by the common folk, he entered the imperial city surrounded by generals and civil officials alike. At the celebratory feast, wine cups clinked in toasts while song and dance filled the air with merriment. Crown Prince Fu Bai, seated slightly below the place of honor, observed his elder brother, the center of attention, conversing and laughing with effortless charm, with a heart full of conflicting emotions that left him restless. He had presumed Fu Zai's covert visit to the palace the previous night was to lodge a complaint with their father, exposing Fu Bai's dispatch of Zhao Kuan to ambush him. He had even braced himself for severe reprimands from the emperor, perhaps even the stripping of some of his privileges. Yet the day passed without incident. No ripple disturbed the palace's calm waters. Their father showed no signs of agitation, and Fu Zai carried himself as if nothing untoward had occurred. This silence only deepened Fu Bai's unease, pressing upon his heart like an immovable boulder. He recalled the secret report from Zhao Kuan's lieutenant, describing Fu Zai's inexplicably surging prowess, and the subtle implication that Fu Zai had shown unexpected restraint. Could it be that his elder brother? Gazing at Fu Zai's composed visage, Fu Bai's face flushed with heat as he remembered his own schemes and ruthless actions. After several rounds of wine, Fu Bai drew a deep breath. Pushing through the crowd, he approached Fu Zai with a cup in hand. Elder brother, Fu Bai's voice was hoarse, yet his manner unprecedentedly earnest. Previously, this younger brother acted rashly and offended you grievously. This cup is my apology. With that, he drained his wine, adopting an exceptionally humble posture. The surrounding clamor seemed to hush momentarily as all eyes turned to the once estranged brothers. Fu Zai regarded Fu Bai with tranquil, unreadable eyes. Without uttering unnecessary words, he slowly raised his own cup, offering a silent toast before drinking it dry. Let us share this cup. For simple words, no interrogation, no recrimination. Meeting Fu Zai's forthright gaze, the boulder in Fu Bai's heart finally lifted, replaced by an ineffable lightness. He knew that from this moment onward, the invisible barrier between them had temporarily dissolved. The banquet's atmosphere reignited with fervor. As the celebration neared its conclusion, with guests flushed with wine and camaraderie, Fu Zai suddenly rose and surveyed the assembly. Honored guests, he announced clearly, taking advantage of this auspicious occasion, there is a matter Fu Zai wishes to declare. Silence fell once more as all attention focused on the recently victorious crown prince. Fu Zai's tone remained measured, yet each word carried undeniable weight. Once this matter is concluded, I shall embark on my journey to cultivate at the luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven. Luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven? These 4 words struck like a thunderbolt upon the celebratory banquet's canopy, instantly transforming the clamorous atmosphere into a deathly silence where even a needle's drop could be heard. Countless gazes converged upon Fu Zai in unison. The White Frost dynasty, after all, remains but a mundane kingdom nestled in a remote corner of this vast landscape. For the overwhelming majority, the pursuit of cultivation and immortality exists merely as ethereal legends whispered among common folk. The luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven, a celestial paradise mentioned only in ancient texts and by supreme cultivators, might as well be stars in the 9th heaven, utterly unattainable. The crown prince intends to cultivate in such a place? Preposterous. After a brief silence, irrepressible murmurs spread like tidal waves. The luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven? Did I hear correctly? That's the legendary sacred land of immortals. His Highness the Crown Prince. This. Madness. How could mere mortals from our dynasty aspire to such heights? Even prodigious disciples from supreme sects require tremendous fortune and sacrifice to enter the luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven. To them, this crown prince, who had only recently revealed his brilliance by rescuing the dynasty from peril, remained too youthful and impulsive, intoxicated by momentary triumph to dare dream of ascending to heaven's path. Chapter 18. The Inverted Mountain, Here I Come. Fu Tianqi's brow furrowed deeply. His momentarily eased heart once again weighed down by tension. He understood the significance of the luminous pearl cavern and the immense peril and hardship it entailed. His lips parted as if to dissuade, yet words failed him. Crown Prince Fu Bai's expression was equally complex as he gazed at his elder brother, disbelief swirling in his eyes. He had just begun to let go of his grievances. Was his brother now determined to walk a path of certain doom? Amidst the murmurs and restless hearts of the gathered crowd, the luminous pearl cavern, an intriguing destination indeed. A deep, resonant voice, carrying an inexplicable force that pierced through the soul, drifted in from beyond the hall, reaching every ear with crystalline clarity. The voice bore an uncanny power, instantly silencing all clamor. A shiver ran through the assembly as all eyes turned toward the grand entrance. Beneath the night sky, a figure descended soundlessly, treading upon the air itself. Clad in simple Taoist robes, his features weathered yet composed, his gaze detached, he descended step by step, as though strolling through a tranquil garden, until his feet alighted upon the center of the banquet hall, untainted by even a speck of dust. His poise, his bearing, it was as though an immortal had descended to the mortal realm, exuding an intangible pressure that instilled awe in every soul present. From the common folk to Emperor Fu Tianqi himself, the newcomer swept his gaze across the hall before settling upon Fu Zhe, giving a slight nod. Then, with a cupped fist, he bowed toward the throne. Hung Shu of the true Martial Mountain, arriving uninvited. I apologize for disrupting His Majesty's banquet. Pausing briefly, his voice remained steady yet carried undeniable weight. However, the legacy of the Qingchuan lineage's founder now resides within our Five Paths Mountain. Fu Zhe bears this karmic bond, and thus belongs within the gates of true Martial Mountain. I have come to confirm this. True Martial Mountain, an immortal, the Qingchuan lineage. The sheer magnitude of the revelation sent the entire hall into an even deeper state of shock. Immortal Elder, Fu Tianqi exclaimed, leaping from his dragon throne, all imperial dignity forgotten as he hurried down the steps and bowed deeply to Hung Shu. Your esteemed presence honors us. That my unworthy son has caught your attention is nothing short of divine favor upon White Frost. This is entirely due to your boundless grace. The aged emperor stammered, his face flushed with exhilaration. The court officials stood dumbfounded, exchanging stunned glances, their minds roiling with disbelief. True Martial Mountain, that was one of the legendary cultivation sects, spoken of in the same breath as the founders of the three teachings. And now, a prince of White Frost had drawn the attention of such an immortal sect? What incomparable glory! All doubts and skepticism evaporated instantly before the mere mention of true Martial Mountain. Observing Fu Tianqi's near-fawning demeanor, Hung Shu remained impassive, offering only a faint smile as he helped the emperor rise. Your Majesty flatters me. To encounter one such as Fu Zhe, endowed with exceptional talent and flourishing fortune, is a rare opportunity even for true Martial Mountain. Exceptional talent, flourishing fortune, and a rare opportunity for true Martial Mountain. What an extraordinary evaluation. Hung Shu's words once again elevated Fu's standing in the eyes of all, transcending the measure of mortal perception. Fu Tianqi trembled with excitement, nodding fervently. Indeed, the immortal speaks the truth. The celebratory banquet concluded amidst an atmosphere both eerie and exhilarated. Under the deep night sky, within a secluded side chamber of the imperial palace, Fu and Hung Shu stood facing each other. Senior brother. This junior has indeed resolved to journey to the luminous Pearl Grotto. Fu reaffirmed his decision. Hung Shu's expression betrayed no surprise, as though he had long anticipated this. With a flick of his wrist, two weighty, antiquely styled pouches materialized in his hands, which he extended toward Fu. To the luminous Pearl Grotto? No surprise. Take these. 2 sacks of grain rain coins for your travels. Fu accepted them, feeling their slight heft, the pouches faintly shimmering at their openings. He understood well that these were no ordinary currency, but the hard currency of the cultivation world, priceless beyond measure. For Hung Shu to bestow 2 sacks at once spoke volumes of their staggering worth. Rumors held that merely crossing the threshold into the luminous Pearl Grotto required an entire sack of grain rain coins as toll. The journey ahead would be fraught with countless trials and obstacles, and though these 2 sacks seemed ample, Each coin would demand prudent expenditure. Fuse carefully stowed the pouches away, then clasped his hands in solemn salute. My deepest gratitude for senior brother's generosity. Then, lifting his gaze, his eyes clear and unwavering, he met Hongshu's. Senior brother, does the true Martial Mountain have any instructions or expectations of this junior? A flicker of imperceptible approval passed through Hongshu's eyes as he regarded Fuse's forthright demeanor. This one seems different from those in the sect who only know how to demand and flaunt their talents. He carries himself with neither servility nor arrogance. The true Martial Mountain had stood atop the peaks for countless ages, selecting disciples solely based on innate aptitude, never inquiring into virtue or character. For what they contended for was the single-plank bridge leading to the supreme heights, the ruthless, winner-takes-all struggle of the great Tao. Compassion and righteousness often paled before absolute power and brutal competition. Yet now, in Fuse, Hongshu seemed to glimpse the faintest hint of a different possibility. The thought flashed and vanished. Hongshu swiftly reined in his musings. With the opening of the luminous Pearl Grotto imminent, time was of the essence, leaving no room for lengthy discourse. With another flick of his wrist, he produced 3 palm-sized brocade pouches embroidered with cloud patterns and handed them to Fuse. The grotto's opening draws near. Brief words must suffice. Keep these 3 pouches safe. Should you face dilemmas or mortal peril, open them in sequence. They may prove of aid. Remember, within the luminous Pearl Grotto, fortune and peril walk hand in hand. Proceed with utmost caution. Fuse received the pouches with gravity and bowed once more. This junior shall heed senior brother's teachings. Hongshu gave a nod, then vanished in an instant, as though he had never been there at all. Alone in the chamber, Fuse ran his fingers over the pouches and coin sacks, his gaze profound and unfathomable. My younger sister Fu Qing's innate talent, when I probed it with the imperial aura of the human emperor, was not the most exceptional, yet it was still quite commendable. With some fortuitous opportunities for refinement, she might very well embark upon the path of cultivation in the future. The mere thought of that ever-dependent sister of mine, with her limpid and guileless gaze, weighed heavily upon Fu Zhe's heart with a profound sense of responsibility. This White Frost dynasty is ultimately too small a pond to contain a true dragon. To secure her future, to grant her the autonomy to forge her own destiny rather than becoming a sacrificial pawn in political machinations. This journey to the luminous Pearl Grotto heaven, aside from my own cultivation, must also yield several serendipitous encounters to pave her path forward. As night receded and the first light of dawn emerged, Fu Zhe followed the subtle guidance of senior brother Hongshu, riding the wind westward. After traversing countless mountains and rivers, there finally loomed into view a towering, precipitous mountain, so majestic it seemed to hang inverted from the heavens themselves. The Inverted Mountain. Chapter 19. Encountering an eccentric, the towering mountain stood majestic, its waist enshrouded in swirling mists. The very structure of the peak seemed inverted, as though it had grown upside down, with countless waterfalls cascading like silver rivers from its base, their thunderous roar shaking the heavens. Bizarre rocks and twisted trees dotted the landscape, while shimmering arrays of mystical seals flickered intermittently amidst the terrain. At the foot of the mountain stretched a vast plain, now transformed into a sprawling marketplace. Streaks of light, flying artifacts and cultivators on the move, darted to and fro. Countless practitioners hurried about, some alone, others in small groups. Their clamor and fluctuating auras weaving together into a chaotic yet vibrant tapestry of cultivation society. Is this the true world of cultivation? The scene was utterly unlike the secluded tranquility of the White Frost dynasty. Fu Zhe suppressed his aura, concealing the mountain river spear within his sleeve as he stepped forward, appearing no different from any ordinary traveler. His gaze swept across the bustling stalls, each laden with exotic treasures and curiosities, many of which he had never even heard of before. Just then, a sharp, oily voice slithered into his ears. Fortune-telling, palmistry, bone-reading, unerring divination. Young master, I see darkness between your brows. Your luck is murky. A great calamity looms near. Fu Zhe turned to see a disheveled old Taoist in tattered robes, his hair a wild mess, clutching a broken fan with only half its ribs remaining. The man's shifty eyes gleamed as he waved the fan theatrically, spittle flying with every word. Another charlatan? Fu Zhe frowned slightly, but made no reply, turning to leave. Such tricks were commonplace in the mortal world. Ah, don't go, young master. To his surprise, the old Taoist blurred into motion, appearing before him with ghostly swiftness. far faster than Fu Zhe had anticipated. This humble Taoist speaks no falsehood. Your countenance bears nobility. Yet it is shrouded in baleful energy, a sign of the hidden dragon in the abyss, crowned by blood light. If you do not heed my counsel, calamity shall befall you within 3 days. The old man's face was the picture of earnest concern, though his spittle nearly sprayed onto Fu Zhe's face. Fu Zhe paused, his eyes narrowing. That movement technique. There is skill here. No ordinary swindler. His guard rose instantly, though his expression remained unreadable. This inverted mountain is a den of snakes and dragons. Stirring trouble upon arrival would be unwise. Venerable Taoist, Fu Zhe replied evenly. I am but a prince from a mortal dynasty, newly arrived in search of opportunity. Fate and fortune are heaven's will. There is no need for your concern. I shall bear my own consequences. He deliberately emphasized his mortal royalty, hoping the man would back down. After all, to true cultivators, worldly titles meant nothing. This realm is said to harbor dragons and tigers, masters who wander in disguise, even women masquerading as men. Humility is the wiser path. To his surprise, the old Taoist did not leave upon hearing this. Instead, he let out a sly chuckle, revealing a set of yellowed teeth. His sharp eyes glinting as he pointed a tattered fan at Fu Zhe's waist. Prince, young man, you jest, do you not? Out here. Who isn't spinning tales about their identity. But those 2 pouches at your waist, bulging and faintly shimmering with spiritual energy, are they not the hard currency of the cultivation world, the grain rain coins? Lowering his voice, the old Taoist spoke with a tone of smug omniscience. No ordinary prince would carry such treasures, let alone 2 pouches of them. Young man, your identity is far from simple. Boom. Fu Zhe's pupils contracted sharply. A bone-chilling surge of killing intent erupted from the depths of his heart. He could see through the grain rain coins I concealed so carefully. These 2 pouches had been gifted to him by his senior brother Hung Shu. Critical funds for his journey to the luminous pearl cave and a subtle testament to his true status. This must not be revealed. This old Taoist's discernment is terrifyingly sharp. He cannot be allowed to live. The air around Fu Zhe thickened with tension, his right hand instinctively tightening, ready to summon his mountain river spear and erase this threat where he stood. Just as the confrontation reached its breaking point. Hey, you old charlatan, blocking the road again with your swindling? Are you trying to ruin my business? A clear, sharp, and spirited woman's voice cut through the tension like sunlight piercing dark clouds. Fu Zhe's killing intent faltered slightly as he turned toward the source. Nearby, in front of a street-side inn, stood a woman in her early 30s, her charm undiminished by time. Clad in a simple apron dress, a cleaning rag in hand. She stood with arms akimbo, glaring at the old Taoist with undisguised irritation. At the sound of her voice, the old Taoist's smug expression collapsed into visible discomfort. Ah, Mistress Lu, a misunderstanding, I assure you. He stammered, hastily adopting a servile demeanor. This humble priest was merely exchanging pleasantries with the young master. I'll be on my way, on my way. With a meaningful glance at Fu Zhe, he muttered, Boy, I'll find you again. Then, like an eel slipping into water, he vanished into the bustling crowd. Fu Zhe slowly unclenched his fist, suppressing the icy intent, and turned to the woman who had intervened. Wiping her hands casually with the rag, Mistress Lu approached, studying him with a shrewd yet amiable smile, the practiced expression of a seasoned businesswoman. Don't mind him, young master. That old fraud, half-immortal sigh, loves pestering newcomers with his nonsense. Barely a word of truth in 10. I'm Mistress Lu, owner of the Welcome Inn over there. And you are? Her words came rapid fire, carrying the straightforward charm of a woman well-versed in the ways of the world. I am Fu Zhe, and I am deeply grateful for Madame Lu's timely intervention. Fu Zhe clasped his fists in salute, his demeanor neither obsequious nor arrogant. Fu Zhe. Madame Lu murmured the name, then chuckled lightly. Oh, it was nothing. The cultivators who come to this Mount Daoxian, I've seen countless of them, all hoping to venture into the luminous pearl cave heaven in search of fortune and opportunity. People come and go, each with their own stories. She paused, her gaze lingering on Fu Zhe once more, her eyes now tinged with surprise and scrutiny. However, for someone as young as you, Brother Fu Zhe, to already stand firmly at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, with such pure and unyielding vitality, and a foundation so impeccably solid, clearly, you walk the path of the pure martial artist. Now that is truly a rare sight. A jolt of shock surged through Fu Zhe's heart. She saw through my cultivation realm in an instant, and even discerned that I am a pure martial artist. After all, The human emperor's decree he cultivated was exceptionally unique, and with the system's concealment, his aura was deeply restrained. Ordinary cultivators could never perceive his true depth. This Mount Daoxian truly conceals dragons and crouches tigers. A seemingly ordinary innkeeper, yet with such piercing insight? To see through a fourth realm peak, pure martial artist at a glance. Her own cultivation. Fu Zhe's gaze toward Madame Lu shifted instantly. This Madame Lu is likely no ordinary figure. Her realm may far surpass the fourth realm, and she herself might be a pure martial artist of extraordinary attainment. For a woman to tread the martial path was already several times more arduous than for a man. To achieve such heights was rarer than phoenix feathers and unicorn horns. This innkeeper is anything but simple. Chapter 20. Disciple of Jinwu Mountain. Fu Zhe's thoughts raced like lightning as his profound gaze lingered upon the ever-smiling, yet seemingly all-seeing Madame Lu. In this vast world of swords and shadows, one must never underestimate the ordinary folk who dwell in humble alleys. How many earth-shaking figures had once hidden within the mundane, their brilliance concealed beneath unremarkable appearances? Fragments of memory from countless tomes flashed through his mind as he sought any trace of this Madame Lu of Yulai. Yet he found nothing. Either she was merely an ordinary woman with sharp eyes, or her stature surpassed even the records of the original tale. But now, he was no longer the ignorant youth of yesteryear. Fu Zhe straightened imperceptibly, an unshakable confidence surging within him. With the human emperor system at his disposal, the divine weapon Shanhe in his grasp, and the towering might of Jinwu Mountain at his back, not to mention the recognition and gifts bestowed by Elder Hongshu, he was no longer that solitary ghost forced to hide in fear, lest he bring calamity upon the White Frost dynasty. A hint of edge, when necessary, must be shown. In this lawless land of the inverted mountain, excessive modesty might only invite unnecessary trouble. With this realization, a composed smile curved his lips as he met Madame Lu's probing gaze and declared openly, Madame Lu's discernment is indeed unparalleled. To be frank with you, in my earlier years, I did tread the path of dual cultivation, both qi refinement and martial arts. He paused, his tone carrying the weight of one who had weathered great trials and choices. However, by a twist of fate, I abandoned the former and thus, by sheer fortune, managed to glimpse the threshold of the fourth realm as a pure martial artist. Boom. Though his words were measured, they struck Madame Lu's tranquil heart like a boulder cast into still waters. What? Dual cultivation of qi refinement and martial arts, and then forsaking the former to pursue the latter? Her ever-present smile nearly faltered as a tempest raged beneath her composed demeanor. The path of cultivation was treacherous. A single misstep could lead to eternal ruin. To shift one's foundation after achieving progress was akin to rebirth, and to abandon the seemingly more promising path of qi refinement for the grueling, thorn-ridden road of pure martial arts? What heaven-defying fortune must he have encountered? Or perhaps, behind him stood an entity so vast that it could overturn the very laws of cultivation and reshape his destiny? Either possibility meant this seemingly unremarkable youth before her was no one to be trifled with. Giggle. Madame Lu covered her lips with her sleeve, her laughter now laced with deliberate warmth and newfound respect, artfully masking her inner turmoil. So young Master Fu has such a storied past. Truly admirable. This humble one is in awe. Come inside. The streets are no place for such discussions. With a graceful turn, she ushered him into the inn with newfound deference, daring not to probe further into his origins or cultivation. Fu Zhe followed quietly, his gaze casually sweeping across the inn's main hall. The interior of Yulai Inn was simply furnished yet clean and tidy, with seemingly thriving business. Numerous cultivators bearing swords and knives, exuding fierce auras, were drinking and feasting amidst boisterous clamor. However, when Fu Zhe's eyes passed over a table near the counter, his steps faltered slightly, his pupils contracting imperceptibly. There sat an unusually tall man. Even while seated, he towered over ordinary standing men by a full head. Clad in plain short robes, his bronzed and muscular arms were exposed, sinewy like gnarled tree roots. Merely sitting there, he exuded a mountainous, unshakable presence. This physique, this aura. Unmistakable. The mountain-moving ape. A ripple of shock surged through Fu Zhe's heart. The mountain-moving ape, one of the founding ancestors of Xingyang Mountain. Notorious for his fiery temper and formidable strength. A renowned great demon of the vast virtuous world. What was he doing in this chaotic den of Mount Daoxian? In an instant, Fuzhe recalled a scene from the original Sword Coming, when the protagonist Chen Pingan first ventured into the martial world. He had nearly fallen prey to schemers in a similar and due to his ignorance of the unspoken rules. Yet, the young nobles accompanying him, like that fan-wielding fellow, remained unscathed. Lost in thought, Fuzhe mused, those scions of noble houses, when traveling abroad, never failed to subtly flaunt their prestigious affiliations, both as a mark of status and an invisible deterrent. His fingers unconsciously brushed his waist, where no token of Zhenwu Mountain hung. It seemed his half-truthful confession to Madame Lu, claiming to be a former qi cultivator turned martial artist, had inadvertently spared him from potential probing or even robbery. Fuzhe chuckled inwardly. Truly, Mount Daoxian was a place where every step held peril, every corner concealed hidden schemes. Composing himself, he averted his gaze from the suspected mountain-moving ape and prepared to follow Madame Lu upstairs to settle in. Yet, just as his foot touched the first step, "Young man, stay a moment." A deep, authoritative voice rang out, brooking no refusal. Fuzhe halted, slowly turning toward the source. It was the towering man. The mountain-moving ape had risen, now blocking the staircase. His hawk-like eyes scrutinized Fuzhe with sharp intensity, brows furrowed. "Oh." Fuzhe arched an eyebrow, meeting the gaze calmly as the human emperor's decree silently stirred within him, his chi and blood poised for action. The mountain-moving ape spoke gruffly, thick with suspicion. "You, lad, so young, yet your martial prowess is remarkable. But this aura of yours, it reeks of Zhenwu Mountain-esque lineage, and an exceptionally refined one at that." He paused, his gaze growing sharper. "I, the old ape, have spent quite some years roaming these mountains, the pure martial artists of the vast virtuous world. Especially the outstanding younger generation from various peaks, are all somewhat known to me. Yet you seem utterly unfamiliar. Speak, are you a newly accepted closed-door disciple of true Martial Mountain, hidden deep enough to escape notice? Or have you committed some unspeakable act, betraying your sect and fleeing alone?" As his words fell, an overwhelming pressure, as tangible as towering mountains, bore down upon Fuzhe. This was not merely verbal probing, but an outright suppression of aura. Hearing this, Fuzhe curled his lips into a cold, mocking sneer. "Heh." A light chuckle escaped him, laced with undisguised derision. "Old senior, with age, it seems both your vision and wits have dulled." Meeting the mountain-moving ape's glare, one that would send ordinary fourth-realm martial artists trembling, he stood his ground unyieldingly, his tone suddenly turning sharp. "Whether I, Fuzhe, am a disciple of true Martial Mountain or a traitor, what concern is it of yours? Since when do the internal affairs of true Martial Mountain require the meddling of an outsider, an old ape from righteous Sun Mountain?" Chapter 21. The Mountain-Moving Ape Impudence. The mountain-moving ape bellowed in fury, his aura surging violently, causing the tables and chairs to tremble faintly. "I guard this place precisely to nip threats in the bud and eradicate all lurking dangers that might undermine the righteous path. You, with your dubious origins and eerie presence, how could I stand idly by?" Listening to the ape's self-righteous tirade, Fuzhe found it utterly laughable. Eradicate dangers? Nip threats in the bud. His gaze swept over the solemn old ape, who fancied himself the embodiment of justice. And a flicker of pity and mockery passed through his eyes. "You old fool, treating lives as worthless grass, wielding tyranny under the guise of righteousness, all to shield your precious junior sister, Tao Zi of Zhengyang Mountain. Yet little do you know, the very girl you cherish and protect will one day, for her own ambition and status, coldly orchestrate your demise, your beloved grandmaster's death by her own hand." How bitterly ironic. Meeting the ape's blazing glare, Fuzhe remained utterly unshaken, even amused. This old ape, for all his brute strength, was nothing but a foul-tempered brute. Very well, he mused, given his tragic fate, a word of warning might serve as a kindness, a small mercy befitting my foresight as a transmigrator. The sardonic curl of his lips faded, replaced by an almost sorrowful gaze as he shook his head gently. "Elder, there is a saying, karma is a cycle, and retribution is inevitable. The one you now hold dear, whom you would die to protect, may one day forget your kindness, or worse, send you to your grave herself." His voice was soft, yet the words struck like thunder in the ape's heart. "You, what did you say?" The mountain-moving ape's eyes bulged, his aura erupting in unrestrained fury. A tempest of energy whirled around him, shaking the inn's hall. Tables and chairs rattled, cups toppled, and weaker cultivators paled, stumbling back as the oppressive force stole their breath. His glare bore into Fuzhe, as if he wished to tear him apart limb by limb. "Brat, you dare curse me?" Yet Fu Zhe merely regarded him with calm, his gaze clear yet fathomless, as if piercing through time itself. The ape's chest heaved violently, veins bulging like coiling dragons beneath his bronze skin. The urge to crush this insolent youth into pulp nearly overwhelmed him. But reason prevailed. This boy, his aura is strange, his eyes stranger still. Does he know something? And he mentioned Jinwu Mountain. That old fox Hingshu. Could it be? Thoughts raced through the ape's mind before hardening into a stifled snort. With great effort, he reined in his fury, though suspicion now mingled with his lingering rage. "Humph, brat. Out of possible ties to Jinwu Mountain, I'll spare you today. Don't let me see your face again." With a sharp flick of his sleeve, he turned away, his voice icy with dismissal. "Begone." The words sounded lofty and righteous, yet in truth they merely provided a convenient excuse to save face. Engaging in combat with a junior would bring no glory in victory. And if this young man truly turned out to be some hidden treasure of Jinwu Mountain or a contingency plan of that old fox Hingshu, wouldn't it invite unnecessary trouble? Upon hearing this, Fu Zhe's lips curled into an unmistakable smirk of derision. "Pathetic old fool." He uttered these 3 words softly, yet they carried clearly to the mountain-moving ape's ears like 3 silent slaps across the face. Without sparing another glance at the blustering yet cowardly old ape, Fu Zhe turned with effortless grace and ascended the stairs to the 2nd floor. His back remained straight, his steps steady, devoid of hesitation or fear. The moment he turned away, Fu Zhe sensed a faint but unmistakable tremor within him. The mysterious human emperor system seemed to stir. In that intangible moment, it was as though an exceedingly delicate yet undeniably real thread had connected to something unseen. Causality. A flicker of realization passed through his mind. Had the old ape actually taken his words to heart? The corner of Fu Zhe's lips lifted in a subtle, knowing arc. Of course, a great demon who had lived for untold centuries, one capable of founding his own sect. How could he truly be a complete fool, merely blinded by familial affection and favoritism? Perhaps my offhand remark might spare him some future sorrow. This faint thread of karmic opportunity, though slight, lifted Fu Zhe's spirits. It appeared that the laws of these extraterrestrial beings did not merely bestow power. They also granted the ability to perceive and influence the trajectories of fate. From Madame Lu, Fu Zhe had obtained crucial information. In 2 days' time, a grand flying vessel would depart from Mount Daoxian, bound for luminous Pearl Grotto. Truly, fortune favors the prepared. Without further delay, Fu Zhe returned to his room and immediately immersed himself in cultivation, seizing every possible moment. The human emperor scripture cycled steadily within him, its vast blood chi surging like a roaring river, refining and tempering his body. A golden radiance shimmered faintly across his skin as an imperious, domineering aura, one befitting a sovereign, permeated the air. Though he deliberately restrained it, the atmosphere in the room grew thick and heavy, as though weighed down by unseen pressure. Luminous Pearl Grotto. According to the original trajectory of events, there lay a mud dragon on the cusp of transforming into a flood dragon, one that carried no small measure of aquatic fortune. If I can refine it, my human emperor scripture will undoubtedly ascend to greater heights. With single-minded focus, Fu Zhe submerged his consciousness into cultivation, savoring each incremental gain in strength. Time slipped away unnoticed in this monotonous yet fulfilling endeavor. Approximately a day and a half later, just as Fu Zhe was on the verge of breaking through a minor bottleneck in the human emperor scripture, the faint thread of causality within him suddenly flared to life. A surge of pure, revitalizing energy manifested out of nowhere, cascading like nourishing rain through his meridians, invigorating his blood chi and spirit. Is this karmic feedback? Transformed into a blessing of fortune? Joy surged within Fu Zhe's heart. He could distinctly perceive that under the blessing of this auspicious energy, the previously stagnant bottleneck in his cultivation was showing subtle signs of loosening. The circulation speed of the human emperor's decree also abruptly accelerated by several degrees. At this very moment, thud, 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 heavy and urgent knocking resounded, interrupting Fu Zhe's meditation. With a slight furrow of his brow, Fu Zhe gradually withdrew his energy, a flicker of displeasure flashing through his eyes. Rising to open the door, he was met with the towering figure of the mountain-moving ape, whose imposing stature resembled a small mountain. Yet now, the mountain-moving ape bore no trace of his previous fury or arrogance. Instead, his expression was laden with a complex gravity, Without waiting for Fuzhe to speak, he strode directly into the room and closed the door behind him. Then, from within his robes, he produced a weighty cloth pouch and tossed it onto the table with a crisp, melodious clatter, revealing a sack filled with grain rain coins. Chapter 22. I've taken a liking to this room of yours. Having completed these tasks, the mountain-moving ape sat grandly upon the chair, which emitted a groan under his weight. He raised his large, bell-like eyes and fixed them intently upon Fuzhe, his voice deep and resonant as he inquired, "Young man, tell me truthfully, were those words you spoke the other day prompted by that old Taoist Heng Shu from Jinwu Mountain to enlighten me?" His tone carried a trace of inquiry, a hint of confirmation, and a sliver of lingering fear. "That old man and we had some dealings many years ago. All these years, I've devoted myself wholly to Xingyang Mountain. Had it not been for your words, had I not kept a cautious mind to verify." He did not continue, but the faint chill in his gaze spoke volumes. Fuzhe understood immediately. So fast. In just over a day, he had already tested Tao Zi. It seemed the outcome had been far from favorable. He marveled inwardly at the old ape's swift action, yet his expression remained composed, as serene as ever. "You jest, elder." Fuzhe shook his head slightly. "As I said before, my encounter with Taoist Heng Shu was merely a passing acquaintance. As for those words," he paused, allowing a perfectly measured look of innocence to surface. "Perhaps it was merely a stroke of luck on my part, a spontaneous thought, spoken without deeper meaning. It should not be taken seriously." The mountain-moving ape studied Fuzhe deeply, as if searching for any trace of deception. But he was disappointed. The young man before him was as calm as a fathomless pool, utterly inscrutable. Finally, he let out a heavy snort and ceased his questioning. "Whether it was luck or someone guiding you from the shadows." The ape pointed at the pouch of grain rain coins on the table, his tone brusque, yet carrying an undercurrent of solemnity. "This favor, I shall remember. Consider these coins my thanks." Fuzhe smiled faintly and, without hesitation, tucked the pouch away. "This is tangible benefit, no reason to refuse. Moreover, it was simply the karmic reward he deserved. Then this junior shall accept with gratitude." For the remainder of the day, the mountain-moving ape spoke little, though his gaze occasionally lingered on Fuzhe with a complex expression, as though reassessing this seemingly fortunate young man. Soon, 2 days had passed. Amidst the melodious call of a horn, an immense flying vessel, resembling a floating mountain, descended slowly upon the designated docking area of the inverted mountain. Its hull was engraved with intricate runes, emitting a faint spiritual glow, majestic and awe-inspiring. Fuzhe followed the crowd, boarding the vessel alongside the mountain-moving ape and the faintly discernible Zhenyang mountain cultivators accompanying him. The interior of the flying vessel was vast, akin to a small town. Cultivators came and went in an endless stream. Uninterested in the bustle, Fuzhe sought out his assigned chamber and once again secluded himself, immersing fully in the cultivation of the human emperor's decree, shutting out the clamor of the outside world. The vessel cleaved through the sea of clouds, speeding toward the boundless azure heavens. And so, 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the flying vessel seemed to dock at a large market midway to replenish supplies and take on new passengers. Fuzhe remained secluded in his chamber, indifferent to the outside world. His aura grew increasingly profound and restrained. His martial cultivation at the peak of the fourth realm subtly exuding a sense of harmony and clarity under the dual influence of the human emperor's decree and the power of blessings. Just as his spirit reached its most concentrated state, tap, 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 a series of gentle knocks sounded at the door, a stark contrast to the mountain-moving ape's brutish clamor. Fuzhe slowly opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. "Who now?" Rising to his feet, he approached the door and pulled it open without ceremony. Light spilled inward, illuminating the figure outside. A graceful woman stood there, her slender form draped in a flowing green dress, her delicate features alight with curiosity as her bright eyes studied him intently. "Yunxiao Mountain, Kai Jinjian," she announced, her voice crisp yet laced with an innate sense of superiority, as if the mere mention of her name were a grand favor bestowed upon him. Fuzhe's gaze remained unperturbed. "Yunxiao Mountain? Sounds vaguely familiar. A minor faction near the luminous Pearl Grotto, if I recall." His thoughts flickered swiftly, but his expression remained indifferent. "What do you want?" Kai Jinjian seemed taken aback by his coldness. Her willow-thin brows twitched imperceptibly before her lips curled into a faintly disdainful smile. With a flick of her jade-like hand, 2 crystalline Guyu coins arced through the air, coming to a precise halt before Fu Zhe, spinning in place with a delicate chime. "I want this room," she declared, tilting her chin slightly, her tone brooking no argument. "Take these coins and leave." Fu Zhe. He was almost amused. 2 Guyu coins? Is she trying to bribe a beggar? A flicker of understanding crossed his mind. No wonder this fairy Kai nearly lost her life in the luminous Pearl Grotto in the original story. With this temperament and that mouth, she is practically a walking disaster, offending people wherever she goes. He couldn't even be bothered to respond. A subtle surge of human emperor's decree energy stirred within him. A gentle yet inexorable force emanated from his palm, wrapping around the suspended coins and propelling them back toward Kai Jinjian with precision. The residual energy brushed lightly against her chest, harmless, yet carrying enough finesse to send her stumbling back 2 steps. The coins clattered to the ground, rolling to a stop at her feet. "No." Fu Zhe's voice was flat, as if stating the simplest of facts. Bang! The door shut decisively before him, completely sealing off Kai Jinjian's face, which had instantly turned ashen with a mix of disbelief and seething fury. Outside, Kai Jinjian trembled with rage, her chest heaving rapidly. How preposterous! As a true disciple of Yunxiao Mountain, wherever she went, was she not revered and flattered? When had she ever suffered such humiliation? A nameless nobody who dared not even reveal his identity. How dare he treat her like this? Fine. Very well. She gritted her teeth, her eyes glinting with cold malice. An insolent wretch. This young lady would see for herself what gave him the audacity to defy her. Unwilling to swallow this insult, she swept her gaze down the corridor, her mind already scheming. She would find a few eager cultivators to teach that blind fool inside a proper lesson. Just then, a gentle voice sounded behind her. "Junior Sister Jinjian, what has angered you so?" Turning, she saw a refined and scholarly man in a blue robe, his expression warm with a faint smile. It was Fu Nanhua, a familiar face aboard the same vessel, the direct descendant of the Fu family, renowned for their talisman arts. Chapter 23. Expulsion from the flying vessel. Senior brother Nanhua. Kai Jinjian suppressed her fury, pointing at the tightly shut door as she tersely recounted the recent encounter. After listening, Fu Nanhua frowned slightly and advised, "Junior Sister Jinjian, do not act rashly. This flying vessel is a den of mixed company. For someone to reject you so decisively even after you revealed your identity as a disciple of Yunxiao Mountain, even going so far as to subtly repel you." He paused meaningfully. Either they are an ignorant fool who has just stepped into the world, unaware of the heavens and earth, or what? Kai Jinjian sneered disdainfully. "I've already secretly divined his past karma and opportunities. It's all a chaotic blank. Clearly, he's just some penniless rogue cultivator who stumbled upon a stroke of luck to gain some meager cultivation. For cultivators, past experiences, opportunities, and origins would inevitably leave traces in the unseen threads of fate. The higher one's cultivation, the more pronounced these traces became. A complete blank? In her view, there were only 2 possibilities. Either the other party had employed an exceedingly profound secret technique to conceal their past, or they truly had no background whatsoever, a blank slate. Naturally, Kai Jinjian leaned toward the latter. A penniless rogue cultivator dares to slight me? A cold smirk curled her lips as she made up her mind. Humph, whatever he is, I won't swallow this insult today. Senior brother Nanhua, there's no need for concern. I know my limits, but I will make sure he understands the consequences of offending Kai Jinjian. With that, she ignored Fu Nanhua and strode away, evidently seeking reinforcements. Fu Nanhua watched her departing figure and shook his head helplessly, though he refrained from further comment. Not long after Kai Jinjian left, Fu Zhe's door was knocked upon once more, this time with a steady, measured rhythm devoid of any emotion. Fu Zhe opened the door to find the towering mountain-moving ape standing outside. The ancient ape said nothing, merely studying Fu Zhe with his bronze bell eyes, his gaze profound and inscrutable. After a moment, he rumbled in a deep voice, "Boy, you'd best be careful." Fu Zhe arched a brow. "Oh, does the esteemed elder refer to the fair Lady Kai of Yunxiao Mountain?" The mountain-moving ape neither confirmed nor denied it. Fu Zhe smiled faintly. The elder worries too much. A mere cultivator who hasn't even stepped into the middle 5 realms. Even if she gathers some allies, handling them would hardly be difficult for this junior. Now at the peak of the 4th realm in martial arts, coupled with the domineering might of the human emperor's decree and the razor-sharp edge of the mountain and river spear, even 3 or 5 ordinary cultivators of the same realm would be no match for him. TCH. The mountain-moving ape clicked his tongue, eyeing Fu Zhe as if he were an obtuse blockhead, seeming unwilling to waste further words. He retrieved a small jade vial from his robes and tossed it casually to Fu Zhe. Take it, for clarity of mind. With that, the ancient ape turned and left, his massive frame soon vanishing down the corridor. Fu Zhe weighed the jade vial in his hand, lost in thought. Clarity of mind? What is this old ape? Truly scheming? That night, Fu Zhe sat cross-legged in the center of his chamber, continuing his deep cultivation of the human emperor's decree. The surroundings were utterly silent, save for the faint sound of the flying vessels slicing through the sea of clouds. After an indeterminate amount of time, a subtle yet cloyingly sweet fragrance began to permeate the air, stealthily infiltrating Fu Zhe's nostrils. His brows furrowed instantly. Almost simultaneously, he felt his mind grow restless, his qi and blood subtly stirring beyond his control, and the circulation of the human emperor's decree seemed to falter. Not poison, but this scent was undoubtedly treacherous, capable of disturbing the spirit and agitating the vital energies. The corner of Fu Zhe's mouth twitched violently. Damn it! So this was what the old ape had meant earlier. In an instant, he understood the mountain-moving ape's cryptic words about stubbornness and the vial of clarity pills. So Kai Jinjian had no intention of a direct confrontation. She had resorted to such underhanded tactics. Without hesitation, Fu Zhe uncorked the jade vial and swallowed a pill, its cooling essence spreading through his limbs and surging into his mind. The agitation and the turbulence in his qi and blood were suppressed in moments. His spirit restored to clarity. Seeking death, a cold glint flashed in Fu Zhe's eyes as he abruptly rose to his feet. His right hand clenched the void, and the vermilion gold spear, mountain and river, materialized in his grasp. The weapon hummed, exuding an aura as immovable as mountains and as vast as rivers. Closing his eyes briefly, he unleashed his divine sense like a tidal wave, instantly pinpointing the source of the strange fragrance and the familiar presence lurking nearby. Found you. In the next breath, his wrist flicked, and the spear, mountain, and river shot forth like a dragon emerging from the abyss, its tip gleaming with deadly radiance. The air trembled violently. He didn't even employ any intricate techniques. Merely the overwhelming force of qi and blood channeled through the human emperor's decree, coupled with his masterful control, manifested in a single, devastating thrust. Dragon surges from the sea. Boom. A section of the chamber's wall exploded into rubble. Amid the flying debris, a disheveled figure was sent hurtling backward with a shriek, crashing onto the corridor floor. Kai Jinjian. Her hair was in disarray, her robes dust-stained. A trickle of blood at the corner of her lips, her face a mask of shock. She had concealed herself flawlessly, or so she thought, never expecting her opponent to detect her so precisely. And with just one strike, her defensive talisman shattered, and she was sent flying. You, Kai Jinjian screeched, her voice laced with fury and terror. Attack. Cripple him. At her command, 4 or 5 figures lunged from the shadows of the corridor, each exuding a fierce aura, weapons in hand, charging at Fu Zhe with murderous intent. These were clearly hired thugs, their cultivation at the 4th realm, formidable fighters by ordinary standards. Unfortunately for them, their opponent was Fu Zhe. With a cold snort, Fu Zhe twirled his mountain river spear with a flourish, his figure advancing like a phantom rather than retreating. The spear's shadows multiplied, swift as lightning. He couldn't even be bothered to unleash lethal techniques. Simply wielding the long spear like a staff, striking, sweeping, thrusting, deflecting. Thud, 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 thud. A series of dull impacts resounded. Those cultivators who had charged at him with ferocious momentum failed to even graze the hem of Fu Zhe's robes before being sent flying by overwhelming force, struck away, swept aside, or flicked off like insects. They tumbled to the ground like rolling gourds, weapons clattering, groaning in pain, instantly rendered powerless. Though these men had been handpicked and hired by Kai Jinjian, and indeed possessed some skill, alas, some was all they had. Before the current Fu Zhe, they were utterly insignificant. With effortless grace, Fu Zhe dismantled the ragtag group, then, without so much as a glance, lifted his foot and kicked the 2 nearest assailants like soccer balls. Thump, thump. They soared down the corridor, crashing at the far end. Such commotion had long since alerted the guards aboard the airship. Who dares cause a disturbance and brawl here? A stern voice boomed. Several armored cultivators, clad in uniform regalia and exuding a solemn aura, swiftly approached from both ends of the hallway, encircling Fu Zhe and the fallen Kai Jinjian and his men, weapons at the ready. Chapter 24. The opportunity of Li Zhu Cave. The lead guard captain, his sharp gaze sweeping across the chaotic scene and the gaping hole in the wall, instantly darkened his expression. Private conflicts are strictly forbidden aboard the flying vessel. You have openly violated the rules and disrupted order. His voice was icy, carrying an air of unquestionable authority. By regulation, all those involved in the disturbance shall be expelled from the vessel immediately. The guard captain's cold pronouncement struck Kai Jinjian's ears like a thunderclap. Expelled. Her delicate frame trembled violently, her face instantly drained of color. The opportunity of Li Zhu Cave was right before her. If she were cast into the boundless sea of clouds now and missed the crucial timing, wouldn't all her plans turn to dust? The expectations of her family, the instructions of her sect? Absolutely not. Almost instinctively, Kai Jinjian did something that left everyone stunned. With a swift turn, she threw herself into Fu Zhe's arms like a swallow seeking refuge in the forest. Soft and fragrant. The sudden embrace caught him off guard. Fu Zhe stiffened, his nose filled with a faint, elusive fragrance, similar to the earlier strange scent, but purer. Unmistakably the natural fragrance of a woman. His brows instantly knitted into a deep frown. What in the world? At the same time, a voice tinged with tears and desperation echoed directly in his mind. Please, save me. As long as you help me stay, I'll give you anything you want. Fu Zhe's heart burned with anger, and he instinctively wanted to push her away. He hadn't forgotten. Kai Jinjian seemed to practice some form of seductive or dual cultivation technique, one that easily stirred desires and disturbed the mind. The earlier strange scent was proof enough. Yet, just as he raised his hand, his peripheral vision caught the vigilant gazes of the flying vessel guards. He forcibly stopped himself. If he pushed her away now, wouldn't that confirm the existence of a violent conflict between them? In that moment of hesitation, Kai Jinjian's voice rang in his mind again, urgent and desperate. Cloudroot stones. I brought an entire pouch of high-quality cloudroot stones, originally meant for foundation building after entering the cave. If you help me, they're all yours. Cloudroot stones. Fu Zhe's heart stirred slightly. These were truly valuable. Imbued with the essence of the earth, they were excellent materials for stabilizing foundations and aiding breakthroughs, especially for someone like him, who was rebuilding his cultivation. The more, the better. Their worth far surpassed those 2 grain rain coins. This deal wasn't entirely unacceptable. A glint of calculation flashed in his eyes as he quickly made up his mind. Ahem. Fu Zhe cleared his throat, his arm naturally encircling the trembling figure in his arms, adopting a posture of reluctant protectiveness. He turned to the guard captain, his tone softening slightly. Brother Taoist, this is merely a misunderstanding. He tilted his head slightly, his gaze falling on Kai Jinjian's tear-streaked, delicate face, his voice laced with helplessness. This Lady Kai and I are old acquaintances. We merely had a lover's quarrel earlier, and things got a bit out of hand. The true perpetrators of this disturbance, harboring malicious intent, were these wretches sprawled upon the ground. He gestured toward the groaning cultivators he had subdued. Whether driven by greed or acting under orders, they dared assault the fair maiden. I merely acted in self-defense while incidentally aiding her plight. His words, a blend of truth and fabrication, deftly shifted the blame onto those unfortunate souls. The guard captain frowned deeply, his sharp gaze darting between Fu Zhe and Kai Jinjian before settling on the bruised cultivators and the gaping hole in the wall. While private brawls were strictly forbidden aboard the vessel, self-defense against external aggression could be excused. Moreover, though the prestige of Yunxiang Mountain was not unparalleled, it still carried weight, enough that he preferred not to provoke them needlessly. Most crucially, Fu Zhe had provided an acceptable pretext to quell the matter. Humph, the captain snorted, choosing not to delve further into the misunderstanding between Fu Zhe and Kai Jinjian. With a sweeping gesture, he barked an order. Throw these troublemakers overboard. Yes, sir. The guards surged forward, dragging the whimpering cultivators like lifeless dogs toward the ship's edge. Soon, their brief screams were swallowed by the howling wind. With the nuisance cleared, the corridor fell silent save for Fu Zhe, Kai Jinjian, and the lingering guards. The crisis averted, Fu Zhe callously shoved Kai Jinjian away from his embrace. Staggering, she steadied herself, her expression a tempest of gratitude and lingering resentment. Fu Zhe, indifferent to her turmoil, extended his hand and demanded coldly, "The item?" Kai Jinjian blinked, then bit her lip. Summoning composure, she suppressed her emotions and conjured a bewitching smile, her voice dripping with honeyed allure. "Young master, such kindness deserves more than mere thanks. This humble woman has little to offer. Perhaps another form of repayment?" As she spoke, she subtly channeled her charm technique, her gaze shimmering with seduction, seeking to ensnare his senses once more. Yet her efforts were wasted. Fu Zhe remained unmoved, his eyes chilling further with unmistakable disdain and warning. "Unnecessary." His voice, though quiet, carried lethal frost. "Hand over the cloudroot stone, and cease these cheap tricks, unless you wish to be thrown overboard right now." The sincerity of his killing intent was undeniable. Kai Jinjian's smile froze, her body trembling faintly. She stared at him in disbelief. This man was impervious to both softness and force. Worse, he dared threaten her so brazenly. This man was utterly mad. But under another's roof, one had no choice but to yield. Sensing the almost tangible pressure emanating from Fu Zhe, Kai Jinjian realized with bitter clarity that she had been thoroughly outmaneuvered this time. Abandoning all lingering hopes of reprieve, she reluctantly retrieved a weighty brocade pouch from her storage artifact with palpable resentment. "Everything's here." Her voice emerged parched as she extended the pouch toward him. Fu Zhe accepted it, sweeping it with his spiritual sense to verify both the quantity and quality before nodding in satisfaction. A full pouch of premium cloudroot stones, ample to further solidify the foundation of his current cultivation realm in the human emperor scripture. "Good." He weighed the pouch briefly, not deigning to spare a glance at Kai Jinjian's ashen expression before turning away, leaving her with nothing but the cold indifference of his retreating figure. "Take your time. No need for farewells." Bang! The door slammed shut once more, sealing away all that lay beyond. Chapter 25. The Dragon's Breath at the Wellhead in the Corridor. Kai Jinjian trembled with fury, her nails digging deep into her palms, her delicate face contorted with rage. She glared at the tightly shut door, her eyes blazing with wrath and venom. "I will remember this." Kai Jinjian swore inwardly. "The humiliation I suffered today, I will repay you 1,000-fold." Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to calm down, smoothing her disheveled robes and hair. With one last venomous glance at the door, she turned and stormed away. In another room of the inn, the mountain-moving old ape, who had been silently observing the commotion, set down his teacup. His bronze bell-like eyes flickered with surprise. "Humph, this brat interesting." Not only was he formidable in strength, but his methods were ruthless, daring to humiliate even the fiery-tempered Kai Jinjian of Cloud Mist Mountain and extorting a hefty price in the process. TSK. He bears some resemblance to that man from back then. A pity his path isn't quite the same. Stroking his beard, the old ape's expression grew more pensive. Where on earth did Hongshu dig up such a freak? His aura is peculiar, his actions domineering, and his karmic traces are indistinct, no roots to trace. After a moment of contemplation, the old ape flicked his fingers. A subtle glimmer of spiritual light vanished into the air, transforming into a message that silently pierced through the flying vessel's barriers, speeding toward a distant destination. "Fine. Let the keen-nosed fools of Zhenyang Mountain investigate. If this brat's origins are clean, so be it. But if he is sent by an enemy, humph." The following days passed in tranquility aboard the flying vessel. Kai Jinjian did not return to harass him, perhaps having learned her lesson, or perhaps biding her time for vengeance. Fu Zhe, relishing the peace, secluded himself in his room. With the aid of the pure earth attribute spiritual energy from the pouch of cloudroot stones, he immersed himself in cultivating the human emperor's decree. His cultivation steadily advanced, and the barrier to the peak of the fourth realm showed faint signs of loosening. Several days later, the flying vessel pierced through layers of mist, revealing the silhouette of a vast landmass suspended in the sky. Immortal peaks and pavilions loomed amidst swirling spiritual energy. This was the legendary luminous pearl cave heaven. The vessel docked gently upon an expansive white jade plaza. Fu Zhe concluded his cultivation and rose, pushing open the door to step outside. As he descended with the crowd and set foot upon solid ground, breathing in the far denser and purer spiritual energy of this place, a mild voice sounded nearby. "Brother Fu, what a coincidence." Turning toward the voice, Fu Zhe saw Fu Nanhua standing not far away, clad in azure robes, his demeanor refined and scholarly. A faint smile graced his lips as he regarded Fu Zhe. "Brother Fu, are you also entering the cave heaven for training?" Fu Nanhua approached amiably. "I happen to be somewhat familiar with the luminous pearl cave heaven. If you don't mind, perhaps we could travel together? It would be safer with company." In truth, Fu Nanhua was deeply curious. He knew Cai Jinjian's temperament well, willful, unreasonable, and relentless when provoked. By all logic, after suffering such a humiliation at Fu Zhe's hands, she should not have allowed him to stand here unscathed. Moreover, he faintly sensed an additional trace of the cloudroot stone's dense aura lingering about Fu Zhe. To pluck feathers from that miserly Cai Jinjian and still make her retreat without a fight. This Fu Zhe is far from as simple as he appears on the surface. What exactly is his background? What methods did he employ? Fu Zhe observed the seemingly sincere smile on Fu Nanhua's face, yet his own mind was crystal clear. Unwarranted kindness is either deceit or theft. This fellow probably wants to probe my secrets. He harbored no goodwill toward Fu Nanhua and had even less interest in associating with such a scheming individual. His purpose in coming to the luminous Pearl Cave Heaven was clear. His foremost priority was to reach that small town and seek out the water dragon from his memories. A not insignificant opportunity that brooked no delay. A faint, detached yet polite smile surfaced on Fu Zhe's lips. Brother Fu, your kindness is appreciated. However, I have private matters to attend to and shall not impose upon you further. He cupped his hands in a slight bow, his tone indifferent, yet leaving no room for argument. I shall take my leave first. Farewell. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Fu Zhe's gaze flickered. A trace of amusement in his eyes as he glanced at Cai Jinjian, who stood not far away, struggling to maintain composure, yet unable to conceal her resentment. Moreover, he continued, his voice still calm, but carrying an unmistakable air of detachment. Too many eyes make for complications. Brother Fu, after you. Fu Nanhua's smile stiffened imperceptibly. What does he mean by this? Following Fu Zhe's line of sight, his eyes met Cai Jinjian's, her gaze a mix of silent plea and humiliation. A sudden realization struck Fu Nanhua. He is using Cai Jinjian as a shield. How does he even know I'm acquainted with junior sister Cai? His thoughts raced, further cementing his impression that this obscure brother Fu was far more formidable than he appeared. His original intention had been to probe the man's background during their journey, while also discerning just what humiliation Cai Jinjian had suffered to leave her so powerless to retaliate. Yet now, not only was he denied the opportunity, but the man had even subtly called him out in return. How intriguing, though his mind churned. Fu Nanhua maintained his genial smile and cupped his hands. Since Brother Fu has pressing matters, I shall not insist. The luminous Pearl Cave Heaven is rich in opportunities, but fraught with peril. Do take care. Many thanks. Fu Zhe gave a slight nod and, without another word, turned decisively toward the entrance of the small town, his stride steady and unhesitating. Fu Nanhua watched his retreating figure, his eyes glinting thoughtfully, only withdrawing his gaze once the man had vanished into the crowd. His smile faded as he turned to Cai Jinjian, who now approached, his brow furrowing slightly. At the town's entrance, a disheveled man in tattered Taoist robes lounged against the stone marker, clutching a gourd of wine. His hair was unkempt, his beard scruffy, and his eyes bleary, half awake, half drunk. This was Zheng Dafeng, the true martial mountain-esque guardian. Fu Zhe walked straight up to him. Zheng Dafeng lifted his eyelids sluggishly, as if only just recognizing him, then let out a drunken hiccup and waved a lazy hand. Go on your way, don't block the sunlight from this old Taoist. Before he could finish, a heavy brocade pouch landed in his arms. Zheng Dafeng instinctively caught it, the weight familiar, the texture known. He glanced down to see the very same pouch filled with Guyu coins, not a single one missing, its heft undeniable. Well now, Zheng Dafeng's spirits instantly lifted, his previously bleary eyes sharpening with renewed clarity. He weighed the pouch in his hand, grinning to reveal rows of teeth slightly yellowed by liquor. Kid, you've got style. With a booming laugh, he straightened up, his massive palm, like a cattail leaf fan, swinging down with a whoosh of wind to land a heavy, deliberate pat on Fu Zhe's shoulder. All right. This old Taoist won't forget you. A man of your word. That seemingly casual slap carried no small measure of force, laced with a subtle undercurrent of testing intent. Chapter 26. What's this kid's background? Yet, as his palm descended, Zheng Dafeng's smile abruptly froze, a fleeting look of astonishment flashing through his eyes. His hand seemed to strike a formless mist of chaos, empty, without any tangible resistance. With his cultivation at the pinnacle of the mountain-moving realm, even brushing against the threshold of the golden body realm, coupled with his unique identity as the reincarnation of the heavenly court's East Gate guardian. Discerning a person's fortune and fate was an innate ability. Ordinary cultivators were practically transparent before him. But now, he couldn't fathom the depths of this young man before him. Not only that, the moment his divine sense brushed against Fu Zhe's aura, a tremor from the depths of his soul, long forgotten, pricked him sharply like a needle. Was that fear? Zheng Dafeng's heart quaked violently. How long had it been since he last felt such an emotion? As a former divine guardian of the heavenly court, what storms had he not weathered? Even in this reincarnated, diminished state, the pride and confidence in his bones remained unshaken. Yet facing this youth, he had instinctively felt a sliver of dread. Just what was this kid's background? The shock vanished as quickly as it came, almost imperceptible. Zheng Dafeng, after all, was a seasoned veteran. In an instant, he suppressed the turmoil in his heart, his smile still hearty, though a trace of scrutiny now lurked deep in his eyes. Yet how could such subtle shifts escape Fu Zhe, whose senses far surpassed those of his peers? He clearly perceived the momentary hesitation in Zheng Dafeng's pad, and the fleeting anomaly in the man's aura. This disheveled Taoist was indeed peculiar. Understanding dawned within Fu Zhe, but he betrayed nothing, acting as if nothing had happened. He merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement of Zheng Dafeng's praise before striding into the town. As he passed a thin, dark-skinned boy crouched by a wall, watching the passers-by with curiosity, Fu Zhe paused briefly. He recognized this boy, Chen Pingan, the unfortunate soul who would later stir no small commotion in the luminous pearl cave heaven, only to meet a tragic fate. After a brief contemplation, Fu Zhe retrieved 2 snowflake coins from his sleeve and extended them. A favor. Chen Pingan, engrossed in his observations, was startled by the sudden appearance of 2 gleaming coins and a calm voice. He blinked in confusion, lifting his head to see a sharply defined face with indifferent eyes. For me, Chen Pingan stammered, instinctively accepting the coins, their coolness seeping into his palm. Who is this? Dressed so finely, clearly an outsider of high status. Why would he give me money? And so politely? The boy's mind swirled with questions. Deliver a letter for me, Fu Zhe said succinctly. Not producing a physical letter, but transmitting a thought instead. To the town schoolhouse, for a teacher named Qi Jingchan. Qi Jingchan. The name carried an inexplicable weight, causing Chen Pingan's eyes to widen in shock before he nodded reflexively. Oh, all right. Fu Zhe spoke no more and turned to walk toward the ancient well deep within the town, guided by memory. No sooner had Fu Zhe's figure vanished around the street corner than Fu Nanhua, Kai Jinjian, and other cultivators who had descended from the flying vessel began to disperse through the town, each seeking their own fortune. Zheng Dafeng, noticing Chen Pingan still clutching the 2 snow coins in a daze, approached him. Shedding his usual frivolity, he adopted a rare solemnity and warned, "Kid, stay far away from that fellow who just gave you money, and those silk-robed ones who came in after. Understand?" Chen Pingan blinked in confusion. Huh, why Uncle Zheng? That guy seemed pretty nice. Nice my foot. Zheng Dafeng snorted, casting a complicated glance in the direction Fu Zhe had departed. That boy is anything but ordinary. Someone as small and weak as you shouldn't get too close, unless you want to get yourself tangled in trouble. Chen Pingan nodded vaguely, though his mind remained preoccupied with the snow coins and thoughts of Master Qi Jingchan. The gravity of Zheng Dafeng's warning failed to truly settle in his heart. Meanwhile, Fu Zhe had already arrived at the dilapidated ancient well tucked away in a quiet corner of the town. The well's mouth was narrow, its moss-covered stone edges bearing the marks of time. Standing beside it, Fu Zhe gazed calmly into the dark depths, as though his sight could pierce through the rippling water to uncover the secrets hidden below. Without any unnecessary movement, he flicked his wrist casually toward the well. Splash! The water churned violently as a streak of black light, alive with energy, shot up from the depths. The sound of clinking chains accompanied its ascent. Fu Zhe reached out and seized the black light, revealing a small, pitch-black loach, no larger than a palm, writhing desperately in his grasp. Wrapped around its tail was a rusted, unremarkable iron chain. To an ordinary observer, it might have seemed nothing more than a common loach and a discarded chain. But Fu Zhe's eyes gleamed with sharp recognition. Got it. He could clearly sense the faint yet extraordinarily refined draconic water essence within the loach. And that seemingly worthless chain, cold and heavy in his grip, its surface subtly inscribed with shifting runes, was none other than the legendary dragon-binding chain, a treasure capable of shackling true dragons. This was one of the great fortunes he had come to Lijian Cave Heaven to claim. Without hesitation, Fu Zhe willed the rusted chain to dissolve into a streak of light, vanishing into his sleeve. Almost simultaneously, he felt a faint tremor within his emperor system. An intangible connection seemed to form between his own fate and the water veins of this land, and his unseen fortune rose yet again. Just then, a childish yet impatient voice rang out beside him. "Hey, who are you? What are you doing here? Don't you know you're blocking the way?" Fuzhe turned to see a boy in threadbare but neatly washed clothes. His gaze sharp with a mix of curiosity and wariness as he stared at the loach in Fuzhe's hand. It was none other than Gu Kan, a child destined for a tragic fate. Gu Kan pointed towards the direction of the large locust tree in the distance and muttered, "Move aside. There's an old man telling stories under that tree, and it's quite fascinating. If we're late, we won't get a good spot." Unbeknownst to him, he had just missed an extraordinary opportunity right before his eyes. The water dragon that could alter his destiny was currently clutched in Fuzhe's hand. Fuzhe observed Gu Kan, recalling the boy's future, and felt a subtle stirring in his heart. He casually tossed the struggling little loach back into the well, then with a flick of his wrist, the water in the well surged, and a wooden bucket steadily rose, brimming with clear, cool water. He handed the bucket to Gu Kan. "Here, take it and drink." Gu Kan was taken aback, not expecting this strange man blocking his path to suddenly fetch water for him. He instinctively accepted the bucket and mumbled, "Thank you." Fuzhe gazed at him and spoke abruptly, his tone indifferent. "Boy, remember this. Stay away from that old storyteller beneath the locust tree. No matter what he says or offers, don't let him touch you easily." Chapter 27. The True Dragon Emerges. Fuzhe gazed at Gu Kan's slender silhouette disappearing at the alley's end, his eyes profound and unfathomable. The lake of books and scrolls, the domain of flood dragons, seemingly glorious and boundless, was ultimately but a fleeting illusion, a dream within a dream. That Lu Jimao, who appeared as a guide, was in truth a harbinger of doom. He understood all too well, this child Gu Kan, with his inherently volatile temperament, if led astray onto that blood-soaked yet doomed path, would be beyond redemption. Very well, a mere gesture of goodwill. Your fate is your own to decide. Gu Kan muttered to himself, "What a strange man, speaking in riddles." Yet as he reached the alley's mouth, the bucket of clear well water in his hand weighed heavily, his wrist aching. He recalled the man's swift, precise movements, those calm, yet penetrating eyes that seemed to see through him. He drew water for me, didn't he scold me, and even warn me? Tilting his head, he pondered, this odd man. Perhaps wasn't he so bad after all? Before long, he passed beneath the sprawling canopy of an ancient locust tree. A crowd had gathered in its shade, encircling a long-robed elder stroking his goatee as he spun tales of true dragons emerging and flood dragons churning rivers, eliciting gasps and laughter. Gu Kan's steps unconsciously slowed, his neck craning with curiosity. The storyteller's words were enthralling, stirring the blood. Could flood dragons truly be so mighty? Just as he edged closer, eager to hear more, the stranger's warning flashed through his mind. Stay away from him. Don't let him touch you. Gu Kan's small brow furrowed. Why shouldn't I approach? This elder seems kind enough. He hesitated, glancing between the animated storyteller and the heavy bucket of water, that inexplicable advice lingering. In the end, an indescribable intuition held him back. Fine. I'll heed that odd man's words just this once. Pursing his lips, he hugged the bucket tighter, veering around the crowd without drawing nearer to the locust tree, heading straight home. Unbeknownst to him, the moment he turned away, the faint, winding thread of fate beneath his feet, once leading toward a crimson lake, quivered eerily, veering off its destined course toward an unknown and radiant path. Simultaneously, beneath the locust tree, just as Lu Jimao reached the climax of his tale and extended a hand toward a nearby child's head, his foot caught on something unseen. Stumbling, he nearly face-planted into the dirt. Elder, are you all right? Someone asked, steadying him. Regaining his balance, Lu Jimao's face paled to ashen. Ignoring the concern, he raised a trembling hand, fingers flickering through rapid calculations, his eyes alight with shock. What in the world? Horror gripped his heart. Just moments ago, he distinctly sensed that the trace of dragon aura he had carefully laid down, the perfect seedling destined to be the future host of the flood dragon. The fated opportunity had been severed. Who dared to ruin this venerable one's plans? Lu Jimao trembled with rage, his goat beard bristling, nearly erupting in fury on the spot. Yet, despite his frantic calculations, the heavens remained shrouded in chaos, offering no clue as to who had interfered, let alone a solution. Damnation! Who was the blind fool responsible? He stood rooted to the ground, his face dark as storm clouds, an unsettling aura of malevolence radiating from him, causing the nearby listeners to instinctively recoil. At the very moment Gu Kan's fate shifted and Lu Jimao's opportunity vanished, by the ancient well, Fu Zhe's eyes suddenly blazed with two dazzling beams of golden light. The radiance was majestic and boundless, as if embodying the fundamental truths of heaven and earth, the sun, moon, and stars. He clearly perceived that as Gu Kan's fate deviated from its predetermined path, an intangible yet vast surge of heavenly providence, as if drawn by an unseen force, descended upon him, altering the fated demise of another, especially someone like Gu Kan, who bore the false dragon's fortune, was inherently an act of defiance against the heavens, naturally invoking the cosmos response. On the interface of the human emperor system, a line of faint golden text silently appeared, successfully intervened in the fate of key figure Gu Kan, preventing his descent into the dead end of Book Lake, received heavenly providence feedback. Human emperor's fortune slightly enhanced. Detected resonance between the host's innate water dragon aura and the dragon binding rope, combined with heavenly providence feedback. Derived divine ability, dragon subduing art, has been comprehended. In an instant, countless arcane and intricate runes, incantations, and profound truths flooded Fu Zhe's mind like a divine revelation. Resonating mysteriously with the human emperor art energy within him, the dragon binding rope in his sleeve, and the wisp of water dragon aura he had recently captured and released. This dragon-subduing art was no mere technique for taming draconic beasts in the mundane sense. It was a supreme method that touched upon the very essence of the dragon, enabling mastery over all dragon-related providence, laws, and power in the world. It could even command dragonkind by the sheer authority of the human emperor's aura. Fu Zhe closed his eyes, quietly absorbing this sudden boon. His presence grew increasingly profound, like an unfathomable abyss, with faint draconic echoes reverberating through the void. Meanwhile, deep within the town, in Mud Bottle Alley, inside a humble dwelling, a woman draped in a plain skirt, breathtakingly beautiful yet exuding an air of aloof languor, Ji Gui, was idly toying with an orchid on the windowsill. She was the spirit born from the dragon pearl left behind by an ancient true dragon after its demise. The last entity in this realm theoretically possessing the true dragon status. More noble, she looked down upon all mortal beings. Immune to the restraints and suppressions of most worldly techniques and divine abilities. Yet, just moments ago, an abrupt tremor from the deepest recesses of her bloodline froze her in place. It was a sensation as if she had encountered a natural predator. With an almost overwhelming sense of hierarchical suppression, Ji Gui abruptly rose to her feet. For the first time, her exquisitely beautiful countenance revealed an expression of utter disbelief and terror. She could distinctly perceive that the origin of this aura lay within the small town, though still faint. Its essence was incomparably domineering. It was as though it had been born to subdue and command their dragon kind. What chilled her even more was that accompanying this sensation of extreme peril was an indescribable allure. It felt as though approaching the source of this presence would grant her a monumental opportunity, one that could shatter certain shackles and restore the glorious radiance of a true dragon. What manner of entity had descended upon this Lizhu paradise? Her eyes flickered with uncertainty, brimming with vigilance. Far beyond, within the halls of the academy, a scholarly gentleman clad in Confucian robes stood gracefully by the window, a scroll in hand, seemingly immersed in contemplation. This was none other than Qi Jingquan, the revered master who presided over Lizhu paradise, a man of profound wisdom, esteemed as the teacher. Chapter 28. A truly peculiar fate. Suddenly, as if sensing something, his hand holding the scroll paused slightly. He slowly raised his head and gazed toward the direction of the ancient well in the town, a rare flicker of astonishment flashing in his eyes. His slender fingers plucked lightly at the air, as though strumming invisible strings, calculating something. Moments later, Qi Jingquan's brows furrowed slightly, and the look of surprise on his face deepened. How strange, he mused silently. This Fu Zhe's fate is truly peculiar. That child Chen Pipi, though his fate was flawed, like a cracked vessel unable to retain fortune or blessings, still had discernible traces, a faint thread one could follow. But this Fu Zhe, a sharp glint flashed in Qi Jingquan's eyes. His fate was like a gust of wind, formless, traceless, untraceable. Neither could one see the origins from which he came, nor glimpse the predetermined path of his future, as if he existed beyond the causality of this world. For 3,000 years, guarding this place, observing countless souls, even Qi Jingshun had never encountered such an ethereal and elusive destiny. A person like this. The corners of Qi Jingchuan's lips curled into an enigmatic smile. Perhaps no predicament could ever truly confine him. Even any situation of certain death, upon meeting him, might instead unravel effortlessly. He set down the scroll, his gaze distant, as if piercing through layers of obstruction to settle upon the figure standing beside the ancient well. Fu Zhe gradually emerged from his meditative state, the turbulent aura around him gradually receding inward. The golden light in his eyes faded, returning to their original depth. The moment he opened his eyes, he found someone standing before him, someone who hadn't been there moments ago. It was that disheveled Taoist who had left and now returned, Zheng Dafeng. Yet now, this self-proclaimed guardian of the true martial mountain bore not a trace of his former laziness or playful grin. Instead, his face was twisted with an indescribable horror. Zheng Dafeng's eyes were wide, fixed unblinkingly on Fu Zhe, his expression as though he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. His large, fan-like hands trembled faintly. Fu Zhe was baffled by his reaction. What madness has seized this ragged Taoist now? He was fine just moments ago. Elder Taoist? Fu Zhe frowned slightly, probing cautiously. What is? Zheng Dafeng shuddered violently, as if snapping back to his senses. He swallowed hard, his gaze still brimming with shock. His expression was unreadable, as though struggling to articulate something. After a long pause, he finally forced out through gritted teeth. You brat, just now. He wanted to ask, what in the heavens was that terrifying aura that had made even him, a former celestial gatekeeper, feel his soul tremble as if compelled to prostrate in worship? That faint dragon's roar, that overwhelming pressure, it was utterly inconceivable. Yet the words caught in his throat. Some things could not be asked. To ask was to court death. In the end, Zheng Dafeng could only stare at Fu Zhe as though beholding a monster, scrutinizing him from head to toe once more. Then, with a sudden slap to his thigh, he let out a wail-like cry. Where in the world did a freak like you come from? Zheng Dafeng's horrified cry of monster struck the silent scene like a boulder crashing into still waters. The echoes lingered even as the man himself fled with rabbit-like swiftness, vanishing in the blink of an eye, as if fearing that lingering another breath would bring calamity from this seemingly harmless young man. Fu Zhe stood rooted to the spot, torn between amusement and exasperation. Monster? Am I truly so fearsome? He shook his head slightly, dismissing Zheng Dafeng's panic. The recent epiphany regarding the dragon-taming art had been nothing short of revelatory, cleansing his mind and spirit. Now, his thoughts flowed with crystalline clarity, his comprehension and mastery of power ascending to an entirely new plane. Where his previous victories over Fourth Realm cultivators and insights from the Human Emperor's decree had enhanced his techniques and strength, this breakthrough transcended mere skill. It was an elevation of understanding, a refinement of his very path. The laws of heaven and earth seemed to unveil themselves before him with newfound lucidity. As for whom he might have disturbed, what concern was that of his? Unbeknownst to Fu Zhe, in those fleeting moments, he had cast a stone into the fathomless depths of Li Zhu grotto heaven, one that would send ripples surging into towering waves. The wariness of Zhigui, the astonishment of Qi Jingchun, the fury of Lu Zhimao, none of it touched him. His focus remained inward, attuned to the surging imperial qi within him and the nascent essence of dragon taming. This grotto heaven is indeed a land of opportunity. Yet, this opportunity seemed far more volatile than anticipated. Recalling Zheng Dafeng's serpent-avoiding demeanor, a flicker of irritation passed through him. This disheveled priest, who knows how many enemies he's made outside, skulking about in secrecy, and now he dares to scorn me? If the man wished to keep his distance, so be it. It spared Fu Zhe the trouble of entanglement. With a cold snort, he turned to leave the ancient well behind. The two parted ways, each burdened by their own thoughts. Zheng Dafeng, still shaken, sought refuge to process the shock. Fu Zhe, his spirit elevated, pressed onward into the town, intent on locating Mud Bottle Alley to fulfill his tacit message to Master Qi Jingchun. He followed the cobblestone path flanked by low-roofed houses, wisps of cooking smoke curling lazily into the air. The town appeared tranquil, yet an undercurrent of unrest hummed beneath its surface. Before long, a creaking, dilapidated cart emerged from an alleyway ahead, piled with tattered odds and ends. A gaunt, middle-aged Taoist in patched robes pushed it along, muttering under his breath, his unkempt hair loosely tied. Fu Zhe's steps faltered. The Taoist seemed nothing more than a wandering vagrant, drifting without purpose. Yet Fu Zai's sharp instincts caught the fleeting, serpentine flicker of the man's gaze, brief but deliberate, before it darted away again. Something is amiss. Just then, clamor erupted behind him. Seize him. Don't let that thieving priest escape. That's him. He stole my family's hen, and my family's salted meat. Even the ones hanging from the beams were stolen by him. 3 or 5 townsfolk, armed with brooms and wooden sticks, charged forth with menacing fury from behind, their target unmistakably the ragged Taoist pushing the rickety cart. Hearing the commotion, the Taoist's expression shifted slightly as he attempted to quicken his pace to escape. A burly woman leading the chase, realizing she might not catch up, reached out in desperation, aiming to grab hold of Fu Zai, who happened to be passing by. Young man, lend a hand. Stop that thieving Taoist. Fu Zai's brow arched slightly as his figure swayed like willow in the wind, effortlessly sidestepping the woman's grasping hand. That technique, that aura, and this pitiful state of being chased by an entire town. In a flash of insight, a name surfaced in his mind. Lu Chen. Fu Zai's eyelid twitched involuntarily. He was almost certain the disheveled Taoist fleeing like a rat from the townsfolk was none other than the legendary 14th realm Qi practitioner. One of Taoism's 3 founding patriarchs, the very man whose mere step could shake the 4 seas, Lu Chen. Good heavens. A stampede of 10,000 mythical beasts thundered through Fu Zai's mind. Chapter 29. The shameless rogue Taoist Fu Zai witnessed with his own eyes the astonishing spectacle of that supposedly omnipotent grandmaster, capable of overturning rivers and plucking stars from the sky, being chased down by a robust matron. Seized by the collar and unceremoniously pinned to the ground. Her massive hands, like palm leaf fans, rained down thunderous blows upon his back. Stealing chickens, were you? Stealing meat, were you? I'll beat you to death, you shameless rogue Taoist. Lu Chen, battered and bruised, dared not retaliate. He could only shield his head, mumbling incoherently, a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding. This humble Taoist was merely passing by. Standing to the side, Fu Zai felt his eyelids twitch. For the sake of the opportunities and fortunes hidden within the Li Pearl Grotto, these lofty figures were truly willing to cast aside all dignity. The disguise, the acting, utterly masterful. He had no interest in getting entangled in this farce. Noticing Fu Zai keeping his distance, the matron delivered a few more punches to Lu Chen before finally pausing, panting heavily. She turned her sharp gaze toward Fu Zai, suspicion lingering in her eyes. Seizing the moment, Fu Zai offered a warm smile and cupped his hands in greeting. Madam, as for this Taoist priest, I truly do not know him. I fear I cannot be of assistance. From his sleeve, he produced 2 gleaming copper coins and extended them toward her. A small token of appreciation. Please enjoy a cup of tea to quench your thirst. One does not strike a smiling face, especially when money is involved. The matron's anger softened slightly as she accepted the coins, weighing them in her palm, while scrutinizing Fu Zai with narrowed eyes. Young man, your face is unfamiliar. Not from this town, are you? What brings you here? Fu Zai nodded calmly. Indeed, I am an outsider. I wish to inquire about a certain place. Oh, where? Mud Bottle Alley. Mud Bottle Alley. The matron's voice rose sharply, her face twisting in astonishment. Young man, why would you ask about that place? It's the poorest, most wretched corner of our town. The people who live there are, well, it's hard to describe. What business could an outsider possibly have there? Fu Zai remained unperturbed, his demeanor serene. I seek someone, that is all. The matron studied him for a moment. His refined attire and composed bearing suggested no ill intent. And having accepted his coins, she pursed her lips and pointed westward. Follow this road straight ahead until you see the crooked old locust tree, then turn south. The most dilapidated area is the one you're looking for. But I warn you, that place is eerie. Best not linger unless you must. Many thanks for your guidance. Fu Zai cupped his hands once more before turning to leave, sparing not a single glance for the unfortunate Taoist sprawled on the ground. Meanwhile, Lu Chen, surrounded by townsfolk hurling accusations, his face bruised and swollen, appeared utterly disheveled. Yet, from the corner of his eye, his murky gaze remained fixed on Fu Zai's retreating figure. A glimmer of something calculating flickered deep within his pupils. Mud Bottle Alley. That bookworm Qi Jingchuan's territory. Lu Chen mused silently. What exactly is this young man's background? There's no trace of fate or destiny clinging to him, as if he emerged from thin air. And yet, that astonishing surge of energy from the direction of the ancient well just now, could it be connected to him? He had sensed that vast oppressive aura and the unusual disturbance of dragon energy, prompting him to rush over in haste to investigate. Little did he expect to encounter Fu Zhe. What startled him even more was the way Fu Zhe had looked at him, calm and unruffled, yet piercing through every layer of his disguise, every hidden intention. In that fleeting moment, Lu Chun even felt a suffocating grip, as though an invisible hand had seized his fate by the throat. It was as if this young man saw right through him, a being of his stature, a patriarch of the Tao, rendered utterly transparent. What an extraordinary youth! What razor-sharp intuition! A chill ran down Lu Chun's spine. Instinctively, he began tracing the threads of fate with his fingers, attempting to divine the young man's future or any celestial shifts tied to this place. Yet the moment his fingertips brushed those ethereal strands, his expression twisted violently. Chaos. Not only could he discern nothing of the young man's origins, even the future trajectory of Lizhu Cave Heaven had blurred into obscurity, veiled in an impenetrable mist. Stranger still, within that chaos, he faintly grasped a few fragile, yet tenacious threads of destiny, belonging to minor families and figures of this land, whose fates were once doomed to wither and perish. Yet now, they pulsed with vibrant vitality, like dead wood reviving, like ashes rekindling. How could this be? His fingers trembling, Lu Chun cycled through several secret divination arts, but the results remained unchanged. Those flickering candles of fate, which should have long been extinguished, burned brighter than ever, their flames threatening to set the plains ablaze. And the source of this upheaval, the nexus of all these changes, pointed unmistakably to that departing youth. Impossible! Lu Chun's mind roared. For centuries, the structure of Lizhu Cave Heaven had been as unyielding as iron. Countless luminaries had come and gone, leaving no mark upon its immutable order. How could the arrival of a mere outsider trigger such cataclysmic transformation? This defied everything he knew of the heavens' workings, of destiny's immutable laws. His Taoist heart in turmoil, Lu Chun pushed his divination to its limits, veins bulging on his forehead, a trickle of blood seeping from his lips. To persist further would risk shattering his very Tao heart against this unfathomable chaos. With a stifled gasp, he withdrew his hand, suppressing the surging energy within. His gaze toward the direction Fu Zhe had departed was fraught with complexity, shock, bewilderment, and something deeper. Meanwhile, as Fu Zhe stepped into the muddy confines of Clay Bottle Alley, he sneezed several times in succession. Achoo! Achoo! Rubbing his nose, he frowned in puzzlement. Strange. Who was talking about me behind my back? That coward Zheng Dafeng? Or that so-called thieving Taoist who got his teeth knocked out earlier? Shaking his head, he dismissed the thought. The alley before him lived up to its reputation, narrow, cramped, and mired in filth. The ramshackle houses on either side leaned precariously, their walls peeling and crumbling, as if on the verge of collapse. The air was thick with a damp, decaying odor, mingled with an indescribable strangeness. Compared to the tranquil serenity of other parts of the town, this place was like another world, one suffused with poverty and oppression. Chen Pingan should be nearby. Fu Zhe steadied himself, preparing to search for the little fellow rumored to help deliver his letter to Qi Jingchun. Just then, from the depths of the alley came a piercing, desperate cry. In the next instant, a ruthless streak of cyan light, swift as a striking viper, shot toward a small, hunched figure crouched in the corner, fiddling with something. The light was merciless, aimed directly at the figure's brow, the ancestral aperture. Kai Jinjian. Fu Zhe's eye sharpened. He recognized the origin of that cyan light. It belonged to the green-robed woman from the flying vessel, the one he had forced to surrender her cloudroot stone pouch. And the target of her attack, judging by the silhouette, was almost certainly the youth named Chen Pingan. The strike was vicious, laced with a sinister intent to sever the very foundation of cultivation. A lethal blow meant to destroy Chen Pingan's bridge of longevity, cutting off his path to future ascension. Chapter 30, Destiny Weapon. Mountain River. In the blink of an eye, the slender figure seemed to sense the impending danger. His head jerked up, revealing a youthful yet stubborn face. Chen Pingan. His small face drained of color as he stared at the rapidly approaching streak of cyan light, his eyes brimming with terror. There was no time to dodge. The attack was upon him in an instant. Humph! A cold snort, sharp as thunder, exploded through the narrow alley. Without even shifting his stance, Fu Zhe casually flicked his right hand backward. Whoosh! A somber streak of black light tore through the air with a piercing shriek, overtaking the cyan projectile in an instant. Clang! A metallic screech rang out as the aggressive cyan light shattered like glass struck by a hammer. The black streak, undeterred, continued its path like a bolt of dark lightning, shooting straight toward the green-robed woman who had just appeared at the alley's entrance. Kai Jinjian hissed. The black light grazed Kai Jinjian's cheek, leaving a faint scorch mark on her pale skin before embedding itself with a thud into the crumbling earthen wall behind her. Only then did the onlookers realize the black streak was a spear. A pitch-black, ancient-looking spear, its shaft exuding an oppressive, mountain-crushing aura. Fu Zhe's destiny weapon, Mountain River. The alley fell into deathly silence. Chen Pingan slumped to the ground, gasping for breath, his heart still racing. Kai Jinjian stood frozen, trembling slightly, her face ashen. She reached up in disbelief, fingers brushing the stinging mark on her cheek. The scent of death had been unmistakable. Had that spear veered even an inch, no, even a fraction, she had no doubt her skull would have been impaled. Her head snapped toward Fu Zhe, her eyes flickering first with fear, then with overwhelming humiliation and fury. Fu Zhe, have you lost your mind? Her voice was shrill. For this filthy peasant, this insect, you'd actually try to kill me? In her eyes, someone like Chen Pingan, a lowly commoner, was as insignificant as an ant. And yet, Fu Zhe had struck at her, a noble immortal, without hesitation. Fu Zhe's gaze slowly shifted to Kai Jinjian's twisted, beautiful face. A cold smirk curled his lips. An insect? His voice was soft, but carried clearly to every ear in the alley. Lady Kai, have you lingered among the clouds so long that you've forgotten you, too, once walked upon the earth? His eyes were calm, yet sharp enough to pierce the soul. I, Fu Zhe, was born in the mortal realm, raised in the dust of the mundane world. I've witnessed life and death, and I know where the line must be drawn. Your celestial kin have their own celestial laws, perhaps viewing mortal lives as mere blades of grass, but here in my domain. He paused, his gaze suddenly sharpening like a honed blade. To act, one must be human. Be human. These three words struck Kai Jinjian's face like three resounding slaps. Who was she? A celestial maiden from the mountains, looking down upon all living beings. Yet here she was, being berated by a mere mortal from a worldly dynasty. Accused of not being human. You. Kai Jinjian trembled with rage, pointing at Fu Zhe, but not a single coherent word escaped her lips. Shock and fury mingled within her, alongside an unprecedented sense of humiliation. Being forced to surrender her treasures aboard the flying vessel. That was a defeat she could accept. A matter of skill. But now, nearly executed on the spot by someone she deemed an insignificant insect, and subjected to such disgrace. How had she fallen into this man's hands yet again, each time more wretched than the last? Fu Zhe, however, had no patience for further words. His gaze swept past her, landing on Fu Nanhua, who stood in the shadows at the alley's entrance, his expression equally grim. Fu Nanhua, Fu Zhe's tone was calm. Do you also wish to meddle? He flexed his wrist, the joints cracking, a flicker of eager battle intent dancing in his eyes. Perfect. Saves me the trouble of seeking you out one by one. Both of you, come at me together. I'll take you on. Fu Zhe was indeed furious. But more than that, he wanted to test himself, to see just how far he could push his limits after merging the techniques of human emperor's decree and dragon-taming art against two cultivators of the same realm. This Lizhu cave heaven was shrouded in strangeness, and he needed to quickly ascertain the boundaries of his own strength. Fu Nanhua's lips twitched, both of them, at once. Was this man truly confident, or simply arrogant? But when his eyes fell upon the mountain and river spears still embedded in the wall, radiating an aura of terror, his heart involuntarily skipped a beat. The speed and power of that earlier strike had been unmistakable, swift, precise, ruthless, carrying an indomitable will to annihilate everything in its path. Taking a deep breath, Fu Nanhua suppressed his unease. Brother Fu Zhe, this is all a misunderstanding. Lady Kai acted in haste, with no true intent to harm. The timing today is less than ideal. Why not let this matter rest? Another day, if the opportunity arises, we can spar properly. What say you? His words were impeccably diplomatic, offering Kai Jinjian a graceful exit while making his own stance clear, no fight. Chen Pingan slumped on the ground. Couldn't he help but inwardly sneer at Fu Nanhua's words? What utter shamelessness. Clearly afraid to fight, yet dressing it up in such lofty terms. Timing is less than ideal. When Kai Jinjian was striking to kill, why hadn't he mentioned timing? And spar properly? More like waiting to gather more people for an ambush later. Though young, Chen Pingan had grown up in the muddy alleys, hardened by the harsh realities of life. His mind was far more cunning than his years suggested. He saw clearly that both Fu Nanhua and Cai Jinjian, who had nearly killed him, now regarded Fu Zhe with profound apprehension. Little did they know, their emotions ran far deeper than mere wariness. On the path of cultivation, the measure of one's combat prowess was never solely determined by the height of one's realm. It was universally acknowledged that swordsmen reigned supreme in the art of destruction, their blades cleaving through all techniques, unstoppable in their sharpness. Yet, second only to these peerless swordsmen were those who wielded their life-bound artifacts. These treasures, fused with their masters' very souls, moved with the ease of an extension of one's own limbs, their might eclipsing that of ordinary magical implements. Though the origins of the mountain river spear in Fu Zhe's grasp remained shrouded in mystery, its mere presence exuded an oppressive weight, like towering peaks and surging rivers, while the faint currents of baleful energy swirling along its shaft sent tremors through their hearts and souls. And that was before witnessing the terrifying precision of his spear play, the explosive force he commanded in but an instant. Should battle truly erupt? Fu Nanhua harbored no confidence. And even Cai Jinjian knew in her heart that even if the two joined forces against this spear-wielding Fu Zhe, brimming with indomitable fighting spirit, their chances of victory were pitifully slim. No, there was even the risk of annihilation. Chapter 31. Begone. Salamander, seeing that Fu Zhe did not immediately refute him, Fu Nanhua felt slightly reassured. He promptly cupped his hands in a respectful gesture. Brother Fu Zhe, since this is all a misunderstanding, I shall take my leave now to search for that rascal Song Jisun. Without hesitation, he turned and strode away, his steps even somewhat hurried, as though fearing Fu Zhe might change his mind. Cai Jinjian, witnessing Fu Nanhua's swift departure, dared not face Fu Zhe alone, especially with that deadly weapon still embedded in the wall. She shot Fu Zhe a venomous glare, then cast a sharp, resentful look at Chen Pingan on the ground. Finally, gritting her teeth, she stamped her foot and hurried off, not even bothering to retrieve the fragments of her shattered flying sword from the wall. In the blink of an eye, the alley was left with only Fu Zhe and the still trembling Chen Pingan. Fu Zhe walked to the wall, grasped the shaft of the mountain river spear, and with a gentle tug, pulled it free. The spear slid out effortlessly, leaving behind only a deep, narrow hole in the wall. He weighed the weapon in his hand, savoring the familiar, almost intimate connection it held with him, before turning his calm gaze to Chen Pingan on the ground. Hit. Fu Zhe's voice was quiet, yet carried an inexplicable reassurance. Stand up. Chen Pingan blinked in surprise before scrambling to his feet, dusting off his clothes awkwardly, his expression a mix of confusion and gratitude as he regarded the stranger who had just saved his life. In the future, Fu Zhe planted the mountain river spear firmly on the ground with a dull thud. There will be many more battles we fight side by side. Side by side. Chen Pingan was utterly bewildered. He scratched his disheveled hair reflexively, his face a canvas of incomprehension. But I'm just a mortal, brother. I can barely read, let alone cultivate immortality. His voice trailed off, laced with a deep-seated inferiority. I'm useless. I only bring trouble. I don't want to drag you down. A mortal? A burden? Fu Zhe inwardly scoffed. This boy had no idea that the karmic threads entangled around him ran far deeper and more complex than 99% of the so-called mountain-dwelling cultivators in this town. Some truths were better left unspoken for now. Explaining it now would be meaningless, Fu Zhe said simply, his gaze steady and unfathomable. Just remember what I've told you today. As the words left his lips, a faint breeze stirred overhead. A withered locust leaf, yellowed with age, spiraled down languidly from above the alley. Fu Zhe's eyes flickered as though he had anticipated this. Casually, he extended his palm. The leaf drifted precisely into his waiting hand. Chen Pingan instinctively looked up, his eyes filled with puzzlement. A locust leaf? He frowned inwardly. Mud Bottle Alley was nowhere near the ancient locust tree at the town's entrance. In the past, not even the faintest scent of locust blossoms had reached this place. So why today? Fu Zhe pinched the leaf between his fingers, its veins starkly defined. A barely perceptible warmth pulsed faintly against his skin. Gazing at the leaf, his tone was measured, yet it carried the weight of an immutable truth. This leaf, in truth, represents a serendipitous opportunity. Chen Pingan widened his eyes, lips slightly parted in bewilderment. A mere leaf, a stroke of fate? Fu Zhe lifted his gaze, his eyes profound as they met Chen Pingan's. Had I not been here today, had I not reached out to catch it? He paused, then gently placed the locust leaf upon Chen Pingan's grimy palm. it would have landed in your hand. Boom. Chen Pingan felt as though his mind had exploded. His entire body stiffened, his breath hitching. He stared dumbfounded at the ordinary leaf in his palm, then back at Fu Zai, his heart pounding wildly. It should have been mine. Never in his wildest dreams had he imagined that this enigmatic and formidable young man would so candidly reveal such profound truths to someone like him, a mere street urchin from Mud Bottle Alley. This revelation struck him with even greater force than the earlier act of saving his life. I came here, just like those you encountered earlier, Fu Zai said, his tone returning to its previous calm as he withdrew his gaze. Seeking opportunity. Without another glance at Chen Pingan, he turned to leave. The waters here run deep. There are many things I cannot explain to you now. Just remember my words. We will meet again. With that, Fu Zai's figure flickered, vanishing at the alley's end in a few swift movements. Chen Pingan remained rooted in place, clutching the locust leaf so tightly his knuckles turned white. Fu Zai's final words echoed relentlessly in his mind. We will meet again. Stepping out of Mud Bottle Alley, Fu Zai frowned slightly. The opportunity beneath the ancient locust tree had been disrupted by that old schemer Lu Jimao, transforming into the Imperial Dragon Sutra and falling into his hands. The fortune of the ancient Wells Dragon Loach had also been seized by him. And now, this locust leaf, which rightfully belonged to Chen Pingan, had been intercepted as well. Fu Zai's thoughts raced. Within the hidden depths of the luminous Pearl Grotto, there should still be a few more opportunities remaining. For instance, that true dragon, Jigue, born from the luminous pearl of the Flood Dragon. According to the fragmented memories from before his transmigration, this dragon was closely tied to a youth named Song Jisun. But the problem lay in the commotion his own presence had caused. From stirring the dragon's aura at the ancient well to his intervention in Mud Bottle Alley. Especially the lingering aura of otherworldly celestial laws and the domineering destiny of the human Emperor Sutra. Fu Zai was almost certain that Jigue, with her acute sensitivity to shifts in energy, had already sensed his abnormality. He needed to find her, quickly. His gaze sharpened. There were matters he needed to confirm. And more importantly, if he could persuade this true dragon, bearing immense destiny, to return with him to the White Frost dynasty and serve as its guardian. A blazing anticipation surged within him. Not only would it fortify their defenses against external threats, but the dynasty's prosperity could endure for millennia to come. The path of the human emperor demanded not only personal strength, but also the wisdom to gather destiny, recruit talent, and stabilize the nation's foundation. This true dragon was pivotal to his future ambitions, almost simultaneously with Fu Zai's intention to seek out Jigue. In an ordinary courtyard at the other end of the town, a young girl dressed in simple attire, yet possessing an ethereal beauty that seemed otherworldly, was idly watching a clumsy boy practice martial arts in the yard. Suddenly, the girl sharply raised her head, her clear, water-like eyes instantly turning alert and piercing, as if sensing something extraordinarily terrifying. Her gaze penetrated through the courtyard walls, fixing intently in the direction of Mud Bottle Alley, her delicate nostrils flaring slightly. What an extraordinary aura! Dominant, unyielding, yet carrying the majestic dignity of humanity, radiant as the blazing sun, and mixed within it, a trace of familiar dragon energy. No, it was 1,000 times purer and more domineering than that Loach's dragon energy. Jigue's heart pounded wildly. This sensation evoked both an instinctive sense of kinship and an inexplicable threat within her. Who was it? Since when had such a figure appeared in this small town? Without the slightest hesitation, before the boy Song Jisun in the courtyard could even react, Jigue's figure flickered like a ghostly shadow as she swiftly retreated, crashing through the back door and fleeing without a backward glance. Her speed was unbelievably fast. Mid-flight, as if still seething with frustration, she spotted a lazy fire lizard basking in the sunlight by the wall and impulsively kicked it aside. Scram! Out of my way! The poor fire lizard was sent flying, utterly bewildered. Chapter 32. The little dragon escaped? Following the faint traces, Fu Zai swiftly located Song Jisun's residence. Standing outside the gate, he could distinctly sense the feeble aura of a lone youth within the courtyard, along with an exceptionally pure and agile energy that had only recently dissipated. Escaped? Fu Zai understood. It seemed this young maiden, the incarnation of a true dragon, was indeed remarkably vigilant. He stepped forward and gently knocked on the courtyard gate. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? Came a youthful voice from within, tinged with wariness. I seek the maiden Jigue, Fu Zai replied calmly. Silence lingered briefly behind the gate before a stiff response followed. She's not here. Fuzhe was neither surprised nor inclined to force his way in. Instead, he merely spoke through the wooden gate, his words carrying clearly into the courtyard. The White Frost dynasty has already discovered a method to break through the heavens. However, the path ahead remains fraught with thorns. Song Jisun, if you truly aspire to be the one who gathers firewood for the masses, you should understand this. Flames must first warm oneself before they can illuminate others. The road you have chosen is too narrow, guarding a small corner of the world, protecting but a single person. It may seem profound and noble, but in truth, it is merely drawing boundaries around yourself, shackling your own hands and feet. For the greater scheme, it is meaningless to disturb your own Tao heart in this manner. What purpose does it serve, other than to invite needless distress? Having spoken, Fuzhe lingered no longer. He turned and departed with effortless grace, leaving not a wisp of cloud behind. Inside the courtyard gate, Song Jisun listened to Fuzhe's words, his expression first blank, then darkening with fury, until his face flushed crimson. What did he mean by a method to break through the heavens? What was this about flames warming oneself first? What narrow road? What drawing boundaries? What disturbing his Tao heart? This was practically pointing at his nose and calling him small-minded, calling him delusional, calling him a sentimental fool. How dare he? Song Jisun felt a surge of rage rush to his head. The convictions he had clung to now seemed trampled underfoot by this stranger, who had the audacity to grind them further into the dirt. He flung the gate open and stormed out in a fury. You stop right there. Explain yourself. Yet beyond the gate, the street lay empty and silent. There was no trace of Fuzhe, only the cool evening breeze drifting through the deserted lane. No sooner had Fuzhe vanished from Song Jisun's courtyard than he halted abruptly after turning down 2 alleys. At the mouth of the lane ahead, a petite figure peeked out cautiously, her gaze flickering with curiosity and hesitation before finally settling on the withered locust leaf in Fuzhe's hand. Clad in simple blue cotton robes, her hair pinned with a wooden hairpin, the maiden's unadorned attire did little to diminish her exquisite, otherworldly beauty. Her eyes sparkled with clarity and vitality, as though containing the very essence of mountains, rivers, and seas. It was none other than the true dragon who had fled earlier. Ji Gui. As expected, she had been drawn by the lingering aura of opportunity emanating from the locust leaf. Understanding flashed through Fuzhe's mind, though his expression remained unreadable. He simply watched her in silence. At first, Zhui Gui's attention was entirely captivated by that leaf, upon which lingered a faint yet intimately familiar aura, a mere vestige of what had been forcibly stripped away by some unknown power. But the next instant, when her gaze truly met Fuzhe's, an icy shiver shot up her spine to the crown of her head. Zhui Gui's delicate face drained of color in an instant. It was him, the terrifying presence she had sensed earlier, the one she had fled from like a startled hare evading a venomous serpent. That overwhelming, sun-like majesty of human authority, interwoven with the purest essence of dragon energy, now stood mere steps away. What chilled her even more was the unfathomable, instinctually dreadful power of the heavens lurking within him, something she couldn't begin to comprehend. I must flee now? The thought seared itself into her mind like a brand. Reflexively, she spun on her heel, ready to dissolve into a streak of light and vanish. Stay a moment, young lady. A calm voice rang out. Yet Fuzhe's figure shifted like a phantom, effortlessly blocking her path. The alley was narrow to begin with, and with this maneuver, her escape route was utterly cut off. Zhui Gui jerked to a halt, her small face taut with tension, every fiber of her being coiled to its limits. Like a startled kitten poised to bristle and strike. She glared at Fuzhe with wary intensity. What do you want? Her voice trembled ever so slightly, though she fought to steady it. Fuzhe studied her with a tranquil gaze, as if merely observing a younger sister from next door. No need for alarm. He lifted the locust leaf in his hand, his tone casual. You seem rather interested in this. How about we strike a bargain? A bargain? Her heart clenched. The pressure radiating from this man was suffocating, so overwhelming that not a shred of hope for evasion remained. She could tell this wasn't a negotiation. It was a command. I don't know what you're talking about. Zhui Gui bit her lower lip, struggling to resist. I was just passing by. Even as she spoke, she subtly gathered her strength, her feet shifting imperceptibly as she sought an opening to bolt. Fuzhe seemed to see right through her. With a faint, knowing smile, he shook his head. Let's not mince words, young lady. He took a single step forward, and the sheer weight of his presence stole the breath from her lungs. You need opportunity. You need the essence of the true dragon to stabilize yourself, perhaps even ascend further. Zhuai Gui's pupils constricted. How does he know? And I, Fuse continued. His voice low but deliberate, can help you. Her head snapped up, eyes brimming with suspicion and wariness. Help me? Why should I trust you? Your power. I can't even begin to fathom it. It was domineering, boundless, as if it sought to encompass the very heavens and earth. There wasn't the slightest hint that he desired the dragon's legacy for himself. She could sense it clearly, though this man's strength bore traces of draconic energy. Its foundation was something far grander, far more primal, a force meant to carve new paths, not inherit old ones. This aura felt utterly foreign to her, and more alarmingly, perilous. Whether to believe it or not would soon be revealed. Fu Zhe's patience appeared to have its limits. Now, all she needed to do was nod. Nod. On what grounds? The stubbornness in Zhi Gui's heart and the pride of the true dragon were thoroughly provoked. She refused to be manipulated by some mysterious stranger. The instant Fu Zhe's words fell, a fierce glint flashed in Zhi Gui's eyes. Without the slightest warning, she moved. Her figure was swift as lightning, leaving behind an afterimage. Her fingers curled into talons, their tips shimmering with a faint azure radiance as she struck directly for Fu Zhe's vital chest. This single strike carried a fraction of her power as a true dragon, swift, ruthless, far surpassing that of an ordinary fourth-realm cultivator. Fu Zhe's gaze sharpened. Such speed, such ferocity. Though he possessed some insights from the guardian of Jinwu Mountain, his cultivation of the human emperor's decree was still in its infancy. His combat experience, especially against non-human entities, was practically non-existent. In that split second, Fu Zhe barely managed to draw a sharp breath, crossing his arms in defense. Thud! A dull impact resounded. A tremendous force surged through him, numbing his arms and churning his chi and blood. He staggered back 3 steps before barely steadying himself. Such terrifying strength, and this was without her revealing her true form. Shot coursed through Fu Zhe. The path of a pure martial artist was indeed not one to be mastered overnight. Yet Zhi Gui, having landed her strike, showed no intention of lingering. Using the recoil, her figure slid backward like a fish through water, on the verge of escaping the alley. Chapter 33. The Dragon Binding Chain Trying to Escape? Fu Zhe's eyes sharpened abruptly. He could tolerate probing, but he would never allow a hard-earned opportunity to slip away. In the blink of an eye. He didn't even have time to think. His right hand swept toward his waist, and an iron chain entwined with ancient runes suddenly appeared in his grasp. It was the Dragon Binding Chain, obtained alongside the dragon loach from the ancient well, originally forged by Lu Zhimao to lure dragons. Lu Zhimao expended immense effort to refine this artifact. If I recklessly activate it, I might suffer backlash. But there's no time to hesitate. Fu Zhe's thoughts raced as he braced himself for the inevitable backlash, prepared to forcibly suppress it. Yet, the moment he channeled the tyrannical aura of the human emperor's decree and the faint water essence gleaned from the dragon-taming decree into the chain, the iron chain emitted a soft chime. Far from resisting or rebelling, it responded as though recognizing its true master, flowing effortlessly with Fu Zhe's will. In an instant, it transformed into a streak of dark light, piercing through the air with astonishing speed, far surpassing Zhi Gui's fleeing pace. What? Zhi Gui sensed a sinister wind at her back, followed by a binding force so terrifying it made her soul tremble. Before she could react, swish. The chain coiled around her with serpentine agility, wrapping her from head to toe in an instant, leaving only her small head exposed. Thud! The pitiful dragon maiden toppled stiffly to the ground like a bound dumpling, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhi Gui was utterly stunned. She was no stranger to the dragon binding chain. In fact, its aura was all too familiar. But this artifact was forged with laws specifically targeting dragonkind. Without the proper method or the power of a grand cultivator, it should have been nearly impossible to wield. Yet this man before her, barely at the 4th realm of martial prowess, had activated it with terrifying ease. This person is nothing like he appears on the surface. The secrets hidden within him were far more horrifying than she had ever imagined. Her struggle died instantly, lying on the ground, disheveled and covered in dust. Zhi Gui fixed her clear eyes on Fu Zhe as he approached leisurely. Her voice carried a suppressed tremor of fear. Just who are you? She had abandoned resistance, realizing it would only humiliate her further. If you truly possess such power. Zhi Gui inhaled deeply, resignation lacing her tone, then perhaps. Your demands are not entirely beyond consideration. Fu Zhe stopped before her, gazing down at the dragon maiden trussed up like a dumpling. His expression held no triumph, only calm. Me? He nudged the chain lightly with his foot, eliciting a metallic clatter. I am but a mortal, a mere martial artist struggling for enlightenment in this mundane world. His gaze seemed to pierce through Jigui, stretching toward the distant horizon. No matter the past or the future, all I seek is to carve a path of peace and prosperity for the common folk beneath this vast sky. A path of peace? For mortals? Upon hearing these words, the faint flicker of compromise in Jigui's heart instantly vanished. What nonsense! All I want is to quietly and comfortably gather dragon energy, growing stronger without lifting a finger. Who would willingly tread some exhausting, arduous path of peace? And for those insignificant mortals? Huh! Her temper flared as she snapped angrily. Who wants to follow you on some righteous path? I refuse. Let me go this instant, or you'll regret it. Fu Zhe, rather than taking offense, merely curved his lips into a faint smile. Bending down, he picked up the other end of the dragon-binding chain and gave it a gentle tug. Hiss! Jigui gasped in pain, feeling the chains tighten around her. Whether you'll make me regret it or not seems beyond your control now, Fu Zhe remarked, holding the chain like a leash on a stubborn calf. As for releasing you, that's even more impossible. He crouched before her, his piercing gaze like a blade as he leaned closer. And one more thing, abandon any foolish notions. No revealing your true form, no desperate measures. Believe me. His voice was as cold as midwinter frost. Within the confines of the Li Pearl Grotto, before me, even death may not be an option. His icy words doused the last ember of hope in Jigui's heart. Not even death. The claim might have sounded arrogant, but in the enigmatic Li Pearl Grotto, under the scrutiny of this formidable man, she dared not test it. What chilled her even more was another realization. This town was now teeming with powerful factions, all vying for opportunity. Should her true identity as a dragon be exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Under the covetous eyes of so many, she might indeed find herself in a living hell, unable to live, unable to die. Eternal darkness. She had briefly considered revealing herself to attract the attention of greater powers, perhaps leveraging them to escape. Now, it was clear that would be suicide. This man had already sealed off every possible escape. Her feeble threat was effortlessly crushed by Fu Zhe's calm words. Humiliation. Utter humiliation. Sullenly, she turned her face away, avoiding his gaze. Her voice barely a whisper, yet thick with resentment. I just want to be free. Who would follow you on some tiresome path of peace? Let me go, and I swear I'll stay far away, never bothering you again. Fu Zhe chuckled softly, tugging the chain once more. The metallic clatter made Jigui grit her teeth in pain. Freedom? He met her eyes, his gaze unfathomable. Following me doesn't necessarily mean losing it. At the very least, I want to treat you as some mere tool to stabilize fortunes. With a meaningful glance towards Song Jisen's courtyard, he mused. That scholar from the Song family, bearing upon his shoulders the rise and fall of an entire dynasty's fortunes, appeared destined for greatness. Yet in truth, every step was fraught with thorns. Even he was but a puppet to circumstance, unable to fully steer the course of his own empire's future. How much true freedom could he possibly offer you? Jigui's heart trembled violently. How did he know about Song Jisen? And with such unsettling clarity. The man before her was not only unfathomably powerful, but his insight and perception were downright terrifying. His understanding of the hidden truths of Liju Cave Heaven and the workings of dynastic fate far surpassed anything she had imagined. Could it be that he was also the reincarnation of some great being? Or perhaps a pawn of some clandestine faction? Countless thoughts churned in Jigui's mind as she speculated about Fu Zhe's origins, each conjecture more alarming than the last. In the end, she deflated. Circumstances left her no choice. For now, it seemed she had no choice but to submit. Fine, I'll go with you, Jigui muttered through gritted teeth, her voice low, her eyes burning with defiance. Deep down, she resolved that at the first opportunity, she would flee. She wanted no part of this so-called path of peace and prosperity. Fu Zhe nodded in satisfaction, preparing to retract the dragon-binding rope and depart with this unwilling opportunity in tow. Just then, creak, the familiar, grating sound of a wheelbarrow echoed from the distance. At the mouth of the alley, a hunched figure pushing a rickety cart slowly emerged, positioning himself precisely in Fu Zhe and Jigui's path. The man lifted his head, his clouded eyes settling on Fu Zhe with the weariness of one who had seen through the illusions of the world. It was none other than the old storyteller from the town's entrance, Lu Chun, the very man whose scheme to lure the dragon had been foiled by Fu Zhe earlier. Chapter 34. Young man. Halt your steps. Lu Chen's gaze first swept over the bound and disheveled Jigui, his brow furrowing almost imperceptibly, a fleeting mix of surprise and understanding. Then, his eyes locked firmly onto Fu Zhe, his voice hoarse as he spoke. Young man, halt your steps. Fu Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly as he regarded this unremarkable-looking elder. He had sensed something unusual about this man earlier, and now, his suspicions were confirmed. What counsel do you offer, old sir? Fu Zhe's tone was calm, but his grip on the dragon-binding rope tightened subtly. Lu Chun pushed his cart forward another half-step, his murky eyes seeming to swirl with starlight, as though they could pierce through the depths of one's soul. The one beside you is both a great opportunity and a grave peril, he murmured, his voice low yet carrying clearly to Fu Zhe's ears. The weight of this opportunity's karma is immense. Should an ordinary person become entangled, not only would their path ahead grow treacherous, but they might face instant annihilation. Young man, heed an old man's advice, let it go. Fu Zhe arched an eyebrow. Oh, unworthy of bearing it. His sharp gaze swept over Lu Chun. Old sir, you can scarcely discern the fate of your own opportunities. Pushing this ramshackle cart aimlessly through this backwater town, your own path shrouded in uncertainty. And yet, you dare to speak presumptuously of another's destiny? Don't you find that somewhat laughable? What? Lu Chen's heart lurched violently. What does he mean by that? Could he have seen through my? The thought exploded in his mind like thunder, nearly shattering his carefully maintained facade of serenity. Impossible. My origins are buried in the deepest secrecy. Even those lofty mountaintop cultivators might fail to uncover them. How could a mere fourth realm brat possibly? With great effort, Lu Chun suppressed the tempest within, though a fine sheen of cold sweat had broken out on his forehead. When he looked at Fu Zhe again, his eyes were heavy with solemnity. This youth is far more than he appears. There must be profound secrets hidden within him. Drawing a deep breath, he realized that his earlier warnings and threats had fallen on deaf ears. He could only adopt a tone of earnest persuasion, hoping to sway Fu Zhe with reason and emotion. Young man, I do not speak idly to frighten you. You may have your methods, your confidence, but the matter of the true dragon is of monumental significance. She is no ordinary spirit. Her very existence is subtly intertwined with the workings of the great Tao in this realm. In time, she may even become one of the pivotal forces shaping this world's destiny. To forcibly take her away is not only to make enemies of the powers within Li Zhu Cave Heaven, but also to oppose the unseen currents of heaven's will itself. You would be placing yourself at the eye of the storm, inviting calamity upon calamity. Lu Chen's words were part admonishment, part revelation, hinting that he had glimpsed fragments of the heavenly mysteries. Indeed, his divinations had shown him that Jigui's fate was extraordinary. She could not be allowed to fall into the hands of any faction, least of all this domineering, enigmatic young man before him. Yet when Fu Zhe heard this, the last traces of amusement vanished from his face, his gaze sharpening like a blade. Inviting calamity? Opposing heaven's will? He took a step forward, his aura surging violently. The human emperor's decree activated on its own, unleashing a majestic and domineering pressure of human Tao, as tangible as the sun itself, bearing down upon Lu Chun with crushing force. The air in the alley seemed to solidify. If I dare to act, I have my reasons. Fu Zhe does not owe explanations to anyone. His voice turned icy. Old man, if you have no intention of forcibly stopping me, then step aside. Do not waste my time with idle words. Lu Chun staggered slightly under the impact of Fu Zhe's aura, a flicker of shock flashing in his eyes. Such an overbearing presence. This is no ordinary warrior. This will. It almost dares to rival heaven and earth itself. His heart twisted in turmoil. This brat. Utterly unyielding. Does he truly believe a stroke of fortune grants him the right to disregard all? Must I truly reveal a fraction of my true power to forcibly detain him? After all, Jigui's fate is of grave consequence. To allow such a variable to take her away could lead to unforeseen calamities. Yet, before Lu Chun could steel his resolve, clang, a crisp metallic resonance, like the roar of a dragon or the growl of a tiger, suddenly pierced the narrow alley. A flash of cold light. Fu Zhe's right hand had already released the dragon-binding rope, now gripping instead a pitch-black spear, ancient and unadorned, as though it devoured all light around it. Upon its shaft, faint shadows of mountains and rivers coiled, exuding a terrifying aura, one that suppressed all beneath heaven, declaring supremacy. This was the divine weapon, mountains and rivers. Its tip slanted toward the ground, its edge gleaming lethally, locking onto Lu Chun from afar. Deep within the alley, silence reigned. Only that obsidian spear remained, poised at an angle, its shaft flowing with a killing intent so cold it seemed to freeze the soul, and a power so pure it was unlike anything Lu Chun had ever encountered. This was no ordinary spiritual energy cultivated by practitioners, nor the sinister forces of demonic arts. That aura was ancient, vast, and radiant, as though resonating with the very origin of the world's grand Tao. The weight of mountains, the breath of rivers, all condensed upon this seemingly unremarkable spear. This is the power of the heavenly Tao. So pure, Lu Chen's clouded pupils constricted violently, his heart seized by an invisible hand, nearly ceasing to beat. Having lived through countless ages, witnessed innumerable wonders, even glimpsed fragments of celestial secrets, never had he encountered a weapon so brazenly imprinted with the laws of heaven and earth. At this moment, when he looked upon Fu Zhe again, that youthful face became indistinct, shrouded in an impenetrable mist. No matter how he strained his secret arts, he could not discern even a trace of the young man's future. This is a monster beyond all reason. That inexplicable resistance he had felt when attempting to divine Fu Zhe's origins now became crystal clear. The threads of karma entwined around this youth were far more intricate, far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. The original intention of forcibly keeping Ji Gui was utterly shattered by the overwhelming aura revealed by the mountain river spear in that fleeting moment. Enough, enough. A bitter taste filled Lu Chen's heart. This entanglement was beyond his grasp. Forcible interference would not forge a bond of goodwill, but rather invite catastrophic disaster. These waters ran far too deep. Slowly, he withdrew his gaze, pushing the wheelbarrow as he took half a step back, yielding the path. That world-weary demeanor seemed to return to his face, yet deep within his eyes lingered an ineffable trace of wariness. "Young man, you've won." Lu Chen's voice regained its previous hoarse and unhurried tone, though the air of lofty authority had faded, replaced instead by a solemn gravity, as if speaking to an equal. "Take this true dragon with you." However, raising a withered finger, he pointed toward a certain direction in the town, where the faint outline of a stone bridge could be glimpsed. Beneath that abandoned stone bridge in the southeast corner of the town, there lies a person who has slumbered for a very, very long time. He owes this land many debts. Perhaps he can help shoulder some of your burdens. Chapter 35. Him, the sword bearer? Fu Zhe's grip on the mountain and river spear faltered slightly. Beneath the stone bridge, the one who had slumbered for so long? A vague silhouette flashed through his mind. At the moment he had obtained the spear, within that mysterious space, he had indeed sensed an overwhelmingly powerful, dormant sword intent, one that had briefly intersected with his own. Him, the sword bearer? A ripple of realization stirred within Fu Zhe. He hadn't expected old man Lu Chen to know even this, much less to point it out to him. Such discernment was truly terrifying. Yet, he met Lu Chun's gaze with unshaken calm, his tone indifferent. "Thank you for the guidance, elder. However, my path is mine to walk." The implication was clear. Lu Chun regarded him deeply, his murky eyes flickering with an inscrutable light before finally dissolving into a nearly imperceptible sigh. Without another word, he pushed his creaking wheelbarrow, hunched and slow, until he vanished around the bend of the alley, as though he had never been there at all. Only Fu Zhe and the tightly bound, indignant Ji Gui remained in the narrow lane. "Hey," Ji Gui finally burst out, writhing in frustration. "That old man just pointed you toward an opportunity. In this Li Zhu cave heaven, isn't everyone scrambling for a chance at fortune? Yet here you are, turning it down? Are you an idiot?" She couldn't comprehend it. This man defied all logic. Why shoulder the burden alone when he could share the risk with a powerful ally? Fu Zhe cast her a sidelong glance, sheathed the mountain and river spear, and tugged the other end of the dragon-binding rope, striding forward without pause. "Each world has its own rules," he said flatly. "That senior beneath the bridge has his own destiny and purpose. His sword is meant for that boy surnamed Chun. Forcing it would be meaningless." He paused, then added, "Moreover, my path is the path of the human sovereign, one that tramples all obstacles to forge an unprecedented road to the heavens. Why would I need another as protection?" Ji Gui was left speechless, glaring at his retreating figure with resentment. This man was utterly, insufferably arrogant. Yet, for reasons she couldn't explain, His unwavering confidence stirred something deep within her, a faint, unacknowledged doubt. Perhaps he truly was different from the rest? Fuzhe paid no heed to her thoughts. His objective was clear: ascend the mountain, seek out the seemingly gentle yet profoundly enigmatic Master Qi at the academy. Certain matters required immediate confirmation. Yet, just before leaving the town, his steps hesitated. As if guided by some unseen force, he turned back toward Mud Bottle Alley. It seemed there was still one small matter left unresolved. The moment he re-entered the familiar, slightly dilapidated alley, something unexpected happened. A faint, skittering sound, then, from the shadows of the wall, a crimson streak darted forth like lightning. The creature resembled a lizard, yet bore four-clawed limbs, its scales a deep crimson hue. With two faint protuberances atop its head, its beady eyes gleamed with an unsettling fervor. This was none other than the four-legged serpent that had coveted the dragon's essence by the ancient well. Though the true draconic aura emanating from Jigue was largely suppressed by the binding dragon chains, to this creature innately attuned to such energies, it shone as brightly as a beacon in the night. Swift as the creature was, Fuzhe proved swifter still. Just as the serpent was about to coil around Jigue's ankle, a subtle vibration rippled through the air. With a deft flick of his wrist, Fuzhe summoned the mountain river spear once more, this time wielding not its piercing tip, but the weighted blunt end. The spear's haft moved with uncanny precision, flipping the crimson serpent skyward with an expert motion. Whoosh! The creature let out a shrill cry of terror as it arced through the air, landing squarely upon Jigue's shoulder with an unceremonious plop. What in the— Jigue recoiled as an icy, slithering weight settled upon her, her delicate features twisting in horror. Instinctively, she writhed, desperate to shake the abomination off, but Fuzhe gave her no quarter. Move! With a sharp tug on the binding dragon chains, he yanked her forward with such force that her protests were cut short mid-scream. Nearly lifted off her feet, she was dragged relentlessly toward the mountain's summit. Where the academy stood, the petrified serpent clung desperately to her robes, jostled along in the chaotic ascent. Atop the mountain, within the tranquil confines of the academy, a gentle breeze carried the murmur of scholarly recitations. Dressed in flowing azure robes, Qi Jingchun stood upon the stone steps, his gaze serene yet knowing as it lingered upon the distant town below. A faint smile played upon his lips, as though he had long anticipated this very moment. Before long, a figure emerged at the path's end, approaching with startling speed. Even Qi Jingchun's unshakable composure wavered slightly at the sight. Fuzhe strode forward, one hand gripping the glowing, rune-etched chains, the other end of which bound a disheveled, indignant young woman. Perched upon her shoulder, trembling pitifully, was the peculiar four-legged serpent. This was certainly an unconventional spectacle. Qi Jingchun chuckled softly, shaking his head as he stepped forward to greet them. Young master, this manner of display is rather conspicuous, wouldn't you say? His eyes flickered over Jigue, bound by the chains, and the serpent upon her shoulder, its aura faint yet unmistakably touched by draconic essence. Understanding dawned in his gaze. To parade such a rare treasure so boldly up the mountain, is this a testament to your confidence, or does it conceal deeper intentions? Fuzhe halted his steps, clasped his hands respectfully towards Qi Jingchun, adopting a humble posture, yet speaking with dignified composure. Master Qi possesses discerning vision indeed. It seems my modest intentions could never escape your notice, he admitted candidly. This maneuver of mine was indeed deliberate. As a newcomer groping in complete darkness, should I wish to accomplish anything within the Li Pearl Cave heaven, I must first capture the attention of sufficiently influential figures, must I not? A subtle smile graced his lips as he met Qi Jingchun's gaze with earnest sincerity. Take for instance prompting your excellency to inquire about my motives. Only then could I ride the current downstream, seeking your esteemed counsel, and perhaps even presuming to make an impertinent request. Upon hearing this, Qi Jingchun experienced a momentary pause. Subsequently, the mirth in his eyes deepened as his gaze upon Fuzhe brimmed with admiration. How remarkably intriguing, he mused inwardly. This calculated strategy, this audacious spirit, this unvarnished candor. Truly, this young man stands apart from the ordinary. Chapter 36. The otherworldly demon at the entrance of the academy. Qi Jingchun stood gracefully in his azure robe, a faint smile playing upon his lips. His gentle gaze, as if capable of piercing through one's very soul, rested upon Fuzhe with an air of both amusement and profound understanding. Young Master Fuzhe, Qi Jingchun remarked, lightly fanning himself. Such cunning calculation and unexpected candor have indeed taken me by surprise. His smile remained unshaken as he continued, very well. If it is truly your intention to take this young lady away. His eyes briefly swept over Jigui, bound by the dragon-binding chains. Then perhaps I may offer some modest assistance. He actually took the initiative to speak. A ripple of wariness passed through Fu Zhe's heart. His ascent to the mountain had indeed been motivated by a desire to leverage Qi Jingquan's influence, to probe the truth of matters, and perhaps even seek aid. Yet he had not anticipated the other man would extend an olive branch so directly. In that fleeting moment, Fu Zhe's thoughts raced, though his expression betrayed nothing. Only the faintest flicker in his eyes hinted at his inner turmoil. Outrageous! A sharp, furious cry erupted beside them. Jigui writhed within her restraints. Her delicate face flushed with humiliation and now further contorted by rage. She glared first at Qi Jingquan, then at Fu Zhe, her gaze as piercing as shards of ice. "You lowly mortals!" Her voice trembled with barely contained fury. "How dare you show such disrespect? I am the spirit of this realm, the true dragon's pearl incarnate. Instead of bowing in reverence, you defile me with these filthy chains. You dare to scrutinize me as if I were some common trinket. The audacity, the insolence, detestable, infuriating. These two mortals, each more insufferable than the last. Once I break free, I will make you regret this. Had it not been for the suppression of the dragon-binding chains." Jigui would have long since revealed her true form and sent them both flying with a single sweep of her might. Yet in the face of her near-hysterical outburst, Qi Jingquan merely adjusted the sleeves of his robe, his countenance unruffled. "Young lady, your words are misguided," he replied, his tone as composed as ever. "Noble birth is indeed ordained by heaven, yet the tides of fate shift with time, such as the natural order of the cosmos." His gaze shifted meaningfully back to Fu Zhe. This young master Fu Zhe carries an extraordinary destiny, his fate both enigmatic and boundless, so much so that even I cannot fully discern it. To follow him may yet lead you down an unforeseen path. Then, with a sudden shift in tone, Qi Jingquan's expression grew solemn as he fixed his eyes upon Fu Zhe once more. However, he paused deliberately. "Young Master Fu Zhe, your fate is shrouded in chaos. Though opportunities abound, so too do perils lie in wait. The threads of your future are veiled in an impenetrable mist, impossible to predict or decipher." His voice lowered, weighted with gravity. "To certain reclusive beings of immense power, an existence like yours is an aberration, a disruption to the natural order of heaven and earth." He regarded Fu Zhe with an inscrutable depth, enunciating each word with deliberate precision. "An otherworldly demon." Buzz. The words otherworldly demon exploded like thunder within Fu Zhe's consciousness. So it is. The human emperor system, the mountain river spear, the laws of the celestial beings from beyond. These powers that do not belong to this world have ultimately drawn the attention of true mighty beings. Qi Jingquan would never act without purpose. By mentioning this title now, he was unmistakably issuing a warning. Someone has already set their sights on me. In an instant, Fu Zhe grasped the profound implications behind Qi Jingquan's words and felt the weight of impending danger. The Li Pearl Grotto heaven was far more treacherous than he had imagined. Taking a deep breath to steady the turmoil in his heart, he solemnly cupped his hands and bowed deeply to Qi Jingquan. "Many thanks for your candid counsel, Master Qi. Fu Zhe shall remember it well." He neither inquired about who might be coveting him nor sought protection. Some things, even if asked, would yield no answers. Some aid, even if begged, would never come. Only by strengthening oneself can one truly stand firm. Farewell. Without lingering further, Fu Zhe tugged the shimmering dragon-binding rope in his grasp and turned to leave. "Hey." Jigui stumbled from the sudden pull, her heart brimming with resentment. "Just like that. After all the effort to climb this mountain, you exchange a few cryptic words with this pedantic scholar, and now we're descending. What exactly are you scheming?" She couldn't shake the feeling that their earlier conversation concealed deeper meanings, especially that mention of outer realm demons, which left her vaguely unsettled. Unable to resist, she sought to pry further. Without turning his head or slowing his pace, Fu Zhe replied coldly, "Do not ask what you shouldn't. Follow quietly." He understood all too well, this little girl, Jigui, feigned complaints while probing for information. "Trying to wheedle secrets out of me? You're still too green." With a slight tightening of his grip, the dragon-binding rope abruptly constricted. Jigui yelped in surprise, nearly lifted off her feet as she staggered to keep up. Dragged along at a breakneck pace down the mountain, the unlucky four-legged serpent on her shoulder clung desperately to her collar, dizzy from the jostling. The descent was swifter than the ascent. When the pair reached the foot of the mountain, near the clear stream where Fu Zhe had earlier captured the dragon-chi loach, Jigui suddenly dug in her heels. I'm not going any further. I refuse. Plopping down onto the riverbank's pebbles, she stubbornly resisted Fu Zhe's tugs, refusing to budge. I'm exhausted. Rushing like this. Are we racing to our graves? I need rest. I want fish. Look how plump they are in this river. Go catch some for me. Tipping her chin up imperiously, she declared, Hey, if you're taking me away, you'd better take responsibility for my needs. I'm hungry now. And I demand fish from here. If you don't fetch them, I want to move another step. Fu Zhe frowned, halting. Strange. Why throw a tantrum now? Of all times, and here of all places, his gaze swept the surroundings. The terrain was relatively open, the river clear and seemingly ordinary. Yet this girl was no fool. Her insistence surely hid an ulterior motive. Was she stalling for time? Or did this river hold some secret that could help her escape? Fu Zhe's thoughts churned within him. Yet he did not immediately refuse. Instead, he carefully surveyed the surrounding terrain and the flow of the river. Very well. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve, he mused silently. With a composed nod, his tone remained indifferent as he replied, Very well. We shall rest here for a moment. As Fu Zhe focused his mind, observing his surroundings with keen attention, the sound of footsteps suddenly emerged from the woods across the river. Moments later, two figures, a man and a woman, stepped out from the forest and appeared on the opposite bank. Leading the pair was a middle-aged man of towering stature, his frame broad and powerfully built. His face bore the marks of rugged determination, clad in simple short robes. His arms corded with sinewy muscle. His gaze was steady, exuding a quiet resilience forged through hardship. Beside him walked a girl of about 15 or 16, her delicate features carrying a trace of barely concealed wariness. The towering man's eyes swept over Fu Zhe, then lingered briefly on the bound Jigui and the conspicuous four-legged serpent behind him. A flicker of surprise crossed his expression, but it was swiftly replaced by calm. Raising his voice across the river, his deep and resonant tone carried clearly as he clasped his hands in greeting. Young brother, greetings. His voice was firm, yet courteous. I am Ruan Jiong, newly arrived in these lands and still unfamiliar with them. Chapter 37. The young master must depart almost simultaneously with Ruan Xiong's utterance. Fu Zhe keenly perceived the shift in the gaze of the maiden beside him, Ruan Xiao. The moment their eyes met, the wariness in her expression deepened abruptly, as though she had encountered something profoundly threatening, and she instinctively retreated half a step behind Ruan Xiao. A gentle river breeze, carrying the crispness of water vapor, swept past, yet it failed to dispel the sudden chill that had risen in Fu Zhe's heart. Outsider. Demon. The four words spoken in Qi Jingchuan's mild tone still echoed in his ears, each syllable as heavy as a mountain, crashing mercilessly against the walls of his composure. Indeed, this inexplicable system of his, these laws of an otherworldly celestial being, how could such things remain concealed forever? If even a seemingly unassuming scholar like Qi Jingchun could vaguely sense it, how could the true powers that stood atop the clouds, gazing down upon all living beings, remain oblivious? Trouble had truly arrived. Fu Zhe's eyes narrowed slightly, his gaze almost reflexively shifting to the maiden across the river, Ruan Xiao. No wonder she regarded him with such vigilance. In her unique perception, he was likely no unfortunate young master, but rather something akin to a calamitous beast. Just as Fu Zhe's thoughts raced, preparing to take Jigui and swiftly depart this perilous place, Ruan Xiao suddenly moved. With light, graceful steps, she advanced several paces forward, stopping at the riverbank. Her clear eyes fixed intently upon Fu Zhe, her tone carrying a seriousness and maturity that belied her youthful appearance. Young master, why must you leave? Fu Zhe's steps faltered, his brow creasing imperceptibly. Ruan Xiao met his gaze unflinchingly and continued, her voice crisp and clear. Though this place is remote, its mountains and waters are fair, and the spiritual energy is still abundant. My father and I are newly arrived and unfamiliar with these lands. If you would not disdain our company, perhaps we might travel together? It would be safer for all. A cold laugh echoed in Fu Zhe's heart. No doubt she wishes to keep this outsider demon within sight, the better to monitor me. Before he could respond, the towering figure of Ruan Xiao, who had remained silent until now, frowned deeply. He cast a suspicious glance at his daughter, then turned his sharp gaze upon Fu Zhe, scrutinizing him as though weighing the quality of a commodity. What has come over Xiao today, to be so forward with a stranger? Is there something unusual about this boy? Ruan Xiong's muscles tensed slightly, his wariness unmistakably heightened. An opportunity had arrived. Jigue, who had been dragged along by Fu Zai, seething in silent fury, suddenly brightened. She whipped her head toward Wan Qiong and his daughter, shrieking at the top of her lungs. "Hey, you big oaf across the river. And you little girl, don't be fooled by this scoundrel." She jerked her chin indignantly in Fu Zai's direction. "This man is utterly treacherous. He's no good person at all. He's even bound me with these wretched chains, trying to abduct me by force. Save me, quickly." Jigue struggled desperately, displaying the glowing rune-engraved dragon-binding chains on her wrist in a bid to evoke sympathy. Yet, to her astonishment, the towering man Wan Qiong's expression, initially tense, gradually relaxed upon recognizing the extraordinary nature of those shackles. Dragon-binding chains. Wan Qiong's heart trembled violently. Such divine artifacts were far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators. This young man must indeed have an extraordinary background. Moreover, the fact that he could bind this girl, who clearly bore draconic aura, meant he must have already obtained his destined great fortune within the Li Pearl Cave heaven. At this realization, the scrutiny in Wan Qiong's eyes faded, replaced by comprehension and wariness. He reached out, firmly grasping his daughter Wan Xiu's arm before she could speak further. "Xiu'er, do not meddle." His gaze flicked toward Fu Zai, his tone deceptively calm, yet laden with meaning. "This young brother seems to have found his own destined path. It would be unwise for us to interfere and entangle ourselves in unnecessary karma." Fu Zai exhaled silently in relief. That was close. He could sense that Wan Qiong, with his overwhelming vitality and formidable physique, was undoubtedly a martial artist of the highest caliber, a seasoned veteran of combat. Against Wan Qiu alone, who seemed to possess the insight of a reincarnated fire deity, Fu Zai might still stand a chance with the might of the mountains and rivers and the profundity of the human emperor's decree. But if Wan Qiong joined the fray, Fu Zai had no doubt he would stand no chance, perhaps not even the opportunity to flee. Fortunately, Wan Qiong appeared exceedingly cautious, unwilling to lightly involve himself in another's fate. "Father." Wan Qiu stamped her foot, her delicate brows furrowing in frustration. She seemed poised to argue further, but under her father's unyielding gaze, she swallowed her words. With a glare at Fu Zai, her eyes brimming with complex emotions, she finally spat out, "Humph. We will meet again." With that, she turned to leave with Wan Qiong. Seeing this, Fu Zai relaxed slightly, eager to depart as well. He tugged the dragon-binding chains, signaling the still sullen Jigue to follow as he prepared to take a detour. Yet, just as the two groups were about to pass each other, mere feet apart, a sudden upheaval. Wan Qiong, who had been the picture of restraint, abruptly narrowed his eyes. Without warning, his massive hand shot out, fingers clenching into a fist, muscles bulging, veins standing stark against his skin. A devastating, mountain-shaking force erupted from his punch, tearing through the air like a cannonball straight toward Fu Zai's ribs. This strike was swift, precise, ruthless. The sheer power behind it was terrifying beyond measure. Damn it! In that split second, every hair on Fu Zai's body stood on end. His instincts reacted before his mind could process the danger. Clang! With a sudden twist of his waist and hips, the long spear in his hands swiftly swept to his side, barely blocking the earth-shattering punch. The deafening clash of metal rang out as an overwhelming force surged through the shaft, numbing Fu Zai's palms and sending violent tremors up his arm. He was flung uncontrollably backward, carving deep furrows into the riverbank with his heels. Damn it! Stabilizing his stance, a fierce glint flashed in Fu Zai's eyes. Without hesitation, he harnessed the recoil from the block, twisting his torso with explosive power. The spear whirled in his grasp, its tip slicing through the air with a menacing arc of dark light, sweeping back toward Wan Qiong's chest. Ah! The sudden turn of events sent Jigue shrieking in terror. Instinctively, she spun around, ready to flee into the river. "Fight! Fight! Let them both be gravely wounded, so I can escape." Yet, once again, her hopes were dashed. The moment she turned, a figure clad in blue appeared before her like a phantom. Wan Qiu. Chapter 38. Impressive skills. Young man Wan Qiu did not attack Fu Zai. Instead, she extended her delicate hand and effortlessly pressed it against Jigue's shoulder, immobilizing her. "What are you doing? Let me go?" Jigue was both shocked and furious, glaring at Wan Qiu in disbelief. "They're fighting. Your father is teaching that bastard a lesson. This is the perfect opportunity. Why are you stopping me?" Wan Qiu's expression remained indifferent, her voice as cool as ever. "My father is merely indulging a whim, testing this man's mettle." She cast a fleeting glance at the two figures exchanging blows by the riverbank, fists and spear clashing, sending shattered stones flying, before continuing calmly. If I let you interfere, wouldn't that mean meddling in his fate and disrupting his opportunity? I have no intention of doing something so foolish. You. Ji Gui nearly choked on her rage, her face flushing crimson, fury burning in her veins. Disgusting. Absolutely despicable. This father and daughter, neither of them is any good. She could only curse them inwardly, silently praying that the damned Fu Zhe would be beaten half to death, his bones shattered, his cultivation ruined. Yet what unfolded next made Ji Gui's eyes widen in astonishment. Against Wan Xiong's storm-like fists, Fu Zhe did not crumble as she had imagined. Instead, he displayed astonishing resilience and formidable strength. His movements were elusive, his footwork agile. The seemingly ancient spear in his hands danced with an aura of majestic righteousness, vast and unyielding. Clang, clang, clang. Wan Xiong's punches were devastating, each strike capable of shattering boulders, accompanied by the dull roar of displaced air. Yet Fu Zhe's spear parried, deflected, and countered with uncanny precision, its tip flickering like cold starlight. The mountain river spear seemed alive, its surface shimmering with a faint radiance, skillfully dispersing and redirecting the force of Wan Xiong's blows. Seizing the moment when Wan Xiong's heavy punch missed its mark, Fu Zhe's eyes gleamed. With a flick of his wrist, the spear shaft bent like supple bamboo before snapping straight with incredible force. A masterful application of leverage, 4 ounces redirecting 1,000 pounds. Thud. Wan Xiong felt an irresistible rotational force seize him, throwing him off balance. Staggering backward, he toppled into the Qing River with a loud splash. Splash. Water erupted into the air, startling several plump fish into leaping out before plunging back beneath the surface. Dripping wet, Wan Xiong rose from the river, wiping water and weeds from his face. His imposing frame now looked somewhat comical, his gaze fixed on Fu Zhe, who stood spear in hand on the shore. The stern lines of his face twitched slightly, and the sharpness in his eyes gave way to undisguised astonishment. This lad could actually withstand a punch with 70% of my strength, and even manage to throw me into the river with such exquisite technique. He fell silent for a moment, then suddenly grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. He clasped his fists toward Fu Zhe, his voice still booming but with less of the previous oppressive force, now tinged with a hint of apology. Ahem. Well, young man, impressive skills. Just now, I was a bit too rough. My apologies. Wan Xiong wiped the water from his face, utterly unbothered by his disheveled appearance. Instead, his gaze burned with intensity as he stared at Fu Zhe, particularly at the mountain and river spear in his hand, which still hummed faintly, exuding an air of quiet majesty. He strode back to the shore, each step sending delicate sprays of water into the air, his towering frame steady as a boulder. Ahem. Wan Xiong cleared his throat, his expression shifting to one of realization. Truth be told, the moment you revealed that spear, I had no intention of truly striking to kill. Fu Zhe tightened his grip on the spear, his brow arching slightly in surprise. No intention to kill? And yet that punch of yours just now was nearly aimed at crippling me. This old fellow is rather interesting, Wan Xiong continued, his tone carrying the straightforward candor and judgment unique to martial practitioners. Master Qi once mentioned that not all visitors from beyond are demonic fiends. Among them are those of extraordinary talent, but there may also lurk those with twisted hearts, intent on overturning the order of this world. His gaze sharpened as he scrutinized Fu Zhe. Those who gather great fortune yet harbor wickedness, no matter how they conceal their aura, cannot fully hide the shadow of malice and corruption, especially when wielding their life-bound artifacts. The resonance of their energy betrays them. He paused, his eyes returning to the ancient spear, now with a glimmer of approval. But you are different. His grin widened, flashing white teeth, exuding a rugged charm. That spear of yours, and the power you unleashed just now, though unfamiliar. It is vast and righteous, not a trace of malevolence. It reminds me of the legends, of those who guard the land and bear the will of the people. So that's it. Understanding dawned in Fu Zhe's mind. He grasped Wan Xiong's meaning instantly. His human emperor's decree cultivated the path of imperial authority and dominance, embodying the grandeur of ruling mountains and rivers, commanding the will of the masses. The energy it refined was naturally upright, vast, and majestic, and his life-bound spear, mountains and rivers, complemented this path, inherently carrying the imposing dignity of subduing the world. As a fellow top-tier martial artist, Ruan Xiong's profound vitality and keen perception allowed him to sense the purity of Fu Zhe's techniques and weapon during their clash. Nothing unusual about that. This rough-looking fellow is far more perceptive than he appears. That punch earlier was less an ambush and more a ruthless, final test. Father was right. Ruan Xiao, who had been quietly observing, couldn't resist chiming in, her clear eyes sparkling. She hurried to Fu Zhe's side, tilting her delicate face upward as she earnestly added, "My lord, the moment you grasped that spear, everything felt utterly transformed." She struggled to articulate, her petite hands gesturing animatedly. "Before, you seemed like an enshrouding mist, elusive, somewhat intimidating even. Yet when you crossed blades with father just now, your aura blazed forth like the sudden rising of the sun." Watching this father-daughter duet unfold, Jigue stood neglected at the sidelines, nearly bursting with indignation. What manner of farce is this? She fumed internally. Where are your principles? Your convictions? One moment engaged in mortal combat, the next exchanging admiring glances. Utterly useless. Her entire frame trembled with rage. And here I'd placed my hopes on that hulking brute to properly chastise this scoundrel. Noticing the comical spectacle of her apoplectic fury, Fu Zhe allowed the faintest smirk to grace his lips, as if anticipating the little troublemaker's restlessness all along. He leisurely produced from his robes another talisman, this one for silencing speech. Chapter 39. A trivial matter. The talisman landed precisely on Jigue's incessantly chattering lips, instantly transforming into a faint glimmer that completely silenced her. At last, the world was quiet. Jigue. Her eyes widened in disbelief, as if she had suffered an unspeakable humiliation. Having dealt with the source of the noise, Fu Zhe turned his attention to Ruan Jiong and his daughter, clasping his hands in a respectful salute. "My apologies for the earlier offense. I hope Senior Ruan and Miss Ruan can forgive my impropriety." Since the other party had already clarified their stance, he was more than willing to turn hostility into harmony. "Haha, no harm done. Conflict often leads to friendship." Ruan Jiong waved his hand magnanimously. "Young man, to possess such skill and courage at your age, your future is boundless." After a moment of contemplation, he pointed toward the distant mountain range. "This place is called the Luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven, and its interior is vast. If you seek a place to settle here, you might consider heading that way. 30 li to the east lies the fallen Phoenix Mountain. Though not particularly tall, its spiritual energy is decent, and it offers tranquility." Wanshio added, "Yes, the scenery there is quite lovely. We visited it when we first arrived." Fallen Phoenix Mountain? Fu Zhe's heart stirred slightly. The name seemed faintly familiar from the original text. He nodded in gratitude. "Thank you both for the guidance. A trivial matter." Ruan Jiong chuckled, then gave Fu Zhe a deep, meaningful look. "Young man, until we meet again." With that, he turned and strode away along the riverbank with Ruan Xiao, who still regarded Fu Zhe with curiosity, watching their retreating figures. Fu Zhe exhaled softly. At last, he had temporarily resolved a potentially enormous problem. Not long after the father and daughter disappeared around the river bend, the sound of rustling footsteps approached. A young man wearing straw sandals, carrying a polished bamboo pole over his shoulder, and bearing an air of rustic simplicity, ambled leisurely from downstream. It was Chen Pingan. He seemed to have come to the river in search of fish. When he looked up, his gaze immediately fell upon Fu Zhe, standing spear in hand, and Jigue, who was tied with an unusual chain and wore an expression of utter despair. Chen Pingan's steps faltered abruptly, his face instantly filled with confusion. "Jigue?" He blurted out, his voice thick with surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be with young Master Jisun?" Jigue, whose mouth was still sealed, could only roll her eyes dramatically and turn her head away, presenting the back of her skull to Chen Pingan, a clear expression of none of your damn business. Chen Pingan scratched his head. Though puzzled, he knew better than to pry. The boy from Mud Bottle Alley had his own survival instincts. He never asked questions he shouldn't. Instead, he turned to Fu Zhe with a shy smile and greeted him. "Brother, you're here too." As he spoke, he lowered the bamboo pole from his shoulder and made to approach the riverbank, evidently intent on his original purpose, fishing. However, Fu Zhe reached out and stopped him. "Wait a moment, Pingan." Chen Pingan turned back in confusion, his gaze meeting Fu Zhe's. Fu Zhe's eyes were calm, yet his tone carried a trace of solemnity. "I need to discuss something with you." "Discuss something?" Chen Pingan blinked, then nodded without hesitation, thumping his chest with earnest resolve. "Brother Fu Zhe, just say the word. If it's within my power, I won't refuse." His answer was straightforward, pure as a mountain spring. Beside them, Jigue, who had been sulking, stiffened at Fu Zhe's words. Seeing Chen Pingan's guileless expression, her heart lurched. Discuss something? What does he want to talk about with Chen Pingan? A sudden realization struck her. This seemingly down-and-out Fu Zhe likely knew far more than she had imagined. Perhaps even the origins of this entire Lizhu cave heaven. Its future trajectory. He might grasp it all with perfect clarity. This thought made her expression tighten instantly, her eyes flickering with unease as she studied Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe naturally noticed Ji Gui's reaction but pretended otherwise, turning instead to Chen Pingan. Oh, you agree so readily? His voice lowered slightly. What if I were to ask for your life? Chen Pingan didn't flinch. Instead, he shook his head, his gaze clear and unwavering, his tone utterly sincere. I know you wouldn't, brother. He paused, as if recalling something, gratitude softening his features. Back in Mud Bottle Alley, if you hadn't intervened, I might have already. You saved me once. Repaying kindness is only right. Simple words, unadorned, yet weighty as a mountain. Fu Zhe exhaled softly. This Chen Pingan, truly. As he studied the young man's earnest face, something stirred within him. This boy. Is this what it means to walk the mortal world with a trace of divine purity? Such sincerity is blinding. In a world of deceit and hidden daggers, such untainted honesty was both jarring and precious. Fu Zhe knew all too well the storm that would erupt if he revealed the truth of Lizhu cave heaven, the secrets of the town, the future, the trajectory of Chen Pingan's own fate. This wasn't just about Chen Pingan. It involved the karmic threads of countless lives within this realm, possibly even drawing the attention of powerful beings beyond. No, the time isn't right. Chen Pingan was still too weak. Burdening him now would only crush him, or worse, invite disaster. His thoughts raced, but his expression remained composed, the earlier amusement in his eyes replaced by gravity. He patted Chen Pingan's shoulder, his voice gentling. Pingan, I appreciate your sincerity, but some things aren't meant to be spoken yet. The stakes are too high, the karma too deep. Knowing now would do you no good. Though Chen Pingan felt somewhat disheartened, he nodded vigorously, his youthful face brimming with trust. Yes, Brother Fuse, I believe in you. Fuse gave a slight nod and pondered for a moment. However, there is one thing you must keep in mind. He paused, as if carefully choosing his words. Before long, a rather unkempt and perhaps disreputable-looking Taoist may seek you out, asking you to save a maiden. No matter his reasoning, no matter her identity. Agree to it and do your utmost. Save someone. Chen Pingan was indeed taken aback, instinctively touching his empty pockets, his face etched with hesitation. Brother Fuse, I can barely feed myself. My pockets are emptier than my face. How could I possibly save someone else's maiden? Besides, he could scarcely keep his few measly fish fed. How could he be expected to rescue a living person? Yet before he could finish, Fuse had already turned away, leaving only a faint remark behind. Do what you can. Fate will take care of the rest. With that, he led Ji Gui, still silenced and bewildered, away without another glance. His departure swift and resolute, leaving Chen Pingan with nothing but a solitary, aloof silhouette. Chapter 40. Do your best. Fate will follow. Chen Pingan opened his mouth, intending to press further, but Fu Zhe's figure had already vanished around the river bend after a few swift leaps. Left standing there, scratching his head in bewilderment, he could only ponder the cryptic words Fu Zhe had uttered. A scruffy Taoist? Saving a maiden? How am I supposed to do that? Walking along the riverbank, passing sparse stalls peddling trinkets, Fu Zhe's steps suddenly faltered. Not far ahead, a hunched figure in a faded, tattered Taoist robe was slumped against a mottled low wall, dozing. His head bobbed precariously, as if he might topple over at any moment. In his hand, he clutched a glossy green gourd, its surface slick with oil, and a suspicious glint of drool lingered at the corner of his mouth. Lu Chen. So it is him. Fu Zhe understood. This seemingly disheveled yet profoundly enigmatic fortune-teller had a habit of appearing at critical junctures in the most unexpected ways. Yet, just as Fu Zhe prepared to stride past with Ji Gui in tow, expression unreadable, an abrupt change occurred. The previously drowsy Lu Chen jolted as if struck by an invisible thunderbolt, his eyes snapping wide open. Those half-lidded, languid orbs now blazed with sharp intensity. Locking onto Ji Gui, whom Fu Zhe led by a chain. His expression contorted violently in an instant. His murky eyes darted rapidly, his bony fingers flying like a musician plucking strings as he performed rapid calculations, so swift they left afterimages. Muttering incoherent syllables under his breath, he suddenly halted, his face draining of color. No, this little mudfish as fate thread. Why has it suddenly? entangled with mine. With a resounding smack, Lu Chun slapped his own forehead hard. Ah, my wretched memory. No, my divination arts. What is happening? Whirling around, he bounded toward Fu Zhe in a few strides, blocking his path. Pointing at the bewildered and aggrieved Ji Gui, he demanded urgently, "Young man, wait. Did you just meet someone? Or speak to someone? About this girl?" Fu Zhe smirked inwardly. How intriguing. I merely dropped a hint to Chen Pingan. And this old Taoist immediately sensed such a drastic shift? Ji Gui's fate was originally entirely unrelated to Lu Chun. Yet because of one remark she overheard, it forged such an immediate and profound connection. Fu Zhe studied the frantic old man before him with feigned indifference. The principle behind this is no mere coincidence. Seeing Fu Zhe's silence, Lu Chun's unease intensified. This youth is unquestionably trouble. I can't discern even a trace of his origins. His destiny is shrouded in impenetrable chaos. Now with but a casually uttered phrase, he could effortlessly pluck the strings of fate beneath my very gaze. What manner of being is he? Could he be some ancient deity amusing himself among mortals? Or something far more terrifying? The more Lu Chun pondered, the more his heart quaked. His gaze toward Fu Zhe now laced with profound wariness. Just as Lu Chun's hand instinctively reached to grasp Fu Zhe's sleeve for answers, the young man's brow furrowed slightly. With a subtle flick of his wrist, a gentle yet inexorable force emanated, effortlessly deflecting the approaching hand. Venerable Taoist, Fu Zhe spoke in measured tones, his voice betraying neither joy nor anger. Such undignified grasping hardly befits your station. His gaze swept over Lu Chun's face, etched with astonishment, carrying an inscrutable depth that seemed to pierce through all pretense. Set your mind at ease. I've little interest in those heaven-defying acts that disrupt the natural order of causality. Before Lu Chun could respond, Fu Zhe continued, his voice soft yet crystalline in its clarity. This realm appears as still waters. Yet beneath its surface swirl unseen currents. Every corner holds opportunity, every step brings variables. You sat long upon your fishing platform, Venerable One, calculating celestial mechanics and discerning human hearts, undoubtedly skillful arts. Yet remember, water brimming must overflow, the moon at fullness must wane. A faint, knowing smile played upon Fu Zhe's lips as he delivered his subtle admonition. Enmeshed within this grand design, how can you be certain your vision encompasses the whole? How know you haven't become unwittingly influenced, or worse, an unwitting pawn in another's game? Observing Lu Chun's frozen countenance, Fu Zhe delivered his final blow with quiet derision. Too long seated, too lofty in perspective, one inevitably grows complacent in presumed mastery. Venerable Taoist, this does not bode well. The words struck Lu Chun's heart like a gong's reverberation. His mind reeled, his body rooted to the spot as his vision momentarily lost focus. This youth, how could he know? Had his calculations truly overlooked some crucial element? Could his very existence have become enmeshed in some greater scheme? An icy dread crept from Lu Chun's soles to the crown of his head. A lifetime's study, belief, and reliance upon celestial calculation suddenly seemed laughably inadequate. That a youth of unfathomable origins could nearly shatter his Taoist heart with mere words. As Lu Chun drowned in this maelstrom of doubt, Fu Zhe lingered no longer. Taking Ji Gui's hand, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips, he passed the statue-still Lu Chun without ceremony. Only after considerable time did Lu Chun shudder back to awareness. Emerging from his near crisis of faith, with mingled fear and awe, he gazed toward where Fu Zhe had vanished, that retreating figure now seeming as unfathomable as the abyss itself. Drawing a sharp breath through clenched teeth, the old Taoist abandoned all pretense of dignity. With frantic haste, he began gathering his meager stall's scant belongings, muttering distractedly all the while, "Ill-fated year. I should have consulted the almanac. This accursed place is no longer safe. This individual is undoubtedly an unpredictable variable. Absolutely not. This humble Taoist must depart immediately. Lingering any longer would likely result in even my undergarments being schemed away. Time to make a swift exit." After turning the street corner and thoroughly shaking off any lingering spiritual surveillance from Lu Chun, Fu Zhe deftly flicked his wrist. The mysterious black chain that had previously restrained Ji Gui, the dragon-binding shackles of unknown origin, retracted into his sleeve like a living creature and vanished without a trace. These dragon-binding shackles have proven to be an unexpected boon. Though not a life-bound artifact, they possess remarkably versatile applications. Ji Gui caught this movement from the corner of her eye, her delicate face remaining tense. The power of the silencing talisman still rendered her incapable of voicing the multitude of questions swirling within, leaving her no choice but to silently fume in frustration. After navigating through numerous twists and turns, they arrived at a secluded spot behind a broken wall, utterly devoid of any human presence. Fu Zhe finally came to a halt, his footsteps ceasing as he turned slightly to gaze with imperturbable calm at Ji Gui's still fuming countenance. "Between you and Chen Pingan," Fu Zhe's voice, though not loud, carried with crystalline clarity in the silent surroundings, "there exists a master-servant covenant, correct?" Chapter 41. The Master-Servant Covenant. Boom. These words struck Ji Gui's heart like a bolt of thunder from the heavens. The young girl abruptly raised her head, her large, stubborn eyes widening in shock. Her pupils contracted violently in an instant, and the color drained from her face, leaving her as pale as paper. How could he know? This secret was the most fundamental, the most hidden connection between her, the spirit artifact of the Li Pearl Cave Heaven, and Chen Pingan, the chosen bearer of this realm. It was directly imprinted upon her true dragon soul and Chen Pingan's fate. In principle, aside from herself and the unseen laws of heaven and earth, no third being should have been aware of it. Her gaze toward Fu Zhe changed completely. This man, who exactly was he? He wasn't merely profound in cultivation. Could he perceive causality? Pierce through to the very essence. Ji Gui's lips trembled violently, the power of the silencing talisman seeming to waver under the storm of her emotions. She felt her teeth chattering, her body nearly beyond her control. Fu Zhe merely watched her calmly, his expression as indifferent as ever. But to Ji Gui, this tranquility was 100 times more terrifying than any overt threat. Finally, with great effort, Ji Gui managed to force out a trembling whisper. "What do you want?" She panted rapidly, struggling to regain control of her chaotic thoughts. "I admit it. I am the incarnation of the Li Pearl, but the situation in this cave heaven is too complicated now. There are powerful figures watching from outside. If I'm exposed or entangled too deeply with anyone, it will provoke forces beyond reckoning. Whatever you seek here will be ruined. Truly, just let me go." To her surprise, Fu Zhe actually smiled. "Oh, is that so?" He raised a brow slightly, his tone drawn out. "You think I don't know these things? How naive. If I weren't aware of these intricate entanglements, why would I have directly exposed your greatest secret from the start?" Fu Zhe leaned forward slightly, his posture devoid of any oppressive aura, yet Ji Gui felt as though she could barely breathe. "Little mud dragon," his voice remained steady. "If it weren't so, why would I specifically speak of this with you now?" The word specifically was uttered lightly, yet carried unbearable weight. Ji Gui flushed crimson, choked by his brutally straightforward words. The last remnants of her pride as a descendant of true dragons made her stiffen her neck, mustering the final shreds of defiance. My covenant with Chen Pingan was witnessed by the laws of heaven and earth, a master-servant contract engraved upon our very souls. Even if he perishes in this life, in the next after that, as long as he reincarnates, this covenant will remain imprinted upon his soul. For all eternity, it shall never fade. You cannot break it. This was her final trump card, the barrier she believed to be unshakable. "Oh, is that so? For all eternity?" Fu Zhe seemed to have heard something extraordinarily amusing. "So what?" He waved his hand lightly, his demeanor exuding utter indifference. The soul contract entangled with reincarnation was nothing more than child's play in his eyes. "Rest assured," he said casually, his tone nonchalant. "I have my own methods." Abruptly shifting the topic, a glint flashed in his eyes, piercing straight through Ji Gui's defenses. "Moreover, little mudfish, you're only half right. The existence of the contract may be unbreakable, but the manifestation and flow of its power are not immutable. Especially within this grotto heaven, where fate is obscured and variables abound." Fu Zhe's voice carried a penetrating insight, as if seeing through the very essence of things. "The contract is the contract. It may follow Chen Pingan through endless cycles of rebirth. But this pure and potent dragon aura of yours, still not fully awakened yet, the fortune and assistance it can bring, who can wield it now, in this small realm? Who will it aid in rising to power?" He paused, his gaze settling on Ji Gui's stunned little face, enunciating each word with chilling clarity. "Doesn't that depend on whose shadow you stand in at this very moment?" Ji Gui froze as if struck by lightning. Yes, the contract was dead, but she was alive. The flow of power, especially when she had yet to fully master her own strength, largely depended on whom she attached herself to, whose influence she was under. This man. Had he even calculated this? Ji Gui was utterly speechless, like a small beast with its neck clamped shut, her entire being radiating defeat and despair. Fu Zhe no longer paid her any attention. Turning, he strode into a narrower, more secluded alley without so much as a backward glance. Tossing a single command over his shoulder, "Follow." Biting her lower lip, her eyes slightly reddened, Jigui dared not hesitate and hurried after him, step for step. This man was too terrifying, utterly beyond her ability to resist. Yet, after a few steps, observing Fu Zhe's seemingly hurried figure from behind, that stubborn defiance in her heart quietly resurfaced. Unable to help herself, she muttered under her breath, just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "Humph. So mysterious, running around blindly like this. This Lizhu grotto heaven is heavily suppressed by the great Tao of this realm. Outsiders like you, unless you carry special treasures or cultivation methods, can't even perform proper spells, let alone something like shrinking the earth to inches or riding the wind. Do you really think speed alone is useful here? To seek opportunities in this place, one must first consider their origins, then their personal fortune, but most importantly, they must align with the fateful affinity of this land. Rushing around recklessly like this, what good could you possibly stumble upon?" Before she could finish grumbling, Fu Zhe, still walking ahead without pause, spoke as if he had eyes on the back of his head. "Who told you? I came here for opportunities?" "Eh?" Ji Gui blinked, reflexively retorting, "If not for opportunities, then why are you here? Could it be?" Before her words could fully escape her lips, the faint murmur of a conversation drifted from the alleyway ahead. One voice was aged, laced with unmistakable sycophancy, as if delivering a report, while the other, youthful, carried the innate arrogance of one long accustomed to authority. Each occasional hum or terse command resonated with an imperious finality. Fu Zhe's footsteps subtly slowed, his gaze sharpening like honed steel. After navigating past a corner cluttered with broken earthenware, the scene before them unfolded abruptly. At the alley's terminus, within a modest clearing, stood two figures. One was a young man, barely past 20, draped in resplendent golden silk robes cinched by a jade belt, a gilded coronet resting upon his brow. His features were striking, yet shadowed by an indelible aura of haughtiness and malice. He stood with hands clasped behind his back, listening with detached superiority to the hunched, gray-robed elder beside him, who nodded obsequiously, his words dripping with deference. But what seized attention most violently, clutched carelessly in the young man's hand, was none other than a jade imperial seal. Chapter 42. The imperial jade seal. The jade seal appeared to be carved from a kind of warm, lustrous white jade, its summit coiled with a sinuous dragon. Though the distance obscured the intricate seal script upon it, an aura of imperial majesty, weighty, vast, and intertwined with the nation's destiny, was unmistakable. Fu Zhe's pupils contracted sharply, a flicker of understanding passing through his mind. At the end of the alley, the young man clad in bright yellow silk and crowned with gold, Gao Zhun, fixed his gaze upon Fu Zhe and Ji Gui the moment they appeared. His eyes narrowed slightly before settling on Fu Zhe's attire, simple yet exuding an air of quiet distinction, particularly at the cuffs and collar. The faint embroidery of cloud patterns unique to the White Frost Dynasty's royal house could barely be discerned. A trace of surprise and calculation flashed through Gao Zhan's eyes. Someone from the White Frost Dynasty? And judging by his bearing, no ordinary noble to think such a figure would also come to this Pearl Grotto. Interesting. The innate arrogance in his expression softened slightly, and he curved his lips into what he deemed a cordial smile, stepping forward with a slight cupped hand salute. "Esteemed brother, judging by your attire, might you be nobility from the White Frost Dynasty?" His tone was probing, his eyes appraising. "Oh. Never did I imagine encountering a fellow royal from the Treasure Vase continent in such a remote town. Truly a fortunate meeting." His words already assumed Fu Zhe as a kindred spirit, an attempt to bridge the distance between them. Fu Zhe's expression remained unreadable, not even deigning to lift his eyelids fully as he cast him a detached glance. No need for familiarity. His voice was quiet, yet carried a chill that repelled all approach. Gao Zhan's smile stiffened imperceptibly, a flicker of irritation buried deep in his gaze. Such insolence. As a prince of the Great Sui dynasty, when had he ever been slighted so openly? Were it not for the eerie nature of this grotto and the fact that he had only brought Uniqua with him even as his thoughts raced, Fu Zhe seemed utterly indifferent to his displeasure, tilting his head slightly, as if listening beyond Gao Zhan and his attendant, his gaze piercing toward the depths of the alley. They've arrived. Fu Zhe's hearing, far surpassing that of ordinary men, had already caught the faint yet steady rhythm of footsteps, light yet carrying a unique cadence. Drawing nearer, almost the moment the thought formed, The light at the alley's entrance dimmed slightly. A figure stepped into view, clad in a plain, faded blue robe. Washed nearly white, yet impeccably clean, the newcomer carried an air of unadorned dignity. A wide bamboo had obscured most of their face, revealing only a clean, sharp jawline. They walked forward with quiet composure, exuding no outward pressure, yet their presence was as crisp and keen as a lone pine upon a mountain peak. But what truly stirred unease was what trailed behind them. A sword, snow-white and unbound by sheath or hand, hovered mere inches behind their back, its blade shimmering with a faint, ethereal glow. The intent of the sword was piercingly cold. "Your Highness, beware this woman." Beside Gaozhun, the elderly eunuch Wu Jiao Temple, who had been standing with hands respectfully folded and an obscure aura, suddenly narrowed his pupils. The obsequious smile on his face vanished in an instant, replaced by unprecedented gravity. "That sword is a life-bound flying sword. This woman's cultivation is unfathomable." Hearing this, Gaozhun's expression also changed. His gaze toward the straw-hatted woman now filled with wariness. "A life-bound flying sword. This is a symbol of the highest achievements in the cultivation world." Fu Zhe took in this scene with a faint, almost imperceptible upward curl of his lips, revealing a trace of amused amusement. Interesting. This old castrated dog has sharp eyes. But alas, how could he know that at this very moment, Lady Ning actually loathes this newly acquired bestowed sword and wishes to cast it far away? The newcomer was none other than Ning Yao, who had just returned from the Ascension platform, bearing the Ning character's sword bestowed by Qi Jingchun. At this moment, her mind was still immersed in the conversation she had with Master Qi, paying little attention to the others in the alley. She walked forward with unwavering focus, heading straight for the exit. Just as Ning Yao was about to brush past Gaozhun and Wu Jiao Temple, a sudden turn of events. A flash of ruthlessness crossed Wu Jiao Temple's eyes as he struck without warning. His hunched figure abruptly straightened, his withered claws slicing through the air with a sharp whistle like a streak of gray lightning, aiming straight for Ning Yao's right shoulder. The attack was vicious and cunning, clearly an attempt to seize the initiative and subdue this unknown threat before it could react. What a shameless old eunuch. Caught off guard, Ning Yao's brows furrowed beneath her straw hat. Her feet tapped swiftly, her body drifting backward like a falling leaf, narrowly evading the sinister strike. "Stop!" Gaozhun, seemingly only now reacting, shouted from behind, though his tone lacked any real urgency to intervene. Wu Jiao Temple ignored the command entirely. Failing his first strike, he pressed forward like a clinging shadow, both claws lashing out in a flurry of attacks, sealing all of Ning Yao's escape routes. Ning Yao's eyes turned cold. Behind her, the hovering sword emitted a soft hum, as if sensing its master's intent, ready to unsheath. Yet, in that fleeting instant, humph, a cold snort exploded through the narrow alley. Accompanying it was a sudden flash of dark, abyssal radiance. Clang. The crisp, resonant clang of metal striking metal. Fu Zhe, who had somehow crossed several steps in the blink of an eye, now stood with his spear, mountains and rivers, finally revealed. The spear was ancient in design, yet it exuded an overwhelming aura, as if capable of suppressing the very land itself. Its tip gleamed with a single point of cold light, arriving with uncanny precision, sweeping between Wu Jiao Temple's claws. Boom! An unstoppable force erupted. Wu Jiao Temple felt as if his arms had been struck by a charging mountain. An indescribable agony surged through his entire body. His charging form was sent flying backward, crash, directly smashing through the already dilapidated wall beside them, sending rubble and debris scattering in all directions. Eunuch Wu crashed heavily into the rubble behind the wall, struggling briefly before spewing a torrent of crimson blood from his mouth. Clearly, Fu Zhe's seemingly casual spear thrust had shattered several of his bones with its terrifying force. A single strike, and this old eunuch, whose cultivation was at least at the peak of the cave-profound realm, perhaps even brushing against the threshold of the ocean-gazing realm, was left teetering between life and death. Fu Zhe tilted his spear downward, its tip still humming with residual energy, the lingering force scattering dust across the ground. He turned his head, his icy gaze sweeping over the coughing, bloodied figure slumped in the rubble, his voice dripping with disdain. "Filthy old eunuch. This underhanded sneak attack suits your twisted half-man nature perfectly, despicable, neither fish nor fowl." The insult was vicious, unsparing, not only directed at Eunuch Wu but also implicating his master, Gaozhun, in its scathing contempt. Chapter 43. closing the door to beat the dog. The color drained from Gao Zhen's face in an instant, replaced by a mixture of shock and fury. He had never imagined that this seemingly unremarkable noble from the Baishuang dynasty would possess such terrifying strength, nor that he would dare to insult him so brazenly. Yet, as a prince, he still retained some measure of composure. Witnessing the crushing defeat of Wu the eunuch and the unfathomable power of Fu Zai, he swiftly suppressed his rage and stepped forward, bowing deeply. "Brother, please, calm your anger." His tone was exceedingly humble. This lowly prince failed to discipline his servant properly. This insolent slave offended the lady and disturbed you. He deserves death 10,000 times over. I offer my deepest apologies to you, brother, and to this young lady. With that, he unhesitatingly presented the imitation imperial jade seal in both hands, extending it toward Fu Zai. This object was obtained by chance. It contains a wisp of the nation's fortune and dragon chi, quite extraordinary. Please accept it as a token of my apology to you and the lady. I beg you to show mercy and not lower yourself to the level of this ignorant servant. He spoke of the jade seal as a great opportunity, his words dripping with sincerity, as though his remorse were genuine. But Fu Zai saw through it all. The apology was a pretense. What Gao Zhen truly sought was to curry favor, even to recruit him. While there was an element of placation in his actions, the greater motive was fear, instilled by the terrifying display of power in that single spear strike. How predictable, the nature of a sycophant, shifting with the wind. Fu Zai remembered clearly. Gao Zhen's gaze had been fixed unwaveringly on his unsheathed spear, Shan He Chong Chong. From the very beginning, that look had been filled with greed. How similar to the original story, where he fawned over Ning Yao's life-bound flying sword like a dog. The alley was thick with tension. Gao Zhen, still holding the jade seal aloft, struggled to maintain his ingratiating smile. Beads of sweat had begun to form at his temples. He could feel the weight of Fu Zai's gaze, piercing and different, as though the so-called great opportunity infused with dragon chi was nothing more than a worthless pebble by the roadside. Fu Zai let out a derisive chuckle, soft but sharp as a slap to the face. A gift delivered to one's doorstep. By all reason, it would be foolish to refuse. For a fleeting moment, hope flickered in Gao Zhen's eyes, only to be extinguished by Fu Zai's next words, icy as a winter deluge. Pity. Fu Zai shook his head, his gaze sweeping disdainfully over Wu the eunuch, still coughing up blood in the rubble. I have certain aversions, particularly to things that are unclean. Neither one thing nor another. Unclean. Neither one thing nor another. It was an outright insult, to Wu the eunuch and to Gao Zhen himself. Gao Zhen's face twitched violently, his hands trembling around the jade seal until he could barely stand. He simply couldn't comprehend it. How could a dignified prince of the great Sui Empire, having humbled himself to such an extent, be met with such obstinate resistance and humiliation? This fellow must be utterly mad. At that moment, Ning Yao, the veiled woman who had remained silent and composed by the side, tilted her head slightly. Her cool gaze, piercing through the shadow of her bamboo hat, settled upon Fu Zai. Why did you help me? Her voice was like a mountain spring, naturally crisp, carrying an unadorned chill and an unmistakable curiosity. To her, they were mere strangers. There was no reason for him to offend a prince of seemingly significant influence and his retinue on her behalf. Before Fu Zai could respond, Ningyu nodded to herself, even crossing her arms slightly, an attitude that seemed to convey a hint of approval. Still, your judgment isn't entirely lacking, she remarked flatly. That old eunuch is indeed unsavory in both conduct and aura. Disgraceful. In the corner, the eunuch Wu, who had just struggled to prop himself up, choked on his own blood at this remark. Another mouthful of crimson, mingled with fragments of his organs, spilled forth, and his vitality waned once more. Fu Zai's lips twitched imperceptibly. Ah, Lady Ning remains as forthright as ever, blunt and unsparing. Clearing his throat to mask his fleeting exasperation, he resumed his composed demeanor. You flatter me, my lady. When traveling, it's always better to make friends than enemies, wouldn't you agree? He sidestepped her direct question, opting instead to explain his motives. I, for one, have little tolerance for underhanded tactics. My intervention just now was as much for your sake as it was for my own peace of mind. With that, he cast a meaningful glance at Gao Zhen and the eunuch Wu. As for his opinion of the old eunuch, Fu Zai grinned, flashing a row of white teeth. It seems we share the same perspective. Cough. Wu, subjected to this relentless verbal assault, trembled with rage. Gao Zhen, meanwhile, had lost all arrogance, replaced by sheer dread and, oddly enough, relief. He hastily withdrew the imperial seal and stood meekly to the side, not daring to breathe too loudly. But Fu Zhe had no further interest in engaging with the master and servant. Ning Yao's presence here means Qi Jingshun has already emerged from the depths of Lizhu Cave. By my calculations, it's time to ascend the immortal terrace and meet the sage. I cannot afford to miss my opportunity. Though the imperial system was formidable, his current lack of cultivation left him in dire need of fortuitous encounters to swiftly regain his strength. The legacy left behind by the Confucian sage Qi Jingshun in this town was something he was determined to claim. With matters here concluded, I must take my leave. Fu Zhe inclined his head slightly toward Ning Yao in farewell before turning to the silent Zhigui beside him. Follow me. Zhigui lowered her head meekly in response and followed closely behind. The two figures vanished one after another at the far end of the alley. Leaving only the pale-faced Gao Zhan, the barely alive Wu Jiaoxi collapsed in the rubble, and Ning Yao who remained deep in thought with her arms crossed. A brief, deathly silence reclaimed the alleyway. Yet scarcely 10 breaths after Fuse's silhouette had completely disappeared. Ugh, arg. A roar brimming with excruciating agony and venomous hatred suddenly erupted from the pile of debris. The seemingly moribund Wu Jiaoxi's eyes now blazed with terrifying ferocity. Having secretly retrieved and swallowed a crimson pill from his robes, his face flushed with an unnatural ruddiness as his withered frame visibly swelled. The fractured bones emitted crisp cracking sounds as they forcibly realigned themselves. Wretched wench, perish for this servant, now. Chapter 44. Lend me that spear. With the eunuch transformed into a blur of gray shadow, his movement swifter and more vicious than before, lunging recklessly toward Ning Yao, who was still deep in thought. Clearly, he had consumed some forbidden elixir to ignite his potential at the cost of his lifespan. Determined to repay the humiliation and wounds he had suffered 100-fold, Ning Yao's pupils constricted. She hadn't expected the old eunuch to be so utterly mad. In that desperate moment, the sword branded with the character Ning behind her finally answered her call, its gleaming edge flashing like winter frost. Clang! Thud! The clash of metal and the dull impact resounded almost simultaneously. Though Ning Yao possessed unparalleled talent in swordsmanship and wielded a blade bestowed by the sage Qi, she was still new to cultivation. Wu the eunuch's suicidal assault was too sudden, too ferocious. Squelch! A crimson arc of blood sprayed through the air. Ning Yao staggered back several steps. Her right hand gripping the sword now split at the tiger's mouth, blood dripping freely. A deep, bone-revealing gash marred her chest, a grievous wound. Cough! Cough! Clutching her chest, her face as pale as parchment, Ning Yao fixed Wu the eunuch with a gaze colder than glacial ice. Wu, emboldened by his success, grinned maniacally, ready to pounce again. Ning Yao's eyes hardened. Without hesitation, she forced a surge of energy, tapped her toes against the ground, and vanished into a streak of shadow, fleeing desperately toward another part of town. Her path led toward the riverside stalls, precisely where Lu Chen stood. The gears of fate, it seemed, had not entirely derailed despite Fu Zhe's brief intervention. Only the subtlest shifts had occurred, unnoticed yet profound. And Fu Zhe, oblivious and preoccupied, was in no position to notice. With Zhigui in tow, he hastened toward the famed ascension platform of the town. Lifting his gaze, he beheld the towering terrace shrouded in mist. At its edge stood a familiar figure, hands clasped behind his back, robes pristine, exuding an air of scholarly grace. It was none other than Qi Jingshun, the sage of the town. Beside him stood a youthful scholar with a stubborn glint in his eyes, Zhao Yao, one of his disciples. Fu Zhe's arrival did not seem to surprise Qi Jingshun. The Confucian sage turned slowly, his serene gaze settling upon Fu Zhe, a faint smile gracing his lips. Then, to Zhao Yao's utter astonishment, Qi Jingshun extended his hand toward Fu Zhe. Young friend Fu, he said gently, might I borrow that spear of yours for a moment? Zhao Yao frowned in bewilderment. Having followed his master for years, he had witnessed countless cultivators and nobles arriving at the town, all bowing in reverence, begging for even a scrap of wisdom from the sage. Never had he seen the sage ask for something. And the way his master regarded that spear, it carried unmistakable weight. Just who was this newcomer? What made him so extraordinary? Unable to contain himself, Zhao Yao stepped forward, his voice laced with confusion and a protective instinct for his master. Master? He ventured hesitantly. Your disciple is perplexed. Over the countless years, multitudes have sought opportunities here, all pleading for the master's favor. Yet today, why would the master take the initiative to borrow something from this young gentleman? What makes him so different? Though the words were directed at Qi Jingchun, the speaker's gaze kept flickering toward Fu Zhe, laden with unmistakable bewilderment. Qi Jingchun sighed softly in response, turning first to Fu Zhe with an apologetic expression. "Young friend Fu, my apologies," he said gently. "My disciple is not ill-intentioned, merely at times overly fixated on reason, appearing somewhat obtuse. He fails to grasp the principle of refraining from impropriety. I hope you will not take offense." Fu Zhe, however, waved a dismissive hand, his lips curling into a faintly mocking smile. Glancing at Zhao Yao, whose face had flushed redder with stubbornness under his master's reprimand, he remarked lightly, "Master Qi is too kind. I wouldn't waste my energy holding a grudge against someone who, well, nearly got skewered by a sword moments ago." That sardonic remark sent ripples through the tranquil lake of Qi Jingchuan's heart. A Confucian sage's composure nearly faltered for an instant. Deep within his eyes flickered a trace of incredulous astonishment. How could this youth know of Zhao Yao's earlier predicament? Even the details of the woman's sword thrust seemed laid bare before him. Qi Jingchun had long believed that presiding over Li Zhu Cave Heaven, observing the mortal realm from this very town, granted him omniscience within its confines, a confidence bordering on the Tao itself, born from profound understanding and mastery of this land. Yet this young man named Fu Zhe appeared to stand atop higher clouds, gazing down upon it all. His vision seemed to pierce the mists of time, discerning the threads of causality. It was not the deliberate scrutiny of a spy, but rather a natural, effortless awareness. As though nothing within this town could escape his sight, Qi Jingchun's gaze swept over Fu Zhe meticulously, as if attempting to unravel his very essence. Fu Zhe bore the scrutiny with equanimity, his clear eyes reflecting the serenity of one who had weathered countless storms. Yet beneath lurked the latent power of a hidden dragon, poised to stir the winds and clouds at any moment. A sigh, nearly inaudible, echoed in Qi Jingchun's heart, laden with boundless regret. Had this youth been my disciple? No sooner had the thought arisen than he extinguished it himself. No, impossible. Shaking his head inwardly, he acknowledged, a figure like this, shrouded in mystery. His temperament and spirit surpassing ordinary men. Did he, Qi Jingchun, truly possess the qualifications to guide him? Likely, not even heaven and earth could constrain such a one. This realization struck the ever-composed Confucian sage with an unfamiliar pang of powerlessness. Beside them, Zhao Yao's face burned crimson. His earlier interrogation, framed as a defense of his master's dignity, now seemed the height of folly. Recalling how he had nearly been pierced through the heart by that aloof woman and almost offended this enigmatic young master with his careless words, he felt his face burning with shame, wishing he could vanish into the ground. Truly, out of the mouth comes evil. The ancients never lied. Zhao Yao lamented inwardly, silently vowing to guard his tongue and tread carefully in the presence of this master Fu henceforth. Qi Jingchun withdrew his tangled thoughts and turned his gaze back to Fu Zhe, his expression now markedly graver. "Young friend Fu, this spear of yours is remarkable," he remarked, his voice serene. "Since you have ascended this immortal ascension platform, I shall bestow upon you a stroke of destiny." Slowly, he raised his hand, his fingertips gleaming like polished jade, summoning the vast, time-worn aura of fortune and the imprints of countless words that had settled upon this platform since antiquity. Upon this sacred terrace, since the dawn of written language, innumerable marks have been left behind. Among them, the two characters most imbued with grandeur, most capable of bearing the weight of mountains and rivers. These I now bestow upon your spear, mountains and rivers. As he spoke, the radiance at his fingertips grew ever more resplendent. Poised to alight upon the spear Fu Zhe held forth. Yet, just as his fingertip hovered a hair's breadth from the shaft, Qi Jingchun's movement abruptly stilled. Across his face flickered an astonishment far deeper than before. Chapter 45, Bestowing the Inscription. The classic of mountains and seas. Upon witnessing this scene, Fu Zhe's heart tightened imperceptibly. Though his countenance remained composed, tumultuous waves surged within his soul. Could it be because of me? He pondered silently. Though this body originally belonged to the crown prince, my spirit is ultimately that of an outsider from beyond this realm. Moreover, this spear, Shanhe, mountains and rivers, is bound to my very soul. Could it be that this world still rejects me? That even someone as profound as Master Qi, who has nearly attained the Tao, cannot bestow this land's fortune upon it? The human emperor system may be formidable, but if it is inherently incompatible with the essence of this world, the path ahead may prove far more arduous than imagined. Just as these thoughts flashed through Fu Zhe's mind, Qi Jingchun seemed to peer into his concerns. with a faint shake of his head. His expression carried a complex mixture of amusement and exasperation. Not so, he spoke, his voice bearing a trace of barely perceptible dryness. Young friend Fu, you misunderstand. My hesitation was not due to reluctance, but rather. Qi Jingchun inhaled deeply, his gaze once again fixating upon the spear, its surface shimmering with a soft radiance as though it contained endless scrolls of mountains and rivers. His tone brimmed with awe and disbelief, but astonishment at the sheer magnificence of your Shanhe. The vast and noble energy it contains, so boundless, so unyielding, so profound, it seems capable of embracing all creation, of bearing the weight of time itself, to speak merely of inscribing two characters upon it. His voice rose slightly, tinged with an excitement even he seemed unaware of, and the way he looked at Fu Zhe was as though beholding a walking miracle. Even if I were to engrave upon it every inscription, every trace of fortune, every spiritual imprint left upon this ascension platform since antiquity, I would still feel. He paused, then enunciated each word with crystalline clarity, ensuring both Fu Zhe and Ji Gui heard him perfectly, that it would be more than sufficient. These words struck Fu Zhe like a thunderbolt, leaving him momentarily stunned. Even Ji Gui, who had been eavesdropping while trying to remain inconspicuous, gasped, her small mouth parting in shock. Qi Jingchun's eyes gleamed with resolve. Very well. Since this is the case, today, I, Qi Jingchun, shall emulate the sages of old and undertake a feat unprecedented in history. His gaze burned with intensity as he regarded Fu Zhe. Today, I shall bestow upon your Shanhe the classic of mountains and seas, the compendium that records all things under heaven, the geography of lands, and the wonders of mythical beasts in its entirety. The classic of mountains and seas. Ji Gui, standing nearby, drew a sharp breath, her eyes widening into perfect circles. The classic of mountains and seas? Wait, Master Qi said he would bestow it upon Shanhe? The three characters of its title? Her mind raced with calculations. TSK. Throughout history, how many personal treasures upon this ascension platform have ever been graced with three characters inscribed by Master Qi himself? They must be as rare as phoenix feathers, countable on one hand. She stole a glance at Fu Zhe, her gaze now layered with newfound complexity. So, you might actually have some real capability? Barely. I suppose you could be considered somewhat impressive. Unbeknownst to her, Qi Jingchun's sharp ears caught her muttering. Turning to her, he couldn't help but chuckle in amusement. The young maiden was taken aback. Huh? Qi Jingchun shook his head slightly, his gaze returning to Fu Zhe and his spear, not merely the three characters Shanhai Jing. He paused, then revealed with a wry smile. But the entire compendium, the complete classic of mountains and seas. Even Qi Jingchun himself couldn't help but chuckle ruefully, rubbing his temples. Young friend Fu, you've truly presented me with an unprecedented challenge. He sighed, then straightened with resolve. Very well. Let today's endeavor serve as my repayment. All the literary debts accumulated over centuries upon this immortal ascension platform. All the unspoken truths left hanging in the air. I shall settle them at once through your mountains and rivers spear. Fu Zhe responded impassively. I leave it to Master Qi. With that, he flicked his wrist, casually offering the counterfeit imperial jade seal, recently taken from Gaozhun, toward Qi Jingchun. The motion was effortless, as if passing an ordinary stone rather than an artifact symbolizing a dynasty's fate. Even Qi Jingchun, with his cultivated composure, was momentarily stunned. As his fingers closed around the cool jade, he sensed the lingering traces of Gaozhun's fear and desperation etched upon its surface. His eyes traced the crude coiling dragon motif before meeting Fu Zhe's fathomless gaze. Understanding dawned. This was the Sui princess ransom for his life. And yet Fu Zhe parts with it so freely? Qi Jingchun's glance flickered toward his disciple Zhao Yao. He knew full well that had Zhao Yao received such a gift, the young man would schemed ways to leverage it for future favors, a common calculus among cultivators seeking connections. But Fu Zhe's gesture carried an air of transcendent indifference, as though the jade seal's significance weighed no more than a feather to him. A faint smirk touched Fu Zhe's lips, as if reading Qi Jingchun's thoughts. I settled debts cleanly, he stated, his tone unchanging as he turned toward the sulking Zhao Yao. When the time comes to shield the common folk, I'll have no leisure for tedious games of reciprocation. The words hung between declaration and dismissal. His chin lifted slightly, gaze piercing beyond Zhao Yao toward some grander horizon. Besides, a soft derisive laugh escaped him, laced with the condescension of higher understanding. Why cling to counterfeit pearls when the true dragon has emerged? True dragon? Zhao Yao's heart convulsed with rage. The audacity! This rootless outsider dares liken himself to the celestial dragon before Master Qi, and to scorn me so openly. His fists clenched. The impudence knows no bounds. Were it not for Qi Jingquan's presence, he would have nearly drawn his sword in fury. Yet Qi Jingquan discerned the unspoken implications in Fu Zai's words. Gazing upon that youthful countenance that seemed weathered by endless trials, waves of regret surged once more within his heart. A faint, almost imperceptible sigh escaped him, a sigh so heavy it weighed upon the very soul of this Confucian sage. Had he encountered this young man years earlier, with such temperament and courage, guided by a wise mentor, perhaps much of the deadly predicament within the Lijiang cave heaven could have been averted. Alas, there were no second chances. Suppressing the tumult of thoughts in his heart, Qi Jingquan casually placed the counterfeit imperial seal upon the stone table beside him. As though it were merely an inconvenient pebble, recentering his focus, his gaze settled once more upon the spear named Mountains and Rivers. No hesitation remained. No doubt lingered. His fingertips lifted, and the noble chi of righteousness, infused with the accumulated literary fortune of the ascension platform over countless centuries, converged like a roaring river into a single point. The very void seemed to tremble. Chapter 46. The Emperor's Code. Qi Jingquan's fingers did not directly touch the spear's surface, but hovered just above it, moving with deliberate grace. Where his fingertips passed, no physical marks were left. Instead, they stirred an arcane force within the heavens and earth. Countless fragments of golden script, fine as dust yet luminous as stars, were drawn from the stone steps, pillars, and even the very air of the ascension platform. Like subjects heeding an emperor's decree, they converged in perfect order toward Qi Jingquan's fingertips. This was no mere inscription. It was a summoning, a sovereign command. With his finger as the brush, the world as parchment, and the righteous essence of the cosmos alongside millennia of literary fortune as ink, each motion seemed to resonate with the fundamental truths of existence, echoing the cadence of the great Tao. As his fingertip traced the void, the sound of clashing metal and jade reverberated, mingling with faint, ethereal chants of sages, both solemn and sublime. Fu Zai watched, utterly transfixed, his spirit immersed. Though untrained in the esoteric arts of Confucianism, the emperor's systems bestowed laws, and the keen perception honed by the emperor's code allowed him to perceive the vastness and intricacy of the power Qi Jingquan now wielded. This was no mere accumulation of strength, but a profound comprehension and application of cosmic principles. Each coalescing character seemed to sculpt miniature landscapes upon the spear, birthing the embryonic form of an entire world. Such craftsmanship bordered on divine creation. Beside him, Zhao Yao, though still nursing resentment toward Fu Zai, couldn't help but wear an expression of awed pride at his master's display of transcendent skill. Yet when he noticed Fu Zai's rapt attention, his lips curled into a sneer. Leaning in, he muttered with thinly veiled mockery, "Fu Zai, surely you're not trying to steal techniques? My master's artistry isn't something just anyone can grasp." Fu Zai turned slowly, a knowing smile playing on his lips. "You flatter me, young Master Zhao. Steal techniques?" Fu Zai scoffed inwardly. "What I observe transcends mere inscription." His gaze returned to the spear, now sheathed in layers of golden script, its aura growing ever more profound. The path to physical ascension demands standing above the masses, refining the singular one amidst the mundane. This ascension platform, bearing the literary fortune of the land, holds its own mysteries of creation. If I am to prove my Tao through martial supremacy and command these rivers and mountains, this place will one day rest in my palm. Master Qi's actions today, are they not, for me, an intimate glimpse into the workings of the Tao itself? Seeing Fu Zai not only unashamed, but almost smug, Zhao Yao's temper flared. This arrogant wretch, to dare covet my master's legacy. Just as Zhao Yao prepared another barbed remark, Fu Zai abruptly turned toward Qi Jingquan, who was still wholly absorbed in his celestial engraving, and spoke words that stunned them all. "Master Qi." His voice was clear, carrying an unusual solemnity. Qi Jingquan's movements paused slightly, the flow of righteous energy and literary fortune at his fingertips slowing as he turned his face with a gentle gaze tinged with inquiry. Fu Zai met his gaze, bowed slightly in a gesture of respect from a junior, yet his tone was resolute. "Fu Zai wishes to become your disciple. Might the master be willing to accept me?" At these words, not only did Zhao Yao nearly startle out of his wits, but even Ji Gui, who had been trying to remain inconspicuous, widened her eyes in sheer disbelief. Qi Jingshun himself was taken aback, his expression revealing unmistakable surprise. He halted his actions, studying Fu Zhe carefully before breaking into a warm smile, laced with curiosity. "You jest, young friend," he said, shaking his head lightly. "You bear great fortune upon your shoulders and seem already guided by a master of profound wisdom, destined for your own path. Why, then, would you suddenly set your sights upon this humble scholar?" Fu Zhe straightened, his expression open and his gaze blazing. "Countless cultivators walk this earth, and among them, those of extraordinary brilliance are beyond numbering." His voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable weight. "But those whom Fu Zhe deems worthy of admiration are few and far between." His eyes rested on Qi Jingshun, filled with unmistakable reverence. "You, master, are among them." He did not elaborate on why he held such respect, but he knew Qi Jingshun would understand. For this seemingly mild-mannered Confucian sage, with the frail frame of a scholar, had dared to shoulder the weight of 3,000 years of karmic burden upon these lands. Alone, he had shattered the lofty schemes of the three teachings within this very town, scattering their designs to the winds. Qi Jingshun's gentle smile lingered, his probing gaze still fixed upon Fu Zhe, awaiting an answer. Fu Zhe's spine remained unbent, his demeanor unshaken before the Confucian sage's inquiry. "With the body of a scholar, you bore the karmic weight of Li Zhu cave heaven for 3 millennia. Alone, you defied the heavens by half a move, disrupting the schemes of the three teachings and shielding the lives of this land." His voice was clear and steady, each word falling like hammer upon anvil, resonating with the timbre of metal and stone. "Such deeds, such courage. Who in this world would not call you master?" Fu Zhe tilted his head slightly, his gaze sweeping past the dumbstruck Zhao Yao beside them, a cold edge curling at the corner of his lips. "And why, then, should I not?" These words struck like thunder. Not only did they explain his desire to become a disciple, but they laid bare Qi Jingshun's achievements and responsibilities, praising him to the very core of his being. Zhao Yao felt his throat tighten, unable to utter a single word in retort. He wanted to refute, to mock this outsider's audacity, yet the depth of understanding in Fu Zhe's words, the genuine admiration, left him with no rebuttal. Had this man truly grasped the full extent of the master's deeds? The amusement in Qi Jingshun's eyes deepened, now mingled with appreciation and comprehension. He nodded slightly, as if acknowledging the weight of such lofty praise. What a grand claim! Outwitting the heavens by half a move, and all under heaven may be called teachers. Qi Jingshun smoothed his non-existent beard, his gaze sharpening once more. "Young friend Fu, your eagerness suggests this is not merely about admiration. Might there be other intentions?" His blunt inquiry betrayed clear skepticism. Fu Zhe was hardly the type to submit willingly, given the quiet dominance and independence simmering beneath his surface. Rather than dissembling, Fu Zhe responded with startling candor, his lips curving into a disarmingly bright smile. "Your insight does you credit, master." His gaze locked onto Zhao Yao beside them, the intensity of it sending an involuntary shiver down the latter's spine. "Once I become your disciple," Fu Zhe continued, rolling his wrist with deliberate languor, the faint click of joints underscoring his words, "I'll have a perfectly justifiable reason. Before leaving this luminous pearl grotto," he paused, relishing the pallor of terror dawning on Zhao Yao's face, then enunciated each syllable with crystalline clarity. "To beat him senseless." Chapter 47. Apprenticeship and a beating the air seemed to freeze. Zhigue abruptly turned her head to stare at Fu Zhe, her gaze peculiar, as if reassessing this master's way of doing things. Zhao Yao was utterly dumbfounded. Beat me? Just because I became a disciple? What kind of twisted logic is this?" Even Qi Jingshun was momentarily stunned by Fu Zhe's earth-shattering bluntness. He stared blankly at Fu Zhe, then at the terrified Zhao Yao beside him. After a pause, this Confucian sage couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Heh," he shook his head, his laughter tinged with helplessness, yet carrying a strange sense of approval. "You boy, truly." He didn't finish his sentence, but the smile on his face clearly said, "This reasoning, though absurd, according to the sect's rules, it seems not entirely inappropriate. After all, sparring and teaching among fellow disciples were perfectly natural." Zhao Yao was completely stupefied. He never expected his master not only to refrain from reprimanding Fu Zhe for this preposterous idea, but to actually laugh. Master, save me." Zhao Yao clung to his last lifeline, wailing pitifully at Qi Jingshun. "Master, please see reason. This disciple has never met him before. never offended him in any way. This man is clearly harboring ill intentions, using apprenticeship as a pretext for revenge. Master, you must not be deceived by him. Tears streamed down his face as he tried to evoke Qi Jingchun's sense of mentorship. Yet Qi Jingchun merely chuckled and shook his head, his gentle gaze shifting to Fu Zhe. Foolish child, say no more, he sighed softly. Fu Zhe, do you know that to take you as my disciple is truly my good fortune? At these words, Zhao Yao felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss, his face ashen. It's over. Master values him so highly. Fu Zhe's smile remained unchanged as he bowed deeply to Qi Jingchun once more, this time a formal disciple salute. Disciple Fu Zhe pays respects to master. His voice was resolute, his demeanor reverent. Good. Qi Jingchun nodded with a smile, accepting the gesture. The moment Fu Zhe straightened, thud, a muffled impact. Fu Zhe's figure darted forward like a ghost, giving Zhao Yao no time to react. A fist imbued with terrifying force landed squarely on Zhao Yao's eye socket. Ah! Zhao Yao let out a shrill scream, his body flying backward like a broken kite before crashing onto the stone steps several paces away. Stars danced before his eyes, blood streaming from his nose. Fu Zhe, you! Before he could finish, Fu Zhe was already upon him like a shadow, granting him no respite. Fists and feet rained down on Zhao Yao in a relentless barrage. Why the tears? Why the cries? Fu Zhe spoke coldly between strikes, each blow sending waves of agony through Zhao Yao. That look in your eyes earlier. That smug face. Did you think I was blind? I didn't. Zhao Yu curled up, attempting to resist, yet utterly powerless. His feeble protests falling on deaf ears. Didn't? Fu Zhe sneered, delivering another ruthless kick without hesitation. Remember this. Some people are beyond your reach, and some matters are not yours to meddle in. Blow after merciless blow rained down upon him. Today's beating is a lesson, to teach you what it means to turn away from what is improper, to refuse hearing what is unseemly. If you don't learn discipline now, once you leave this sanctuary, the world will make you suffer far worse. Fu Zhe's voice echoed across the ascension platform, laced with cold instruction. Consider this. An early collection of interest on behalf of a certain friend. That Chen Pingan, too soft-hearted. For vermin like this, the only language they understand is force. Fu Zhe thought disdainfully. Zhao Yu wailed in agony, tears and snot streaming down his face, drowning in humiliation. Little did he know, this seemingly brutal beating was, in fact, the final lesson Qi Jingchun had tacitly permitted, a cruel education in reverence, in recognizing reality, in the treacherous nature of the cultivation path. Standing nearby, Qi Jingchun observed with folded hands, a faint smile playing on his lips, as if watching a long-anticipated play unfold. He remained deaf to Zhao Yu's cries, his gaze steady as he watched Fu Zhe instruct his new disciple. Amidst the chaos, Zhigui, who had been striving to remain unnoticed, quietly approached Qi Jingchun's side. She lifted her head, her supposedly innocent eyes now brimming with wariness far beyond her years. Old scholar, she spoke, her voice rough, her tone stiff. My affairs are none of your concern. She disliked Qi Jingchun, disliked these scholars who spouted principles as if they could see through everything. Meeting you was my misfortune, my tribulation. Her gaze flickered toward Fu Zhe, still engrossed in his violent lesson, her expression unreadable. Since I can't escape, I might as well follow him for now. Whether it leads to life or death, fortune or ruin, I'll bear it myself. Her words carried the resolve of one who had resigned herself to fate. Qi Jingchun's eyes flickered with genuine surprise. Without speaking aloud, he sent his voice directly into her mind. I must admit, I'm somewhat taken aback. Given your temperament, I expected you to emerge from that cage seething with resentment, eager to plunge the three teachings into chaos. Yet, you would willingly follow him? Zhigui's lips curled into a mocking smile as she responded in kind. Willingly? More like bowing to necessity under the eaves of another's roof. Spare me your assumptions. Unperturbed, Qi Jingchun continued gently. Even so, this is for the best. The mortal world, its mundane affairs, if you walk among them, observe them, perhaps, one day, you'll come to understand certain truths. Zhigui let out a derisive laugh, cutting him off sharply. Understand what? The hypocrisy of people like you? Save your breath. Her eyes burned with defiance. One day when I break free from him, the vast world shall be mine to roam. No one can stop me. Qi Jingchun merely smiled faintly, offering no further words. Some truths must be realized on one's own. Some paths must be walked alone. He turned his gaze toward Fu Zhe, who had just finished beating his opponent, and was now dusting off his hands as he approached his spear. Zhao Yao lay crumpled on the ground, barely clinging to life. Enough! Qi Jingquan's voice regained its usual gentleness. Fu Zhe, take your mountains and rivers and attend to your own affairs. The stone steps of the ascension platform still bore traces of Zhao Yao's blood, the echoes of his cries lingering in the air. With a serene gaze, Qi Jingquan watched Fu Zhe depart. Fu Zhe brushed off non-existent dust from his robes, then slung the impossibly heavy spear over his shoulder with effortless grace. His movements carried an innate, untamed elegance. With a slight nod in Qi Jingquan's direction, his only farewell, he turned and descended the mountain. His steps appeared leisurely, yet each one resonated with an enigmatic rhythm. Chapter 48. Numerous opportunities. Zhigui trailed silently behind him, her delicate face still devoid of expression, though the occasional glance she cast at his back was fraught with complex, inscrutable emotions. The luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven. This small realm harbored hidden dragons and crouching tigers. With no shortage of fortuitous encounters, Fu Zhe's thoughts raced. The father-daughter pair of Wan Qiong could be considered a casual move, while Ning Yao could wait for now. As for Qi Jingquan, becoming his disciple was an unexpected boon, and thrashing Zhao Yao had been a satisfying bonus. However, there were still several pivotal junctures and unmissable opportunities that demanded his attention. His gaze drifted toward the depths of the town, toward the most inconspicuous, muddiest, and filth-ridden place, Mud Bottle Alley. At this thought, Fu Zhe quickened his pace. Sensing the shift, Zhigui followed closely, and soon the two of them vanished into the winding mountain path. Mud Bottle Alley remained as damp and gloomy as ever. Beneath the low, dilapidated eaves, murky water trickled, exuding a faint musty odor. The rickety wooden door of Gu Kan's home stood ajar, but instead of the usual quarrels or sobs, the sounds drifting out were a woman's delighted, almost fawning voice and a slightly aged yet vigorous male voice. Madam, rest assured, your son Gu Kan possesses extraordinary bone structure, a natural-born talent for cultivation. This old man has judged countless individuals and never erred. If he becomes my disciple, his future achievements will be boundless. Ah, immortal elder, you truly are our Kan's benefactor. Kan, did you hear that? Hurry and thank the immortal elder. This is an immense blessing. Fu Zhe paused at the mouth of the alley, his expression unreadable. He recognized the voice. It belonged to Lu Jimao, the esteemed guest of Prince Song Mu of Great Li, an elder cultivator hailing from the Azure Phoenix country of the eastern vast continent. As expected, he had come knocking. Yet, something seemed amiss compared to the original narrative. A faint, almost imperceptible smile curled at the corners of Fu Zhe's lips as he strode forward. Inside the house, Gu Kan's mother wore an obsequious smile, tugging at her son's arm, urging him to kowtow before the sage-like elder. Lu Jimao stroked his graying beard with an air of lofty detachment, though a trace of impatience and scrutiny lurked in his gaze. Gu Kan, meanwhile, hid behind his mother, peeking out with wide, timid eyes filled with childish wariness as he studied Lu Jimao, without the silent terror and malicious probing beneath the locust tree. His wariness toward the elder stemmed more from unfamiliarity and youthful caution. Just then, the sound of footsteps echoed clearly from the alley. Gu Kan instinctively turned his head. When he recognized Fu Zhe, especially the familiar yet fear-inducing girl trailing behind him, he shrieked like a cat with its tail stepped on. Zhigui, why are you following him? He's a bad person. Zhigui's delicate face darkened, her eyes like daggers forged from ice as they sliced across Gu Kan's face. Shut your mouth, Brett. Her voice was hoarse and frigid, laced with undisguised menace. Keep babbling, and I'll rip your tongue out. Gu Kan shuddered violently, immediately ducking behind his mother, too terrified to utter another sound. His mother, equally startled, forced an uneasy smile as she glanced between Fu Zhe and Zhigui, unsure of how to proceed. Meanwhile, Lu Jimao's expression, which had been relatively amiable moments ago, hardened the instant Fu Zhe appeared. His gaze sharpened like that of a hawk, locking onto Fu Zhe with an intensity that seemed to radiate an invisible pressure. Lu Jimao's heart lurched violently. This young man. A flicker of disbelief and dread flashed deep within his eyes. Not long ago, seized by a sudden impulse, he had attempted to divine the hidden fortunes and variables within the Li Pearl Cave. But when his probing gaze brushed against a certain indistinct figure, it was as if he had collided with an impenetrable, unseen barrier, followed immediately by a devastating backlash of celestial retribution. The force of that backlash had been so overwhelming that had he not severed the connection in time, his very Tao heart might have been damaged. Now, seeing Fu Zhe before him, That inexplicable resonance aligned instantly. This was the source of that terrifying backlash. Who was this man? How could he possess such formidable fortune that even an upper fifth realm cultivator's divination would rebound upon him? Lu Jimao's smile vanished, his voice dropping low and grave. Who are you, sir? And what brings you here uninvited? His tone carried both accusation and a trace of concealed wariness. Yet Fu Zhe acted as though he hadn't heard a word, not even sparing him a glance. Instead, his gaze settled on Gu Kan and his mother. A faintly amused smile playing on his lips. Little one, there are countless paths to immortality, Fu Zhe said, his voice quiet, yet carrying effortlessly through the small room. No need to cling to some dubious old man of unknown origins. You, Lu Jimao choked on his fury, his beard practically bristling. Dubious old man. Unknown origins. From behind his mother, Gu Kan's eyes brightened at Fu Zhe's words, and he timidly peeked out. Really? There are other ways? He murmured, then, as if remembering something, added, if possible. I'd still rather follow Pingan Gitch. Whack. His mother smacked the back of his head, exasperated. Foolish boy, what nonsense are you spouting? That child Pingan can't even save himself. How could he possibly guide you in cultivation? After scolding her son, she immediately turned an ingratiating smile toward Fu Zhe, her eyes brimming with hope. Esteemed immortal, are you also a divine lord from beyond? Fu Zhe chuckled lightly, neither confirming nor denying the title of immortal, merely stating in a calm tone, Fu Zhe, eldest prince of the White Frost dynasty in the Vile Continent. He paused, then added, you could say I'm also affiliated with True Martial Mountain. White Frost dynasty, eldest prince, True Martial Mountain. These words struck Lu Jimao's ears like thunder. His pupils constricted sharply. His face drained of color in an instant. The Bottle Continent, of course he knew of it. It was one of the most renowned continents in the vast world. The White Frost dynasty, moreover, stood as one of the paramount powers in the northern reaches of the Bottle Continent. In the True Martial Mountain, that was a sacred martial land that rivaled even the eastern sacred mountain behind the Great Li dynasty. Legend spoke of its founding ancestor descending as the incarnation of the true martial emperor, whose might shook the entire continent. More crucially, he had vaguely heard whispers of a rumor that True Martial Mountain had recently encountered some monumental new opportunity, its fortunes surging, faintly overshadowing other sects. Could it be that the legendary great destiny of True Martial Mountain had manifested in this very person? Lu Jimao's heart was engulfed in a tempest of shock. A prince of a dynasty, backed by a colossus like True Martial Mountain. Such status, such background, appearing in this insignificantly Pearl Cave heaven. This was no coincidence. Observing Fu Zhe's composed demeanor, regarding him as if he were nothing, Lu Jimao instantly understood. Today, any attempt to forcibly take Gu Kan would be nothing short of delusional. Forget the uncertainty of the other's strength. Merely this identity and backing were enough to make him hesitate, fearing the consequences. Chapter 49. The audacity of youth suppressing the shock and resentment in his heart. Lu Jimao took a deep breath, attempting to invoke protocol. So it is Prince Fu of the White Frost dynasty. My apologies for the disrespect. He forced a strained smile, his tone rigid. However, there is an order to all things. I was the first to discuss apprenticeship with this child. I must ask your highness to order. Fu Zhe sneered, cutting him off with undisguised contempt. In my world, only ability matters. His gaze sharpened, sweeping past Lu Jimao before settling on Gu Kan. The opportunities within this grotto heaven belong to those with the skill to seize them. What rules? What order? All worthless. You. Lu Jimao's chest heaved violently, his face darkening with fury. For years, no one had dared to display such insolence before him. The audacity of this whelp. Just then, his gaze inadvertently flickered past Ji Gui, who stood behind Fu Zhe. Upon glimpsing her delicate yet icy countenance, sensing the subtle yet exquisitely refined fluctuations of spiritual energy around her, and perceiving the unique resonance between her brow and the very fabric of this realm, Lu Jimao froze as if struck by lightning. It's her, the luminous pearl. The pearl has taken human form. In an instant, he understood. This girl was none other than the very essence of the luminous pearl grotto heaven, the crystallization of this realm's fortune. Such an immense blessing, such a heaven-defying opportunity. And it had been claimed by this arrogant prince? And she follows him like a mere handmaiden. Why? He had schemed tirelessly to infiltrate this place, exhausting his spirit in search of fortune, only for an outsider to snatch it away? Not only was this upstart potentially stealing the disciple he had set his sights on, But he had also claimed the Grotto Heaven's greatest treasure, the luminous pearl itself. Lu Zhimao clenched his fists so tightly his nails nearly pierced his palms, his eyes darkening with venomous intensity. Abruptly rising to his feet, he ignored Fu Zhe entirely, his aged yet razor-sharp gaze locked onto Gu Qin's mother, his voice dripping with the frigidity of midwinter frost. Madam, think carefully. The path of cultivation demands proper lineage and orthodox methods. I am the direct disciple of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom's state preceptor, inheritor of an ancient and illustrious tradition. How can this brat of unknown origins compare? His bony finger pointed accusingly at Fu Zhe, his tone laced with undisguised threat. Entrust your child to me, and I swear to impart all my knowledge. Guiding him toward the great Tao. Should he follow some ignorant fool who overestimates his own worth? Straying onto a ruinous path and wasting his heaven-sent talent, regret will come too late. He deliberately emphasized ignorant fool who overestimates his own worth, aiming to shake the woman's resolve. Indeed, Gu Qin's mother faltered, the hope that had just flickered across her face replaced by hesitation and dread. This before she could respond, Ji Gui, who had been idling nearby, suddenly let out a derisive laugh. With a sidelong glance, she plucked a tender leaf from the ancient locust tree by the wall and slipped it into her mouth, chewing slowly with faint rustling sounds. Old man, your silver tongue is quite impressive. Ji Gui's voice carried a hoarse mockery, spouting such grand promises and legacies. If you truly had such abilities, why waste time here? Why not just take what you want by force? She tilted her head, chewing the leaf, her gaze both innocent and cruel. All talk and no action. Seems to me you're just loud. When it comes down to it, I doubt you have any real skill. You little demon. Lu Zhimao nearly choked on his fury, his aged face flushing crimson, his trembling finger pointing at her. A cultivator of the upper 5 realms. When had he ever been humiliated like this by a mere girl? What enraged him even more was that Gu Qin, who had been hiding behind his mother, now peeked out and mustered the courage to shout in a childishly defiant tone. I don't want to go with you. I want to go with this big brother. His small finger pointed at Lu Zhimao, mimicking Fu Zhe's earlier tone with childish disdain. You nasty old man. You're horrible. Uffed. Lu Zhimao felt a surge of blood rush to his head. This was beyond insult. First ignored by that unknown prince, then mocked by the transformed pearl spirit, and now even this heaven-blessed child dared to curse him to his face? Enough was enough. His eyes gleamed with murderous intent, spiritual energy churning violently within him. An overwhelming aura surged uncontrollably, his gray robes billowing without wind, his withered hand lifting slightly, ready to strike. At this critical moment, poised on the brink of violence, knock, knock, knock. A crisp rapping at the door abruptly shattered the tension. Everyone froze. A faint smirk curled at Fu Zhe's lips as his gaze swept the room before settling on the entrance. Well, Mud Bottle Alley is truly a den of dragons and tigers today. What a lively gathering. No sooner had he spoken than the worn wooden door creaked open. A young woman in a pale yellow dress stood at the threshold, her delicate features marred by exhaustion. But when her eyes took in the scene, especially Fu Zhe's amused expression and the icy-eyed girl behind him, all color drained from her face. She stood rooted, as if petrified. Kai Jinjian, one of the Grand Li Empire's state preceptor's trusted agents within the luminous pearl cave heaven, and a key figure in the original plot who had sought to take Gu Qin away. So she's here. Fu Zhe wasn't he surprised. But Kai Jinjian's mind was in turmoil, a single thought screaming through her, disaster. Why did I run into them? The impression Fu Zhe had left on her was indelible. His lawless arrogance, his overwhelming strength, it all sent chills down her spine. Especially that seemingly harmless little girl by his side, who might very well be the primordial incarnation of the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven, filled her with profound trepidation. She had meticulously calculated the timing, intending to intercept and seize Gu Qin during the brief window when Lu Zhimao was engaged with the Gu family. Who could have anticipated that upon pushing open the door, she would collide headlong with these two ominous deities? Suppressing the terror in her heart, Kai Jinjian drew a deep breath and forced herself forward, though her gaze dared not meet Fu Zhe's. Instead, she lowered her head slightly, her voice laced with an almost imperceptible tremor. Your Highness, Prince Fu. I hope you're well. And greetings to you as well, Miss Jigue. She paused, as if carefully assembling her words, before finally gritting her teeth. Your Highness. This humble woman is willing to offer 3 premium mineral veins from Linxiao Mountain as tribute. I only beg of you. To show mercy and relinquish this child to me, exchanging mineral veins for a mere child? Such an offer was nothing short of extravagant, especially within the barren confines of this minor grotto heaven. Chapter 50. Piercing the veil of heaven's secrets. Yet Fu Zhe seemed not to hear, not even lifting an eyelid. He merely took the shan he from his shoulder, holding it lightly in his hand and tossing it slightly. The heavy spear felt weightless in his grasp, its dark golden tassels swaying gently like flowing silk. With a lazy glance at Gu Kan, who was shielded behind his mother, he spoke with a hint of mockery. "Kid, see that? Quite the hot commodity, aren't you?" Gu Kan's mother's eyes widened, her heart pounding wildly. Heavens! Another immortal vine for my Kinnur, and willing to offer 3 mines in exchange? Her mind buzzed uncontrollably. A thought surging forth. So many important figures fighting over my Kinnur. Could it be that my Kinnur is truly the reincarnation of the celestial Wachang star? It seems I must play this carefully, secure more benefits for Kinnur. Her gaze toward Fu Zhe and Kai Jinjian instantly grew fervent, brimming with calculation. Just as the atmosphere in the room grew tense once more, an abrupt change occurred. Fu Zhe, who had been idly toying with his spear, moved without warning, fast. Unbelievably fast. Even Lu Jimao, a cultivator of the upper 5 realms, couldn't react fully. In the next instant, Fu Zhe appeared like a ghost before Lu Jimao. He didn't even use the Shanhe spear. His right leg lashed out like a steel whip, brimming with power, tearing through the air with a dull, piercing howl, precisely striking Lu Jimao's dantian, the core of his spiritual energy. This realm's suppression of martial energy was far weaker than that on cultivators. Fu Zhe's kick, a pure eruption of physical might, was swift and ruthless, imbued with a trace of tyrannical intent from the human emperor's decree. Thud! A sickening crunch echoed. Lu Jimao felt an unstoppable, terrifying force crash into his body, as though his organs had been violently displaced. His protective spiritual energy shattered like paper. Like a kite with its string cut, he was sent flying before even a scream could escape his throat. Bang! He slammed into the earthen wall behind him, dust cascading down as the wall cracked. Lu Jimao collapsed to the ground, curling up like a boiled shrimp, vomiting a mouthful of blood. His face turned deathly pale, his body racked with agony, unable to muster the strength to rise. A deathly silence fell. Gu Kan's mother and Kai Jinjian stood frozen, staring blankly at the sudden scene, their minds utterly blank. Only Gu Kan, after a brief moment of shock, burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha! Well done! Well done! Beat that wretched old man to death!" Clapping his hands, his little face flushed with excitement, all traces of fear vanished. His eyes shone with adoration as he gazed at Fu Zhe. "Big brother, you're amazing. If you beat him up even more, I'll take you as my master. Really, I'll even convince Pingan to join us." Jigue stood by, the corners of her lips curling into an almost imperceptible arc. The rhythmic chewing of the locust leaves paused for a fleeting moment as her gaze settled on Fu Zhe, now tinged with something inscrutable. Fu Zhe, upon hearing the words, gave a faint, enigmatic smile, advising Chen Pingan to stay safe. That is hardly necessary. Chen Pingan had his own path to walk, and Fu Zhe had no intention of forcibly interfering. With that, he turned his attention away from Gu Kan, ignoring the pale-faced, trembling Kai Jinjian and the flustered, tearful mother of Gu beside him. Instead, he simply planted the heavy shaft of his mountain and river spear into the muddy earth with a deliberate, resonant thud, thump. The sound reverberated like a drumbeat against the hearts of all present. Then, spear in hand, its tip angled toward the ground. He advanced step by measured step toward the crumpled, pitiable figure of Lu Jimao. This old schemer, with his inflated self-importance and crooked ways, had long deserved a lesson. To dare covet someone under Fu Zhe's watch, to weave deceit right before his eyes, such audacity was nothing short of suicidal. Lu Jimao, curled on the ground like a wounded insect, could only watch as Fu Zhe approached like the harbinger of death. The dark gold spear loomed larger in his vision, as though poised to pierce his brow at any moment. Terror gripped him, scattering what little spiritual energy he had left. Where was the dignity of a 5th realm cultivator now? Scrambling backward like a crab, his spine pressed against the cold, damp earthen wall, his voice quivered beyond recognition. Who are you? A single move had rendered him utterly defenseless. Lu Jimao knew better than anyone. This seemingly youthful prince wielded power far beyond his reckoning. Resistance was futile. Worse still, he caught the faintest whisper of an aura, one that bore an unsettling resemblance to the true martial mountain. Suspicion and fury warred within him. Hypocrites! The true martial sect preached righteousness, yet behind closed doors, they let their disciples run amok like this? Once this ordeal was over, he'd rally the scholars of Lake, Shujian, and demand answers from that sanctimonious sect. Fu Zhe halted 3 paces away, looking down at the wretched elder with icy derision curling his lips. Old man, weren't you the one boasting of your divination prowess? You saw Gu Kan's rare potential, yet failed to foresee that Kai Jinjian had long plotted to take him away? Or that, his voice dropped to a lethal whisper, to ensure success, she even contemplated murdering a certain young man surnamed Chen? The words struck like thunder. Lu Jimao jolted as if electrocuted, while Kai Jinjian's delicate frame shuddered violently. Her head snapped up, eyes wide with horror and disbelief. How could he know? Her mind reeled. Outside, she had indeed, for the briefest moment, considered eliminating Chen Pingan, merely because he stood too close to Fu Zhe and Jigawei. A quiet removal, a preemptive strike against future complications. She'd been certain no one noticed, not even those beside her. Yet here was Fu Zhe, laying bare her darkest thoughts as though they were written in the open air. Fu Zhe's icy gaze swept past Kai Jinjian before settling once more upon the ashen countenance of Lu Jimao, his voice dripping with glacial menace. You dare scheme behind my back, Lu Jimao? Using the pretense of accepting disciples while actually lying in wait like a vulture. Anticipating this prince and Kai Jinjian to exhaust ourselves in battle so you might reap the spoils? Even going so far as to wield Kai Jinjian's blade to eliminate others, yet you presume this prince cannot play the same game? Lu Jimao stood utterly dumbfounded. He had believed his machinations were shrouded in perfect secrecy, impenetrable to all. Indeed, his calculations had been precise, should Fu Zhe and Kai Jinjian clash over Gu Kan. Regardless of the victor, he would seize the opportunity to fish in troubled waters. Secretly, he had even welcomed the prospect of Kai Jinjian removing Chen Pingan, that youth aligned with Fu Zhe, thereby weakening the prince's foothold in the town. Yet never had he imagined that Fu Zhe would lay bare his every stratagem with a single sentence. It was as though he had been stripped naked beneath the scorching sun, with nowhere to hide. Now, trapped in this untenable position, he would sooner die than admit the truth. Chapter 51. Plucking feathers from passing geese. Leaving skins of departed beasts, Lu Jimao swallowed hard with difficulty. His voice parched and his gaze evasive. Your Highness, this is a grave misunderstanding. This old man was merely momentarily bewitched by this child's innate talent. Moreover, that Chen Pingan is but an ordinary boy, hardly worth this old man's attention. Before he could finish, Guzan, who had been suppressing his fury, could bear it no longer. Guzan's small face flushed crimson. Summoning strength from who knows where, he grabbed a nearby dilapidated stool and, without a second thought, hurled it with all his might at Lu Jimao's aged visage. You wretched old man! Your mouth reeks like a stone from a latrine. Pingan is my elder brother. How dare you speak ill of him and plot against him? Harming him is harming me. I'll beat you to death, you vile creature. Guzan's mother, witnessing this, was terrified out of her wits. With a shriek, Zanzan, you mustn't. She instinctively rushed forward to intervene. In that fleeting moment, the corner of Fu Zhe's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. His slender fingers flexed subtly, and a faint golden talisman light, as nimble as a mosquito, silently pierced a specific acupoint behind the woman's knee. Aya! Guzan's mother felt her knee buckle abruptly, as if kicked from behind. Her body lurched uncontrollably forward and, by sheer coincidence, collided with a nearby low table, overturning a freshly boiled teapot that was still bubbling with scalding water. Crash! The searing hot water, mingled with tender green tea leaves, cascaded like a miniature waterfall, drenching Lu Jimao from head to face. Thud! Simultaneously, the stool Guzan had hurled with all his might struck Lu Jimao squarely on the bridge of his nose. Gah! A piercing, agonized shriek echoed through the entire courtyard of Mud Bottle Alley. Lu Jimao felt his face first scalded by the boiling water, burning as if set aflame, followed by an excruciating pain in his nasal bone, his vision exploding with stars. His hair and eyebrows curled and singed from the heat, emitting a foul stench. His face bore a vivid red mark from the stool, blood streaming from his nose, utterly humiliated to the extreme. Though not fatal, nor even a severe flesh wound for a fifth realm cultivator, the profound sense of humiliation cut deeper than any blade, more unbearable than death itself. He, the esteemed direct disciple of the Qingluan Kingdom's state preceptor, when had he ever suffered such unspeakable disgrace? Struck in the face by a child's stool, scalded by boiling water? Lu Jimao's aged face first turned deathly pale, then flushed the color of liver, and finally darkened like the bottom of a pot. Struggling to his feet, trembling uncontrollably, he ignored the searing pain and ground out through clenched teeth. Today's matter. This old man concedes defeat. Farewell. With that, he sought to muster his remaining dignity and flee this nightmare that had stripped him of all face. Hold! Fu Zhe's icy voice rang out once more, like a deathly incantation, freezing Lu Jimao mid-step. Lu Jimao whirled around, his eyes bloodshot, his voice hoarse. You, what more do you want? Fu Zhe leisurely planted his mountain and river spear into the ground with a dull thud that sent tremors through one's very soul. Extending his palm with an air of nonchalant yet unyielding authority, he spoke. Old man, why the haste? Hand over whatever celestial coins you have left. This prince finds himself in temporary financial straits. Lu Jimao's eyes bulged in disbelief, his entire frame quivering with indignation as he pointed an accusatory finger. You dare commit daylight robbery. The sheer audacity left him breathless. This brat had assaulted him, humiliated him, and now sought to plunder him. Was there no justice left in this world? The boy's lawlessness knew no bounds, gritting his teeth until his knuckles cracked audibly. Lu suppressed his murderous impulse and hissed through clenched teeth, Sir, do you truly wish to make mortal enemies of our Scroll Lake lineage? Fu Zhe's lips curled into a more pronounced sneer as he twirled his spear, its butt resonating with a humming vibration against the earth. Scroll Lake? Mortal enemies? His eyebrow arched imperiously, his gaze reducing the elder to insignificance. Old fool? Still dreaming? What worth does your pathetic school have to speak of mortal enemies with this prince? In my eyes, you and your so-called Scroll Lake are beneath contempt. Insolent whelp. Lu trembled like autumn leaves, his chest heaving as if about to explode. A fifth-realm cultivator. Personal disciple of the Azure Phoenix Kingdom's preceptor. Never had he endured such nose-pointing humiliation. Yet the opponent's unfathomable cultivation, that spear capable of piercing all defenses, and the innate imperial majesty radiating from him stifled any thought of resistance. The bitter truth of bowing beneath another's roof struck him deeply. With shaking hands, he produced 3 exquisitely embroidered cloud-patterned pouches, his life savings. This is most of this unworthy one's. His voice cracked with each syllable, heart bleeding with every coin surrendered. Fu Zhe didn't deign to glance at the offerings, merely tapping his spear point lightly to produce a crisp talk. His smile held dangerous amusement. Memory failing you, old man. This prince lives by the creed. Pluck feathers from passing geese, strip hides from fleeing beasts. What enters Fu Zhe's coffers stays. Those who offend Fu Zhe pay thrice over before escaping. Pluck feathers, strip hides. Kai Jinjian nearby shuddered violently, his mind reeling from the ruthless philosophy. She suddenly recalled that on the treasure-gourd ferry, she had also spoken insolently and nearly been thrown overboard by this ominous figure to feed the turtles. A wave of relief washed over her, and as she gazed at Fu Zhe, her eyes held not just fear, but also an indescribable complexity of emotions. This youth, with his capricious and ruthless ways, was clearly not one to be trifled with. Lu Jimao's aged face flushed a deep purple, veins bulging on his forehead. His teeth grinding so fiercely it seemed blood might seep from between them. With a furious stomp, he emptied his sleeves, his robes, even the coins hidden in his boots, scattering a small pile of immortal coins alongside the 3 large sacks, and shoved them all toward Fu Zhe. Everything's here, brat. I won't forget today's humiliation. The mountains may not turn, but the waters will. We'll meet again. And when we do, you'll repay me with interest. Chapter 52. The deceptive old sage with a faint chuckle. Fu Zhe made no move to retrieve the scattered items, merely gesturing for Ji Gui to collect them instead. He regarded Lu Jimao with composed indifference, his tone deceptively mild, yet laced with an undercurrent of chilling menace. I shall await your next move. However, you would do well to pray you never cross my path again. Should you fall into my hands once more, the consequences will extend far beyond mere financial loss. At these words, Lu Jimao stiffened, his earlier bravado deflating instantly. Not daring another word, he shot Fu Zhe a venomous glare before turning his wrath upon Gukan. Then staggered away in humiliated retreat, limping out of the courtyard as though fleeing a nightmare. Serves you right. Deceitful old wretch. Scoundrel. Gukan, finally vindicated, stuck out his tongue and made an exaggerated face at Lu Jimao's retreating figure, hands planted triumphantly on his hips. Fu Zhe's gaze lingered on the direction Lu Jimao had vanished, his lips curving into a cold, razor-thin smile. That old man nurses grudges like a viper, hoards venom. Having suffered such disgrace today, he will not let this rest. Who will be the next unfortunate soul to fall prey to his malice? But since this feud has been forged, did you truly believe I, Fu Zhe, would allow you to have your way? Shifting his attention to the exuberant Gu Kan, his expression abruptly turned solemn. Boy, if you wish to follow me, there is one condition. Gu Kan's face lit up instantly. Thumping his chest with childish earnestness, he declared, Speak, great brother master. As long as I can stay by your side, Gu Kan will agree to anything. In his heart, this newly acknowledged master was nothing short of a celestial warrior descending in glory, far surpassing those flowery-tongued immortal masters who dealt only in empty words. Fu Zhe spoke impassively. That condition is, you cannot bring Chen Pingan along. What? Gu Kan's smile froze. Why not? Pingan Gu is wonderful. He's my sworn brother. He had believed this great brother master would differ from those outsiders, yet now, he too demanded Gu Kan abandon his dearest companion. His eyes reddened with impending tears. Observing the boy's heartbroken expression, Fu Zhe offered no explanation. Instead, he took the 3 weighty bags of immortal coins from Ji Gui and tossed them carelessly to Gu Kan. These are yours. Do with them as you will. Gu Kan caught the bags reflexively, their heaviness undeniable, yet his small face crumpled with distress. Great brother master. Can't we bring Pingan Gu too? I don't need these coins. I'll work hard for you. Pingan Gu won't be a burden. He is truly good. Frantic, he scratched his head, bargaining desperately. Or how about you give Pingan Gu more treasures instead? He is so poor, and those bullies always pick on him. A flicker of amusement, nearly imperceptible, passed through Fu Zhe's eyes. This child's loyalty is genuine. He shook his head, his tone brooking no argument. Foolish boy, do you think more treasures equate to greater fortune? Chen Pingan's fate is marked by tribulation. His blessings are too meager to bear such weight. Even one bag of these immortal coins in his possession could invite calamity upon him, let alone 3. The proverb a common man's only crime is possessing a treasure is a truth you'll come to understand in time. A destined calamity? A mortal peril? Gu Kan was startled, his small face turning deathly pale, his hands trembling as they clutched the money pouch. Though young, he understood the gravity of mortal danger. He dared not disbelieve Fu Zhe's words, having witnessed firsthand this elder brother's extraordinary abilities, far surpassing any ordinary immortal master. Noticing the boy's terror, Fu Zhe softened his tone. However, you may give him the martial manual. Gu Kan's head snapped up, hope flickering in his eyes. Destiny is one matter, but talent and cultivation is another, Fu Zhe continued. If he can master that fist technique, he may yet gain the strength to protect himself. At the very least, he'll suffer less bullying in this small town. Really? Gu Kan burst into laughter, his earlier fear and disappointment vanishing in an instant, his cheeks flushing with excitement. Clutching the 3 pouches of immortal coins, he jumped for joy, gazing at Fu Zhe with boundless gratitude. This is wonderful. I knew you were the kindest, most generous immortal in the world, 10,000 times better than those deceitful old sages. Unable to contain his joy, Gu Kan dashed out of the courtyard like a rabbit, the manual and coins in hand, racing toward a familiar figure. He couldn't wait to deliver this incredible news and the treasures that would change his brother's life. Watching the boy's retreating figure, Fu Zhe sighed softly and shook his head. Truly, as the texts foretold, he regards Chen Pingan as his own father. He murmured to himself, so be it. This is his path, and none may alter it. Immortal master. Gu Kan's mother approached timidly, her face a mix of gratitude and fear. She dropped to her knees, kowtowing repeatedly. This lowly woman has failed in raising her son. The boy is unruly and has offended you. I beg your magnanimous forgiveness. He has always been wild, please, in the future. Show him patience and guidance. Her voice trembled, terrified that this unpredictable young immortal might revoke his favor toward her son. Fu Zhe raised a hand, a gentle force lifting her up. There's no need for this, madam. A faint smile touched his lips as he gazed in the direction Gu Kan had vanished, his eyes carrying a trace of approval. Your son possesses unyielding spirit and an untainted heart, like uncut jade. With but a little refinement, his future achievements will know no bounds. He is not unruly, merely unpolished in his sincerity. The woman blinked in bewilderment. Jade? Sincerity? She scarcely understood. But the words achievements will know no bounds struck her like thunder. Her entire body trembled with overwhelming emotion, her eyes instantly reddening as she prepared to prostrate herself once more. Immortal master, such boundless grace and virtue. You are the greatest benefactor our Gu family could ever hope for. This humble woman shall kowtow to you. It is unnecessary, Fu Zhe replied. His tone as composed as ever, yet carrying an undeniable authority. Only then did Yu Can's mother halt her movements. Though tears continued to stream down her face as she murmured endless thanks to the immortal master. A sharp, discordant scoff cut through the moment. Kai Jinjian clutched her aching waist, her face alternating between pallor and flush, glaring at Fu Zhe with unconcealed resentment. How utterly unreasonable, she spat. Having seized such a monumental opportunity for yourself, must you also snatch the meager scraps from those of us who toil in hardship? From the moment I encountered you on the Dongbaopingzhou ferry, misfortune has dogged my steps. You are nothing short of my nemesis. Chapter 53, Celestial Treasures and Fortuitous Encounters. Kai Jinjian recalled how she had nearly been thrown off the ferry to feed the turtles. And now this young man had effortlessly sent her flying with a mere flick of his wrist. The simmering resentment within her flared uncontrollably. How could this brat, already blessed with so many advantages, still dare to compete with wandering cultivators like her for such meager opportunities? Upon hearing her thoughts, Fu Zhe turned his head, regarding her with an amused expression, as if observing a petulant child. Compete? He echoed, his tone laced with mockery. Miss Kai, enlighten me, since when have the celestial treasures and fortuitous encounters of this world ever lain in wait, graciously inviting anyone to claim them? If not by one's own capability, do you expect them to deliver themselves to your doorstep? He scoffed. How naive. This Lijiang cave heaven is nothing short of a grand feast, a hunting ground where the strong prey upon the weak. Survival of the fittest is the immutable truth. Kai Jinjian choked on her words, momentarily speechless. The logic was sound, yet coming from his lips, it was infuriating. Biting her lower lip, her mind raced. Fu Zhe was young, yet his strength was unfathomable, his methods ruthless and domineering. Yet, there was an inexplicable allure about him. Kai Jinjian had always prided herself on her beauty and cunning, effortlessly manipulating men. Never before had she been so thoroughly outmatched by a mere youth. Left stumbling over her own words. No, she refused to accept defeat. He must be relying on some hidden advantage, or perhaps merely bluffing. Fu Zhe's penetrating gaze seemed to pierce through her thoughts. The moment her suspicion arose, the corner of his lips curled into a cold smirk. Care to test that theory? Before she could react, an invisible shockwave erupted from him with devastating force. A crushing pressure slammed into Kai Jinjian, far more violent than before. Without even a chance to cry out, she was sent hurtling backward like a kite with severed strings. With a heavy thud, she crashed beyond the courtyard threshold, her vision swimming, the metallic tang of blood rising in her throat. Spare me your pitiful schemes. Fu Zhe's voice cut through the air like a blade, devoid of warmth. Your petty thoughts are laid bare before me. He strode to the doorway, looking down at her disheveled form with icy detachment. This woman, her ambitions soared to the heavens. Yet her fate was as fragile as paper. Were it not for Qi Jingxuan's efforts to save her, he would have made sure she suffered dearly today. The cave heaven was on the verge of collapse. If she continued to court death, wouldn't Qi Jingxuan's kindness have been in vain? Though these thoughts crossed his mind, his expression remained impassive. The undercurrents of Lijiang cave heaven run deeper than you imagine, he said coolly. These waters are not for you to test. I've said my piece, heed it well. Kai Jinjian lay sprawled on the ground, shock and fury warring within her. This brat, his strength was monstrous. She had assumed he relied on artifacts, never expecting his own cultivation to be so terrifying. You're just trying to intimidate me. With great effort, she struggled to rise from the ground. Though fear had already taken root in her heart, she refused to admit defeat. If this place won't have me, there are others that will. Sooner or later, I'll find a better opportunity. With that, she shot Fu Zhe a fierce glare, clutched her chest, and limped away hastily. Her retreating figure carrying an air of desperate flight. Fu Zhe watched the direction of her departure, arched an eyebrow noncommittally, and softly uttered 3 words. Best of luck. Deep within Mud Bottle Alley, Gu Can, panting heavily, found Chen Pingan practicing his martial forms and eagerly thrust 3 bulging money pouches into his arms. Pingan. Here. These are all for you. Chen Pingan was momentarily stunned by this unexpected generosity. He looked down at the weighty pouches in his arms, their cloud-patterned embroidery clearly indicating their extraordinary origin. A sudden unease gripped his heart. Where did you get so much money? This won't do. This won't do. He hurriedly tried to return them. At that very moment, a figure in a blue robe passed leisurely by the alley's entrance. A jade pendant inscribed with returning home on a snowy night dangling at his waist. The blue-robed figure, Fu Nanhua, a direct descendant of the Dragon Tiger Mountain, paused briefly, his gaze lingering on the martial manual and Gu Kan's embrace and the 3 bulging pouches of celestial coins. His brow lifted almost imperceptibly. These bulging money pouches, and that faintly ancient aura emanating from the martial manual. So Kai Jinjian has already succeeded so quickly? This child Gu Kan possesses remarkable bone structure and innate talent. If properly nurtured, his future achievements will undoubtedly be extraordinary. By what right does Kai Jinjian, a mere rogue cultivator, lay claim to such unpolished jade? A glint of calculation flickered deep within Fu Nanhua's eyes as he made up his mind. Such opportunities should rightfully belong to the virtuous, and I, Fu Nanhua, am far more deserving than that Kai Jinjian. In this Lishui cave heaven, it's every man for himself. Having encountered this chance, how could I possibly let it slip away? A self-assured smile playing on his lips, he stepped forward toward the 2 in the alley. Chen Pingan, about to return the pouches to Gu Kan, caught sight of the approaching figure from the corner of his eye. Immediately, he shielded Gu Kan behind him, his youthful face tense with vigilance. His eyes, like those of a startled young beast, fixed intently on the newcomer. What do you want? The boy's voice carried a hoarse edge. Fu Nanhua halted, his smile growing even more genial. Young friend, there's no need for alarm. This humble Taoist is Fu Nanhua of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Observing the 2 of you, I see extraordinary bearing, especially in this young lad. His gaze shifted to Gu Kan, a trace of admiration flashing in his eyes. His bone structure is refined, truly a rare talent for cultivation. I mean no harm. Only wish to converse briefly and forge a favorable connection. Humph, these insolent country bumpkins dare block my path. Once I deal with this one, taking the boy will be all the simpler. Beneath his courteous words, his fingers subtly formed a hidden seal within his sleeve. A faint ripple of spiritual energy coiled around his fingertips, awaiting only the slightest pretext to strike. At the other end of the alley, Fu Zhe paced with hands clasped behind his back, his brow slightly furrowed. Gu Kan has been gone for quite some time. Why hasn't he returned? Could something have gone wrong? As he pondered, a muffled groan suddenly emanated from the depths of the alley, accompanied by a faint yet razor-sharp residual ripple of magical collision. Fu Zhe's countenance abruptly darkened, his figure flickering like a phantom as he darted toward the alley's interior. Upon arrival, the sight before him caused his pupils to constrict violently. Chen Pingan lay curled on the ground, his face ashen, a vivid streak of blood trickling from the corner of his lips. His chest rose and fell weakly, his breath already perilously faint. The newly kindled, still unstable bridge of longevity within him had been ruthlessly shattered by an overwhelming external force. Brother Pingan, Gu Kan wailed in anguish, his small frame collapsing onto Chen Pingan, utterly helpless. Ning Yao, her delicate face drained of color, stood unsteadily with sword in hand, shielding Chen Pingan and Gu Kan. Barely recovered from her own grievous injuries, her chi was now in disarray, a thin trail of blood seeping from her lips, clear evidence of a recent, disastrous confrontation. Chapter 54. The Stubbornness of Heavenly Principles. Fu Nanhua, you, how could you be so cruel? To lay such a vicious hand upon a mere mortal youth. Ning Yao's voice was hoarse, her eyes blazing with fury, yet unable to conceal her helplessness. Clad in a blue robe, Fu Nanhua stood with his hands behind his back, his expression indifferent, as though he had merely crushed an insignificant insect beneath his feet. He paid no heed to Ning Yao's accusations, his gaze resting instead on the unconscious Chen Pingan, a flicker of impatience crossing his features. This brat is stubborn, daring to resist and wasting my efforts. Suddenly, Fu Nanhua sensed an icy stare. He looked up sharply to find a figure standing at the mouth of the alley, tall, clad in white, with striking features but eyes as cold as frost. It was Fu Zhe. A trace of unease flickered in Fu Nanhua's heart, though his face remained composed. With faint courtesy, he clasped his hands in greeting. Oh, and who might you be, fellow Taoist? This humble one is Fu Nanhua. I merely passed by and witnessed a dispute, intending to mediate. Since you have arrived, I shall take my leave. With that, he turned to depart as if nothing had transpired. This is no place to linger. Best to leave quickly. Leave. Fu Zhe's lips curled into a chilling smile, his voice soft yet freezing the very air in the alley. You dare lay hands on someone under my protection? And now you think to walk away? Before the words had fully left his lips, Fu Zhe flicked his wrist, the black spear in his hand, engraved with the patterns of mountains and rivers, vanished. Whoosh! A piercing shriek tore through the air. Fu Nanhua felt a deadly threat approaching from behind. Whirling around in horror, His pupils reflected a rapidly expanding streak of black light. He tried to dodge, to summon a defensive artifact, but the spear was too fast, faster than his reflexes could counter. Thud! Blood sprayed. The spear, carrying the force of 1,000 mountains, pierced clean through Fu Nanhua's right shoulder, its momentum unrelenting as it pinned him with a resounding clang against the stone wall opposite. The spear's shaft trembled violently, its hum lingering in the air. Suspended midair, Fu Nanhua bled profusely, crimson rivulets streaming down the spear and staining the wall beneath. Fu Zhe approached leisurely, observing Fu Nanhua's humiliating predicament. A familiar scene flashed through his mind, one from the original tale, where Chen Pingan, in a fit of rage, had similarly pinned an enemy against a wall and beaten them mercilessly. This posture seems oddly familiar. He scoffed, his tone dripping with undisguised mockery. Fu Nanhua, you overstepped first. Quite bold of you to think you could simply walk away in my presence. Master! Master! Guzan scrambled to Fu Zhe's feet, his tear-streaked face resembling a disheveled kitten. Pointing at Fu Nanhua on the wall, he sobbed uncontrollably. It was him. He hurt Brother Pingan. He even tried to take me away by force. Woo-woo. Master, you must avenge Brother Pingan. Fu Zhe gently patted Guzan's head, his gaze unfathomably deep. Is the heavenly Tao truly this obstinate? I intervened to stop Kai Jingjian, thinking Chen Pingan's calamity could be averted. Yet who would have imagined that karma, twisting and turning, would manifest upon Fu Nanhua instead? The bridge of longevity, ultimately shattered. Is this the so-called inescapable fate? Or is there another unseen hand at play within this Li Zhu cave heaven? Nailed to the wall, Fu Nanhua writhed in excruciating pain. But what consumed him more was boundless terror. His gaze locked onto Fu Zhe, his mind a tempest of chaos. How could this happen? Why had he acted so impulsively just now? Toward a youth he had never met, why had he been seized by such an overwhelming urge to abduct? Even to the point of attempting to murder another mortal? This defied all his principles. He distinctly remembered merely intending to converse with them, to probe the origins of that martial manual and the celestial coins. Why had he suddenly become so savage, so reckless? A dreadful realization struck him like lightning. Had he fallen prey to some sinister soul-manipulating sorcery? Was someone secretly puppeteering his mind? The mere thought chilled him to the bone, his Tao heart teetering on the brink of collapse. Having cultivated for years, he prized mental fortitude above all. To have his will silently subverted was more horrifying than death itself. When his eyes met Fu Zhe's penetrating gaze, the last vestige of hope within Fu Nanhua crumbled. It was him, without a doubt. This youth, so young yet so unfathomably sinister, how had he gone undetected? Fear eclipsed pain and fury. Instantly, Fu Nanhua's expression twisted into one of groveling desperation, his voice quivering from blood loss and dread. Senior, spare me. I was blind to your eminence. I must have been bewitched. This was never my intention. I'll compensate for all losses. I beg you, show mercy this once. Fu Zhe listened to his incoherent pleas, his countenance unmoved, still wearing that faintly mocking detachment. Compensation? His tone was indifferent, as though discussing a triviality. At least you're sensible. Very well, hand over half the celestial coins on you. The alley's atmosphere froze like ice. Yet Ning Yao's focus remained riveted on Fu Zhe and the mountain river spear in his grasp. Her heart quaked. The aura radiating from that spear was vast, domineering, imbued with an ineffable sense of primordial grandeur. Such pressure, even in the Sword-Chi Great Wall, where prodigies and monsters abounded, was exceedingly rare. This man was no ordinary being. Gritting her teeth, she steadied her faltering, wounded body, her voice taut with vigilance. Who? No, what exactly are you? Fu Zhe ignored her wariness, not even deigning to glance her way. With a flick of his wrist, he leveled the spear horizontally before him. In that instant, intricate golden patterns flared to life along its shaft, glowing with ethereal brilliance. That golden radiance was no ordinary light, blazing yet not blinding. It exuded instead a majestic and boundless aura. As it shimmered, one could almost glimpse celestial bodies rising and setting upon its surface, mountains and rivers cycling through creation and dissolution within its depths. An overwhelming pressure, far surpassing anything before, permeated the air, leaving Ning Yao dazzled and her spirit violently shaken. Upon her delicate features, the usual aloofness had been replaced by astonishment and bewilderment. Suddenly, she recalled her mentor, Qi Jingchun, once lamenting with a tinge of regret. His life-bound flying sword, limited by its material, could only bear the profound truths of tranquility and spring despite his utmost efforts. Yet this spear before her, this crushing, soul-stirring grandeur? What earth-shattering principles were inscribed upon it? Its might rivaled, if not surpassed, the awe-inspiring sword intent of the Great Wall of Swords, that towering bastion of the world. No, perhaps it even faintly eclipsed it. Chapter 55. May I have some credit? Ning Yao's heart was utterly tumultuous, churned into chaos by this inconceivable scene. Yet Fu Zai paid no further heed to her stunned bewilderment, his gaze shifting back to the disheveled figure of Fu Nanhua pinned against the wall. His tone was as indifferent as if he were merely collecting an ordinary tavern debt. Hand over the celestial coins. This prince's patience is limited. Fu Nanhua, nailed to the wall, was nearly driven to unconsciousness by the searing pain in his right shoulder. But what surged within him now was a humiliation 100 times more unbearable than the agony itself. Damn it all. That old fox Song Jisen extorted me once. And I endured it. But now, to be humiliated like this by some brat who appeared out of nowhere, pinned to the wall like a dog awaiting slaughter. If I do not avenge this disgrace, how can I ever hold my head high again in this world? Gritting his teeth against the torment, he forced a smile more wretched than tears. Esteemed fellow cultivator, show mercy. Today's offense was my own recklessness, an affront to your majesty. As for the celestial coins, might I beg a temporary extension? Once we depart the luminous Pearl Grotto, I swear upon my name to repay you twofold, with generous compensation. Just stall him. If I can escape this place, I will make sure he suffers a fate worse than death. Fu Zai's lips curled into a mocking our credit. Generous compensation? He shook his head, his voice laced with derision. Do you truly believe this prince cares for your so-called generosity? Fu Nanhua's face paled, a desperate ferocity flickering in his eyes. His words were a forced snarl. Do not push me too far. This is the luminous Pearl Grotto, governed by the laws of the sages. If you dare commit murder here, do you think the presiding sage will not notice? We would both be expelled from the grotto. What benefit would that bring you? He was gambling, betting that the other would hesitate to take such a risk. Pathetic. Fu Zai let out a scornful laugh, his gaze brimming with disdain. You threaten me with the sages? Such words are as meaningless to this prince as the barking of a dog. Sages? If there truly were one in this grotto capable of detecting my emperor system, that would only make things more amusing. His tone abruptly shifted, cold as the abyss. Let us see whether your tongue or your bones are harder. Shall I start by crippling one of your arms? Then we shall see if you still dare to bargain with this prince. That mission of yours, surely it is worth more than a mere limb? Fu Nanhua's instincts screamed in alarm. A bone-deep chill surged from his feet to the crown of his head. Madman. He is utterly insane. He will do it. He had no doubt that another word from him would result in that accursed spear piercing his other shoulder, or worse, severing his arm entirely. And if his injuries delayed his mission, the consequences would be unthinkable. His face turned ashen, lips trembling, yet no sound escaped them. Observing Fu Nanhua's fluctuating expression, his tightly sealed lips, and the evident terror etched upon his visage, a flicker of impatience flashed through Fu Zai's eyes. It seems that without imparting a tangible lesson, you shall never learn. Before the words had fully dissipated, Fu Zai's figure blurred like a specter, closing the distance between them in an instant. Without any visible exertion, he casually extended his hand and seized Fu Nanhua's uninjured left arm. You! What are you? Fu Nanhua's voice choked with dread, but his protest was severed mid-sentence. A sickening crack echoed through the air, a sound so visceral it set teeth on edge. Fu Nanhua's stifled scream, though muffled in the depths of his throat, was no less harrowing. Expressionless, Fu Zai exerted a brutal, unyielding force, twisting Fu Nanhua's arm until the bone snapped, contorting at an unnatural angle before hanging limp. Having accomplished this, Fu Zai flicked his wrist dismissively, as though brushing away a speck of dust from his sleeve. To spare a wretch like you, who repeatedly dares to challenge the dignity of this prince, would unsettle my Tao heart. This arm is the price you must pay, a reminder carved in pain. A guttural groan tore from Fu Nanhua's throat as his body convulsed violently, drenched in cold sweat. His face twisted into a grotesque mask of agony. The low, bestial growl that escaped him was nothing compared to the tempest of horror raging within. This crown prince of the White Frost dynasty is nothing but a bloodthirsty demon cloaked in beauty. The pain of the shattered limb was excruciating, yet it paled before the terror of his crumbling Tao heart. Not a shred of defiance remained. Trembling, he fumbled with his remaining hand, still pinned to the wall, and retrieved several weighty pouches from his robes, his voice ragged with desperation. I yield. Spare me. Your Highness, take it all. I beg for mercy. Spare this worthless life. The alley still reeked of blood and despair as Fu Zhe regarded the bulging pouches at his feet. His countenance unreadable. He bent to retrieve them, weighing them idly in his palm. Heavier than anticipated. This Fu Nanhua, at the very least, proved a dutiful courier of wealth, though the toll for passage was exorbitant. A cursory tally revealed that these celestial coins had more than doubled his previous reserves. The ghost of a smirk tugged at his lips before he plucked a smaller pouch from the collection and tossed it toward Chen Pingan, who stood wary and conflicted nearby. For your troubles, Fu Zhe remarked coolly, as though it were mere pocket change. Chen Pingan caught it reflexively, the pouch heavy in his grasp. A glimpse of its contents, gleaming golden celestial coins, made his pupils constrict. Stunned, he immediately moved to return it. This is too much. Prince Fu, one cannot accept unearned favors. You will have use for it. The 3 words Fu Zhe abruptly severed his speech, with eyes profound and brooking no argument. Chen Pingan's heart gave a violent leap as a surge of warmth mingled with reverence welled up within him. Before him stood the mercurial crown prince of the White Frost dynasty, capricious and ruthless in his ways, yet time and again extending aid in moments of peril. Clutching the weighty pouch of celestial coins tightly, he drew a deep breath and bowed deeply to Fu Zhe with solemn reverence. Gratitude too profound for words. This kindness you've shown me today, Prince Fu, shall be etched into my very bones. Should there ever come a day when my humble self might be of service, I would brave fire and water without hesitation, even at the cost of my life. Though this man ruled with an iron fist and was unpredictable, he was not one given to mindless slaughter. Such a debt must be firmly remembered. When the opportunity arose, it would be repaid. Fu Zhe responded with a noncommittal hum, the ghost of an inscrutable smile playing at his lips. There will be opportunities. This Chen Pingan, he was one who valued loyalty and righteousness. Perhaps the towering sword Qi Great Wall in the future would ripple with greater grandeur because of him. The path of the human emperor required such principled souls by its side. Without another word, his gaze shifted to the ashen-faced, trembling Zhigue huddled nearby. With a simple gesture, he beckoned, "Let us depart." Chapter 56. Suppressed cultivation. Upon hearing these words, Zhigue felt as though granted a royal pardon, hastily scurrying after him without daring the slightest delay. Just as Fu Zhe was about to lead Zhigue out of the shadowy alley, a hoarse and venomous snort suddenly echoed from behind. "You win today." "Humph. You merely took advantage of the circumstances. This place suppresses most of my cultivation. Otherwise, how could a fledgling like you dare act so arrogantly before me? Mark my words. As long as I, Fu Nanhua, draw breath, the humiliation I suffered today shall be repaid 1,000-fold. I will make you beg for death, yet find no release." Fu Zhe's footsteps paused ever so slightly, yet he did not even turn his head. Only a faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of his lips. Suppressed cultivation? He chuckled softly, the sound piercingly clear in the deathly silence of the alley. Even if you were restored to your peak, even if you spend another decade in bitter cultivation before this prince, you would remain nothing more than a clay chicken or a straw dog, obliterated with a snap of my fingers. His words were spoken lightly, yet they carried an innate, unshakable confidence and undisguised contempt for Fu Nanhua. Well said. Brilliantly fought. The little snot-nosed Guzan, who had been cowering behind Chen Pingan, not daring to breathe loudly, suddenly seemed electrified. He thrust his head out from behind Chen Pingan, clapping excitedly, his dark, gleaming eyes shining with admiration for Fu Zhe. Tugging at Chen Pingan's sleeve, he whispered urgently, Pingan go, listen, from now on, I'm following this prince. He's truly a righteous and formidable man, able to teach those villains a lesson. You need to worry about me anymore. This big brother is so awe-inspiring, even more heroic than the demon-slaying champions from the storyteller's tales, 100 times greater. By his side, I'll surely eat my fill every day, and maybe even learn real skills. Hearing this, Chen Pingan's heart churned with mixed emotions. While he felt a sliver of relief that Guzan had seemingly found a powerful protector, he knew all too well that Fu Zhe was unpredictable, his whims as fickle as the wind. Whether this path would bring fortune or calamity to the boy was impossible to foresee. He ruffled Guzan's messy hair, gazing into the child's sparkling, exhilarated eyes, and sighed heavily. Shaozan, he knelt down, meeting the boy at eye level, his tone solemn. If your mind is made up, I won't stand in your way. But remember, the world is vast, and men's hearts are hidden. Keep your wits about you. Trust no one lightly, and above all, protect yourself. Do you understand? Prince Fu is inscrutable, acting solely on his whims. May he show some mercy. Given that both you and Jigui are still young. Their hushed conversation reached Fu Zai's ears with perfect clarity. The corner of his lips curled into a meaningful smirk, yet he neither turned nor intervened. Jigui followed closely behind him, listening to Chen Pingan's fretful admonitions. And couldn't he help rolling her eyes in secret? Leaning close to Fu Zai, she whispered in a voice so faint only the two of them could hear. Her tone laced with complaint. Your Highness, look at this. Your well-intentioned act of kindness may not be met with gratitude. Who knows if that person is secretly cursing you for abducting an ignorant child, harboring ulterior motives, and being no good at all. Humph. This Chen Pingan is truly an ungrateful blockhead. With your Highness's noble status, deigning to assist a mere peasant should be the greatest fortune of his 8 lifetimes. Yet he dares to be suspicious and wary. Utterly preposterous. Fu Zai continued walking without pause, merely slanting her a faintly amused glance, his eyes brimming with insight. Oh, have all the lessons Master Qi taught you about cultivating the mind and observing people with subtlety gone to the dogs? Seeing is believing. Hearing is doubtful. Have you already tossed that to the winds and forgotten it entirely? Jigui paled at his words, momentarily speechless. She recalled her teacher Qi Jingquan's gentle yet unyielding teachings, and, upon reflecting on her own earlier acerbic remarks, realized how unfair they had been. A surge of frustration and irritation welled within her. Damn it, he's caught me again and lectured me. Of course I remember Master's teachings clearly, she muttered. It's just that this Chen fellow is clearly. Humph, I simply can't stand him. Noticing that Fu Zai was leading her and the little brat named Guzhan straight toward the familiar covered bridge outside Mud Bottle Alley, likely intending to find a place to settle nearby, her heart clenched in alarm. Forgetting her earlier embarrassment, she blurted out, Your Highness, you can't possibly mean to parade me and this child around the Li Pearl Cave heaven until everything is settled, can you? The more she thought about it, the more her blood ran cold. Fu Zai had just brazenly robbed Fu Nanhua in front of so many people, acquiring a staggering sum of coveted immortal coins. Now, he was openly escorting a local child. This was practically. How is this any different from a 3-year-old flaunting a gold ingot, begging to be noticed by the world? Was he truly fearless, or had his arrogance reached suicidal levels? Jigui couldn't help but feel that this crown prince of the Baishuang dynasty exuded an unsettling aura of arrogance and unfathomable danger. Finally, Fu Zai halted and turned slowly to face her, his lips curling into a faint, enigmatic smile as he took in her tense, battle-ready expression. Flaunting it for all to see? You're overthinking it. His tone was light and carefree. Though this small cave heaven is a den of hidden dragons and mixed fish, most who set foot here are immortal cultivators of some standing and discernment. They journeyed thousands of miles seeking that elusive immortal fate and heavenly opportunity. Most still cherished some semblance of dignity for their sect and ancestors, unwilling to publicly disgrace themselves over petty gains or worldly treasures, lest they become laughingstocks among their peers. He paused briefly, his gaze drifting imperceptibly toward the shadowy figures lurking beyond the alley, before his tone shifted abruptly. An overwhelming, domineering aura filled the narrow passage. Moreover, this place operates under the ironclad rules laid down by the sage, without resorting to those flashy, unrefined immortal arts and techniques. Relying solely on these fists, within this humble Li Pearl grotto, there are scarcely any who could earn this prince's acknowledgement, let alone warrant serious consideration. A sage? If one truly existed who could perceive the profound mysteries of the human emperor system, that would indeed be an unexpectedly amusing twist. As for these so-called mighty dragons crossing the river or ferocious tigers atop the mountain, in this prince's eyes, they are nothing more than feeble poultry and straw dogs. Unworthy of fear. Chapter 57. The profound mystery of the human emperor system. Jigui was rendered speechless by Fu Zai's words. She opened her mouth, but ultimately closed it in frustration. This fellow spouted fallacies one after another, yet she found herself unable to refute them. Were the people of the Li Pearl Grotto heaven truly nothing but spineless weaklings who only knew how to wag their tongues? She grumbled inwardly, but dared not speak further, silently trailing behind Fu Zai instead. The three of them walked in silence toward the covered bridge. The scent of blood and the lingering miasma of resentment in the alley had yet to fully dissipate, carried faintly by the breeze, still seeping into their nostrils. Before they had gone far, Fu Zai abruptly halted. Jigui, lost in her silent complaints, nearly collided with his back. She lifted her head in confusion. Your Highness? Why have we stopped? Has something else happened? Keh. A sinister, bone-chilling laugh drifted eerily from around the corner of the alley. Jigawei and Guken both shuddered. Turning their heads, they saw a gaunt, malevolent-looking youth, perhaps 14 or 15 years old, leaning lazily against the wall with his arms crossed. A malicious smirk playing on his lips. He stood directly in their path. Ma Kuxuan, Jigawei exclaimed involuntarily upon recognizing him, her delicate face darkening instantly. She hastily tugged at Fu Zai's sleeve and whispered urgently, "Your Highness, this is Ma Kuxuan, one of the spies planted here by Jinwu Mountain. This brat is perverse and cruel, with an exceedingly narrow mind. Relying on his modest cultivation and powerful backing, he has long bullied others in the Grotto Heaven, especially Chen Pingan, who suffered greatly at his hands. Why has this scourge appeared now? Truly, misfortunes never come singly." Fu Zai's eyes remained unperturbed, as though he had anticipated this. How interesting. First, we had Fu Nanhua, the wealth-bearing rat, and now a road-blocking hound. Jinwu Mountain? Humph. His gaze settled on Ma Kuxuan, his tone indifferent. "Do you have business with me?" Ma Kuxuan's venomous eyes locked onto Fu Zai as if he wished to devour him alive. Ignoring the question, he let out a bestial growl from his throat. In the next instant, his figure erupted forward, his fists like cannonballs, carrying a ruthless and sinister force aimed straight at Fu Zai's face. In his heart surged towering resentment and unwillingness. Why? I, Ma Kuxuan, am the chosen one. The prodigy nurtured with all the resources of Jinwu Mountain. It should have been me ascending to greatness, soaring to the heavens, attaining immortality, and looking down upon all living beings. Why must it be you, a mere crown prince of the White Frost dynasty, appearing out of nowhere, who steals my destiny and cuts off my path to immortality? Today, I will make sure you die without a burial place. To vent the hatred in my heart. Fu Zai saw him strike without hesitation, his eyes flashing coldly. Instead of retreating, he advanced, sidestepping the punch with a slight shift of his body while his right leg lashed out like a venomous dragon, striking first with a dull thud, squarely on Ma Kuxuan's face, twisted with fury. The force of the kick was devastating. Ma Kuxuan saw stars, his nose bridge cracking audibly as he was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing heavily against the wall several yards away before tumbling to the ground. Yet, gritting through the pain, he flipped upright like a carp, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, his gaze only growing more savage. Every move he made now targeted Fu Zai's vital points, unmistakably driven by a murderous intent. "You vile wretch, heartless scum, stirring trouble again." Gukan, though pale with fear, mustered his courage, pointing at Ma Kuxuan with a shrill, piercing voice. "My big brother meant well. How dare you attack him? I'll call for help." He turned to bolt from the alley, but Jigawei seized his arm firmly, her expression grave. "Let me go, Sister Jigawei." Gukan stamped his foot in desperation. "If we don't call for help, Big Brother will suffer. Calling for help now would only bring trouble upon His Highness." Jigawei frowned, lowering her voice. "This Ma Kuxuan is from Jinwu Mountain. Their feud is an internal matter of their sect. If outsiders interfere, it would only weaken our moral standing and invite unnecessary complications for His Highness." She paused, casting a complicated glance at Fu Zai. "Besides, traveling with His Highness already draws enough attention. If this escalates further, more eyes will fixate on us, turning us into thorns in their sides. Then, we'd truly find ourselves trapped at every turn." Gukan blinked in bewilderment before pointing at himself, stammering, "Am I that important?" Jigawei nearly rolled her eyes, shooting him an exasperated glare. Was this little fool truly so dense? That wasn't the point. On the battlefield, Ma Kuxuan's assaults grew fiercer, his eyes bloodshot, his demeanor bordering on madness. Kill him, and I reclaim what's rightfully mine." Every punch and kick carried his full strength, saturated with lethal intent, as if he wished to tear Fu Zai apart on the spot. Yet despite his relentless onslaught, Fu Zai deflected each move with ease, even landing a few light but stinging counterattacks. Panting heavily, Ma Kuxuan abruptly retreated several steps, his chest heaving. "Fu Zai," he snarled through gritted teeth. "Why won't you draw your spear? Do you look down on me, Ma Kuxuan?" Fu Zai responded by stepping forward instead of back, delivering another crisp kick that sent Ma Kuxuan sprawling, looking down at him with a cold, mocking smile. He spoke with undisguised disdain. "Mountain River Spear?" His tone dripped with scorn, as if the very idea was laughable. "You? Unworthy. Such mediocrity dares to witness the grandeur of mountains and rivers? A fool's delusion indeed. Unworthy." These two words seared into Ma Kouchuan's heart like red-hot branding irons. His entire body shuddered as all his fury transformed into piercing, bone-chilling coldness. At last he understood. In Fu Zai's eyes, he wasn't even worthy of being considered a serious opponent. That lofty indifference and disdain wounded deeper than the most venomous words. So in his eyes, I don't even qualify as his rival. A metallic taste rose in Ma Kouchuan's throat as he could no longer suppress the surging blood within. With a violent cough, another mouthful of crimson stained the stone slabs before him. Proud and arrogant by nature, having proclaimed himself the foremost among Lizhu Cave Heaven's younger generation and the inevitable future true disciple of Jianwu Mountain. Never had he endured such contemptuous dismissal as one would regard an insignificant ant. Fu Zai. Chapter 58. Unstable Foundation. Overburdened mind, Ma Kouchuan's eyes burned crimson with fury as he struggled to rise from the ground, the seething resentment and indignation within him threatening to consume his very core. He would kill this man, no matter the cost, even if it meant mutual destruction. Yet, just as he managed to lift himself halfway, mustering the last of his strength for a desperate, all-out strike, his turbulent emotions sent his chi into violent upheaval. Darkness abruptly swallowed his vision. His legs gave way beneath him, unsteady and weak. Stumbling, he collapsed with a heavy thud, his head striking the unyielding stone pavement. A muffled groan escaped him before he lost consciousness entirely. Thus, a prodigy of his generation met his end, not in glorious battle, but in a pitiful, farcical display. Silence reigned in the alley. Gukan gaped, glancing between the unconscious Ma Kouchuan and the composed, indifferent Fu Zai, his awe for the older youth deepening. Jigawei, too, was stunned. She had envisioned countless outcomes for Ma Kouchuan, but never one so theatrical. Had his pride truly been so fragile that a few words from his highness could shatter him? Or had that seemingly casual kick concealed something far more sinister? A soft, derisive chuckle broke the stillness. Fu Zai cast a fleeting glance at the motionless Ma Kouchuan, his tone laced with faint amusement. An unstable foundation, an overburdened mind. Talent may carry one far for a time, but without temperance, the demons within will inevitably consume him. A pity, a jade of potential, yet carved into a vessel of malice. Its purity lost. Is this how Jianwu Mountain nurtures its disciples? Fostering slaughter over serenity. How does it differ from the demonic path? No sooner had he spoken than a slightly hunched figure emerged from the depths of the alley, halting a few paces before Fu Zai. The man bowed deeply, his voice rough with deference. This junior, an outer disciple of Jianwu Mountain, pays his respects to Prince Fu. My gratitude for your highness's mercy in enlightening my unworthy martial nephew. Clad in plain gray robes, the man's appearance was unremarkable, yet his aura exuded steadiness, a testament to his cultivation. His gaze upon Ma Kouchuan held traces of resignation and sorrow. So, they've been alerted after all. Swift indeed. Fu Zai did not so much as lift an eyelid, his cold snort carrying an oppressive weight. Spare me the pretenses. Speak. Who sent you after me? Or does Jianwu Mountain truly possess the audacity to use this prince as a whetstone for your so-called prodigy? Each word struck like a hammer upon the gray-robed disciple's heart. Beads of sweat formed at his temples as he bent lower, his voice trembling with reverence. Your highness is most discerning. This junior acts only upon orders to retrieve martial nephew Ma. As for the rest, I know nothing, nor would I dare presume the intentions of my elders. The eldest prince indeed lives up to his reputation, sharp as a blade, with words that cut like a honed edge, certainly no easy opponent to deal with. Today's matter may not conclude peacefully. A mocking smile curled at the corner of Fu Zai's lips as calculations already formed in his mind. It seems even within the ranks of Jianwu Mountain, unity is but an illusion. Most likely, it was someone other than the elder Hongshu stirring trouble in the shadows, or perhaps certain branches unwilling to let the jade child of Lizhu Cave slip through their fingers. Ma Kouchuan was their carefully nurtured pawn, and my sudden appearance has undoubtedly disrupted their entire scheme. Now they wish to use me as a whetstone to test his mettle while probing my own depths? A clever move indeed. Without another word, he merely waved his hand, signaling the gray-robed disciple to take his leave. The disciple, as if granted mercy, hurried forward to support the unconscious Ma Kouchuan, bowed deeply once more to Fu Zai, and swiftly disappeared down the alley with his charge in tow. Only after the two had vanished did Ji Gui saunter forward, lips pursed in a mix of confusion and discontent. Your Highness, you let them go just like that? That Ma Kouchuan harbored murderous intent toward you. In my opinion, They should never have left alive, a lesson to deter any other fools who might dare provoke you. To her, Fu Zhe's leniency seemed misplaced. A stark contrast to the ruthless decisiveness he had shown when facing Fu Nanhua earlier. Fu Zhe turned his head slightly, casting her an inscrutable glance that sent an involuntary shiver down her spine. "Patience," he said, the smile on his lips deepening yet chilling. "There will be ample opportunities." Later, he paused, his voice laced with quiet amusement. "The wool must come from the sheep, after all. But first, the sheep must be fattened before the shears are taken to it, no? This girl is still too green. Uprooting weeds may bring immediate satisfaction. But how much more rewarding to bend them to one's will, to wring every last drop of usefulness from them before discarding the husk. Ma Kushuan, Jimwu Mountain. Humph, I shall wait for you to come to me." Ji Gui shuddered at his words, a cold dread creeping from the soles of her feet to the crown of her head. Suddenly, she sensed a deeper implication in his statement. That fleeting glance, as if sizing her up as well, sent her hairs standing on end. This man, could he be scheming against me too? What could he possibly want from me? The things master left behind. She dared not dwell on it further, quickly lowering her head to hide her ashen expression. Unperturbed by her unease, Fu Zhe turned his gaze toward the covered bridge, lost in thought for a moment. "This place is relatively undisturbed. The two of you may rest near the bridge for now. These next few days, keep your movements minimal. We don't need unnecessary complications." Gu Kan, ever obedient, nodded eagerly in agreement. But Ji Gui abruptly lifted her chin, defiance and resentment flashing in her eyes. "Your Highness, everything else I can abide by, but that old locust tree, I must settle a score with it. Back then, it took advantage of my youthful naivety and deceived me out of the legacy my master left me." Before she could finish, Fu Zhe raised his hand to silence her. His brows furrowed slightly as he pondered, his gaze distant and profound. "The old locust tree. Very well." He nodded slowly. "However, you must remain patient a little longer. This town is already seething with undercurrents. Forces from all sides have caught wind of it. Now is not the opportune moment. The families lurking in the shadows are likely to make their move soon. That boy Lu Xianyang has probably already drawn the attention of certain individuals." A faint smirk played on his lips. "The murkier these waters become, the better." He glanced at Ji Gui, noting her lingering resentment, and added in a measured tone, "Once I settle some trivial matters, I shall accompany you to that old locust tree and reclaim what is rightfully yours." Chapter 59. A few crude martial arts moves. Upon hearing this, Ji Gui's delicate brows furrowed, her fair face brimming with reluctance, as if the word disdain were carved across her forehead. "Your Highness, why seek out Lu Xianyang? He's nothing but an idle, scheming wastrel. What use could he possibly be, aside from knowing a few crude martial arts moves?" In her eyes, her esteemed prince was peerless in wisdom and valor. How could he stoop to associating with such a street ruffian? That Lu Xianyang spends all his time trailing after senior sister Wan Xiao, like a toad lusting after swan flesh. Surely your Highness hasn't he been deceived by his silver tongue? Fu Zhe's lips curled slightly, revealing a knowing smile, his gaze piercing through her thinly veiled thoughts. "Oh, from your tone, it seems you'd rather I not pursue this opportunity?" His voice was calm, yet carried an undercurrent of quiet authority. Ji Gui's heart skipped a beat, and she hastily shook her head in denial. "Your Highness jests. How could I possibly think such a thing? Your fortune is my fortune. I could not be more delighted." This man, his stare is unnerving. I merely spoke the truth, yet he twists it into some grand scheme. Humph. Fu Zhe let out a faint, dismissive sound, neither confirming nor denying. He strolled leisurely, his gaze drifting toward the distant streets, his voice soft, yet clear as it reached Ji Gui and Gu Kan's ears. Lu Xianyang may appear unremarkable, lacking ambition, but in truth, he possesses rare treasures. His father was once a formidable martial artist, leaving behind an armor impervious to blades and flames, and a set of devastatingly powerful fist techniques. In all of Li Zhu cave heaven, nay, the entire eastern vile continent, these are rare indeed. He paused, his sharp eyes sweeping over Ji Gui with an amused glint. "You've lingered in this town for years. Familiar with the Yuan father and daughter. Surely you knew of this? This girl has schemes aplenty, but before me, all is laid bare." Ji Gui shifted uncomfortably under his scrutiny, her gaze flitting away as she attempted to deflect. I only heard rumors. Nothing certain. How does he know so much? Does he truly possess foresight? I know. Before Ji Gui could finish, Gu Kan, unable to contain himself any longer, waved his small hand excitedly, chirping like an eager sparrow. Brother Fu, Lu Xianying really does have treasures. My mother told me his father was incredible. But his expression soured abruptly, his face scrunching up like a bitter melon. That Lu Xianying is tighter than a miser, stingier than a plucked chicken. He won't even share a piece of candy, let alone hand over his precious armor and manuals. Even if you went yourself, Brother Fu, he'd never give them up willingly. Gukin spoke with absolute conviction, as if he'd witnessed Lu Xianying's greed firsthand, rather than displeasure. Fu Zhe let out a hearty laugh. Oh, is that so? Then I must meet him all the more. A glint of shrewdness flickered in his eyes. Although I have no intention of excessively meddling with the fate of that mountain-moving ape, I am curious to see whether Lu Xianying's destiny will shift slightly due to my arrival. If he still cannot escape being grievously wounded by that beast, then I need not waste further thought on the opportunity within Li Zhu Cave Heaven. The concept of fate is profoundly mysterious. Having already entered this game, I shall observe how the pieces on the board choose to dance. Lu Xianying, do not disappoint me. Gukin only half understood, feeling that Brother Fu's words were unfathomably profound. He scratched his head, his nose nearly dripping before he sniffed hard. The thought of leaving Li Zhu Cave Heaven, where he had been born and raised, suddenly filled him with a wave of melancholy. He gazed imploringly at Fu Zhe. Brother Fu, since we're going to find Lu Xianying, could I also say goodbye to those who knew me before? I probably want to see them again. His voice grew smaller, lacking confidence. Then, as if struck by inspiration, his eyes brightened, and he thumped his chest with assurance. Brother Fu, don't worry. Lu Xianying's treasured armor, leave it to me. Don't underestimate me just because I'm young. With my silver tongue, I'll have him willingly hand it over with both hands. Heh. This LL show those who used to look down on me that Gukin now has a powerful backer. Fu Zhe was amused by his childish bravado and chuckled, nodding. Very well, I shall leave it to you, Gukan. The armor was not originally part of his plans, but obtaining it would be a pleasant surprise, a fitting gift for his younger sister, Fu Yao, as a token of affection. Jigue scoffed at Gukin's enthusiasm. You? Lu Xianying is as slippery as an eel. You think you can persuade him? Only if the sun rises from the west. But seeing Fu Zhe's interest, she held her tongue and followed sullenly behind. The three wasted no time and headed straight for Lu Xianying's home. Li Zhu Cave Heaven was small, and after navigating a few alleys, they neared their destination. However, just as they were about to turn a corner, a figure suddenly burst out from a courtyard gate ahead, stumbling. Frantic, it was Lu Xianying. Unaware of Fu Zhe's group, he sprinted blindly toward the riverbank, muttering incoherently under his breath. Fu Zhe's brow arched slightly as he prepared to speak, but then he noticed another figure emerging silently from behind a riverside willow. The stranger wore a wide conical hat that obscured most of their face. Their slender frame moved with restrained grace, following Lu Xianying at a deliberate pace. Fu Zhe's gaze sharpened, his instincts flared. This man. With a flicker of movement, he had already intercepted the conical-hatted figure like a ghostly apparition. You seem to be in quite a hurry, sir. Where might you be headed? The person wearing the conical bamboo hat was none other than Lier. Slung diagonally across his shoulder was a somewhat worn bamboo basket, within which water shimmered faintly, revealing glimpses of fish tails flicking about. Fu Zhe's gaze swept lightly over the basket before settling, his tone casual, yet carrying an undeniable authority. The fish in your basket appear rather lively, sir. Might I trouble you to part with a few for this humble one? Such spirited creatures. Ordinary fishmongers could never raise them with such vitality. Especially that one with golden scales, truly extraordinary. Lier, upon hearing this, raised his eyes to assess Fu Zhe, plainly dressed, yet exuding a presence as steady as a mountain. Behind him stood Jigue, her expression cool as frost, while the little one, Gukan, peered with open curiosity. Lier's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. He had been about to politely decline, for the contents of his basket were no ordinary catch. Chapter 60. What a splendid fish you have, my goodness. Sir, what a splendid fish you have. Since my lord. Ah, no. Since Brother Fu has taken a fancy to it, it must be fate's grand design. Just a few fish. Surely you wouldn't be so stingy as to refuse selling them? Before Lier could respond, Gukan darted forward like an arrow loosed from its bow, wrapping his arms around the fish bucket in front of Lier. Though his strength was slight, his posture was endearingly clumsy, his small face tilted upward, dark eyes brimming with eagerness. If Brother Fu desires it, I must secure it for him. This is my chance to prove myself. Fu Zhe was momentarily taken aback. a faint smile lingering at the corners of his lips, though a flicker of surprise passed through his eyes. This little rascal, has he changed? In his memory, Gukin had only ever heeded the words of that dullard Chen Pingan, treating everyone else, especially an outsider like Fu Zhe, with wariness rather than warmth. For him to be so proactive today was truly unusual. Could it be that my methods in Mud Bottle Alley truly won him over? Seeming to sense Fu Zhe's gaze, Gukin hugged the bucket tighter, sneaking a glance back before lowering his voice conspiratorially. Brother Fu, I don't know what is special about these fish. They just look a tad prettier than the usual ones. But since you want them, as your attendant, of course I'll make sure you get them. Consider it. Consider it thanks for standing up for my mother earlier and giving me all those divine coins. His voice was barely a whisper, as if terrified Li Er might overhear, the words tumbling out in a rush, his little face alight with praise me anticipation. Hearing this, Fu Zhe first froze, then nearly laughed aloud. So that's it. His little scheme is rather straightforward and adorable. He shook his head slightly. Gukin's mind was as intricate as it was innocent, a child's purity wrapped in cunning. Meanwhile, Li Er, caught off guard by Gukin's sudden embrace, blinked in bewilderment. At the mention of Brother Fu, his gaze shifted between the boy and Fu Zhe, a mix of understanding and puzzlement in his eyes. Gently pushing Gukin's head aside, he studied him. Little snot-nose, why aren't you trailing after Chen Pingan today? Instead, you're following this young master around? Li Er's voice was rough, yet carried the weight of worldly wisdom. At the mention of Chen Pingan, Gukin's lips twisted, but he quickly puffed out his chest with pride. Pingan has his own affairs. I'm with Brother Fu now. Brother Fu is amazing. We're leaving soon for the White Frost Dynasty. They say it's enormous, way bigger than our little town. His youthful voice brimmed with dreams of the future. When White Frost Dynasty left Gukin's lips, a glimmer of something unreadable flashed in Li Er's murky eyes. He gave Fu Zhe a long, penetrating look before glancing down at the fish bucket clutched in Gukin's arms, and the most striking fish within, its scales shimmering faint gold under the sunlight. The White Frost Dynasty, the Crown Prince. So this little one has attached himself to such a patron. Perhaps this is what they call destiny, neither to be forced nor avoided. He sighed inwardly, feeling his once resolute conviction waver. Very well, he thought. If fate has brought us together, then this small karmic bond shall be formed. Just as he was about to speak and relinquish the fish, Your Highness, Fu Zhe? A sharp yet deliberately authoritative voice rang out from behind. Fu Zhe's brow arched slightly. The voice was familiar. Gao Zhen approached swiftly, accompanied by a middle-aged man clad in dark brocade robes, his face pale and beardless. The man moved with steady strides, his gaze as piercing as an eagle's, none other than the eunuch Wu they had briefly encountered at the ascension platform. The moment Gao Zhen laid eyes on Fu Zhe, his expression shifted dramatically, first shock, then a flicker of frustration, and finally, deep wariness. His gaze darted between Fu Zhe, Gukin, and the bucket of fish in Gukin's arms before he spoke in a hostile tone. Your Highness, what brings you here? Could it be you too? Seek the fish of the Li Pearl Grotto? Him again. Gao Zhen seethed inwardly. This Fu Zhe is truly a lingering ghost. First, he snatched the opportunity at the ascension platform. And now, could this fish hold some secret as well? A faint smile curled at Fu Zhe's lips. Unfazed by Gao Zhen's accusatory tone, he replied with effortless composure. Your eyes are sharp, Attendant Gao. Indeed, I have taken an interest. And as it happens, this fish is already mine. His voice was calm, yet it carried an unshakable authority, as though the fish were already secured within his grasp. Hearing Fu Zhe's unwavering certainty, Eunuch Wu's narrowed eyes suddenly sharpened, his gaze lancing toward the bucket clutched tightly in Gukin's arms. When he clearly saw the golden-scaled carp, its body shimmering with a faint golden aura, its armor-like scales gleaming as if forged from pure gold, standing out vividly among the ordinary green fish, his pupils constricted violently. Golden scales, with traces of draconic chi. This is the legendary Dragon Gate Koi, a being capable of transcending mortality and ascending as a dragon. How could such a spiritual creature appear in this insignificant Li Pearl Grotto? A tempest of shock and greed surged within Eunuch Wu's heart. Yet his face remained an unreadable mask. Only the depths of his eyes betrayed the storm within. Drawing a slow breath to suppress his astonishment and avarice, he turned to Fu Zhe, his lips curving into a deceptively amiable smile. Yet his voice carried an undertone of unyielding insistence. Your Highness Fu Zhe, this humble servant is Wu En, chief steward of the Great Sui dynasty's imperial household department, dispatched by His Majesty to seek celestial fortune within the Li Pearl Grotto. The golden koi in your highness's possession shares a profound connection with our Great Sui. Might you be so gracious as to part with it? He paused, raising 3 fingers, his tone laced with a condescending generosity. In exchange, I offer 3 generations worth of immortal coins. Previously at the Ascension platform, Attendant Gao yielded an opportunity to your highness, a gesture of goodwill between our Great Sui and your esteemed White Frost dynasty. Surely, for such a trivial matter, your highness would not refuse this small courtesy? Should word spread otherwise, others might jest that the White Frost dynasty lacks magnanimity. His words were a masterful blend of carrot and stick, flaunting an extravagant offer, subtly invoking past favors, and finally, veiling a thinly veiled insult and threat. 3 generations of celestial coins would suffice for an ordinary cultivator family's expenses for a century. Could Fu Zhe, a destitute prince, remain unmoved? Moreover, with the diplomatic relations between 2 nations invoked, if he failed to recognize the favor, it would only bring disgrace upon himself. Listening to the eunuch Wu's words laced with hidden barbs, praising on the surface while belittling beneath, especially that final remark about the White Frost dynasty's lack of magnanimity, Fu Zhe's initially amused eyes abruptly turned icy. A chilling aura emanated from him as he slowly lifted his gaze, his eyes sharp as twin blades, piercing straight through eunuch Wu. A faint, derisive chuckle escaped Fu Zhe's lips, laced with biting mockery. Though his voice was not loud, every word rang clear and resolute, striking deep into the ears of all present. Old eunuch, are you presuming to instruct this prince on how to act? Chapter 61. This fish, I shall purchase. The aged face of eunuch Wu instantly flushed with rage, his eyes blazing with fury as if flames were about to erupt from them. To be publicly insulted as a castrated old dog by a mere youth, a disgraced prince he already regarded as a stray cur, was an unbearable humiliation. You insolent whelp! How dare you? With a sinister chuckle, his shrill voice trembled with barely contained wrath. Such an ignorant, stubborn brat. Utterly ungrateful. He took a step forward, his brocade robes billowing unnaturally as a chilling aura radiated from him. Fu Zhe, I offered you counsel with kindness, yet you refused to see reason. We are both cultivators of the bottle-gourd continent. If we stood together, what grand path could we not forge? Yet you fixate on this insignificant fish, blind to the greater picture. How can you ever achieve greatness with such short-sightedness? Eunuch Wu lamented as if Fu Zhe's rejection had doomed the entire future of their land. But Fu Zhe had no patience for his empty rhetoric. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he moved with lightning speed, striking out with a palm. Old dog. Fu Zhe's icy voice cut through the whistling wind of his attack. Did you truly think I, a prince, would be swayed by your honeyed words like some naive child? Eunuch Wu's pupils constricted in shock. He had never expected Fu Zhe to attack so boldly. Raising his arm in a hasty block, he staggered from the overwhelming force, his blood churning violently. This damned whelp. Such audacity, such strength. To surrender a prize within reach? Only a fool would do such a thing. Fu Zhe's tone dripped with mockery. Yet his assault never faltered. Before the words even faded, his wrist flicked, sending a heavy pouch of coins arcing through the air to land squarely before Li'er. Li'er, this fish, I shall purchase it. In the next instant, his figure twisted, and his divine spear, mountains and rivers, materialized in his grasp. Its gleaming tip, wreathed in unstoppable might, thrust straight for eunuch Wu's face. With his cultivation sealed, the eunuch's sinister techniques were greatly diminished. Now, facing Fu Zhe's relentless onslaught, he felt an immense pressure bearing down on him, his breath stifled. With a shrill cry, he retreated hastily, a razor-thin dagger flashing like a venomous serpent toward Fu Zhe's wrist. The two clashed like falcon and hare, their movements fierce, the air ringing with the impact of their strikes. The resulting gales kicked up dust and flattened the surrounding grass. Gu Kan, who had never witnessed such a spectacle, paled in terror. With a shriek, he scrambled behind Li'er, clinging to the man's leg like a leaf trembling in an autumn gale. Brother Fu is amazing, but also terrifying, and that old eunuch is no good either. Meanwhile, Ji Gue stood poised and unshaken, her robes fluttering gracefully in the wind, lifting her snow-white chin slightly. Her cold eyes brimmed with disdain for eunuch Wu's pitiful state. A mere clown, unworthy of a fight. Only the backing of the Great Sui emboldens him to such arrogance. Amidst the chaos, only Li'er remained composed, holding a fish basket in one hand and weighing a hefty money pouch in the other. His murky eyes darted between the two combatants and the pouch, lost in contemplation. His appearance today with the golden-scaled dragon carp was no mere coincidence. Old Man Yang had instructed him to gift this fish to a destined individual, a test of fate. Little did he expect that before the fish could be presented, he would witness such a spectacle. He squeezed the pouch, feeling its substantial weight. Old Man Yang had advised that if he encountered promising talent, he should foster goodwill, for the future would reveal its significance. This Fu Zhe, though his techniques were still unrefined and riddled with openings, the indomitable spirit and the domineering aura that scorned the heavens were rare even in Li Er's long experience. Old Man Yang once said, to judge a man, observe his presence. This young man's potential was boundless. A peculiar itch stirred within Li Er. Though he had long abandoned the thrill of combat, he now felt an urge to spar with the crown prince of the White Frost dynasty. Once this matter concluded, perhaps he would seek Old Man Yang's counsel on the matter. On the battlefield, Wu Jiaoxi was in dire straits. Despite his underhanded tricks, his cultivation was suppressed by the Li Zhu cave heaven, leaving him with less than a tenth of his usual prowess. Against Fu Zhe's tyrannical spear techniques, fueled by the human emperor's decree, he was utterly outmatched, barely defending with no chance to counterattack. Thud! A spear struck Wu Jiaoxi's shoulder, blood spraying as he staggered. Fu Zhe's eyes flashed with killing intent as he closed in, delivering a powerful kick. Boom! Wu Jiaoxi was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing into the icy river with a splash, coughing and flailing in humiliation. Gao Zhen stood frozen, his face alternating between red and white, watching Wu Jiaoxi's disgrace. He burned with shame. This was beyond humiliation. Wu Jiaoxi, utterly useless. And Fu Zhe, how dare he show no respect? Taking a deep breath, Gao Zhen stepped forward and clasped his hands toward Fu Zhe, his voice strained. Your Highness Fu Zhe, Chief Wu, acted rashly, not out of malice. I beg your forgiveness. This was my failure in discipline. Allow me to apologize on his behalf. Fu Zhe regarded him coldly, his tone devoid of pretense. No need for formalities. Attendant Gao. His voice was calm, yet beneath it surged unspoken currents. Among royals, schemes and treachery are commonplace. I anticipated this and am accustomed to it. His words carried an unmistakable warning, his gaze sharp as a blade, piercing Gao Zhen to the core. Attendant Gao, allow me to offer a word of advice to Great Sui. He paused, his voice turning icy, before attempting to monopolize the fertile lands of Bottle Continent. First consider whether your teeth are sharp enough and your fists strong enough. Do not be as greedy as a snake trying to swallow an elephant, lest you burst your own belly and unwittingly benefit those watching tigers lurking nearby. This Gao Zhen, though appearing refined and cultured, is in truth profoundly scheming. The Great Sui's wolfish ambitions have long been glaringly evident. Today, I shall first deliver them a humbling lesson, letting them know that this princess is no easy bone to chew. Gao Zhen's countenance instantly turned ashen, his chest heaving with suppressed fury. How dare this insolent whelp? Does he truly believe that by sheer luck defeating a eunuch with sealed cultivation, he can stand as an equal to the Great Sui? Such ignorance of the heaven's height and earth's depth. With great effort, he restrained the flames of anger in his heart, yet his voice involuntarily darkened, laced with a chilling edge. Your Highness Fuse, such words are unduly alarmist. Who in the Bottle Continent, nay, in all the mortal realm, does not know of the Great Sui's flourishing might? Our armies strong and horses sturdy, our power blazing like the midday sun? Your Highness stands alone now, isolated and vulnerable. To bare your fangs so recklessly is hardly a strategy for longevity. Remember, the tallest tree in the forest draws the fiercest wind. It would be wise for your Highness to conceal your brilliance and temper your edge, lest you court disaster and regret it too late. Ungrateful wretch. Were this not the luminous pearl cave heaven, fraught with constraints, this official would have long taught this impudent brat the true meaning of the Great Sui's heavenly majesty and the futility of an ant shaking a tree. Chapter 62. The Sharp-Tongued Little Beast Ha. Fu Zhe let out a short, icy chuckle, as if he had just heard the most absurd joke. My future is none of your concern, Tutor Gao. Spare yourself the idle worry. With a languid wave of his hand, his demeanor exuded an air of careless disdain. Rather than wasting your time fretting over this fallen prince, Tutor Gao, you'd do better to ponder how to seize some tangible opportunities for yourself and for the Great Sui behind you in these few short days within the luminous Pearl Cave heaven. After all, returning empty-handed must be quite the bitter taste, wouldn't you agree? Opportunities? The greatest opportunity in this luminous pearl cave heaven has long been clinched within my grasp. The rest of you are merely pitiful scavengers, scrambling for scraps left behind. Gao Zhen was left speechless, his face alternating between shades of green and white. A sight both comical and telling. What a sharp-tongued little beast. He drew a deep breath, unwilling to engage further in this war of words with Fu Zhe, and instead turned his gaze toward the ever-silent Li Er. A strained smile, more grimace than grin, twisted his lips, though the anger and arrogance in his eyes remained undiminished. From his sleeve, he produced 3 bulging pouches, their weight clearly surpassing the single one Fu Zhe had offered earlier. Esteemed fisherman, Gao Zhen began, forcing his voice into an approximation of warmth, though the term esteemed sat awkwardly on his tongue. My earlier discourtesy, along with Chief Wu's, was indeed rash. Here is a small token of apology, 3 pouches of divine coins, more than what this young Master Fu has offered. This golden-scale dragon carp holds great significance for our great sway. I implore you, fishermen, to grant us this favor and transfer its ownership to us. The great sway will surely repay you handsomely. You shall not be slighted. He emphasized the words great sway, his tone laced with an unyielding authority. Yet Li Er did not so much as lift an eyelid, let alone spare a glance at the heavy pouches of divine coins. Instead, he scratched the back of his head with unhurried simplicity, his movements carrying the rustic charm of a country bumpkin. Then, unexpectedly, he bent down, not to accept Gao Zhen's offering, but to carefully pass the bucket containing the golden-scaled dragon carp to Gu Kan, who still peeked out timidly from behind him, his small face alight with curiosity and fear. Little one, here, hold this bucket steady for this old man, will you? Gu Kan blinked in surprise, glancing between Li Er and the imposing bucket before gingerly accepting it. His tiny hands trembling slightly, Gao Zhen stood frozen, his counterfeit smile stiffening grotesquely at the corners of his mouth. What is the meaning of this? How dare this lowly fisherman spurn us so? Does he not understand human speech? Fisherman, Gao Zhen's voice rose sharply, edged with incredulous indignation. What is this? Do you find the offer insufficient? I can add more. Do you know of our great sway? Your honor, your honor. Li Er finally raised his head, his murky eyes fixing upon Gao Zhen with evident annoyance and impatience. Pray do not torment this humble old man any further, will you? He heaved a prolonged sigh, as though thoroughly wearied by Gao Zhen's relentless pestering. Your honor, as you witnessed, before your men laid hands upon me. This young Master Fu had already paid me. In our trade, we honor the principle of first come, first served. A promise is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. How could I, for the sake of your greater offer, betray my word and sell to you instead? That would make me a faithless villain. With that, he patted the pouch of coins Fu Zhe had given him, a simple yet genuine smile of contentment spreading across his weathered face. Moreover, this pouch alone suffices for me to buy fine floral cloth for my wife and several caddies of aged wine. I am but a simple fisherman, living by honest toil. Unearned riches bring no merit, and I dare not accept such tainted wealth. Old man Yang bade me foster goodwill, and this young Master Fu strikes me as agreeable, generous too. As for the officials of great sway, reeking of copper and arrogance, they chafe my very soul. No amount of their coin could ease my discomfort, nor spare me my wife's scolding upon returning home. Fu Zhe stood nearby, arms crossed, a faint smile playing upon his lips. Witnessing Gao Zhen's discomfiture, he nearly laughed aloud. This Li Er remained ever the fearless soul, fearing none save his formidable wife. Who else under heaven could compel him to utter such words as dare not accept? Oh, Gao Zhen, today you've kicked against a rock both foul and unyielding. Gao Zhen's countenance was no longer merely alternating between pallor and flush. It resembled a dyer's vat, cycling through myriad hues before settling into a livid purple mirroring eunuch Wu's earlier complexion. His glare burned into Li Er before swiveling toward Fu Zhe, chest heaving with barely contained fury. The humiliation of public disgrace gnawed at his vitals like a venomous serpent. Outrageous that a lowly fisherman and a disgraced stray dog should dare unite to insult me thus, to insult our great sway. He knew further words with this obstinate Li Er would only compound his shame. Drawing a shuddering breath, he sought to quell the storm within, to little avail. His eyes, brimming with venomous resentment, fixed upon Fu Zhe like poisoned arrows. Fu Zhe. The name slithered between clenched teeth, hoarse with malice. Good, very good. This humiliation I shall carve into my memory. Mountains may stand still, but waters ever flow. We shall meet again. The day will come when I repay today's disgrace 100-fold. With a violent swirl of sleeves, he stormed away, consumed by wrath and indignation, never once looking back. The rigid silhouette exuded a desperate resolve tinged with humiliation. Without so much as a backward glance at the pitiful figure of Wu Diaoxi, still collapsed by the riverside, drenched and shivering violently, he departed. Fu Zhe watched Gao Zhen's furious retreat with an expression as placid as undisturbed waters, offering only the faintest imperceptible nod. At your service anytime. The cool, measured words, neither loud nor soft, carried with crystalline clarity to Gao Zhen's not yet distant ears, pouring oil upon the flames of his rage. His fleeing footsteps quickened, his retreating figure growing ever more frantic. Double repayment? This palace awaits, though I fear your great sway may lack even the opportunity. Only when Gao Zhen's form had vanished entirely did the tension in the air begin to dissipate. Li Er turned toward Fu Zhe. The impatience and detachment he'd shown Gao Zhen melting away. Those clouded eyes now gleamed with genuine curiosity and scrutiny. He studied Fu Zhe from head to toe with meticulous intensity, as though attempting to peer straight through him. Chapter 63. Brat. Asking for trouble, this young lad. No. This young master. Li Er scratched his head and grinned, revealing a set of slightly yellowed but even teeth. Judging by your accent, you don't sound like you're from around this small town. That official earlier kept calling you your highness. Might I ask which kingdom's prince has graced us with his presence? He chuckled, his smile simple and honest. My name is Li Er, just a rough fisherman whose family has been casting nets in this river for generations. If you don't mind the company of a muddy-legged peasant like me, maybe one of these days when I've got time, I'll drop by for a visit. I'd love to share a drink and hear some tales from beyond these parts. This kid has something about him. Old man Yang told me to keep an eye out for fated encounters. Could he be the one? Young, yet poised and dignified, generous with his wealth, and more impressively, bold enough to stand toe-to-toe with the Sui dynasty's hounds. That kind of spirit suits my taste. Hearing this, Fu Zhe's aloof expression softened into a warm smile, genuine and friendly, a stark contrast to the icy sharpness he had shown when facing Gao Zhen. Fu Zhe, of the White Frost dynasty. If brotherly truly honors me with a visit, I'll prepare the finest wine and welcome you with open arms. Li Er. Taking the initiative to extend goodwill, what an unexpected delight. This man may seem ordinary, but there is depth beneath the surface. Forming a favorable connection with him can only benefit me. Meanwhile, Ji Gui, who had been standing silently to the side, blinked her clear, autumn water eyes. Her snow-white, delicate chin lifted slightly, a flicker of imperceptible surprise passing over her usually placid face. This Li Er, how strange. From what I recall, Li Er was always a henpecked husband, obedient and meek before his fierce wife, refusing to yield to anyone else's influence. Yet today, he has gone against his nature, breaking precedent to strike up a conversation with Fu Zhe and even mentioning a visit. Has the sun risen in the west? Fu Zhe turned, his gaze settling on Ji Gui's ethereally beautiful face, where traces of lingering anger from earlier still faintly lingered. Thank you for earlier. His voice was calm, yet carried a subtle gravity. Ji Gui stiffened slightly at his words. Her cool eyes rippled with rare emotion before she averted her gaze. Her tone still aloof, but tinged with an unfamiliar note she herself hadn't noticed. Why bring that up now? Has this man changed his nature? Earlier, he was domineering and unreasonable, yet now he is being polite? The corner of Fu Zhe's lips curled upward as he met her probing gaze without hesitation. If not for your covert assistance in disrupting eunuch Wu's chi flow, I might have had a harder time dealing him such a heavy blow. And as for that Sui Gao Zhen, without your timely silence as the backdrop, my words might not have struck with such resounding effect. He paused, his tone growing more sincere. By all accounts, this word of thanks is one I ought to express. That girl Ji Gui, though she appears aloof, is in truth as meticulous as a needle. Though she did not join the fray directly, the subtle fluctuations of her spiritual energy gave just the right nudge when that wretched eunuch's old wounds flared up. Otherwise, given my current cultivation, dealing him such a grievous blow with a single spear thrust would indeed have been rather difficult. Hearing Fu Zhe's earnest gratitude, Ji Gui only grew more flustered. Her delicate, snow-white chin lifted slightly, while an imperceptible flush crept up from the roots of her ears. Yet her voice remained deliberately indifferent. Humph. I merely found that eunuch and that pedantic scholar distasteful. What does it have to do with you? This fool. Can't he tell I was helping him? Must he make it so obvious? Really? Ah, Sister Ji Gui, you're blushing. How embarrassing. Gu Kan, who had been hiding behind Fu Zhe and peeking out mischievously, suddenly pointed at Jigui and burst into laughter, his face alight with teasing delight. "You little brat." Asking for a beating. At his outburst, the flush on Jigui's ears instantly spread to her cheeks. Abandoning all pretense of composure, she lashed out with a swift kick aimed squarely at Gu Kan's backside. Ow! Gu Kan, ever prepared, dodged nimbly and darted behind Fu Zhe, sticking out his tongue in a playful taunt. "Naya Naya, can't catch me." Blushing sister Jigui. The two chased each other in circles around Fu Zhe, their antics dissolving the earlier tension. Watching them, a faint warmth flickered in Fu Zhe's eyes, though his thoughts ran far deeper. Jigui, though not truly human, she was enlightened by the sage Qi Jingchun of the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven. She has long since shed her original form, her spirit and intellect no different from any mortals. According to fate, she would later endure great hardship, even teetering on the brink of soul-shattering destruction. Now that I've forged this bond with her, and with our future as master and servant, I cannot simply stand by and watch her repeat that tragedy. Qi Jingchun, this scholar of the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven, is a gentleman worthy of respect and a force I must secure. Enough, no more fooling around, Fu Zhe interjected with a light cough. Halting their play, Jigui, Gu Kan, let us first observe the covered bridge. If no outsiders are present, we shall pay our respects to Master Qi Jingchun without delay. By my reckoning, Master Qi should still be near the bridge. We must make contact swiftly. The matter of apprenticeship brooks no postponement. As the three approached the bridge, they spotted a familiar figure emerging from the riverbank. It was Chen Pingan. In one hand, he carried two fish, their scales shimmering faintly with a verdant glow as they thrashed about. In the other, he held a tattered, empty fishing basket, his face alight with the joy of a good catch as he hummed a tuneless melody. "Brother Fu." Catching sight of Fu Zhe, Chen Pingan brightened and hurried over, eagerly raising his haul. "Brother Fu, you're here too. Behold, freshly caught. These fish are plump indeed, a gift for you." Fu Zhe's gaze swept over them, immediately discerning the faint wisps of spiritual energy swirling around the two fish. Clearly, they were extraordinary specimens nourished by the mystical essence of the Li Pearl Grotto, far surpassing ordinary river fish. Is this what they call the child of fortune? A mere casual catch yields spiritual fish. Without hesitation, he reached out and accepted them with a smile. "Many thanks, Brother Pingan. These will satisfy my cravings splendidly." Then, shifting the conversation with feigned nonchalance, he inquired, "Brother Pingan, have you by chance encountered a certain refined and scholarly gentleman dressed in blue robes, Master Qi?" Chen Pingan scratched his head and chuckled with rustic sincerity. "Ah, Master Qi, the venerable elder left not long ago. Heh, what a coincidence. Just moments ago in the alley, I received a few words of guidance from him. Truly, he's a kind soul." Chapter 64, Brother Pingan, your fish-touching skills are remarkable. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhe's heart grew clear. So it was as he had suspected. The heavenly Tao of this realm, or perhaps that inscrutable trajectory of fate, was ultimately unwilling to let these two avoid their destined encounter. Qi Jingchun and Chen Pingan were fated to forge their master-disciple bond here and now. It seemed his presence had not entirely disrupted the predetermined course of events. This, in fact, was a good thing. Brother Pingan. The moment Gu Kan caught sight of Chen Pingan, he bounded over excitedly, tugging at the hem of his robe, his eyes brimming with admiration and longing. "Brother Pingan, your fish-touching skills are remarkable. Take me along to catch fish and play in the water, won't you? I'm a good swimmer." Fu Zhe, observing this, smiled faintly and nodded at Gu Kan. "Go ahead, but don't wander too far. Be careful." He then turned to Chen Pingan, his gaze gentle. "Brother Pingan, I entrust Gu Kan to your care for now. Jigui and I have some matters to attend to. We'll return shortly." Chen Pingan thumped his chest heartily in response. "Rest assured, Brother Fu, with me around, Brother Kan will have a grand time, safe and sound." Fu Zhe nodded and, with a pensive Jigui in tow, turned and strode deeper into the covered bridge. Their figures soon vanished around a bend in the alley. Only after Fu Zhe and Jigui had completely disappeared did Ning Yao, who had been standing silently beside Chen Pingan, step forward briskly. Her bright eyes fixed intently on the direction Fu Zhe had departed, her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her expression grave and perplexed. "Chen Pingan," Ning Yao's voice was cool, carrying an unmistakable note of warning. "From now on, keep your distance from that Fu Zhe." Chen Pingan blinked in bewilderment, looking at Ning Yao with confusion. "Huh, why? Miss Ning? Brother Fu doesn't seem like a bad person. He's helped us several times. Brother Fu is generous." He's gotten us out of trouble, and he even gave me immortal coins. How could he be a bad person? Miss Ning, are you perhaps mistaken? Seeing Chen Pingan's utterly clueless expression, Ning Yao nearly stamped her foot in frustration, a surge of exasperation rising in her heart. This fool. He'd probably count the money for the person selling him out, lowering her voice as though wary of disturbing something. Her sword-sharp eyes locked onto the alley bend where Fu Zhe had vanished. She slowly explained to Chen Pingan. With ordinary martial artists or chi refiners from the mountains. After observing just 3 to 5 exchanges, I can discern their techniques, origins, and even dismantle a move or two without difficulty. Chen Pingan nodded repeatedly. He had always held Miss Ning's abilities in high regard. Ning Yao's tone grew even graver as she continued. But that Fu Zhe, in the 2 times I've seen him act, once against Wu Jiaoxi's disciple beneath the Ascension platform, and the other just now against Wu Jiaoxi himself and Sui Gaozhen's attendants, I couldn't discern the slightest trace of his spear techniques. Her willow-like brows furrowed slightly, as if lost in profound contemplation. Between the shadows, his spear techniques unfolded with sweeping grandeur, carrying the iron-blooded essence of battlefield slaughter. There was even a faint trace of the fierce martial intent from true Martial Mountain. Yet to claim it as true Martial Mountain's legacy would be utterly mistaken. Within that spear intent lingered something far more ancient, more majestic, even. A hint of chilling dominance and boundless desolation, as though it were no mere mortal martial art, but the manifestation of a law that gazed down upon all living beings. Just what origins did this Fu Zhe conceal? The eldest prince of the White Frost dynasty? A mere northern kingdom could never nurture such an unfathomable figure. The enigma surrounding him ran deeper than even the mysteries of the luminous Pearl Cavern. Chen Pingan stood dumbfounded, stammering after a long pause. Gee, good heavens. Even you, Lady Ning, can't see through him? Then Brother Fu must be one of the most formidable figures under the heavens. His eyes blazed with fervent admiration as he clenched his fists, face alight with excitement. In that case, Brother Fu is destined for greatness, a true hero among men. Not only is he immensely skilled, but his heart is generous too. He gifted me spirit coins, offered guidance. If only I could possess half his ability. Exactly, Brother Pingan. Guzan, standing beside him, suddenly slapped his thigh, eyes gleaming as he tugged at Chen Pingan's sleeve. Since Brother Fu is so incredible, why don't we both become his disciples? Think about it. With Brother Fu watching over us, who would dare bully us again? We'd feast on delicacies, never suffer hunger or cold again. The boy grew more animated, as though already envisioning a future of comfort and dominance. Yet Chen Pingan's excitement gradually dimmed. He shook his head with a bitter smile, gently freeing himself from Guzan's grasp. Zan, don't speak nonsense. Brother Fu is a figure of the heavens, while I'm just a clay vessel maker from Mud Bottle Alley. How could I presume to climb so high? Besides, Master Qi has only just begun instructing me. I haven't even grasped his teachings yet. How could I dare ask for more? I appreciate Brother Fu's kindness, but this path, I must walk it step by step on my own. And Lady Ning seems wary of him. Unbeknownst to the trio, their conversation had been heard in its entirety by 2 figures standing just around the corner of the alley. Fu Zhe's expression remained unreadable, the faintest hint of a smile playing at his lips. Jigui's golden eyes flickered with an almost imperceptible glow, a trace of her true dragon power, allowing her to capture every word with crystalline clarity. She tilted her head slightly, casting a mocking glance at Fu Zhe, her tone laced with undisguised derision. "Tch, hear that, Prince Fu Zhe? Your so-called kindness has been tossed aside like worthless offal. Lady Ning guards against you as though you were a thief, and that simpleton Chen Pingan keeps his distance, afraid of being tainted by your noble heir. Tsk. What a waste of your benevolent efforts. This fool truly believes himself to be a merciful bodhisattva. The human heart is veiled behind layers of flesh. How could such trivial favors ever hope to purchase loyalty? Utterly laughable." Fu Zhe shrugged indifferently, the curve at the corner of his lips deepening ever so slightly. To seek advantage and avoid harm is human nature. Ning Yao's cautious vigilance is the mark of wisdom. Hardly surprising. Chen Pingan, though simple, is no fool. His steadfast principles and unwavering resolve, refusing to bend easily to others, are all the more admirable. In this world, how many truly offer gratitude as a matter of course? He turned his gaze to Jigui, eyes fathomless. And then there's you, Jigui. Within the confines of Li Zhu Cave Heaven, a mountain sage takes watch in rotation every 60 years. The years you've endured here, The human hearts you've witnessed, surely they surpass the decades I spent as a prince in the Baishuang dynasty. Yet you still mock me with such trifling matters? Do you truly imagine I would be provoked? This girl, beneath her biting sarcasm, is in her own way reminding me not to place too much faith in human nature. Yet she herself remains ensnared by the past, unable to see through these simple, shifting tides of the human heart. Chapter 65. Mere mortals. What do they know? You. Jigue choked on Fu's words, as if some hidden wound had been struck. Her aura surged violently, a bone-chilling killing intent abruptly spreading through the air. Her once clear golden dragon eyes now roiled with raging fury as she whipped her head around, glaring fixedly in Chen Pingan's direction. Her voice dripped with frost, each word enunciated with lethal precision. If that Chen Pingan continues to be so presumptuous and self-righteous, this sovereign would rather risk mutual destruction, even if it means my soul disperses into nothingness, to ensure he never reincarnates again. These mere mortals, what do they know? Why should they live in peace while I am trapped here, enduring my fate day and night? Qi Jingchun, if not for his enlightenment, how could I have been burdened with these endless troubles? If not for him, how could I have fallen to such a state? That piercing murderous intent, even from a distance, sent a simultaneous shiver down the spines of Ning Yu and Chen Pingan at the alley's entrance. Gukan, terrified, immediately hid behind Chen Pingan. Yet Fuzz remained composed. He met Jigue's blazing gaze with unwavering calm, his tone steady but resolute. This sovereign has said, I will take you away from this place. The past is dead, like yesterday. The grievances you bore, I will not let you suffer them again. He paused, a flicker of ambition and hope flashing in his eyes. I only hope that, in the future, you can let go of past grudges and devote yourself wholeheartedly to assisting the White Frost dynasty. One day, I wish for you to stand beside me, protecting this vast and virtuous world, warding off the invasion of the outer demons. Jigue, bearing the bloodline of a true dragon, possessed limitless potential. If she could be fully won over, she would undoubtedly become a powerful ally. The vast and virtuous world was fraught with peril, though the human emperor's system was formidable. Relying on him alone was insufficient. Moreover, the karmic ties between her and Qi Jingchun were key to winning over this sage of the Black Pearl. Delusional. Jigue laughed in fury, her voice saturated with boundless bitterness and mockery. Protect the vast and virtuous world? Fuzz, are you joking? This sovereign would sooner tear this hypocritical heaven and earth asunder. And you speak of protecting it? What a colossal joke. The White Frost dynasty? The vast and virtuous world? What do they matter to me? All I seek is true freedom. Freedom from being treated as a tool, as a pawn. Who do you think you are? Some savior? Her rage flared, poised to unleash more scathing words, when suddenly, from the depths of the alley, came the sound of unhurried footsteps, each step resonating like the beat of a drum upon the heart. Both turned their heads simultaneously. There, emerging slowly from the shadows of the alley, was a middle-aged scholar dressed in blue robes, his demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. It was Qi Jingchun. His gaze first settled on Fuzz, offering a warm smile and a slight nod. Young friend Fuzz, it seems there is indeed some fate between us. This old man sensed an unusual fluctuation of energy moments ago, and thus came to investigate. He then turned to Jigue, whose anger still lingered. His smile as warm and mellow as ever, yet his eyes held a trace of imperceptible complexity and remorse. Young Jigue, might I have a word with you alone? Jigue's delicate frame trembled slightly, her furious expression freezing momentarily before shifting into something far more intricate. Resentment, grievance, and even a hint of unconscious yearning and dependence she herself had not yet recognized. Instinctively, she wanted to refuse. Is he about to lecture me again with his lofty principles? Or, since the master extends the invitation, how could she refuse? Before Jigue could respond, Fuze had already answered for her in a clear voice, then gently nudged her shoulder, pushing her toward Qi Jingchun without waiting for her consent. Jigue turned back in astonishment, her golden draconic pupils locking onto Fuze with a mix of confusion and the faintest trace of betrayal. Fuze offered no explanation, only giving her a meaningful look before transmitting his voice directly into her mind. Go. Some knots in the heart must be untied. If you refuse now, you will regret it later. But Jigue was drowning in a storm of confusion and fury. How could she possibly comply? She violently shook off Fuze's hand, her voice sharp, laced with an unacknowledged note of grievance. I want to go. Fuze, who gave you the right to decide for me? I don't care about the heavens or the earth, nor any sect. I just want to ask you one thing. Since when did my fate become yours to dictate? This bastard. Always acting like he knows everything, like he can arrange everything. Well, I refuse to listen. Fu Zhe's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Strange. Given Qi Jingxuan's current sage-like cultivation, suppressing Ji Gui's remnant soul and isolating her from external interference within this space should be effortless. How could she break free so easily? Even venting her anger here? This defies reason. Unless a soft sigh drifted from behind. Qi Jingxuan had approached without notice. His gaze profound as it settled on Fu Zhe, so deep it seemed to carry 1,000 unspoken words, yet all that emerged was a quiet murmur. So, it seems the ancient texts were not entirely unfounded in labeling outsiders like you as extra-dimensional demons. He shook his head, his tone tinged with melancholy. You act solely for the glory of the White Frost dynasty. Yet have you ever considered how your slightest gestures have already disrupted countless ordained destinies? Even this girl. He glanced at the seething Ji Gui. She was meant to sever all lingering attachments to this world, yet because of your words, she clings so fiercely to this mortal realm. This child is not inherently wicked. She has merely been trapped too long, her resentment too deep. And your presence, Fu Zhe, like a stone cast into stagnant waters, has stirred ripples even I struggle to decipher. Fu Zhe's heart stirred at these words. Though he did not dwell on the implication of being called an extra-dimensional demon, he assumed Qi Jingxuan was merely lamenting how he had altered Ji Gui's fate, leaving even a sage momentarily at a loss. Is Mr. Qi blaming me for meddling and disturbing Ji Gui's peace, making her restless? He turned his head, gazing at Ji Gui, who was still glaring at him with fury, and spoke in a solemn tone of admonishment. Ji Gui, when a sage speaks, one ought to listen with reverence. Since the master has spoken, you should accompany him without willfulness. I absolutely refuse. Ji Gui's chest heaved violently, as if Fu Zhe's words of counsel had detonated all her pent-up emotions. With a sudden motion, she grabbed the worn cloth bag containing locust leaves at her waist, raising her arm high as if to hurl it violently at Fu Zhe. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Her dragon-like pupils blazed with a mingling of rage and tears, her defiance heartbreaking in its intensity. Again, that same imperious tone. By what right? Chapter 66. This leaf dissolves upon touching water. Foolish child, cease this mischief. With a resigned sigh, Qi Jingxuan flicked his finger, sending forth a gentle emerald energy that silently brushed against Ji Gui's wrist, rendering the raised cloth sack immobile. He stepped forward, his gaze lingering between Fuse and Ji Gui before speaking softly. The two of you shall soon depart from this place together. In your travels beyond, you must learn to rely on one another, rather than acting on mere impulse. Pausing briefly, he turned his warm, mellow smile toward Fuse. Young friend Fuse, I perceive an extraordinary aura about you. Since fate has brought us together today, how would you feel if I were to offer you another opportunity? Fuse was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't Team Master Qi here solely to bid farewell to Ji Gui? Why has the conversation suddenly shifted to me? And what manner of opportunity is this? Though inwardly perplexed, his expression remained composed as he cupped his hands respectfully. Your kindness humbles me, Master Qi. I fear I am unworthy. Unperturbed, Qi Jingxuan retrieved from his wide azure sleeve a slightly withered locust leaf, its veins distinct, exuding a faint trace of antiquity. Extending the leaf toward Fuse, his voice remained serene. This leaf dissolves upon contact with water. Within it lies but a fragment of my humble insights. When you choose to observe it, and what enlightenment you derive shall depend entirely on your own timing and destiny. Fuse received the delicate leaf with both hands, its surface cool to the touch, carrying an almost imperceptible whisper of noble energy. A universe within a leaf? The so-called humble insights of a man like Qi Jingxuan would likely be revelations beyond the reach of ordinary lifetimes. Only after this exchange did Qi Jingxuan turn his attention back to Ji Gui, his eyes brimming with deeper remorse and complexity, his tone softening further. Child Ji Gui, once you leave this home, take care of yourself in the world beyond. Home. Ji Gui let out a derisive laugh, as though hearing the most ludicrous jest in existence. Her voice laced with venom and scorn. Who in their right mind would call this wretched, decaying prison a home? I would gladly flee this cage this very instant and never set foot here again for eternity. Take care? What an absurd notion. She made to turn away, as though even another moment in this place was unbearable. Home? My home ceased to exist long ago. This is nothing but a prison. Ah, you stubborn girl. Witnessing her outburst, Fuse could only massage his temples in exasperation before firmly grasping Jia's arm, pulling back the bristling girl who radiated hostility. He had no intention of letting her recklessly provoke the sage who presided over Lizhu Cave Heaven. Lowering his voice, he spoke with quiet yet unyielding reassurance. Jigawei, do not squander this rare moment of peace. Listen well. Every grievance you have suffered here today, I, Fuse, shall ensure is repaid tenfold in time. Whoever has wronged you will answer for it. This girl, once her temper flares, is truly unstoppable. Yet, this indomitable spirit of hers suits me just fine. He paused, his profound eyes flickering with a complex light, as though bearing burdens far beyond this realm. But now, the time is not yet ripe. I must first stabilize these 4 dominions before I can seek justice, for you, and for myself. The path of the human sovereign is to first establish order, then settle accounts. This world owes far too much to the White Frost dynasty, and to me, Fuse. Jigawei froze abruptly. The flames of anger and grievance that had filled her moments prior now extinguished by Fuse's sudden, solemn vow. She lifted her head. Those brilliant golden dragon pupils, now slightly less fierce, truly scrutinizing the man before her for the first time. This guy, what is he even saying? Stabilize the 4 dominions? How could he possibly? Unless, a strange chill, mingled with intense curiosity, surged from the depths of her heart. The words spilled from her lips before she could stop them. Fuse, where did you come from? Before, she had merely thought him a fortunate soul who had stumbled upon extraordinary opportunities, allowing him to perform astonishing feats. But now, hearing his grand declaration, as if he intended to hold the entire world in his palm, she suddenly realized the enigma shrouding this man ran far deeper than she had imagined. That air of his, that disdain for all things, it didn't seem feigned. Could he truly have some unfathomable origin? At her question, Fuse's lips curled into a meaningful smile, deftly sidestepping the inquiry. Where I come from is unimportant. What matters is that there are regrets I must amend, and old debts I must settle. He chuckled softly. My origins? Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. It is a world beyond your imagination. Seeing that she wouldn't pry the truth from him, Jigawei felt a flicker of indignation, though the impact of his earlier words still lingered. Her eyes darted mischievously before she suddenly tugged at Fuse's sleeve, pointing toward an ancient locust tree not far away. Her tone carried a childlike cunning. Hey, since you're so impressive, why not go right now and demand the remaining leaves from that old locust tree for me? It owes me those. She even rose onto her tiptoes, leaning close to whisper conspiratorially in his ear. If you agree, I promise, I'll split the leaves with you. Half for you, half for me. How's that? Pretty generous, right? Let us see you act all mysterious now. First, make you put in some effort. Those locust leaves are valuable. Fuse couldn't help but laugh, gently brushing off her grip on his sleeve as he shook his head. Unnecessary. Those leaves will be yours in due time. As for me, holding them now would serve little purpose. He raised the withered locust leaf gifted to him by Qi Jingchun, his voice calm. This single leaf is enough. Qi Jingchun's gift was no ordinary thing. A single leaf was a realm unto itself, a stroke of destiny. As for the ones still clinging to the old locust tree, to the present me, they are but embellishments meaningless. TCH. Jigawei scoffed, pursing her lips in disdain. She extended a slender, pale finger, gesturing dismissively at the leaf in Fuse's hand, her face scrunched in exaggerated disapproval. Such a trifling thing, what use is it? Barely the size of a palm. Not even enough for a single bite. How miserly. To treasure a mere leaf as if it were a jewel. Just wait till I gather all the leaves from the old locust tree, then we'll see who envies whom. Fuse merely smiled without speaking. This girl still doesn't understand. The things Qi Jingchun deliberately retrieved hold their own profound mysteries. The great Tao is deceptively simple. Sometimes, a single leaf contains an entire world. Creak, rumble, the sound of wheels rolling over the bluestone pavement came from behind, interrupting their conversation. Instinctively, Fuse lifted his gaze, peering over the railing of the covered bridge just in time to see a plain blue-curtained carriage slowly passing along the main street. Through the half-open window, a familiar figure caught his eye. Zhao Yao? Fuse's brow arched slightly in surprise. Hadn't he been ordered by Qi Jingchun long ago to leave the town and head for the Cliffside Academy? Why was he only departing now? And, judging by his expression, something seemed different about him. Chapter 67. A stray dog without a home inside the carriage. Zhao Yao seemed to sense Fuse's gaze. He turned slightly and met Fuse's eyes across the distance. Then, To everyone's surprise, he signaled the coachman to halt the carriage, lifted the curtain, and called out toward Fu Zhe. Your Highness Fu Zhe, I am about to depart on a long journey. Before I leave, I have one request. After I am gone, I hope you might extend some kindness to our fellow students at the academy. Fu Zhe arched an eyebrow, a faint smirk playing at the corners of his lips. Oh, and why should I? He crossed his arms leisurely, his tone laced with an unshakable arrogance. Master Zhao, you must understand. Not just anyone has the privilege to stand before me and dictate what I should or should not do. Look after the academy? On what grounds? Simply because you are Qi Jingquan's disciple? In this world, no one has the right to command Fu Zhe so presumptuously. Well said. Ji Gui, standing beside him, couldn't help but cheer, nodding vigorously. Her gaze toward Zhao Yao brimmed with undisguised satisfaction. Humph. This Zhao Yao, just because he's one of Qi Jingquan's favorite students, always carries himself with such self-importance. Yet his talent is mediocre at best, utterly unlikable, if not for his sheer luck. Born in these relatively peaceful times, and under Qi Jingquan's protection, who would tolerate his meddling? Fu Zhe put him in his place perfectly. Zhao Yao's once composed face darkened instantly, the smug smile freezing before twisting into icy fury. His voice dropped to a venomous chill. Fu Zhe, don't mistake my courtesy for weakness. Do you truly believe your so-called fortune came from nowhere? If not for Master Qi's mercy and repeated guidance, what are you? Nothing but a stray dog without a home. This fool, just because Master Qi showed him some favor, actually thinks he has someone important? How dare he act so high and mighty before me? Fu Zhe inwardly sneered, though his expression remained unreadable. Seeing Fu Zhe's silence, Zhao Yao assumed he had struck a nerve and grew even bolder. He took a step forward, nearly jabbing a finger at Fu Zhe's nose. An outsider like you, who has benefited from the grace of our Li Zhu cave heaven, should know to repay kindness. And now, when asked for the slightest favor, to look after your fellow students, you dare refuse. Truly, you are nothing but an ungrateful, heartless cur. Well said. He deserves to be taught a harsh lesson for his arrogance. Ji Gui silently applauded. Had Fu Zhe not restrained her earlier, she would have lunged at Zhao Yao and clawed his face to shreds. Finished? Fu Zhe finally lifted his eyelids, a glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Before Zhao Yao could utter another word, Fu Zhe moved like a shadow. His right leg lashed out like an enraged dragon, cutting through the air with a tearing sound, and landed squarely in Zhao Yao's abdomen. Thud! With a dull impact, Zhao Yao was sent flying like a broken kite, crashing hard against the wooden railing of the corridor before tumbling to the ground with a pained groan. With a violent cough, Zhao Yao spewed forth a mouthful of blood, struggling to rise only to feel as though his very organs had been displaced, racked with excruciating pain. Fu Zhe approached leisurely, gazing down upon him with an air of detached indifference, his voice laced with an icy chill. Do you truly believe yourself to be virtuous? He tilted his head slightly, his eyes glinting with derision. I, Fu Zhe, revere Master Qi because he is worthy of such reverence. His heart embraces the world. His spirit upholds the very essence of this land, and his will sustains the lives of all beings. Such breadth of vision and nobility of character, I am humbled before it, and I yield willingly to his greatness. Qi Jingquan is indeed a venerable elder. Though his path differs from mine, it is one that commands respect. Then, his tone darkened, sharp as a blade. But you, Zhao Yao, what have you ever done for this world? What have you ever sacrificed for me? Fu Zhe, by what right do you snarl and bark at me, presuming to command me as you please? A mere clown, daring to invoke Master Qi's name to intimidate me? How laughable. Zhao Yao, his face smeared with blood and grime, pushed himself up from the ground with great effort. One hand clutched his aching chest while the other pointed accusingly at Fu Zhe, his voice trembling with fury and agony. You dare strike me? I am Master Qi's disciple. Do you not fear his wrath when he learns of this? That he will cast you out of Li Zhu cave heaven? How could he truly attack me? Master Qi holds him in high regard. Does he not care for Master Qi's dignity at all? Zhao Yao had assumed that. No matter how unruly Fu Zhe might be, having received such immense fortune from Qi Jingquan, he would at least show some deference to Qi's disciple. Yet never had he imagined the man would be so brazenly insolent, resorting to violence at the slightest provocation. Fu Zhe threw back his head and laughed, a deep, mocking sound, brimming with undisguised scorn. Fool. Utterly witless. His laughter ceased abruptly, his gaze turning frigid as steel. Do you truly not understand why Master Qi bestowed those two gifts upon me? It was to sever our karmic ties. From the moment that locust leaf fell into my hand, From the instant the laws of the outer realm celestial were imprinted upon me, the bond between Master Qi and I was already at its end. Henceforth, our paths diverge, never again shall they cross. Qi Jingchun's act, seemingly a gift, was in truth a severance. He understands better than anyone. My path, Fu Zai's path, is not one he can bind. Those two gifts were his final kindness and his final farewell. Zhao Yao stood as if struck by lightning, his face drained of color, leaving only a pallor of disbelief. No. Impossible. Master. He would never. Refusing to accept it, he jerked his head up and screamed toward the empty void, his voice ragged with desperation. Master. Master, bear witness. This beast is vicious, disrespectful to his elders. I beg you, uphold justice for your disciple. His cries echoed through the arched bridge, yet they vanished without a trace, stirring only a few startled birds from their roosts. The vast, righteous expanse of the world remained eerily silent. Fu Zai's lips curled into a sneer as he shook his head. Pathetic. After being struck, one merely wails for parental aid, expecting others to fight your battles? Is this the caliber of Qi Jingchun's disciples? It appears Master Qi's discernment is not infallible after all. Without another glance at the despondent Zhao Yao, he turned and addressed Zhiguei with detached composure. Let us depart. Zhiguei's eyes gleamed with fervor as she nodded vigorously, trailing closely behind Fu Zai. The two figures, one leading and the other following, meandered leisurely along the bluestone path, gradually fading into the distance. Exhilarating. Truly exhilarating. Once beyond the covered bridge, Zhiguei could no longer contain her exhilaration, nearly skipping with unrestrained delight. Fu Zai, you were magnificent. That pretentious Confucian scholar has long been an eyesore, strutting about as though the world owed him reverence. She brandished her small fists indignantly. Were it not for deference to Qi Jingchun, how could I have endured his incessant posturing? He deserved a thorough reprimand long ago. Humph, that Zhao Yao, merely by virtue of being Qi Jingchun's disciple, carries himself with unwarranted arrogance. Yet his aptitude is woefully mediocre, utterly insufferable. Fu Zai's decisive strike was nothing short of poetic justice. Chapter 68. Osmanthus Cake. Have a taste. Fu Zai merely offered a faint smile, remaining silent. As they reached a quiet alleyway, his footsteps faltered slightly. His gaze inadvertently swept toward the depths of the narrow passage, and an almost imperceptible frown creased his brow. This alley. It seemed vaguely familiar. Could it be? After a brief moment of contemplation, he casually tugged Zhiguei's sleeve, subtly altering their path. This way, he murmured, just as they rounded the corner. Preparing to depart, a lean figure emerged from the alley's shadows, brushing past them. The youth's expression was cold, his eyes sharp and unyielding, none other than Ma Ku-xian. A flicker of recognition passed through Fu Zai's peripheral vision. So this was where Ma Ku-xian and his grandfather resided. If his suspicions were correct, within 3 days, unforeseen misfortune would befall Lu Xianyang's household. Ma Ku-xian's thread in this intricate web was finally beginning to surface. Hey, Fu Zai, what are you spacing out for? Zhiguei, noticing his distraction, tugged impatiently at his sleeve and pointed toward an ancient, sprawling locust tree in the distance. Hurry up, let's go to the old locust tree. My locust leaves. If we're too late, someone might uproot the whole thing. Then who will I demand repayment from? My precious locust leaves. No one else can take them first. Jolted from his thoughts by her insistent pull, Fu Zai couldn't help but chuckle at her urgency. He nodded. Very well, as you wish. The two quickened their pace, heading toward the ancient locust tree that had stood in this small town for untold years. Beneath the tree's dense canopy, where cool shadows pooled, both halted abruptly. Leaning against the gnarled trunk stood a youth in simple cotton robes and straw sandals, his expression serene, as though engaged in silent communion with the ancient tree. Who else could it be but Chen Pingan? Earlier, this same unassuming youth had been seen carrying a half-filled wooden bucket, fresh from drawing water at a nearby well. Now, he handed the bucket to a careworn middle-aged woman, who murmured her thanks in a voice barely above a whisper. Ha! Another outsider. A shrill, venomous voice shattered the tranquility. Beside the well, an elderly woman with a face etched in deep wrinkles and sharp cheekbones glared sidelong at Fu Zai and Zhiguei, her curses dripping with malice. Worthless wretches, coming to our poor backwater without bringing a shred of benefit. You outsiders ought to die out there, brought away to nothing. Spotting Fu Zai's refined attire and composed demeanor, the crone's resentment flared. She spat, her spittle flying as she jabbed a bony finger in his direction. Especially you. All high and mighty, aren't you? Some big shot from the city? What? Looking down on our little place. Too scared to come closer? Shouldn't have come at all. This venomous old hag. Her tongue was truly vicious. Fuzhe frowned slightly, a trace of displeasure flickering in his heart. Though he had never intended to stoop to quarreling with such a vulgar woman from the streets. Before Fuzhe could react, Jigui's fiery temper flared uncontrollably. With a swift, ghostly movement, she snatched the wooden bucket from Chen Pingan's hands and, in one fluid motion, drenched the old woman from head to toe with the icy well water. The old woman, caught off guard, was drenched to the bone, water dripping from her withered hair in a pitiful mess. Just as she opened her mouth to curse, Jigui was already upon her, her bright eyes now filled with a chilling, murderous aura. "You wretched hag," Jigui hissed, her voice low but laced with a bone-deep menace. Her small hand, even mimicking the motion of tearing out a tongue. "Dare utter another foul word, and I swear I'll rip out your tongue tonight, leaving you mute for the rest of your miserable life." Humph. Insult Fuzhe? Asking for death. Had Fuzhe not intervened earlier, Zhao Yao would have suffered far worse than just a single kick. Fuzhe himself was momentarily taken aback. Though not by Jigui's actions, the girl was fiercely protective, but by the excessive severity of the punishment for the old woman's venomous words. Still, the crone had indeed been insufferably shrill. Just then, an abrupt gust of wind swept through the mouth of the alley. At first, it was gentle, rustling the leaves of the old locust tree with a soft whisper. But in an instant, the breeze intensified, carrying with it an unnatural wave of scorching heat. As if the height of summer had descended upon them without warning. The women and children gathered by the well, who had been watching the spectacle, gasped and stumbled back from the sudden blast of hot air. Fuzhe's gaze sharpened as he turned toward the alley's entrance. Two figures approached leisurely. At the forefront was a young woman clad in pristine white martial attire, her features sharp and cold, a long sword strapped to her back. With every step, an unyielding, transcendent sword intent radiated from her. Her skin was as pale as snow, her beauty breathtaking. But it was her piercingly bright eyes that locked onto Fuzhe with startling intensity, as if she had found the most dazzling gem amidst a sea of ordinary stones. "Fuzhe." Her voice, clear and melodious, brimmed with undisguised delight. It was Ning Yao. Behind her followed a slightly shorter girl in simple attire, though her lively spirit could not be concealed. Around 13 or 14, her hair tied in twin buns, her cheeks flushed. She struggled under the weight of a sizable bamboo basket filled with what appeared to be pastries, their sweet fragrance tantalizing the air. This was Ruanxiu. Ningyu strode forward and extended a small food box toward Fuzhe, her eyes alight with anticipation. "Here, I had Ruanxiu make these osmanthus cakes. Try one." Why had she come down the mountain? And with Ruanxiu? Would Ruanjiong even allow it? Though puzzled, Fuzhe maintained his composure and politely declined. "You're too kind. Miss Ning, I cannot accept without merit." "Oh, Brother Fuse, please accept it." Before Ning Yao could persuade further, Ruanxiu behind her was already breathlessly setting down the large bamboo basket from her shoulder, explaining in a crisp voice. "My father asked me to deliver this. He also said I should spend more time with you from now on. Perhaps we'll be seeing each other quite often." As she spoke, Ruanxiu stole glances at Fuse, her delicate face brimming with curiosity. "Father says Brother Fuse is an extraordinary person and that I should learn from you." Upon hearing this, Fuse's mind suddenly cleared. Ruanjian. This sword immortal who commanded respect in the region indeed had deeper intentions. He instantly grasped Ruanjian's purpose. This peerless swordsman, renowned throughout the world, had devoted his life to two things, his unforgettable, profound love and his only daughter. Ruanxiu, bearing the bloodline of the fire god, was a reincarnated deity. Once this truth spread, she would inevitably become the focal point of contention and apprehension among various factions in the future. Chapter 69. I must return home to brew medicine for my mother. Ruanjiu now encouraged Ruanxiu to approach Fuzhe more actively, even subtly hinting at future interactions. This was almost akin to a silent entrustment. He was paving the way for his daughter's future, seeking a strong and trustworthy pillar of support. It seemed that my actions in this small town, coupled with my identity as an outsider from beyond this realm, had garnered Ruanjiang's considerable attention. This was an early investment, or rather, an effort to secure a future guardian for Ruanxiu. Thoughts raced through Fuzhe's mind, yet his expression remained composed. He hadn't expected to form such a deep, albeit indirect, connection with one of this world's most formidable forces, the legendary Five Divines, so soon. For the White Frost dynasty, this was no misfortune. To earn the goodwill of someone like Ruan would provide an additional layer of security when facing the unpredictable storms of the wider world. Understanding this, Fu Zhe's emotions grew somewhat complex. There was the subtle satisfaction of being recognized, yet also the weight of future responsibilities. Hey, have you finished drawing water yet? Ji Gui, seeing the growing crowd of onlookers craning their necks in curiosity, grew impatient. Hands on her hips, she snapped. If you're done, then scram. Don't just stand there blocking my way. What a nuisance. I should you never come to this wretched well. My Sephora leaves. Her sharp voice, brimming with vigor, startled the lingering women who had hoped to watch the spectacle a little longer. They hastily grabbed their buckets and scattered. The gossipy old woman who had been drenched earlier didn't dare utter another word, slinking back behind her own courtyard gate like a chastened dog. Chen Pingan, witnessing this, offered a wry smile and cupped his hands in apology toward Ning Yao and Wan Xiu. Miss Ning, Miss Wan, this place is too crowded. Let me escort you away first. As he spoke, he gently tugged at Ning Yao's sleeve. Ning Yao nodded, though her gaze lingered on Fu Zhe, reluctant to part. Wan Xiu, meanwhile, tilted her head up to look at Fu Zhe, mustering her courage to ask, Brother Fu Zhe, may I come find you to play in the future? Her large eyes shimmered with hope. Fu Zhe, warmed by her innocent sincerity, nodded. His voice was gentle, yet carried an unshakable firmness. Of course. He paused, his deep gaze drifting toward the distant horizon, the direction of the Sword Qi Great Wall. And soon, I will personally make a trip to the Sword Qi Great Wall. The Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yao's clear eyes suddenly brightened like stars in a winter night. Radiant and eager, she took a step closer, her voice tinged with barely concealed excitement. May I accompany you? She seemed slightly embarrassed, a faint blush coloring her pale cheeks, and hastily added, My father, doesn't he really wish for me to leave this place? But if I were with you, perhaps he'd agree. Fu Zhe was genuinely taken aback, not because Ning Yao's request was abrupt, but the very moment her words fell, he distinctly felt the surge of celestial fortune within him, emanating from the Emperor's system, ripple violently like a tranquil lake struck by a boulder, swelling abruptly by a significant measure. Could this girl be my lucky star? No, this surge of fortune likely has an inextricable connection to some major decision her father, the formidable sword immortal Ruan will make in the future. Fu Zhe's thoughts raced, and for a moment, he was lost in contemplation. Fu Zhe, if you're brooding over something, why not just go up the mountain and ask Sword Immortal Ruan directly? Ji Gui tilted her small head, observing Fu Zhe's pensive expression, her crisp voice breaking the silence. She had always been straightforward by nature. Ask Ruan Jiang. Before Fu Zhe could respond, Ruan Xiu beside him brightened, clapping her hands excitedly. Yes, Brother Fu Zhe, I'll take you up the mountain. My father is definitely home. Whatever you want to ask, you can do it face to face. Her small face brimmed with eagerness. Just moments ago, she had been fretting over how to properly invite Fu Zhe to stay longer on the mountain. Now, this opportunity had practically fallen into her lap. Perfect. I mustn't fail Father's task. Without further delay, the group set off, led by Ruan Xiu, who skipped ahead cheerfully, guiding them toward the mist-shrouded Luopa Mountain. The winding mountain path, paved with bluestone, was flanked by towering ancient trees. Halfway up the mountain, at a relatively level stretch, they encountered a lean, sun-darkened youth carrying a bamboo fishing rod over his shoulder and an empty wicker creel clearly. His catch that day had been meager. The boy looked up, and upon recognizing the lively Ji Gui beside Fu Zhe, his eyes widened in shock. Ji Gui, what are you doing with him? Lu Xianyang pointed at Fu Zhe, his face a picture of disbelief. In his memory, Ji Gui had never shown warmth to outsiders, clinging only to Chen Pingan. None of your business. Lu Xianyang, you charcoal-faced oaf, if you keep running your mouth, watch your skin. Ji Gui arched her willow-thin brows, planting her hands on her hips in a fierce stance, feigning a move to twist Lu Xianyang's ear. Humph. Who I'm with is none of your concern. Ji Gui, mind your manners. Fu Zhe spoke softly, halting her action. His gaze sharpened. The moment Lu Xianyang appeared, he keenly sensed that the thread of fortune linking him to the youth in his Dantian Sea had grown even stronger than when he first sensed it beneath the old locust tree. It was as though an invisible thread connected him not only to Lu Xianyang, but also to Ruan Xiu. Could Lu Xianyang's fortune also be intertwined with this girl, Ruan Xiu? The reincarnation of a fire god, whose very presence could stir the winds and clouds of fate. Weaving countless destinies together, such a phenomenon was hardly surprising. Lu Xianyang saw Shi Gui being silenced by Fu Zhe's single command, and an inexplicable chill ran down his spine. Scratching his head, he muttered under his breath, "Forget I asked, forget I asked," as he attempted to sidle past them to make his escape. Lu Xianyang, stay. Fu Zhe's voice, though not raised, rooted Lu Xianyang to the spot, as if his feet had been nailed to the ground. Is there something else? Lu Xianyang stammered, his mind racing with unease. This outsider looks refined and scholarly, so why does his presence feel so intimidating? A faint smile curled at the corner of Fu Zhe's lips. Since we've crossed paths, why not accompany me up the mountain for a while? That might not be appropriate. I still need to go home and brew medicine for my mother. Lu Xianyang averted his gaze, waving his hands dismissively. Up the mountain, to the residence of the great sword immortal Ruan? I wouldn't dare. Fu Zhe's gaze deepened, as though he could pierce through the veil of one's thoughts. Come with me. Perhaps a pleasant surprise awaits you. Chapter 70. The Noisy One. Follow me up the mountain. Upon hearing this, Lu Xianyang stiffened his neck, his expression brimming with righteous indignation. I, Lu Xianyang, walk the straight and narrow. I don't believe in all this nonsense. Surprises or no surprises, I don't care. My mother is waiting for my fish. His words were delivered with such moral fervor that it seemed as though Fu Zhe were some swindler preying upon innocent youths. This kid has principles, huh? Too bad they're misplaced. Fu Zhe mused silently. Hey, you little blockhead, don't you dare refuse my kindness. Ji Gui had far less patience. Seeing Lu Xianyang's stubborn resistance, her temper flared. With a sharp cry, she darted forward, seized his arm, and began dragging him toward the mountain without another word. Come, up the mountain with us. If Fu Zhe invites you, it's an honor. Don't be ungrateful. Quit dawdling and wasting my time. Honestly, Fu Zhe is being so generous, and this fool still acts high and mighty. Lu Xianyang stumbled as she yanked him along, protesting loudly, Hey, what's with the manhandling? Let go. I'm not going. This is the third time Fu Zhe has talked to me about changing the future. What future is there for me to change? While these outsiders are still around, I need to catch more fish, chop more firewood, earn some coins to buy medicine for my mother, and save up for my sister's dowry. That's what really matters. His thoughts raced, convinced these outsiders were nothing but superstitious fools spouting nonsense. Just as Lu Xianyang was being forcibly hauled away, his mind filled with resistance, Fu Zhe's brow suddenly furrowed. He sensed it clearly, a faint, intangible force of resistance emanating from Lu Xianyang, yet not born of the boy's own will. So, this is the unseen resistance at work? Is it targeting Lu Xianyang, or me? A cold snort echoed in Fu Zhe's mind. Without further hesitation, he strode forward, his large hand clamping down on Lu Xianyang's struggling arm with unshakable firmness. Ow! Lu Xianyang yelped like a scalded cat, nearly jumping out of his skin. Turning his head, he met Fu Zhe's half-smiling, half-mocking face and shuddered. You, what are you doing? In broad daylight, under the heavens. Menshun Ti touch man. I must preserve my purity for Miss Ji Gui. What kind of nonsense is this kid spouting? Fu Zhe nearly laughed aloud, but settled for a light smack to the back of Lu Xianyang's head. Enough noise. Less talk. More walking. Up the mountain. Ow! Stop hitting me. Lu Xianyang clutched his head, grimacing, though his voice had noticeably quieted. I never said no. Let go. I'll walk on my own. All this pulling and tugging. How improper. Though his words remained defiant, his eyes flickered uncertainly, clearly shaken by Fu Zhe's sudden show of force. How is this outsider so strong? Even my blacksmith father was this rough? Before the words could fade, an abrupt and eerie transformation occurred. Whoosh! A monstrous gale erupted from the ground without warning, its ferocity far surpassing ordinary mountain winds. Laden with a chilling force of repulsion and obstruction, it descended mercilessly upon Fu Zhe and Lu Xianyang, threatening to hurl them off the mountain path. The surrounding trees thrashed violently, their leaves and branches clattering as if about to be uprooted at any moment. What is happening? Ji Gui's delicate face paled as her small hands swiftly formed a seal, attempting to summon her divine power to dispel the unnatural tempest. Yet, her usually infallible magic now dissipated like clay oxen plunging into the sea, utterly ineffective. The wind bore a tangible weight, immovable as a mountain, defying even her slightest influence. How is this possible? Her lips parted slightly, disbelief etched across her features. Within the confines of the Li Pearl Grotto heaven, there were few forces beyond her control. Yet this gale carried an oppressive, celestial might that rendered even her powerless. Fu Zhe, however, remained composed, his gaze sharpening with a glint of resolve. As expected, bearing the human emperor system, his path was one of martial ascendance, a convergence of the triad forces of heaven, earth, and humanity. But in this realm, where the Tao of immortals reigned supreme, the will of heaven naturally favored the orthodox path of cultivation. To the celestial order, he was an aberration, a rebel seeking to forge a new era of martial supremacy. Lu Xianyang, blessed with the legacy of the fire god and profound destiny, was a pivotal piece in Fu Zhe's grand design. By obstructing his ascent, heaven was striking at the very foundation of Fu Zhe's ambition to unite human fortune and elevate the martial way. This wind, though seemingly aimed at Lu Xianyang, was in truth a challenge hurled at Fu Zhe himself. "Fear not," Fu Zhe murmured, casting a reassuring glance at Jigui. "Humph, who was worried?" Her cheeks flushed crimson, her stubborn pride surfacing even as her clenched fists loosened slightly. Yet her anxious gaze never left him. This fool always pushing himself too far. Without another word, Fu Zhe tightened his iron grip on Lu Xianyang and planted his feet firmly. Step by laborious step, he pressed forward against the gale's relentless assault, defying its attempt to fling them into the abyss. The wind howled like tormented spirits, its fury intensifying. Trees as thick as bowls were torn from the earth, their roots and debris swirling chaotically in the tempest. Lu Xianyang, utterly unaccustomed to such terror, trembled like a leaf, his face drained of color. Mother of Fu Zhe, did you commit some heinous sin to warrant divine retribution? Let me go? I'm going home. I want to climb this damn mountain. It's too horrifying. With a desperate jerk, he tried to wrench free, only for the wind to seize him, lifting him clean off his feet. For a heart-stopping moment, he dangled precariously, on the verge of being hurled headlong into the void. "Aya, save me," Lu Xianyang wailed, his voice cracking with hysteria, tears, and snot streaming down his face. "I was wrong. I'll never doubt you again. The greatest sin I've committed in this lifetime was in my ignorant youth, when I secretly tried to peek over the wall to watch Jigui bathing. I didn't catch a single glimpse. Heaven spare me. Don't strike me down. Strike him instead." He frantically pointed at Fuse. "This is the end. I fear I shall perish here today. I haven't even bought medicine for my mother, nor saved enough dowry for my sister." Silence. A vein throbbed on Fuse's forehead, torn between anger and amusement. He delivered another resounding slap across the face, sending stars dancing before the eyes and finally silencing the pig-slaughtering wails. "Thinking of leaving now? Too late. See how the wind blows. Our only path now is up the mountain. If swept down, your delicate flesh would surely be torn asunder, shattered beyond recognition, not a single bone left whole." These words poured like icy water over the head, sobering Lu Xianyang by 3 parts. Gazing at the howling whirlwinds below, far fiercer than those upon the mountain, he shuddered involuntarily. Such wretched fate, Lu Xianyang wailed, all defiance drained, clinging desperately to Fuse's arm as he was dragged along. "Whose ancestral grave did I desecrate in my past life to be cursed with such a calamitous star?" Chapter 71. The oppression of celestial might. Fu Zhe alone bore the immense pressure of heaven and earth, dragging along the nearly paralyzed Lu Xianyang with each step that weighed as heavily as 1,000 pounds. The bluestone slabs beneath his feet cracked inch by inch, his robes drenched in sweat, yet his gaze remained unyielding, his spine straight as steel. Step by arduous step, he carved a path upward through the tempest. Already having traversed more than half the mountainside, the repelling force of the heavenly Tao pressed upon him until his bones groaned. Yet the human emperor's scripture within his dantian surged into motion of its own accord. Strands of golden destiny flowed from the mountain and river spear, enveloping his body to resist the unseen pressure. The path of the human emperor was, by nature, one that defied the heavens. What significance did such trivial obstacles hold? Beside them, Wan Xiu watched with bated breath, her delicate face drained of color. Clutching Jigui's hand, she barely managed to avoid being swept away by the residual gales. Then, she noticed something peculiar. The ferocious mountain wind seemed almost sentient, deliberately swirling around her and Jigui. Though the gusts were fierce, they caused no real harm, focusing their wrath solely upon Fu Zhe and Lu Xianyang. This wind, it's targeting brother Fu Zhe? Father once said brother Fu Zhe was extraordinary. Could this be the variable he spoke of? A flash of realization and resolve flickered in the young maiden's clear eyes. Biting her lower lip, She suddenly stomped her foot and dashed forward, her petite figure braving the howling winds. She spread her arms wide, shielding Fu Zhe with her own body. "Brother Fu Zhe, I'll help you." The moment Ruan Xiao's small yet resolute form stood before Fu Zhe, another anomaly occurred. The once raging tempest, fierce enough to rend metal and stone, abruptly stilled as if seized by an invisible hand. The overwhelming pressure that had threatened to overturn heaven and earth visibly weakened, its intensity diminishing by more than half in mere moments. "Huh." Lu Xianyang, still clinging to Fu Zhe's arm with a tear-streaked face, hiccuped in astonishment at the sudden change. Fu Zhe's body trembled slightly as the suffocating resistance within him eased considerably. But what truly shook him was the gentle warmth radiating from Ruan Xiao's direction, like the tender caress of spring sunlight. It seeped through her body, subtly merging with his own vast celestial energy before flowing into his limbs and bones. Finally, it condensed beside the golden vortex of the human emperor scripture in his dantian, forming a wisp of pure, fiery essence. This energy was entirely different from his own domineering imperial destiny, yet it harmonized with it seamlessly. This is the power of the fire god's legacy? Ruan Xiao, can she truly channel her own destiny to empower me so directly? Fu Zhe's heart surged like stormy waves. He had known Ruan Xiao carried the bloodline of the fire god. Her destiny extraordinary, a crucial piece in his plan to gather the fortunes of humanity. Yet he had never anticipated her aid would come so swiftly, so unreservedly. If the lineage of the fire god were to stand by my side, would it not be like adding wings to a tiger when I gather the momentum of humanity in the future? In an instant, Fu Zhe saw the path ahead with greater clarity. The path of the human emperor inherently involves gathering the faith of the masses and aligning with the fortune of heaven and earth. The power of the fire god is also one of the primal forces of the universe. He took a deep breath, suppressing the surge of emotions in his heart, then turned his gaze to Ruan Xiao's flushed face, strained from resisting the lingering winds. His eyes were gentle yet solemn. "Thank you." No unnecessary words were spoken, but the weight of his gratitude was palpable. Ruan Xiao, slightly flustered under his gaze, murmured, "Brother Fu Zhe, I'm fine." His gaze seemed to pierce through her, making her heart flutter like a startled deer. "Let us ascend the mountain," Fu Zhe commanded in a low voice, wasting no more time. With a burst of strength, his pace quickened. With Ruan Xiao sharing the burden of the divine retribution, his pressure lessened considerably, and his steps became noticeably lighter. Wait for me." Lu Xianyang, nearly stumbling again from the sudden pull, clung even tighter, his face a picture of misery. He had realized by now, Fu Zhe might be a harbinger of calamity, but he was also his only lifeline. Seeing this, Ji Gui gritted her teeth. Though she couldn't assist directly with fate like Ruan Xiao, her mastery of arcane arts was formidable. With deft hand seals, she conjured strands of supple azure energy that coiled around Fu Zhe and Lu Xianyang. While it couldn't fully neutralize the wind, it skillfully dispersed much of the impact, allowing them to advance more steadily. It's not like I'm helping you. I just don't want to see anyone come to harm in front of me," Ji Gui silently justified to herself, though her pale face betrayed the toll of her exertion. The four of them pressed onward, step by step against the now weakened gale, and after what felt like an eternity, they finally reached the summit of the hill. The moment their feet touched the flat peak, the relentless wind dissipated as if its purpose had been fulfilled, vanishing without a trace. The sky remained overcast, but the suffocating oppression was gone. I can't take it. I'm alive. I'm alive again." Lu Xianying collapsed onto the ground, sprawled out and gasping for air. His clothes drenched in sweat and dirt. He patted his chest, overwhelmed with relief, tears streaming down his face, this time from sheer joy. "Mother above, I've never experienced anything so thrilling in my life. It's like I took a stroll by the gates of the underworld and came back." Wiping his face, he shakily rose and lunged to cling to Fu Zhe's leg. "Brother Fu Zhe, from now on, you're my blood brother. No, you're my father. No, you're my ancestor. This mountain is too sinister. Even if you beat me to death, I wouldn't dare descend alone. I'm sticking with you. Don't you dare abandon me." This fellow certainly knew how to switch allegiances swiftly. However, the ability to bend without breaking is not entirely foolish. Fu Zhe found it somewhat amusing inwardly, yet couldn't be bothered to acknowledge such exaggerated theatrics. Ahem. A slightly aged cough echoed from nearby. The group turned to see a middle-aged man in plain blue-gray robes standing before a modest wooden cabin, having appeared there unnoticed. His features were lean, his gaze profound. This was Yuan Xiong, master of the luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven. Yuan Xiong's eyes first settled upon his daughter, Yuan Xiao. Though somewhat disheveled, she appeared unharmed, and a faint trace of relief flickered imperceptibly in his gaze. Then, his attention shifted to Fu Zhe and Lu Xianyang, who was still clinging to Fu Zhe's leg. His brow creased almost imperceptibly before lingering with a complicated expression on Yuan Xiao, who stood so closely beside Fu Zhe. After a long pause, he sighed softly, his voice tinged with resignation. "Come inside, all of you." Chapter 72. The Emperor's System. The path of the Dao Heart Zhigui and Lu Xianyang felt as though they had been granted a reprieve, while Yuan Xiao gently tugged at Fu Zhe's sleeve, signaling for him to enter. Yet, just as Fu Zhe lifted his foot to cross the threshold of the wooden house, Yuan Xiong suddenly spoke. "Fu Zhe, stay?" Fu Zhe halted mid-step and turned to face Yuan Xiong. Yuan Xiong's gaze was now filled with scrutiny and inquiry, even tinged with a father's instinctive wariness and concern. With a wave of his hand, he motioned for Yuan Xiao and the others to enter first. "Xiao, take them inside to rest and prepare some tea. I have matters to discuss privately with young Fu Zhe." Yuan Xiao glanced worriedly between Fu Zhe and her father before obediently nodding. She led the uneasy Lu Xianyang and the composed Zhigui into the house. The wooden door creaked shut, leaving only Fu Zhe and Yuan Xiong in the courtyard. A mountain breeze stirred once more, though it was but a gentle whisper, rustling Yuan Xiong's sleeves and lifting the stray strands of hair from Fu Zhe's forehead. Yuan Xiong stood with his hands behind his back, silent for a moment before cutting straight to the point. "I am aware of the commotion at the foot of the mountain, and I have a fair understanding of Xiao's feelings." His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. "Fu Zhe, I ask you this. Do you possess the resolve to protect her? Here it comes." The heart of a parent, predictable, yet inevitable. Fu Zhe understood perfectly, meeting Yuan Xiong's piercing, sword-like gaze. His expression remained composed, his tone resolute. "Senior Yuan, I swear upon my name, so long as Fu Zhe exists in this world, I shall ensure Yuan Xiao's safety. She has lent me her fortune. If I cannot even guarantee her well-being, what right have I to speak of the Emperor's path, of shielding all living beings?" He paused, his voice deepening further. "Since I seek her fortune to aid my own ascension, it is only just that I do not wrong her. Should I one day succeed, she shall stand among the most revered beneath the protection of humanity's destiny." This was no empty promise. It was the unwavering conviction of an emperor's Dao heart. Yuan Xiong's profound eyes bore into Fu Zhe, as though attempting to strip him bare, layer by layer. After a long silence, the scrutiny in his gaze gradually gave way to an inscrutable complexity. Then, without warning, Yuan Xiong suddenly stepped forward, his right fist clenched, knuckles cracking as a mountainous, condensed fist intent erupted forth. With no restraint, he drove his fist straight toward Fu Zhe's face. The strike was swift as lightning, overwhelming in force, the sheer wind of it stinging Fu Zhe's cheeks. Bolt. Fu Zhe's pupils contracted. In that fleeting instant, there was no time for thought. Instinct alone guided his reaction. With a flick of his right hand, the spear Shanha, ever strapped to his back, emitted a low draconic hum. In an instant, it was in his grasp, its gleaming tip flashing as it thrust straight toward Yuan Xiong's fist. Clang! A deafening metallic clash resounded through the air. Fu Zhe felt an overwhelming force surge through the spear shaft, numbing his palms and churning his qi and blood. He staggered back 3 steps before barely steadying himself. Meanwhile, Yuan Xiong's figure was sent flying as if struck by an invisible hammer, crashing into the wooden cabin wall with a dull thud. For a moment, both men stood frozen in shock. Gripping the mountain river spear, Fu Zhe sensed its exhilarated hum and the increasingly refined and potent Emperor's decree energy within him, amplified by Yuan Xiao's blessings. His mind reeled. How had this strike carried such devastating power? He knew his own strength, yet this outburst seemed beyond his expectations. Could it be that Yuan Xiao's divine fire energy had resonated and magnified the Emperor's decree? Yuan Xiong, meanwhile, wore an expression of utter disbelief, shaking his numb arm. He steadied himself against the wall, his gaze toward Fu Zhe brimming with suspicion. This brat, though the constraints of the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven suppressed his full power, Yuan Xiong's decades of cultivation and mastery still made him a near-unrivaled force. That punch had carried 70 to 80% of his strength, enough to test Fu Zhe's limits and humble him. Yet instead, he had been hurled back by a single spear thrust. The force behind that strike was tyrannical, carrying an imperial majesty that sent a shiver down his spine. In that fleeting instant, Yuan Xiong pieced it together. The weakened world repulsion after Yuan Xiu's intervention, the subtle connection between her aura and Fu Zhe's energy. It's sure. She must have entrusted this outsider with her divine fire blessings, her most precious fortune, without reservation. Otherwise, Fu Zhe could never have achieved such power so swiftly. The realization ignited a storm of emotions, pride, fury, and dread. You dare scheme against my daughter. Rage flared in Yuan Xiong's chest. With a sharp inhale, his eyes darkened. Fine. Well done, Fu Zhe. Again, without another word, his figure blurred. This time, he retracted all outward energy, condensing an even purer, more terrifying martial force into his fists. No more testing. This was the real deal. Crack. The stone beneath his feet shattered as he lunged forward like an enraged lion. Fists like warhammers aimed straight for Fu Zhe's core. Meeting the challenge, Fu Zhe's gaze sharpened, his own fighting spirit roaring to life. Since battle is inevitable, let us fight with unbridled passion. With a flick of his wrist, he drove the mountain river spear deep into the bluestone pavement. The shaft vibrating fiercely as half its length disappeared beneath the earth. Elder, I seek your guidance. Fu Zhe advanced instead of retreating, his arms trembling as tendons and bones resonated in harmony. The human emperor scripture surged wildly within him, golden vital energy erupting forth. Eschewing weaponry, he resolved to confront Yuan Xiong's wrathful strike with nothing but the pure martial prowess of his physical form. In that fleeting moment, two silhouettes collided violently once more. Fists met palms, releasing explosive shockwaves that transformed the modest courtyard into a tempestuous arena, howling winds mimicking the thunderous roll of war drums. Amidst the swirling dust stirred by clashing fists and vital energies, the tide of battle had already undergone subtle transformation. Initially, facing the furious assault of an ancient monster like Yuan Xiong while relying solely on physical defense, Fu Zhe naturally found himself in precarious situations. Yuan Xiong's grandiose fist techniques carried mountain-splitting force with each strike, forcing Fu Zhe to rely on the formidable physique granted by the human emperor scripture and his acute combat instincts to barely endure. His figure weaved through the barrage of fists with evident difficulty, appearing rather disheveled. Several times the glancing blows tore through his garments, leaving trails of crimson upon his skin. Chapter 73. Stealing Techniques Thud. Another fierce collision sent Fu Zhe staggering backward, his breath ragged, nearly toppling over after retreating 7 or 8 steps. This old man truly has some real skill. If not for the subtle resonance between Yuan Xiu's divine flame and his own imperial aura, he doubted he could have lasted even 3 exchanges. Yet despite his internal wariness, the fire of battle in Fu Zhe's eyes burned brighter than ever. Inside the wooden hut, several small holes had been discreetly poked through the paper windows. Lu Xianying's face was pressed against one, his eyes bulging in disbelief, mouth agape enough to swallow an egg. Goodness. Is this even a human fight? They're practically tearing the house apart. Yuan Xiu, meanwhile, stood pale-faced, her delicate fingers clutching the hem of her robe so tightly her knuckles turned white. She knew her father's strength all too well. In the humble confines of Lizhu Cave, he was nothing short of invincible. Yet here was Fu Zhe, trading blows barehanded with him, holding his ground beyond her wildest expectations. Brother Fu Zhe, just how strong is he? Her heart churned with worry, yet an inexplicable admiration stirred within her. A soft, derisive chuckle sounded beside her. Ji Gui had appeared at another peephole, casting a disdainful glance at Yuan Xiu's awestruck expression. Country bumpkins, shocked by such trifles, she murmured under her breath. You have no idea just how unfathomable my young master truly is. Though she spoke no further, a quiet understanding settled in her heart. Ever since following Fu Zhe, she had sensed it, the pure draconic essence within her, the true pearl of the Lizhu, subtly nourishing him, even beginning to reflect back in imperceptible ways. It was an ineffable sensation, as though her mere presence granted him some intangible boon of fortune. This man, he must harbor some profound secret. We've formed no contract, yet my draconic essence flows to him. Could this be the privilege of an imperial sovereign? Ji Gui mused silently, unaware of the profound mysteries of Fu Zhe's imperial system. She could only attribute it to his extraordinary destiny, capable of drawing upon her draconic power. Very well. For now, I shall consider this an investment. And then, the tide of battle shifted once more. Just as Lu Xianying and the others thought Fu Zhe was on the verge of defeat, his faltering stance abruptly stabilized. Ruan Xiong's fist met empty air, his eyes flickering with surprise. Fu Zhe inhaled deeply, a fleeting golden glint passing through his gaze as his entire bearing transformed. The earlier desperation vanished, replaced by a presence as unshakable as a mountain, as vast as the sea. The imperial decree surged violently within him, his meridians roaring like torrential rivers, his limbs brimming with explosive power. Even more astonishing, his mind replayed Ruan Xiong's techniques, dissecting, comprehending, and assimilating them in mere moments. Boom, boom, boom. Fu Zhe advanced instead of retreating, his fist whirling through the air as he actively engaged Ruan Xiong's offensive. In the initial exchanges, his boxing techniques still carried traces of awkwardness and imitation. Yet after 3 moves, his motions grew increasingly fluid and harmonious. By the end, the punches he delivered bore 70 to 80% resemblance to Ruan Xiong's style, yet infused with an imperial dominance, less of Ruan Xiong's somber restraint, more of an arrogance that seemed to look down upon the world. How is this possible? Lu Xianyang blurted out in disbelief. Ruan Xiong covered her mouth with delicate fingers, her beautiful eyes brimming with astonishment. Ji Gui's lips parted slightly, though she had long anticipated Fu Zhe's extraordinary nature. Witnessing such an inconceivable feat of learning mid-battle still shook her to the core. This guy, is he a monster? In the courtyard, Ruan Xiong grew increasingly alarmed with every exchange. He could clearly sense Fu Zhe's boxing techniques refining at a terrifying speed, even beginning to subtly suppress him. This brat is actually stealing my techniques and learning them faster than I ever did. A tempest raged in Ruan Xiong's heart. In his youth, he had been hailed as a martial prodigy, but compared to this boy before him, he was nothing more than a flickering firefly beside the radiant moon. What frustrated him even more was the realization that he couldn't stop. Every move Fu Zhe executed perfectly locked down his subsequent variations, forcing him to continue striking. And with each additional move, it felt as though Fu Zhe was stealing another fraction of his essence. This was no longer a simple spar. This was Fu Zhe openly plundering his martial insights through his own hands. You damn brat! Ruan Xiong roared in fury, yet found himself helpless. Instead, he was swept along by Fu Zhe's momentum, fighting with such exhilaration that he nearly lost himself in it. In all his years, he had never encountered such shameless tactics, nor such monstrous talent. Haha, your techniques are profound, senior. I've benefited greatly. Fu Zhe laughed brightly, his fists shifting once more as he assimilated another of Ruan Xiong's treasure chain techniques. You scoundrel! Ruan Xiong nearly choked on a laugh, though his hands dared not slacken. Your concession, senior. With a sudden shout, Fu Zhe thrust both fists forward, clashing directly with Ruan Xiong. A muffled grunt escaped both as they staggered back several steps. Fu Zhe prepared to press forward again, but Ruan Xiong hastily waved him off, panting heavily. Stop. Enough. If we continue, you'll strip me bare of everything I've got. He pointed at Fu Zhe, his finger trembling. After a long pause, he finally spat out between laughter and exasperation. You're nothing but a bandit. A thief. A rogue. Fu Zhe grinned, retracting his aura as he cupped his hands respectfully. You flatter me, senior. I've merely grasped the surface. The surface. Ruan Xiong nearly coughed up blood. Decades of my painstaking cultivation, and you absorbed 70 to 80% of it in the span of a meal, and you called it the surface. His chest burned with stifled frustration. My daughter's heart seems to have already been stolen by this brat. His proudest martial techniques had been mastered almost entirely by this young man. What more could he say? Ruan Xiong gazed at Fu Zhe with a complex expression, shock, anger, helplessness flickering in his eyes, yet beneath it all, an ineffable sense of relief and expectation. At length, he heaved a deep sigh, as though exhaling all the pent-up frustrations in his chest, and waved his hand wearily, his voice tinged with exhaustion and the weight of years. Enough. Consider this Ruan Xiong's debt to your White Frost dynasty. His gaze sharpened, the unspoken warning unmistakable. Remember this, boy, since Xiao has chosen you, if you dare betray her trust. Fu Zheng straightened, his tone solemn. Rest assured, senior, in this life, I shall never fail Ruan Xiao. Ruan Xiao nodded, his eyes drifting toward the horizon as if piercing through the barriers of the Li Pearl cave heaven, gazing upon the vast, storm-tossed world beyond. His voice grew heavier. The world is no longer at peace. Since fate has granted you such fortune and talent, guard this land well in the days to come. Do not let the common people suffer. Chapter 74. The world shall know no peace. Upon hearing these words, Fu Zhe felt a chill run down his spine. Sensing the weight behind Ruan Xiong's declaration, He drew a deep breath and spoke with unwavering resolve, each syllable striking like a hammer upon an anvil. Senior's command. How could Fu Zhe dare refuse? For the sake of the common people, for the sake of this vast and just world, I swear to fulfill this duty without fail. At that moment, the aura of an emperor surged from him once more, so potent that even Ruan Jiang felt a flicker of unease. Well, Lu Xianyang, watching from the window, stood dumbfounded for a long moment before finally snapping back to reality. He hesitantly pointed at himself and cautiously peeked out. Senior Ruan, since Brother Fu Zhe is handling things, does that mean I can leave the mountain now? At this point, he was genuinely terrified, both of the mountain and of these two formidable figures. Yet the moment he spoke, Ruan Jiang abruptly turned, his sharp gaze pinning Lu Xianyang in place, sending shivers down the young man's spine. You wish to leave? Ruan Jiang's lips curled into an odd smile. I. Before Lu Xianyang could finish, Ruan Jiang blurred into motion, appearing right before him in an instant. His massive hand clamped onto Lu Xianyang's wrist with such force that the youth yelped in pain. Boy, I see you have uncommonly sturdy bones, and your aptitude is passable. Ruan Jiang scrutinized him like a blacksmith examining a stubborn piece of iron. Since this brat Fu Zhe refuses to become my disciple, this opportunity shall fall to you. Lu Xianyang was utterly bewildered. From this day forth, you Lu Xianyang. Ruan Jiang's voice boomed like a temple bell, each word deliberate and thunderous, shall be my final disciple. Henceforth, you will remain on this mountain and train under me. No sooner had Ruan Jiang announced his decision to take Lu Xianyang as his disciple than the young man began shaking his head violently, like a rattledrum. No, I refuse. Lu Xianyang jutted out his chin defiantly, showing not an ounce of reverence for the peerless master before him. He pointed emphatically at Fu Zhe, his voice ringing with the unshakable confidence of youth. Senior Ruan, your martial arts are indeed impressive, but if I'm to take a master, it must be the greatest under heaven. Brother Fu Zhe seems just a tad mightier than you. In his simple understanding, Fu Zhe's feat of learning mid-battle and turning defeat into victory was nothing short of divine, far more profound than Ruan Jiang's initial display of brute force. Ruan Jiang's weathered face darkened instantly, his lips twitching as if he had just swallowed a fly. Here he was, one of the most formidable figures in Li Zhu Cave, offering to take on a disciple, only to be publicly rejected by some brat? Say that again, boy. Ruan Jiang hissed through clenched teeth, his voice dripping with frost. Lu Xianyang flinched, but held his ground. I want Brother Fu Zhe as my master. Good. Very good. Ruan Jiang laughed in sheer fury. In a flash, he reappeared before Lu Xianyang, his massive hand seizing the youth by the collar like an eagle snatching up a chick. Brother Fuse, save me. Lu Xianyang barely managed to utter a desperate cry for help before Ruan Jiang seized him and dragged him towards a corner of the courtyard. Thud. Bang. Thwack. Ouch. Not the face. Senior, spare me. I was wrong. I admit my mistake. Chaos ensued, accompanied by Lu Xianyang's howls of agony and pleas for mercy, making both Ruan Xiao and Zhigui by the wooden window wince. Zhigui curled her lips and muttered under her breath, serves him right, such an insolent little brat. Ruan Xiao, however, wore a look of concern, though she dared not step forward to plead for leniency. Moments later, Ruan Xiong returned with a darkened expression, followed by a battered and disheveled Lu Xianyang, his face swollen and clothes in disarray. Gone was his earlier bravado. Now he slouched like a defeated rooster, trailing behind Ruan Xiong with downcast eyes, though his gaze occasionally flickered toward Fuse, brimming with resentment. Once Ruan Xiong had retaken his seat, Lu Xianyang seized the opportunity to drop to his knees in a dramatic slide, clutching Fuse's leg with a pitiful whimper. Brother Fuse, my dear brother, have mercy. Take me down the mountain with you. This place is terrifying. I can't stay another moment. His theatrics were convincing, complete with what seemed like genuine tears, though his pillow was now Fuse's leg. Fuse couldn't help but laugh and shake his head at the sight of this fool, though a flicker of realization stirred within him. Gently patting Lu Xianyang's shoulder, he spoke warmly. Xianyang, a man's dignity lies beneath his knees. The fact that Senior Ruan is willing to take you as his disciple is an extraordinary opportunity. Your potential, in my eyes, is indeed remarkable. With his guidance, your future achievements could be boundless. Pausing briefly, Fuse's tone carried encouragement. Devote yourself to cultivation here. Once you've mastered your skills, the vast world will be yours to explore. Limitless skies and boundless seas await. As the words left his lips, Fuse distinctly felt the surge of destiny energy from the human emperor system within him, swelling like a raging river and rising sharply. A ripple of unease passed through him. This doesn't make sense. My words were meant to persuade him to stay, so why did they instead fuel his desire to leave with me, thereby increasing my destiny energy? Perplexed, his gaze inadvertently swept over Lu Xianying's furtive yet fervent glance, directed at none other than Jigui, who was idly kicking pebbles with her small feet. Oh, for heaven's sake! Understanding dawned, and Fuse nearly sighed aloud. So that's the root of it. This brat has taken a liking to my little girl. He had assumed Lu Xianying's stubborn nature would require considerable effort to convince him to stay willingly. Who would have thought the boy would stumble headfirst into infatuation, unwittingly becoming a catalyst for Fuse's growing destiny energy? What was this, an accidental boon? Or a self-inflicted trap? In the profound mysteries of the universe, Fuse even sensed a momentary stagnation in the spiritual energy of this realm, as if the lofty heavenly Tao itself felt a trace of complexity toward this sudden windfall of effortless fortune. This stroke of luck had arrived far too easily. Concealing his inner amusement, Fuse maintained an impassive expression. Senior Wan. Fuse suddenly called out loudly to Wan Qiong, who was currently regarding Lu Xianying with an expression of approval for being a promising disciple. Both Wan Qiong and Lu Xianying were startled by this interruption. Pointing at Lu Xianying, who was still clinging to his leg, Fuse declared with righteous indignation, "This scoundrel Lu Xianying remains incorrigible, though he claims he wishes to stay. I can see the furtiveness in his eyes. He's clearly looking for an opportunity to slip away." "What?" Lu Xianying exclaimed in shock, immediately releasing Fuse's leg. Trembling with outrage, he pointed an accusing finger at Fuse. "Fuse, you treacherous villain with those honest-looking thick eyebrows. How could I have misjudged you so? And to think I even considered becoming your disciple." He had fully expected Fuse to speak in his defense, or at least buy him some time. Never did he imagine Fuse would betray him so blatantly. Chapter 75, Descending the Mountain. The sword Qi Great Wall. Upon hearing this, Wan Qiong's previously softened expression darkened once more, his piercing gaze slicing through Lu Xianying like a blade. "You insolent brat, still harboring disloyal thoughts?" Wan Qiong took a step forward and once again seized Lu Xianying by the collar. "And no, Senior, I swear, he's framing me. Brother Fuse, how could you do this?" Lu Xianying flailed helplessly, utterly unable to break free. Fuse waved at him with a radiant, sunlit grin. "Xianying, focus on your cultivation. Should you ever face difficulties in the future, don't hesitate to seek me out. With your talent, I'm certain you'll master your skills swiftly. If you truly manage to descend this mountain through your own merits, and come find me then, it would make for quite the tale. Though I wonder, with my interference today, will you still encounter that mountain-moving ape and end up clinging to life by a thread?" Fuse pondered silently, a flicker of curiosity and anticipation stirring within him at the thought of altering fate as predetermined course. As Lu Xianying was once again dragged away by Wan Qiong for another round of discipline, a familiar rustling sound emerged from the courtyard's corner. Fuse withdrew his gaze, paying it no further mind, and turned to address Ji Gui, who had been watching the spectacle with keen amusement. "Ji Gui, let us go. We're descending the mountain." "Wait." Just as Fuse and Ji Gui were about to cross the courtyard's threshold, Wan Qiong's slightly hoarse voice called out from behind. Fuse paused mid-step and slowly turned around. The weathered face of the sword-forging master no longer bore traces of earlier fury. Instead, it was etched with something far more complex and profound. The master craftsman's gaze drifted past Fuse, settling on Wan Qiong, who was peering curiously in their direction. A faint, almost imperceptible thread of concern flickered in his eyes. "Young brother Fu," Wan Qiong's voice was steadier now. "Since you've resolved to journey to the sword Qi Great Wall, and my stubborn daughter seems intent on accompanying you, there are matters this old man cannot set aside. Before you depart, would you return to the mountain once more? I have words I wish to share with you alone." Fuse's perceptive eyes caught the subtle tenderness and reluctance buried deep within those time-worn eyes. A father's silent worry for his daughter's distant journey, profound and unspoken. He understood. This iron-willed man could not truly let go of his flesh and blood. "Senior Wan, rest assured. I comprehend." Fuse inclined his head slightly, his tone solemn. "Once matters here are settled, I shall return to pay my respects before setting out." Wan Qiong nodded wordlessly, offering no further remarks. Yet his gaze lingered on Wan Qiong, as though etching her image indelibly into his heart. After bidding farewell to Wan Qiong, Fuse and Ji Gui began their descent along the rugged mountain path. The mountain winds howled, billowing their robes and stirring Ji Gui's restless curiosity. Halfway down, she could no longer contain herself. Tilting her small face upward, her dark, luminous eyes shimmered with inquisitive light. Fuse, when you ascended the mountain earlier, was it for that old man's so-called fortune? Now following Fuse, her horizons had broadened considerably, and she could faintly perceive the extraordinary aura flowing through him. At her words, a faint smile curled at the corners of Fuse's lips, neither confirming nor denying. Seeing his silence, Ji Gui pouted slightly and pressed on. Acting like this, aren't you afraid of drawing attention? Your method of enhancing fortune, though miraculous, is far too conspicuous. What if some formidable figure takes notice? Wouldn't that invite trouble? In her eyes, Fuse's approach to accumulating fortune was practically akin to wearing a sign that declared, "I possess treasures." Fuse turned his head slightly, his gaze profound, as if holding the vastness of stars and seas within. He chuckled softly, his voice crisp against the mountain breeze. Ji Gui, if one day this world were to collapse, and every man were left to fend for himself, how then could I stand tall and protect those who rely on me? If I were powerless? He paused, his eyes tracing the undulating peaks in the distance. Behind me are the millions of souls of the Baishuang dynasty. Their hopes and trust are what drive me to grow stronger. And this is only the beginning. Beyond this, Fuse silently added, the fate of the four realms and their countless lives may all one day intertwine with mine. Compared to the true tides of destiny, what are these mere methods of mine? Ji Gui blinked her large eyes, her young mind struggling to grasp the weight of his words. She sensed the gravity and resolve in his tone, yet the true meaning of the world collapsing eluded her. It just feels strange, she muttered. Then, as if recalling something, her lips pursed in a pout. And I've noticed, ever since I started following you, the rate at which I absorb the essence of heaven and earth has slowed. It's as if you've secretly taken a large share for yourself. Fuse laughed heartily at this, offering no pretense. That is only natural. With a subtle thought, an imperceptible yet exquisitely refined strand of imperial qi escaped his fingertips, instantly merging with the surrounding world. The vitality of the mountain flora seemed to brighten in response. As a spirit being, Ji Gui was acutely sensitive to such shifts, and her eyes widened in astonishment. My path differs from that of ordinary cultivators, Fuse declared, his voice carrying an unshakable authority. What I gather is the collective will of the people. What I condense is the fortune of humanity. The more my following grows, the firmer their faith in me. The more my fortune flourishes, and with it, my strength. His gaze met hers, unwavering. Since you have chosen to follow me, a portion of your fortune will naturally be channeled through this imperial system of mine, nourishing the land I protect and the people of Baishuang. This is not theft, but mutual prosperity. Inwardly, Fuse braced himself. Ji Gui, with her straightforward nature, would likely erupt upon hearing that her hard-earned fortune was being repurposed thus, perhaps even storm off in indignation. However, contrary to his expectations, Ji Gui did not fly into a rage upon hearing this explanation. Instead, her eyes sparkled brilliantly, and her delicate cheeks flushed with excitement. Wow, how utterly marvelous. She seized Fuse's arm with fervor, shaking it vigorously, her voice brimming with exhilaration. Does this mean the more formidable our team becomes, the mightier you grow, and consequently, we all reap the benefits? Suddenly clapping her hands together as if struck by a stroke of genius, she exclaimed, then we must immediately recruit that little charcoal from Mud Bottle Alley, Chen Pingan, and that Mr. Qi guarding the dilapidated temple. I can sense they must possess an abundance of precious treasures within them. With them joining our ranks, wouldn't your fortune soar to unprecedented heights? Chapter 76, Mortal Flesh. Path to Divinity. Fuse couldn't help but chuckle softly. This girl's way of thinking was always so peculiar and direct. He gently ruffled Ji Gui's small head, his tone laced with a touch of helplessness. Chen Pingan aside, that Qi Jingchun. I'm afraid he cannot leave so easily. Why? Ji Gui frowned, perplexed. In her mind, anything that benefited Fuse should be taken without hesitation. Fuse's gaze grew distant, as if piercing through time and space, beholding that small town, the book lake, and the solitary figure of the green-robed scholar standing alone. Qi Jingchun. The burden upon his shoulders is the accumulated karmic retribution of 1,000 years within the Li Pearl Cave heaven. His fate is already inextricably bound to this land, to that book lake, as though they were one. Not even I, nor an immortal descending from the heavens, could easily sever him from that crushing destiny. He could sense that Qi Jingquan's connection to this realm was a bond akin to the laws of existence itself, a grand vow to mend the flaws of heaven and earth with his own Tao. To disturb it would be nothing short of cataclysmic. Hearing this, Ji Gui's lips pursed, her earlier excitement fading as she lowered her head in disappointment. Is that so? What a pity. Yet she quickly lifted her gaze again, a flicker of defiance in her eyes. But Master Qi is so formidable. Even from afar, I could feel his unfathomable depth. If he could leave this small place with you, venture into a vaster world, wouldn't he be able to accomplish even greater things? Must we simply watch him trapped here, eventually dissipating along with that karmic burden? Her words stirred something within Fu Zai. Indeed, a man like Qi Jingquan, if freed from his fate, would be an invaluable ally, whether at the Sword Qi Great Wall or in their future ambitions. Yet, Fu Zai's thoughts raced. The human emperor system offered no guidance on this matter, a clear sign that altering the destiny of someone like Qi Jingquan was beyond imagination, perhaps even triggering unforeseeable consequences. After a moment of contemplation, he exhaled softly and uttered 3 words, "Leave it to fate." No sooner had the words left his lips than Fu Zai felt a sudden tremor in his heart, as though an invisible thread had reached from some distant unknown. Plucking at his very soul, he whirled around abruptly. Ji Gui, startled by his sudden movement, opened her mouth to question him, only to witness the scenery around Fu Zai warp and distort in an instant. One moment, they stood upon the familiar mountain path, the breeze brushing past, the trees swaying gently. The next, a dense, rolling mist surged forth like a tidal wave, swallowing everything in sight. Darkness enveloped them, leaving only the sound of their own hurried breaths in their ears. Ji Gui's face paled, her instincts urging her to summon her innate divine abilities, but Fu Zai raised a hand to stop her. Stay calm. His voice was steady as a mountain, his gaze sharp as lightning, piercing through the layers of mist as he stared ahead. Deep within the fog, a figure of purest white stood in silence. The figure stood with its back to them, its silhouette not particularly imposing, even bearing a certain feminine delicacy, yet an overwhelming aura of sharpness. As if capable of piercing the heavens, radiated from its form, causing the surrounding dense mist to tremble faintly. It was her, the sword spirit from beneath the arched bridge. Fu Zai's heart tightened as realization dawned. Such unbridled, pure sword intent. He had only ever sensed it from one person in all the world. Taking a deep breath to steady the tumult within, he stepped forward and bowed respectfully from several paces away. Junior Fu Zai pays respects to the elder. The white-clad figure trembled slightly, as if surprised. Then, she turned slowly. The mist seemed to soften at her movement, revealing a face of transcendent beauty, yet marked with an ineffable weariness and solitude. Her gaze settled upon Fu Zai, and within those eyes that seemed to hold the stars of antiquity, a faint smile gradually surfaced. "You recognize me?" Her voice was ethereal, neither near nor far, carrying a trace of imperceptible astonishment. Fu Zai nodded candidly. "Your sword intent is peerless, elder. I once had the honor of witnessing its brilliance beneath the arch bridge. Though I never saw your true form, such presence is unforgettable." The sword spirit's smile deepened, yet carried an enigmatic quality. "My appearance today is but a whim to see what earth-shaking deeds the one who disturbed this land's fate, while bearing the dragon's aura of humanity, might accomplish in time to come." Her gaze seemed capable of piercing through his very being. Unflinching, Fu Zai met her eyes. His words resolute. "Though unworthy, this junior aspires to ascend the divine martial path with mortal flesh." Within him, the human emperor's art stirred autonomously, a faint golden glow manifesting around him, the fusion of human destiny and his own martial will. "This path may seem insignificant in your eyes, elder. Yet I believe that should martial arts reach their zenith, it may yet carve a clear path for humanity, for all living beings, to overturn this crumbling world." The sword spirit listened in silence, her luminous eyes flickering. After a long pause, she sighed softly. "Mortal flesh treading the divine path. Ah, since ancient times, how many prodigies have vanished along this road? Thorns lie thick, survival uncertain. How arduous it is." Fu Zai's expression remained unchanged, his resolve only hardening. The sword spirit's tone shifted, carrying a peculiar note. "Yet you seem different. Your fate is shrouded in mist, even to my sight. None can foretell how far you may go." With that, she raised a slender hand, and a translucent sword finger materialized in the air. Wrapped around it was a strand of condensed, dazzling sword energy, its radiance flickering unpredictably, embodying a terrifying intent capable of severing all things. The sword Qi hummed as it left the fingertips, transforming into a streak of flowing light that shot straight towards Fu Zhe's brow. His pupils constricted sharply. He could sense the terrifying power contained within this wisp of sword energy, enough to effortlessly slay an ordinary upper fifth realm cultivator. Yet he did not evade. For within this sword chi, he detected not the slightest hint of killing intent, but rather a gift. This is. A seismic shock reverberated through Fu Zhe's heart. Almost instinctively, he prepared to activate the human emperor system to absorb this power for his own use. The sword chi pierced his brow, instantly dissolving into a refreshing coolness that merged with his spiritual consciousness. It caused no harm. Instead, it elevated his comprehension of the sword path to an entirely new level in an instant. He stood frozen, disbelief etched across his face. This enigmatic and formidable sword spirit had just bestowed such an otherworldly opportunity upon him so effortlessly? To think. This single wisp of sword chi was not merely an infusion of power. It carried within it her supreme insights into the very essence of the sword path. Chapter 77. Absorbing the aura of Fortune Senior. This. Fu Zhe was about to speak when the sword spirit let out a light chuckle. Her voice laced with amusement. What's the matter? When you were absorbing the sword energy earlier, there wasn't a hint of hesitation. You moved faster than anyone. Now you suddenly remember to ask for an explanation? Fu Zhe flushed slightly at her words, but quickly composed himself, offering a candid smile. If benefits are right before my eyes, and I still hesitate, wouldn't that make me a fool? I am deeply grateful for your generosity, Senior. With this strand of sword energy protecting me, I am confident that even if I must one day venture to the sword chi Great Wall, I could stride through dragoness lairs and tigeress dens without fear. His words were half in jest, half in earnest. This single wisp of sword energy was undoubtedly one of the greatest boons he had ever received. The sword spirit's smile deepened, though a trace of resignation and relief flickered in her eyes. Your temperament is quite intriguing. She paused, her expression turning solemn as she continued frankly. I bestowed this opportunity upon you for two reasons. First, because of the indomitable righteous aura you carry. Those who bear such a presence are unlikely to stray from the path of virtue. They would never commit atrocities that harm the world or defy the natural order. Secondly, her gaze grew distant, as if peering through Fu Zhe into some unfathomable destiny. I truly cannot discern your future. The weight upon you is too heavy, too entangled, as if bound by countless threads of karma. All I can do is follow the faint intuition in my heart and lend you my aid. So that is how it is. Fu Zhe understood. The righteous aura was his passport. But the unpredictable variables brought by the emperor system within him were the true reason for the sword spirit's investment. No longer feigning humility, he bowed deeply once more. His tone sincere. Your kindness, Senior, is etched into my heart. Should I achieve greatness in the future, I shall never forget the gift you have given me today. As his words faded, the thick mist before him was abruptly torn apart by an unseen force, vanishing in an instant. Fu Zhe, are you all right? Ji Gui's anxious voice rang beside him, tinged with lingering fear. Her small face was still pale, her dark, round eyes brimming with confusion and worry as she scrutinized him. Fu Zhe, still immersed in the lingering resonance of the sword spirit's voice and the profound insights granted by the sword energy at his brow, took a moment to steady himself. Seeing his prolonged silence, Ji Gui grew even more frantic, reaching out to touch his forehead. You suddenly froze like an idiot just now. Then you started bowing to thin air. Did you get cursed by some dark magic on the mountain? Or did that blacksmith wand hit you so hard you lost your mind? The more she spoke, the more convinced she became, her voice trembling with distress. In her eyes, Juan the blacksmith was a brute whose fists could split mountains and shatter stone. For someone as slight as Fu Zhe, suffering some damage was all too plausible. Amused by her dramatics, Fu Zhe sighed and ruffled her hair. Don't be ridiculous. It was merely a passing thought, a fleeting contemplation that crossed his mind. Naturally, he wouldn't divulge the matter of the sword's spirit entirely. Such an extraordinary encounter was too fantastical to be easily comprehended by Jigue, and revealing it would only bring unnecessary distress. He mused silently that Jigue's current preoccupation likely revolved around the notion of her impending freedom. Very well, he thought. Once he escorted her safely to the White Frost dynasty and settled her there, he would then elaborate on his future plans. Fu Zhe's gaze deepened with contemplation. Jigue bore the bloodline of a true dragon, her draconic aura pure and potent. If she could be persuaded to willingly nourish the White Frost dynasty's national fortune with her dragon chi, even extending its benefits to the common people. It would bring immeasurable advantages to the growth of the human emperor system and his cultivation of the human emperor's decree. Of course, their ultimate destination would inevitably be that towering, majestic Sword Qi Great Wall. There, Jigui's dragon Qi would undoubtedly play an unimaginably significant role in repelling the demonic invasion and reinforcing the wall's defensive formations. As Fu Zhe's thoughts meandered, Jigui beside him suddenly shivered without reason, her small frame trembling slightly as a trace of bewildered fear flickered in her eyes. What's wrong? Fu Zhe noticed her unusual behavior. I don't know. Jigui shook her head, perplexed. I just suddenly felt a chill, and my heart grew uneasy. Fu Zhe pondered this, but said nothing further, attributing it to the mountain breeze as he guided her down the slope. Before long, a somewhat portly figure came into view around a bend in the mountain path. It was a middle-aged woman clad in fine silks, none other than Madame Lu Xianyang's mother, whom they had briefly encountered outside Lu Xianyang's home earlier. At this moment, Madame Lu was laboriously ascending the slope, supported by a maidservant, clearly heading toward Wan Qiong's blacksmith shop. As she looked up, her eyes fell upon Fu Zhe and Jigui. Upon recognizing Fu Zhe, Madame Lu's expression first registered surprise, followed swiftly by a glint of undisguised calculation flashing across her eyes. Her face promptly arranged itself into an ingratiating smile as she approached with exaggerated familiarity. Oh my, isn't this the young immortal master? Such extraordinary bearing. May I inquire which immortal mountain or sacred grotto you hail from? At present, Madame Lu only recognized Fu Zhe as a cultivator of some skill. As for Jigui beside him, she merely seemed vaguely familiar, though Madame Lu couldn't quite place where she had seen her before. Her mind whirred with schemes. This youth, so young yet already possessing such cultivation, must surely have an impressive background. Establishing a connection with him might prove advantageous for her son's future plans to seize that family heirloom armor. Fu Zhe, observing her demeanor, understood her intentions with near-perfect clarity, feeling only weariness at her transparent avarice. This woman's mind teemed with schemes, her greed laid bare for all to see, hardly the sort one would wish to engage with. Disinclined to indulge in hollow pleasantries, he responded with detached indifference. Madame Lu, if you believe a few flattering words will persuade me to assist you in pressuring Lu Xianyang to relinquish that treasured armor, I'm afraid you've miscalculated. He paused, a mocking curve playing at the corners of his lips, enunciating each word with crystalline clarity. Moreover, that precious armor has already been in my possession for some time now. What? Madame Lu's smile froze instantly, her voice rising several octaves in disbelief. Impossible. That treasure is dearer to Xianyang than life itself. Just recently I inquired. He guards it with such vigilance. How could it possibly? How could it have fallen into your hands? When did you ever persuade him? She knew her son all too well. That armor was both a memento from his grandfather and the foundation of his livelihood. Normally, even a covetous glance would provoke his fury. How could he have relinquished it so easily to an outsider? What manner of sorcery had this youth employed? Yet as she gazed into Fu Zhe's fathomless, tranquil eyes, the impulse to confront Lu Xianyang inexplicably dissipated within her. The pressure emanating from this young man was simply too overwhelming. At precisely this moment, within Fu Zhe's consciousness, the long-dormant prompt of the human emperor system resounded abruptly, without warning. Ding! Detected host's actions align with the human emperor's principles of aiding the distressed and protecting the virtuous. Successfully intercepted and converted a strand of Lu Xianyang's unique fortune energy, assimilating it into host's own essence. Current fortune value marginally increased. Chapter 78. How dare you oppose the Lu family? The faint joy brought by the system's notification had scarcely dissipated from Fu Zhe's heart when Madame Lu's face, twisted with extreme fury, seized his entire vision. You, how dare you oppose the Lu family? Madame Lu's voice was so shrill it could pierce eardrums. Her entire body trembling, whether from rage or fear, was unclear. Have you considered the consequences of offending the Lu family? Fu Zhe did not even lift his eyelids. His tone so indifferent it carried not the slightest ripple, as if stating the most mundane fact. Madame Lu, if you have the courage, you are welcome to try. Such a nonchalant demeanor only poured oil onto the flames. Madame Lu's chest heaved violently with anger, her finger shaking as she pointed at Fu Zhe. Fine, fine, you reckless, ignorant brat. She inhaled deeply, forcibly suppressing the storm of fury within her, yet her eyes gleamed with a trace of ruthless determination and desperate madness. The Lu family had traversed mountains and rivers, exhausting nearly half their ancestral wealth, all for the faintest hope of seizing the elusive opportunities within this blessed sanctuary. She had even stooped so low as to bring her useless son to kneel beneath the legendary ancient locust tree, begging for a shred of its favor. It was said that the ancient locust tree possessed a spirit, occasionally bestowing enlightenment or even prolonging life. But could such a tree be swayed by mere mortals? Despite her endless pleas and the lavish offerings she had scattered, all she received were a few cold, withered leaves, returning empty-handed. That wretched old thing had remained utterly unmoved. Now, as she glared at Fu Zhe, a flicker of resentment and envy flashed through her eyes before she swiftly reassumed her haughty demeanor, as though she had grasped some leverage over him. Boy, I'll give you one last chance. If you know what is good for you, hand over the opportunity you stole from Xianyang. The Lu family will not only let bygones be bygones, but may even grant you unimaginable rewards. What do you say? In her mind, Fu Zhe was nothing but a lucky fool who had deceived her foolish son into surrendering the treasured armor. If she could reclaim it, all would be well. The corner of Fu Zhe's lips curled into a sneer. The incessant buzzing in his ears felt like an annoying fly, daring to drone on without knowing its own doom. Enough prattle. He had no patience left for this woman's empty threats. Taking Ji Gui's small hand, he turned to leave, just as Fu Zhe and Ji Gui were about to depart. Madame Lu's sharp gaze locked onto the tiny fist clenched in the girl's grasp. Within it, a vibrant, emerald-green locust leaf shimmered unmistakably. That leaf stood in stark contrast to the handful of withered ones she had painstakingly obtained. That's a locust leaf? Madame Lu shrieked, her eyes instantly bloodshot. Consumed entirely by jealousy and greed. The ancient locust tree's favor. You actually received its blessing. That wretched little bitch. That damn brat. How dare they? All her previous efforts and sacrifices seemed to have turned into a cruel joke at this very moment. Seize them. Take that locust leaf. Madame Lu's face twisted into a grotesque mask of fury as she shrieked, her arms slashing through the air with violent intent. The Lu family guards, who had been poised like coiled springs behind her, lunged forward at her command, ravenous wolves descending upon Fu Zhe and Ji Gui. These men were elite warriors meticulously trained by the Lu family, each a sixth realm martial artist hardened by years of bloodshed, their very presence exuding an oppressive aura of lethality. Even though their strength was significantly diminished within the confines of this celestial grotto due to the realm's restrictive laws, their combined might was still far beyond what an ordinary cultivator could withstand. A glacial light flickered in Fu Zhe's eyes as the phantom of a mountain and river spear materialized, unsheathed yet unleashing an invisible shockwave that surged outward. The human emperor's decree silently activated, and the wisp of fortune he had intercepted from Lu Xianying now seemed divinely guided, bending to his will and manifesting as an overwhelming pressure that crashed down upon the Lu family's forces. This was no mere suppression of cultivation. It carried the weight of an inexorable cosmic force, as though the very will of heaven and earth stood unshakably behind Fu Zhe. Thud! Thud! The two foremost Lu guards, not even close to grazing Fu Zhe's sleeve, were struck by a force as crushing as Mount Tai itself. Their chests caved inward, vision blackening as their organs seemed to twist and shift under the unseen pressure. They collapsed like felled trees, blood seeping from their noses and mouths, their breaths shallow and fading. The remaining guards trembled as if struck by lightning, their legs buckling beneath them. An invisible mountain pressed upon their very souls, rendering them incapable of standing, let alone mounting an attack. How is this possible? Madame Lu shrieked, her face contorted in disbelief as she staggered backward, nearly toppling over. These were the Lu family's finest warriors, painstakingly nurtured at great cost. Even weakened by the grotto's laws, they should not have been so effortlessly crushed. What kind of monster is this boy? Fu Zhe cast her a frigid glance before shifting his gaze to the two unconscious guards on the ground, his voice devoid of warmth. Madame Lu, if these two do not receive immediate treatment, they will not live to see another day. Madame Lu shuddered, her eyes darting between the ashen-faced guards and Fu Zhe. Rage and terror warred within her, threatening to unravel her sanity. She jerked her head up, glaring at him with bloodshot eyes, her voice a hoarse rasp. Who are you? Her teeth ground together as she spat each word with venom. Mark my words, these men are the Lu family's most prized assets. If they perish here, the Lu family will hunt you to the ends of the earth. Fu Zhe remained unmoved, his tone as indifferent as if discussing the weather. Fu Zhe, inheritor of true martial mountain. I came only to find an old acquaintance. Yet within his mind, countless schemes churned. His daring infiltration of the luminous Pearl Grotto was never solely about those locust leaves. Chen Pingan, a man bearing extraordinary fortune, resembles a radiant beacon in the darkness, brilliant and dazzling, yet inevitably attracting countless light-seeking moths that flutter toward the flame in relentless succession. Alas, though the light burns bright, the opportunities it leaves for Chen Pingan himself are already scarce. What Fu Zhe covets is precisely this very fortune. Should he succeed in bringing Chen Pingan back to the White Frost dynasty and nurturing him with care, the young man might well become an unstoppable blade in the dynasty's grasp, paving an exalted path toward unifying the northern territories, and perhaps even laying claim to the Central Plains. This is the grand scheme befitting Fu Zhe's role as the host of the human emperor system. The heritage of Jinwu Mountain, Fu Zhe. 6 simple words. Yet they weigh upon Madame Lu's heart like 6 invisible mountains. Jinwu Mountain. To the ears of the cultivation world, especially those native denizens of hidden paradises privy to certain truths, these 3 words strike like thunder. Chapter 79. Even immortals dare not obstruct Madame Lu's face turned ashen, her lips trembling uncontrollably, rendering her incapable of uttering another harsh word. Though the Lu family she hailed from dominated their small town, within the vast expanse of the Li Pearl Grotto heaven, they were merely mid-tier at best. Yet even she had caught whispers of the true Martial Mountain, a formidable and ancient sect shrouded in unfathomable depth, notorious for dispatching disciples during the openings of various grotto heavens and blessed lands. Under the guise of training, they plundered opportunities and even spirited away those blessed with great fortune. When had true Martial Mountain ever failed to claim what, or whom, they desired? A chill seeped into Madame Lu's heart. At last, she understood why this youth before her wielded such astonishing prowess at such a tender age, and why the ancient locust tree had regarded him with such peculiar favor. Those from true Martial Mountain defied all conventional judgment. Then came the recollection of Fu Zhe's earlier words, seeking an old acquaintance. Her heart lurched violently. Who could this old acquaintance be? Could it possibly be? She dared not dwell on the thought further. Her gaze flickered to the 2 guards lying half dead on the ground, then back to Fu Zhe's impassive face. All her resentment and venom withered into helpless despair. So it's a distinguished disciple of true Martial Mountain standing before me. Esteemed immortal, she forced out with a ghastly, trembling smile. This lowly one failed to recognize your eminence and has gravely offended you. I beg your forgiveness. Drawing a shaky breath, she steadied herself slightly, though reverence still laced her voice. Since the esteemed immortal seeks an old acquaintance, my Lu family naturally dares not obstruct. Today's transgressions were entirely this humble one's fault. However, she paused, her eyes darkening with complexity as they settled on Fu Zhe. The grudge between my Lu family and the esteemed immortal is now forged. Should the opportunity arise in the future, this humble one, or perhaps another of my Lu kin, will surely seek enlightenment from you once more. The words rang hollow, more an attempt to salvage dignity than a genuine threat. Fu Zhe remained indifferent, not even deigning to lift an eyelid. The last flicker of hope in Madame Lu's heart extinguished. She knew today's humiliation was inescapable. Hurriedly, she beckoned the few uninjured guards, who scrambled to lift their dying comrades before fleeing in disarray, not daring another word. Only when the Lu entourage vanished completely did Ji Gui finally release her grip on Fu Zhe's sleeve, exhaling in relief. She wrinkled her nose in disgust and spat in the direction of Madame Lu's retreat. That vile old hag. How detestable. Brother Fu Zhe, she was so cruel. Fu Zhe glanced down at the little girl's indignant face, the ghost of a rare smile touching his lips. Ji Gui's eyes gleamed mischievously as she sidled closer. Whispering conspiratorially, Brother Fu Zhe, when we get the chance, can we smash their wretched Lu family ancestral hall? I see that none of their family members are any good. Upon hearing this, Fu Zhe turned his head and glanced at her with an amused expression. This little girl, though young, harbors quite a grudge. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable firmness. Smashing it is certainly necessary. However, the person who will do the deed remains uncertain for now. Ji Gui, being simple-minded, didn't grasp the deeper meaning in Fu Zhe's words and merely took it as his agreement. Instantly, her face brightened with joy. Wonderful. Then, Brother Fu Zhe, shall we still go to the old locust tree? I want to pick more leaves. They taste so sweet when brewed in water. Fu Zhe remained silent in contemplation. The opportunity from the old locust tree had already been seized. Returning would hold little significance. Moreover, he lifted his gaze to the sky. Though the heavens were clear and boundless, he could keenly sense subtle, yet intense disturbances in the rules of this Li Zhu cave heaven. The dormant factions were likely growing restless. Even someone as lowly as Madame Lu could shamelessly provoke trouble over the so-called legacy treasure that Lu Xianyang might possess. Others would undoubtedly resort to even more unscrupulous means. Fu Zhe's eyes darkened with profound thought. The Li Zhu cave heaven was on the verge of chaos. As expected, just as Fu Zhe was preparing to return with Ji Gui to the covered bridge where Wan Xiao and the others awaited, a towering figure blocked their path ahead. It was a nearly 10-foot-tall figure, draped in thick black fur, muscles coiled like iron. Resembling a massive ape? No, more accurately, it was a mountain-moving ape that had cultivated a humanoid form but retained many of its monstrous features. Its bell-like eyes gleamed with a mix of savagery and cunning. The moment Ji Gui caught sight of this hairy monstrosity, her small face twisted in disgust, and she instinctively shrank behind Fu Zhe, muttering under her breath, "Another furry thing. I hate these hairy monkeys. They look so filthy." The mountain-moving ape, with its keen hearing, caught her whisper. Its furry face twisted into an almost human-like expression of surprise. Its gaze flickered between Ji Gui and Fu Zhe before it rumbled in a voice like grinding stones. "Boy, where did you pick up this little lass? She looks quite delicate, almost extraordinary. How about it? Care to trade her to this great king? I'll offer 3 fire-washing pearls in exchange." Ji Gui's willow-thin brows shot up, her almond-shaped eyes blazing with fury. She darted out from behind Fu Zhe, pointing an accusing finger at the ape, her childish voice trembling with indignation. "You stinking monkey, rotten ape, who are you calling a little lass? If you dare spout such nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart." Yet, the mountain-moving ape paid no heed to her threats. Instead, it bared its jagged fangs in a grating, mocking laugh. "Ha ha, such fire in such a tiny thing. Alas, no matter how noble your origins may have been, following such an insignificant wretch has reduced you to nothing but a lowly servant clinging to another's coattails. How dare you act so insolently before this great king?" Its eyes, glinting with avarice, turned once more toward Fu Zhe, carrying an air of undeniable command. "Boy, don't be ungrateful. This great king has taken a liking to this girl. Name your price. Do not mistake kindness for weakness." The mountain-moving ape's arrogant words still echoed through the corridor when Fu Zhe's patience finally snapped. "Indulge him? This blind, ignorant beast, does it even deserve such courtesy?" Without warning, without a single wasted word, Fu Zhe's figure blurred where he stood. In the next instant, a pale, slender hand, seemingly untouched by mortal strife, descended with the force of thunder upon the ape's massive, fur-covered face. Chapter 80. The battle begins. A flicker of instinctive disdain flashed through the colossal, bell-like eyes of the mountain-moving ape. A mere human youth, daring to challenge him? He couldn't even be bothered to summon much of his demonic power. He would simply sweat this reckless fool into a bloody pulp with a casual swing of his hand. Crack! A deafening explosion, crisp yet thunderous like a collapsing mountain, reverberated through the entire corridor bridge, shaking it to its foundations. Before the strike even landed, the wind arrived first. No, not mere wind, but a blade of condensed, razor-edged force, so sharp it felt like countless steel needles piercing straight into the ape's very soul. A primal terror, dredged from the depths of his being, seized his heart in an iron grip. This brat. The contempt and cruelty in the ape's eyes vanished in an instant, replaced by sheer horror. This power. This presence. It was nothing like the cunning but seemingly powerless youth he had seen on the flying vessel days ago, who relied only on wit and connections. Back then, the boy had been nothing more than an insignificant ant with a clever mind. But now, the overwhelming pressure radiating from him was vast as an abyss. Tyrannical as an ancient demon walking the mortal world. Danger! Alarm bells screamed in the ape's mind. Centuries of battle-honed instincts kicked in, without a second thought. He wrenched his massive head backward, twisting his torso at an impossible angle that defied the limits of his skeletal structure. Yet even so, the cutting edge of that strike still grazed the tip of his nose. The acrid stench of scorched flesh filled the air as a patch of his resilient black fur was instantly reduced to ash by the sheer force alone. The space where he had stood moments earlier cracked and popped under the unbearable pressure. A fraction slower, and his centuries-cultivated skull would have burst apart like a rotten melon. Wah, that was amazing. Absolutely brilliant. Ji Gui, who had been cowering behind Fuse just moments ago, now bounced with excitement, her little face flushed with exhilaration. She clapped her hands together, her clear, ringing cheers echoing across the bridge. "Brother Fuse, go harder. Smash that stinky monkey ass but to pieces. Quite the spirited little thing." Fuse murmured, slowly retracting his hand, his expression unreadable. His gaze swept over the faintly trembling stone slabs beneath his feet, and his brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. "This place is too narrow. The commotion is excessive." His tone was calm, detached. "If this bridge collapses, it would inconvenience Yuan Xiao and the others. Let us move to a more open space to settle this." That casual dismissal, treating him, a mighty mountain-moving demon, as if he were nothing, stung far worse than the earlier strike. The ape's scalp prickled, his face burning not just from humiliation, but from the lingering terror of what had nearly been his end. A sliver of retreat flickered in his mind. This boy was unnatural. He had a greater mission here. A monumental opportunity tied to the depths of the luminous pearl cave heaven. To waste his strength, or worse, fall here, would be an unforgivable blunder. Yet Fuse's words, "Let us move to a more open space," seared into his pride like a red-hot brand. Move. The mighty mountain-moving ape king, revered and addressed with utmost deference as Lord Ape by every sect elder beyond the Pearl Grotto, now found himself slighted by an insolent human whelp. How dare this insignificant brat show him such disrespect? The ape's massive eyes burned crimson with fury. The suppressed savagery within his chest, and the pride of a supreme being igniting at the boy's dismissive words. All thoughts of sect opportunities and consequences were cast aside. Nothing mattered now but tearing this detestable youth to shreds. "You wretched insect. Today, I shall claim your wretched life," he roared, demonic energy surging wildly around him. No longer did he care about the boy's mysterious identity as a disciple of true Martial Mountain. There was only the all-consuming urge to destroy. Fuze's gaze turned icy, his heart utterly unshaken. "Foolish ape, the path to heaven lies open. Yet you charge headlong into hell." "Very well." Fuze's voice remained calm, yet carried a bone-chilling indifference. "Since you are so eager to embrace death, I, Fuze, shall grant you this mercy today." He had initially considered sparing the beast, hoping to extract information about other demons or cultivators in the area. But if the fool sought death so fervently, then so be it. Whether this ape's fate was fortune or calamity no longer concerned him. The path of the human sovereign wasted no words on the doomed. In an instant, a long spear, dark as the abyss, materialized in Fuze's grasp. Shanhe, mountains and rivers. Along its shaft, the veins of countless peaks and rivers seemed to pulse, exuding an aura of ancient grandeur and razor-sharp lethality. The human sovereign scripture silently activated, wisps of profound yellow destiny descending from the void to empower him. Fuze's entire presence transformed, no longer detached and aloof, but radiant as the sun, exuding an imperious majesty that commanded all. Boom. On the arch bridge, man and demon clashed in a whirlwind of violence. The mountain-moving ape howled, his massive arms swinging with earth-shattering force. Yet, the terrifying strength that once allowed him to rampage unchecked now seemed feeble against Fuze's seemingly ordinary spear. Every clash sent an overwhelming force reverberating back through the ape's arms, shaking his very bones and numbing his limbs. Fuze's spear play was both grand and precise, each thrust and sweep executed with flawless timing, as if he had foreseen every movement. The ape's heart pounded with growing dread. How is this possible? Only days ago, aboard that dilapidated flying vessel, this boy had needed to rely on words and the mere reputation of true Martial Mountain to bluff his way through. Yet now, his power had surged to such an inconceivable level. The ape realized with horrifying clarity he was being utterly suppressed. Every strike from Fuze carried the weight of heaven and earth itself, crushing even the thought of resistance. He even conceived an utterly preposterous notion. Even if he were outside the mysterious Pearl Cave heaven at this moment, unshackled by its bizarre restrictive laws, he would likely still be no match for this youth. Such a terrifying rate of growth could no longer be described as monstrous. It was simply inhuman. Roar. The mountain-moving ape barely evaded a spear radiance that nearly disemboweled him, his aura already in disarray. His hoarse roar carried a barely perceptible tremor. "Boy, who in heaven's name are you? Have you secretly conspired with some hidden entity in this place to obtain heaven-defying opportunities?" A flicker of desperate hope flashed in his eyes, more like seeking some acceptable justification for himself. This king can offer you a chance. If you cease now, the true Martial Mountain and the forces behind us might yet turn hostility into friendship. Don't ruin your own future, even at this juncture. He still sought to intimidate with so-called influential backing. Chapter 81. The Mocking Prelude to Doom. Upon hearing this, a smirk of utmost derision curled at the corners of Fu Zhe's lips, a smile colder than millennia-old glacial ice. "Foolish ape," he murmured, his voice deceptively light, yet striking like invisible sledgehammers against the mountain-moving simian's chest. "With death looming before you, do you truly believe your pitiful background can intimidate anyone?" His gaze sharpened abruptly, murderous intent blazing forth. The mountain river spear in his hand hummed with exhilaration as it thrust forward like an enraged dragon churning the sea, its shadow multiplying into a tempest of lethal strikes. "Rather than wasting your meager intellect on groveling and scheming," Fu Zhe continued, each word dripping with scorn, "you'd do better to ponder how to prolong your wretched life by a few more breaths under my spear." No longer toying with his prey, every thrust of Fu Zhe's spear now carried the tyrannical essence of the human emperor's decree, each strike aimed unerringly at the ape's vital points. The overlapping spear shadows resembled collapsing mountains and rivers, sealing off every possible escape route in an instant. Upon the Fu Zhe's spear danced like a wrathful dragon, each movement bearing the crushing weight of toppling landscapes. The mountain-moving ape staggered under the onslaught, barely evading fatal blows as spear shadows clashed violently with demonic energy. The deafening collisions shook to its foundations, the surrounding air searing and distorting from the intensity. This earth-shattering battle had already drawn the attention of hidden factions within the Li Pearl Grotto. From shadowed forests to misty marshes, countless concealed or astonished eyes turned toward the. By the heavens, what divine beings are locked in combat? That demonic aura. It's the old brute, the mountain-moving ape king, and the other, a mere human youth. Gods, that boy's spear technique. He's suppressing the ape king. For many reclusive natives of the grotto, such a battle was a rare spectacle, a feast for the eyes unseen in centuries. They watched, breath bated, unwilling to miss a single moment. Beyond the onlookers, Chen Pingan's heart hammered in his throat. His fists clenched, palms slick with sweat, as the ape's roar sent tremors through his very soul. "Brother Fu, he won't be in danger, will he?" he muttered anxiously. In his simple understanding, Fu Zhe was formidable, but that ape radiated nothing but malice. "I can't just stand here." Gritting his teeth, Chen Pingan turned to Ning Yao, who stood nearby with her sword, her expression cool and detached. "Miss Ning," he pleaded urgently, "your blade. Might I borrow it?" Ning Yao didn't even lift her eyelids, her voice as placid as still water yet laced with faint mockery. "Oh, and what would you do with it? That ape is too vicious. Brother Fu is alone. I want to help." Chen Pingan's face flushed crimson, but his tone was resolute. Finally, Ning Yao tilted her head slightly. Her limpid, autumn water eyes studied him, seeming to pierce through to the depths of his intentions. "Chen Pingan, have you ever weighed your own worth? You're but a destitute lad who can't even safeguard his own fortune, utterly powerless. What aid could you possibly offer? Rather than helping, you'd likely plunge in head first only to be devoured by that beast." Her words pierced like icicles, yet held undeniable truth. Chen Pingan choked on his breath, his face flushing crimson, but he stiffened his neck stubbornly, defiance flickering in his eyes. "Brother Fu, he's helped me more than once. This debt of gratitude, I must repay it. Even if it cost me my life, I accept it." The boy's fervor and obstinacy burned with a purity that was, in this moment, both touching and utterly ill-timed. Just as Chen Pingan's resolve to repay this kindness surged to its peak, Fu Zhe, far at the heart of the battlefield, shuddered imperceptibly. An indescribable warmth surged through his limbs, unbidden. This power did not manifest from nothing. It was as though some unseen thread of causality had been plucked, transforming into an immaculate force that flowed into the self-circulating pathways of the human sovereign scripture. The human sovereign scripture, a legacy that bore the mandate of human destiny, where loyalty and righteousness stood paramount. Chen Pingan's selfless, untainted goodwill and unwavering desire to repay kindness had, through some unfathomable providence, stirred the currents of fate itself. Reverberating back to Fu Zhe, this is, a spark of realization lit Fu Zhe's eyes, followed by quiet awe. He could feel it. The human sovereign scripture's energy within him had thickened, its resonance with the mountain river spear deepening as though weapon and wielder were now one. Moving in perfect harmony, an extension of his very will. The path of the human sovereign was none other than gathering the hearts of humanity, condensing their collective strength. That such a small act of kindness could yield such a boon. Truly, an unexpected blessing. In that case, a cold, razor-edged smile curled at Fu Zhe's lips. No more reprieve for the mountain-moving ape. Enough of your howling, silence. With a sharp cry, Fu Zhe channeled every ounce of his newfound might into the mountain river spear. The weapon blazed with an eerie radiance, the engraved rivers and peaks upon its surface writhing to life, emitting a low, draconic hum. Imperial seal suppressed the mountains and rivers. No intricate technique, no flourish, only pure, overwhelming force. The spear descended like a falling mountain, crashing toward the ape's skull with apocalyptic weight. No, the last embers of defiance in the ape's eyes were snuffed out by abject terror. It sought to dodge, to block, but Fu Ze's strike had sealed its fate. Faster than thought, heavier than doom. Boom. The impact dwarfed all prior clashes, a deafening, earth-rending detonation. Dust plumed skyward, obscuring all sight. The bridge trembled violently, its stone slabs fracturing, collapsing, revealing the fathomless chasm below. When the haze finally settled, the onlookers gasped. The once ferocious mountain-moving ape king was gone. Only a grotesque, man-shaped crater remained at the bridge's center, its edges reduced to powdered stone. Fu Ze stood poised with his spear, robes fluttering in the wind. His expression detached, as though he had merely crushed an insignificant insect. Ji Gui's small mouth formed a perfect O, and after a long pause, she stammered in awe. "Brother Fu Ze, you pounded it straight into the ground?" Fu Ze withdrew his spear, its tip lightly tapping the earth. Only then did a faint groan emerge from the deep pit. The mountain-moving ape, its eyes rolled back, had completely lost consciousness, devoid of even the strength to beg for mercy. Hiss! At that moment, a sharp intake of breath came from nearby. The crowd turned to look. There stood a young Taoist clad in peculiar robes. His hair tied in a topknot, fingers idly rubbing an ancient copper coin. His eyes were wide with disbelief, beads of sweat glistening at his temples. This man was none other than Lu Chun, the self-proclaimed master of fate, the grand schemer who claimed to have calculated all under heaven. Chapter 82. Lending a hand to the senior brother, Lu Chun had been watching Fu Ze's fierce battle with the mountain-moving ape with a detached amusement, even calculating how to intervene at the critical moment to curry favor or steer the situation to his senior brother's advantage. But in the instant Fu Ze's power surged and his spear decisively turned the tide. The ancient copper coin in Lu Chun's hand, used for divining the heavens, suddenly trembled violently beyond his control, searing his palm so fiercely he nearly dropped it. His heart lurched, and he hastily focused his mind to perform a divination. The result struck him like a bolt of lightning, draining the color from his face. How could this be? Lu Chun murmured, his voice trembling. Through his eyes, which could perceive the flow of fortune, he saw that in that brief moment, the scattered threads of opportunity and destiny within the Li Pearl Grotto, once meandering like gentle streams, had converged like raging rivers, surging violently toward Fu Ze. The sheer force and dominance of it nearly stopped his self-proclaimed schemer's heart. Madness. Absolute madness. Beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead as he stamped his foot. His gaze toward Fu Ze now a mix of dread and envy. This man is like a newborn demon from beyond the heavens. His mere presence sweeps through like a tempest, devouring every dormant, claimed, or unclaimed opportunity in this grotto. His mind roared in protest. After all, to aid his senior brother in achieving the supreme path of unifying the three teachings here, he had expended immense effort, laid countless hidden schemes, and meticulously aligned numerous threads of causality, just to barely guide a fraction of the opportunities toward their intended course. Yet now, Fu Ze's appearance in this sudden upheaval of fortune had shattered all his careful calculations and preparations into disarray. This was nothing short of undermining his senior brother's foundation. If he waited any longer, this mountain-moving ape would truly be slain by this calamitous star. Though the foolish ape was hardly impressive, it was still a minor but not insignificant piece in his plans. Its death would be a waste. More importantly, he had to stem the further loss of fortune. Taking a deep breath, Lu Chun suppressed the storm in his heart and forced a smile more strained than a grimace. He hurried forward and bowed deeply toward Fu Ze from a distance. "Esteemed fellow Taoist, show mercy, I beg you." Fu Ze glanced at him, his gaze calm and unreadable, as if he had long anticipated Lu Chun's appearance. Though he didn't know the full extent of Lu Chun's true purpose here, he had guessed enough, likely to muddy the waters and secure benefits for that mysterious senior brother of his. Planting his mountain river spear into the ground with a resonant thud, Fu Ze regarded Lu Chun with leisurely amusement, a faint, inscrutable smile playing at his lips. "Oh, and what guidance does this Taoist master have for me?" Feigning ignorance while fully aware, Fu Zhe was curious to see what tricks this future sage of the three teachings unity had up his sleeve now. Lu Chun felt an inexplicable chill under Fu Zhe's penetrating gaze, his forced smile deepening as he clasped his hands in another deferential bow. Esteemed fellow cultivator, there seems to be a misunderstanding, he implored with measured sincerity. This humble Taoist Lu Chun is but a wandering practitioner of these lands. Witnessing your divine prowess fills me with admiration. Though this mountain-moving ape has indeed courted death, its demise would entangle you in unnecessary karmic consequences beyond its worth. He paused, carefully weighing his words before exhaling a profound sigh that carried startling revelation. To speak truthfully, my purpose here is to assist you in redirecting a destined opportunity that was never meant to be yours. As one of Taoism's three supreme elders and nominal future leader of the three teachings, Lu Chun had anticipated moving through the Li Pearl Grotto heaven with the grace of a fish in water, shielded by his sect's prestige and his own meticulous schemes. Yet here he stood, uncharacteristically vulnerable. Contrary to expectations, Fu Zhe neither bristled with hostility nor responded with mockery. His fathomless eyes remained as still as ancient well water, as if Lu Chun's revelations held no personal significance. Observing Fu Zhe's unexpected restraint, even tacit acceptance of sparing the ape, Lu Chun felt half the weight lift from his shoulders. Had this formidable figure stubbornly executed the foolish creature, Lu Chun's carefully laid plans would have evaporated like morning dew. The dim-witted ape, however unsightly, formed an indispensable link in his senior brother's grand design, the linchpin for triggering subsequent destined encounters. Yet with the grotto heaven's fortunes in turbulent flux, any forceful intervention would only exacerbate the chaos, potentially engulfing him in the maelstrom. The greater good, Lu Chun reminded himself inwardly, must take precedence. Forcing what he imagined to be a benevolent smile, he cleared his throat to deliver his well-rehearsed discourse on harmonizing with heaven's will and navigating fortune's tides, when sudden calamity struck. An arctic chill exploded without warning as Fu Zhe moved with terrifying abruptness. No words, no preamble, just the deadly arc of his mountainous river mountain spear hurtling through torn air like a loosed arrow, its shrieking trajectory aimed squarely at Lu Chun's face. Lu Chun's soul nearly fled his body as he stumbled backward in undignified retreat, narrowly evading the lethal projectile. The spear's wind shear stung his cheeks as severed locks of hair drifted slowly downward. With a thunderous impact, the weapon embedded itself in the flagstones where he'd stood moments before, its haft vibrating with ominous resonance. This humble Taoist bears no ill intent, Lu Chun began, still shaken. Enough prattle, Fu Zhe coldly interjected, his spear tip tilting earthward as condensed fortune energies swirled about it. Elder Lu, wise men don't play foolish games. Remain still, for both our sakes. Unless you wish me to clear the board immediately. The tone was flat, yet carried an undeniable air of lethality and finality. In the shadows, Qi Jingchun, who had been silently observing all along, revealed a fleeting trace of astonishment in his usually tranquil eyes. This Fu Zhe truly acted with unbridled audacity, defying all conventional logic. Lu Chun's earlier words had been laden with overtures of goodwill, even tinged with a hint of supplication. Any other person might have seized the opportunity to go with the flow. But Fu Zhe? He responded with a direct gunshot, leaving no room for courtesy whatsoever. An almost imperceptible smile, laced with comprehension, involuntarily graced Qi Jingchun's lips. No wonder even the vaguely recorded outer realm demons in historical texts, though merely pseudo-15th realm beings, could stir storms across the heavens and earth, proving troublesome for the three teachings. This tendency to remain untouched by karma, or rather, to actively sever one's own connection to the world's predetermined fate, even if only in its nascent stages, was enough to render schemers like Lu Chun utterly confounded and helpless. Chapter 83. After all, it's Lu Chun. Lu Chun's face turned ashen, his chest heaving violently. Clearly, Fu Zhe's provocation had struck a nerve. Yet, being the profoundly scheming Lu Chun that he was, he swiftly suppressed his fury and trepidation. He knew today's confrontation would not end peacefully. But certain words had to be spoken, certain schemes had to be laid. His gaze shifted to Ji Gue, who stood warily beside Fu Zhe, her eyes brimming with caution. A flicker of calculation passed through his pupils as an idea took shape. Brother Fu, Lu Chun began, his tone laced with feigned compassion. Every word I spoke earlier came from the depths of my heart. Do you truly believe taking her away will benefit you, or the people of the land you represent? Lowering his voice as if inadvertently revealing celestial secrets, he continued, "This young lady, her origins are extraordinary. Suppressed for a millennium by multiple great powers. The karmic entanglements upon her run far deeper than you imagine. Especially concerning the Hall of Heroes. One misstep could unravel everything. If you truly seek stability for the White Frost dynasty and wish to shelter its people, it would be wise not to meddle too deeply in such fate. Taking her with you, the disadvantages far outweigh the benefits." Though his words appeared considerate, they were laced with hidden barbs, exposing Ji Gui's secrets while subtly warning Fu Zhe of the obstacles ahead should he persist. Before Fu Zhe could respond, Ji Gui exploded in outrage. "You Val Taoist! What nonsense are you spouting?" Her delicate brows furrowed, almond-shaped eyes blazing as she jabbed an accusatory finger at Lu Chun. "I, Ji Gui, have walked the righteous path since birth, never committed a single wrongdoing, never wronged a soul. What right do you sanctimonious old fools have to interfere in my affairs?" Her chest heaved with indignation. Her fury was genuine. In the past, she had accepted her suppression as a consequence of her own weakness. But now, having encountered Fu Zhe, a variable that promised liberation, this meddlesome obstructionist had appeared out of nowhere. How could she not seethe with rage? Moreover, she was resolute in her decision to follow Fu Zhe. During her time by his side, she had sensed it clearly. The faint draconic energy she fed back to him grew more frequent, while the vast, boundless aura of human destiny radiating from him nourished her in return, allowing her to absorb and refine power far beyond what she could achieve alone. Even she found it puzzling. Lately, a peculiar thought had taken root in her mind. In fleeting moments of clarity, she could almost perceive it, the ineffable weight of Fu Zhe's destiny. It felt heavier, denser than even the ancestral true dragon of legend, the one said to have borne the weight of all living things. As if the entire sky had collapsed and settled upon his shoulders alone. She had tentatively mentioned it to him once. Fu Zhe had merely gritted his teeth and uttered a single word in response: "Ridiculous." Pouting, Ji Gui grumbled inwardly, "Ridiculous? Hardly. It's the truth." Then, Fu Zhe's profound gaze swept over her before shifting to the mountain-moving ape sprawled not far away, its breath ragged and weak. A faint, almost imperceptible smirk curled at the corners of his lips. "In all my actions, I have always prided myself on integrity. My meridians shattered, my cultivation lost, my kingdom fallen, my family destroyed. All I sought was a sliver of survival, a path to live. If this so-called heaven will truly intends to cast down its absurd retribution, singling out wretches like me, then let it come." He paused, his tone laced with a mocking indifference. "If it dares to seek me out, then perhaps it has some measure of skill." This unyielding audacity sent a tremor through Ji Gui's heart, and the way she looked at Fu Zhe deepened with something indescribable. Meanwhile, the mountain-moving ape, still dazed from the aftershocks of the mountain and river spear array, and further stunned by Fu Zhe's spear, finally stirred back to consciousness. The moment it opened its eyes, it met Fu Zhe's bone-chilling gaze, and the blood-stained spear inching steadily closer. Gulp. The ape swallowed hard, its massive head trembling as its copper-bell eyes flooded with terror. This demon, he truly intends to slaughter me. It had considered begging for mercy. But under that gaze, every plea froze in its throat, unspoken. Humph. Fu Zhe let out a soft, icy chuckle, a sound that, to the ape, was sharper than the bitter winds of the underworld. "When you lunged at me earlier, that claw of yours was aimed straight for my skull. No hesitation, no mercy." His voice was quiet, yet each word rang with the crisp finality of a reckoning. "Now that the tables have turned, you suddenly wish to live?" He lifted the spear, its tip scraping against the stone pavement with a grating screech, sparks flying. "You, a mere beast who once ruled these lands, thought yourself invincible. Today, you struck first, with lethal intent. If I were to show mercy now, would I not become a laughingstock?" His words were a death sentence. Hearing this, the ape's fur bristled, its terror rapidly replaced by a feral, desperate fury. "If death is certain, then I'll drag you down with me." Roar. A deafening roar erupted from the ape. No longer bluster, but the howl of one ready to burn the world. It surged up from the ground, its already colossal frame swelling further, demonic energy churning like ink across the sky. The once overcast heavens darkened violently, thunderbolts lashing through the roiling clouds. Boom. The entire town quaked violently, roof tiles shattered, stalls toppled, and the terrified cries of fleeing townsfolk filled the air. "Heavens above, run. The sky is falling." The original inhabitants of Liju Cave Heaven, who had been peeking out from under eaves and through door cracks to watch the celestial spectacle, now cared little for such entertainment. They came pouring out of their homes, wailing for their parents and fleeing in panic, cursing their ancestors for not endowing them with extra legs. Several elderly men beat their chests and stamped their feet, pointing at the terrifying celestial phenomenon overhead with tears streaming down their faces as they lamented in despair. What sin have we committed? When gods wage war, mortals suffer. Whom have we offended? The mountain-moving ape's eyes burned crimson as it fixed its murderous gaze upon Fu Zai, emitting a bestial growl from deep within its throat. Brat, to have driven this venerable ancestor to such extremity today shall be your misfortune. Its chest heaved violently, bones crackling like firecrackers throughout its body as an aura of terror far surpassing its previous might erupted forth. Today, this venerable ancestor shall show you the true power of mountain moving. What true despair looks like. It was preparing to unleash its full might. Chapter 84. Dismantling the Cave Heaven. Fu Zai's eyes narrowed in sudden comprehension. This wretched beast intended to burn its lifespan and primordial cultivation. That aura, that reckless frenzy, wasn't this the very same desperate technique the old ape had used in the original story to perish alongside Chen Pingan? Damn it. Was it planning to unleash it now? Fu Zai, get out of here. A sharp cry rang out from behind him. Jigui had somehow rushed to his side. Her delicate face drained of color. One of her arms was now covered in fine, azure dragon scales, glinting with a cold metallic sheen. She seized his wrist. Urgency lacing her voice. That old ape has gone mad. It's fighting to the death. This is the heart of the town. If this continues, the ancient locust tree will be destroyed. The girl's voice trembled with distress, clearly frantic. That ancient locust tree held immeasurable significance to her. Fu Zai's brow furrowed as his sharp gaze swept the surroundings. He could sense several obscure presences lurking in the shadows, restless and waiting. Were these spectators? Or were they anticipating something? If the ancient locust tree truly fell to the hands of this mountain-moving ape, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Fu Zai's lips. How interesting. It might just play right into the schemes of those skulking in the dark, sparing them the effort of dirtying their own hands. These aristocratic families certainly knew how to scheme. Damn, what a spectacle. In a secluded courtyard to the east of the town, a brawny man with bulging muscles and half his torso exposed rubbed his hands together, saliva nearly dripping from his lips. Old man Yang, look at this commotion. The mountain-moving ape king has lost its mind, and that Fu Zai kid is no pushover. Tell me, could this be Zheng Dafeng's chance? What if I lend a hand and catch that one's eye? Zheng Dafeng's ox-like eyes were wide with excitement, fixated on the surging demonic aura and Fu Zai's unyielding figure. He had been stifled for years, just waiting for an opportunity to soar. Thwack! A crisp sound rang out as the old man beside him, puffing leisurely on his long-stemmed pipe, rapped Zheng Dafeng's forehead with the mouthpiece. Your chance? More like your ticket to the underworld. Old man Yang didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, exhaling a slow smoke ring. That Fu Zai is an anomaly. Best not provoke him. Your meager skills wouldn't even suffice as an appetizer. Zheng Dafeng stiffened his neck, muttering under his breath. Chen Pingan and the others are still kicking around. How bad could Fu Zai be? Surely not worse than the three teachings patriarchs? He reckoned that. As a capable fighter in his own right, Fu Zai couldn't possibly be that formidable. Perhaps this was his stepping stone to fame, or even that long-coveted realm beyond. Thwack! Another strike from the pipe, this time harder, making Zheng Dafeng grimace in pain. Old man Yang finally opened his murky, aged eyes. Yet his gaze remained sharp as if it could pierce through one's very soul. Chen Pingan was Chen Pingan, a survivor forged in the muddy alleys. His fate as unyielding as tempered steel. As for Fu Zai, humph! He snorted heavily, lowering his voice to a husky whisper. That lad. This old man cannot fathom him. Zheng Dafeng felt a chill run down his spine. Old man Yang seldom passed judgment, and when he did, there was always profound reasoning behind it. Unfathomable? Such an evaluation was alarmingly high praise indeed. Old man Yang took a deep drag from his pipe, his features obscured by swirling smoke. This Li Zhu Cave Heaven is both a treasure trove and a treacherous whirlpool. The aura of fortune surrounding that Fu Zai boy is bizarre, more domineering than even the demonic energy of the mountain-moving ape. If you truly wish to climb higher, you'd best tread carefully. Engaging with someone even I cannot decipher brings more harm than good, understand? In his heart, old man Yang knew all too well. Having lived through countless years, what specters and fiends had he not encountered? Yet this Fu Zai, he was an anomaly. The aura of destiny clinging to him sent shivers down the old man's spine. This was no mere stroke of luck. It was as if the heavens themselves had ordained it. An unstoppable tide of inevitability. Meanwhile, at the heart of the battlefield, Fu Zhe felt an unprecedented surge of exhilaration coursing from his dantian through every fiber of his being. He keenly sensed the weight of numerous gazes, some curious, some scrutinizing, others brimming with naked greed and malice. Yet he paid them no heed. Within his sea of consciousness, the cold, mechanical voice of the human emperor system chimed repeatedly. With each clash against the mountain-moving ape's demonic onslaught, with every resounding impact of his mountain river spear, he could distinctly perceive the once heavy strands of destiny coalescing further, now shimmering faintly with golden radiance. Ding! Host engages the mountain-moving ape king. Stirring the fortunes of Li Zhu Cave Heaven. Human Emperor Fortune 10. Ding! Host displays unyielding will. Human Emperor Fortune 15. Ding! Multiple factions detected observing. Host's majesty manifests. Human Emperor Fortune 20. These ethereal threads of destiny now wove themselves around his very soul, converging into an intangible yet unbreakable connection, binding him to this cave heaven and the hidden powers lurking within. Exhilarating. Absolutely exhilarating. Fu Zhe laughed wildly in his heart. This feeling, it was damnably intoxicating. With a forceful shove, he pushed aside the trembling Zhigue, his eyes blazing with terrifying intensity. Step back, little girl. This battle, I will fight. Zhigue staggered, her face paling further. Have you gone mad? It's fighting with its life on the line. All the better. Fu Zhe brandished his spear, its tip aimed unflinchingly at the demonic fury of the mountain-moving ape, his voice brimming with indomitable spirit. If I survive this trial, the rewards shall be boundless. He could sense it. Within Li Zhu Cave Heaven, dragons and tigers lay hidden. Countless prodigies and anomalies, unrecorded in the annals of sword coming, lurked in the shadows. If only he could emerge victorious in today's battle, triumphant and domineering, to thoroughly suppress this mountain-moving ape, or even slay it. Then, the scattered fortunes from these people would all become nourishment for his imperial destiny. Moreover, he faintly sensed a familiar presence flickering in and out of perception to the east of the town. Was that Zheng Dafeng? And Old Man Yang? How intriguing, truly fascinating. You are utterly audacious. Zhigue stamped her feet in fury, her delicate nose scrunching up as she gritted her teeth in frustration. Aren't you afraid of catching Old Man Yang's attention in your current state? The mere thought of Old Man Yang filled her with indignation. Over the years, had it not been for the joint suppression by Old Man Yang, Chui Cheng, and those other old monsters, she would have long been free and unrestrained. Why would she be trapped in this insignificantly pearl cave heaven, forced to endure the whims of others? Chapter 85. The foundation of the cave heaven. A wry smile tugged at the corners of Fu Zhe's lips, tinged with resignation. Don't fret, lass. With these esteemed seniors watching over us, do you truly believe this mountain-moving ape could overturn the entire luminous pearl cave heaven? Though his words were measured, the spear in his hand showed no sign of restraint. Instead, its aura surged even more fiercely, radiating an indomitable majesty that seemed ready to challenge the overwhelming demonic energy emanating from the ape. If they wish to watch a spectacle, then this prince shall perform for them. If they hope to reap the spoils of another's labor, they must first ask whether this prince permits it. In the distance, Lu Qin, who had been stealthily observing the battle, suddenly slapped his thigh with a resounding smack, nearly retching from the shock. Disaster. Absolute disaster. That fool Fu Zhe is reckless, and that mountain-moving ape is nothing but a brute with brawn and no brains. Lu Qin scratched his head in agitation, his heart bleeding with frustration. If these two idiots aren't stopped, they'll tear half of the luminous pearl cave heaven apart. My plans. My schemes. Ah, heavens, my centuries of meticulous effort. He performed a quick divination, and his expression darkened further. If that ape king truly goes all out and detonates his demon core, the resulting devastation could reduce half of the cave heaven to scorched earth. At that point, not only would Lu Qin's carefully laid schemes collapse, but even the very foundation of the cave heaven would be shaken. Frantic as an ant on a hot pan, Lu Qin paced in circles, muttering under his breath, his fingers flickering through calculations until they nearly smoked. No, absolutely not. That damned ape must be preserved, at the very least. It cannot be allowed to self-destruct now. He knew full well that the Ape King was a vessel of considerable fortune within the cave heaven. Losing it now would deal a severe blow to his future ambitions, just as he was on the verge of tearing his hair out in desperation. His peripheral vision caught sight of two familiar figures approaching the battlefield at a measured pace. Upon closer inspection, Lu Chen's eyes lit up as if he had grasped a lifeline in the midst of drowning. Chen Pingan, Ningyao. He practically scrambled toward the youth in blue robes and the sword-wielding maiden, his face twisted into a smile more pitiful than tears. Ah, young friend Chen, heroine Ning, you are my saviors, my bodhisattvas in the flesh. Snot and tears nearly mingled as he lunged forward, almost clinging to Chen Pingan's leg in desperation. Quick, go and talk some sense into that Fuzhe. Tell him to show mercy and spare that old ape. If this continues, they'll tear the cave heaven apart. He pointed frantically at Fuzhe, whose spear gleamed like a dragon in the midst of battle, and then at the ape king, now fully consumed by bloodlust and madness. Chen Pingan's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly as he sidestepped Lu Chen's near collision with effortless grace. His voice remained calm and detached. Master Lu, Ning Yao and I are merely here to see if assistance is needed. We did not come to resolve your predicament. The implication was clear. Who we help and how is for us to decide, not for you to dictate. Upon hearing this, Lu Chen felt his heart sink halfway. This Chen Pingan was truly an obstinate fellow. At the very moment Chen Pingan and Ning Yao approached the battlefield, Fuzhe suddenly sensed the spiritual energy within him, which had been slightly depleted from the fierce battle, surge violently as if parched land had been drenched by sweet rain. In his consciousness, the long-silent human emperor system issued another prompt. Ding! Detected the approach of the child of destiny, Chen Pingan, triggering resonance with the heavenly Tao's fortune. Host's human emperor art operational efficiency increased, spiritual energy recovery rate accelerated. Human emperor fortune 50. Damn! Fuzhe was startled for a moment before overwhelming joy took hold. This Chen Pingan, as expected of the protagonist of the sword-coming world, merely by drawing near, could grant him such tangible benefits. In an instant, Fuzhe felt his body brimming with inexhaustible strength. The mountain and river spear in his hand danced with even greater ferocity, its shadows multiplying, golden light erupting, faintly suppressing the violent demonic aura of the mountain-moving ape king. Roar! The mountain-moving ape king also sensed something amiss. This human brat before him had clearly been fighting for so long. Why was his aura not waning, but instead rising? His attacks grew increasingly unrestrained, as if he possessed boundless stamina. Its dull-witted mind struggled to comprehend as its copper bell-like eyes glared fixedly at Fuzhe, then flicked toward Chen Pingan in the distance. Within its savage gaze flashed a trace of bewilderment and brutality. Brat, what deal have you struck with that lowborn Chen? Its roar rolled like thunder, painful to the eardrums. Fuzhe, growing ever more valiant in battle, felt a surge of heroic spirit rise straight to the heavens. In response, he merely sneered, flicking his spear to deflect the ape king's crushing claw before thrusting like lightning toward its face. The mountain-moving ape king dodged in disarray, a bloody gash appearing on its cheek from the spear's wind. Fury and shock intertwined within it. The more it fought, the more alarmed it became. This Fuzhe's spear techniques, though appearing broad and sweeping, were in fact exquisitely refined. Every thrust carried an imperious, domineering force, leaving it unable to guard against them all. Moreover, the aura emanating from this opponent was utterly sinister. It was as though he faintly harmonized with the very world itself. Every breath he drew seemed to summon inexplicable power to bolster him. Who the hell are you? Beyond being the eldest prince of the White Frost dynasty, what else are you hiding? The mountain-moving ape king snarled, feeling as though it faced not a man, but an ancient primordial beast draped in human skin. Fuzhe forced the ape king back with a spear thrust before scoffing in response. What I am is none of your concern. Worry about yourself first, old fool. He paused, observing the mountain-moving ape king's increasingly feeble aura, a result of forcibly activating a secret technique, before curling his lips into a mocking arc. Burning a century of your lifespan to forcibly enhance your strength, and yet this is all you amount to. TSK. What a waste of 100 years of vitality, vanished without even a splash. These words struck far more brutally than a direct slap to the face. Roar. Upon hearing this, the mountain-moving ape king's already crimson eyes instantly flooded with blood vessels, its chest heaving violently. You damned whelp. You seek death. Today I shall sever your head and use it as a chamber pot, or I renounce my simian heritage. With a thunderous roar, the colossal ape's massive frame swelled further as it recklessly charged toward Fuzhe, arms outstretched with a gale that rent the air asunder. Determined to slay him on the spot, Yet just as the mountain-moving ape king believed its furious assault would surely cripple Fu Zhe, an unforeseen twist occurred. Instead of retreating, Fu Zhe met the savage onslaught head-on, his eyes gleaming with sharp resolve. "Well met," he muttered under his breath, discarding his spear in an instant. His right hand shot forth like lightning, fingers curved like talons, and, to the ape king's utter astonishment, clamped onto its thick, barrel-like arm. What? The mountain-moving ape king paled in shock, never imagining Fu Zhe would dare challenge its monstrous strength barehanded. But in the next moment, an overwhelming, irresistible force surged from Fu Zhe's palm, rendering the beast utterly immobile. Chapter 86. Rise for me. In the next instant, Fu Zhe twisted his waist, channeled his energy deep into his dantian, and roared with a voice that shook the heavens. Rise for me. Boom. Under the stunned gazes of countless onlookers, the colossal mountain-moving ape king, massive as a hill, was seized by Fu Zhe with a single hand. With terrifying strength, he swung the beast through the air and hurled it mercilessly toward a distant mountain peak. Crash! A deafening explosion erupted as dust and debris surged into the sky. The sheer force of the impact shattered nearly half of the mountain peak beneath the ape king's enormous body. "My heavens," murmured Ning Yao from a distance, her almond-shaped eyes wide with disbelief, her delicate lips slightly parted. She was utterly dumbfounded, having traveled far and wide. She had heard tales of the mountain-moving ape king, a monstrous beast descended from ancient bloodlines. Though perhaps not the brightest, its raw power was undeniably terrifying. And yet, this infamous ape king had just been tossed aside by Fu Zhe like a piece of trash. Just what kind of monster was this man? As the dust settled slightly, Ning Yao caught sight of the battered ape king struggling to crawl out from the rubble, its bruised face and dust-covered pitiful appearance were so absurd that she couldn't help but burst into laughter. It was simply too comical. High above, Fu Zhe's robes fluttered gracefully in the wind, his bearing divine. His sharp gaze flickered toward Chen Pingan, who was swiftly approaching, and he raised a hand in silent command. "Chen Pingan, stay back." Then, he turned his piercing eyes toward Lu Chen in the distance and called out in a clear, resonant voice, "Old Taoist Lu." Lu Chen shuddered, his heart leaping into his throat. At this moment, he was the most anxious person present. Fu Zhe was as stubborn as a mule, utterly impervious to reason or threats. Seeing that Fu Zhe had finally paused and even addressed him directly, a flicker of hope ignited in Lu Chen's chest. Without hesitation, he forced a strained, almost tearful smile and scurried forward, ready to unleash his silver tongue in yet another desperate attempt at persuasion. "Ah, young friend Fu Zhe, let us talk this over, let us talk." Lu Chen's wrinkled face contorted into a pained expression as he prepared to launch into his meticulously rehearsed speech, hoping to sway Fu Zhe with grand arguments about celestial karma and far-reaching consequences. In his mind, no matter how unruly Fu Zhe might be, he was still the eldest prince of the White Frost dynasty. Surely he understood the gravity of meddling too deeply in immortal affairs, how disastrous it could be for his mortal kingdom and its people. "Young friend Fu Zhe, hear this old Taoist's words." Lu Chen now adopted an air of solemn composure, lowering his voice as if sharing a grave secret. "Both you and I are cultivators. We know better than most how intricate the threads of karma are in this world. The commotion you've caused today has already roused many ancient beings from their slumber. If this continues, it will attract the attention of the mighty from the immortal realm, who may descend with thunderous wrath. Not only your Li Pearl Grotto, but even your White Frost dynasty may not withstand such turmoil. This brings no benefit to you or your innocent subjects, only endless harm." He covertly observed Fu Zhe's expression, noting that the man seemed to be listening attentively. A flicker of hope stirred in his heart. Perhaps his earnest persuasion was finally taking effect. Yet Fu Zhe remained silent, his face as calm as still water. When Lu Chen finally paused, his throat parched from speaking, he allowed himself a moment of relief, believing his reasoning and emotional appeal had succeeded. Then, a faint, mocking smile curled at the corner of Fu Zhe's lips. "Old Taoist Lu," he drawled, his tone laced with amusement as his gaze swept over Lu Chen's face. "After all this talk, could it be that you're simply afraid your enigmatic senior brother might wake up too late?" The words struck like a bolt from the blue. Lu Chen's face drained of color. He staggered back 2 steps, nearly collapsing to the ground. His eyes locked onto Fu Zhe as if he had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What nonsense are you spouting?" His voice cracked with panic. The matter of his senior brother was his most closely guarded secret, the pivotal piece in his 1,000-year scheme. How could Fu Zhe possibly know? Had he slipped up in his desperation? Impossible. He had always been meticulous. Gulp. Lu Chun swallowed hard, cold sweat beading on his forehead. When he looked at Fu Zhe again, the young man's face now seemed inscrutable, even tinged with an eerie, unsettling aura. Just who? What are you? Lu Chen's voice was hoarse, stripped of all confidence. Fragments of ancient text flashed through his mind. Those who possessed terrifying insight at a young age acted ruthlessly, yet remained shrouded in mystery. Such individuals were whispered among the righteous sects as heavenly demons. No wonder this brat was so formidable. Everything suddenly made sense. At this moment, Lu Chen's wariness of Fu Zhe reached its peak. This boy was nothing short of a monster. All his schemes seemed laughably insignificant before such a being. Fu Zhe, however, paid no heed to the tempest in Lu Chen's heart. Instead, he slowly lifted his gaze toward the eastern horizon. There, the clouds churned. Then, 3 resplendent sword lights, brimming with overwhelming might, tore through the heavens, streaking toward them. One radiated purity like jade, another blazed with the grandeur of the sun, and the third shimmered with profound mystery. Wherever the light passed, the very air seemed purified, faint echoes of cosmic harmony trailing in their wake. The 3 teachings. Lu Chen's face twisted in shock at the sight of the sword lights, his voice trembling. They have come to reclaim the fortune of the cave heaven. He swiftly turned to Fu Zhe, his tone laced with urgency and a veiled threat. Young friend Fu Zhe, if you do not withdraw now, when will you? Must we wait until they intervene, allowing outsiders to seize the advantage for nothing? The implication was clear. If Fu Zhe persisted, provoking the involvement of the 3 great sects, not only would he gain nothing, but he might not even know how he perished. The surrounding onlookers, who had clung to a sliver of hope or merely sought amusement, now stood in terrified silence. The mountain-moving ape king had already collapsed unconscious, battered into the mountainside by Fu Zhe, his fate unknown. Yet the crown prince of the White Frost dynasty remained utterly composed. Such calm, such power, such unfathomable depth, it sent an indescribable chill through the hearts of all who witnessed it. His origins unknown, his might terrifying beyond measure. Chapter 87. Old Thing. Stop pretending to be dead, especially Lady Lu, who had previously threatened Fu Zhe repeatedly and even mobilized elite forces to besiege him. Her delicate face was now as pale as paper. Her mind raced with frantic calculations. And the more she thought, the more terror gripped her. She had assumed Fu Zhe was merely a fallen prince, perhaps with some fortuitous encounters, but ultimately a spent force. Who could have imagined that this was no spent force at all, but rather a dormant dragon lurking beneath the surface? Though the Lu family held some influence within the Li Pearl Grotto heaven, provoking such a calamitous figure could spell their ruin in the blink of an eye. Quick, go now. Retrieve the finest treasures from the vault. No, bring even the 9-leaf dragon's saliva herb that the old master has been hoarding. We absolutely must appease His Highness the Crown Prince. Lady Lu whispered urgently to her trusted aide beside her. The aide, equally terrified, nodded repeatedly and was about to slip away to prepare lavish gifts of apology. Yet at that very moment, Fu Zhe's brow furrowed slightly. With keen perception, he sensed that the moment those 3 sword lights appeared, the grotto heaven's fortune that had been continuously gathering and empowering him abruptly vanished. Along with it, the exhilarating resonance with heaven and earth brought by the human emperor's decree weakened by 70 or 80%. What's going on? Fu Zhe's thoughts raced. Yet the human emperor system offered no explanation. This fortune had arrived mysteriously and departed just as abruptly. Could it be related to those 3 sword lights? His gaze swept over the unconscious mountain-moving ape king, still sprawled amidst the ruins of half a mountain. A playful smile curled at the corners of his lips. Perfect. Time to test the true depths of my current strength. In the next instant, his figure blurred as he appeared beside the ape king. Without any visible exertion, he merely lifted a foot and delivered a measured kick to the beast's mountainous flank. Thud. A dull impact echoed. Hey, old thing, stop pretending to be dead. Fu Zhe's voice rang clearly in everyone's ears. Get up and accompany this prince in some exercise. Let's test the waters. Bam. Fu Zhe drove a fist into the ape king's furry abdomen. The force was not overwhelming, but it carried a penetrating energy. The moment his fist made contact, the grotto heaven's fortune that had been severed by the 3 sword lights surged back like a raging flood finding an outlet, roaring as it poured once more into Fu Zhe's limbs and bones. The human emperor's decree spun into high gear, and the sensation of heavenly resonance returned to its peak. Fu Zhe, deep in thought, relaxed his arm slightly, creating some distance between himself and the Ape King. Sure enough, the warm torrent of fortune swiftly dissipated from his body, leaving behind only the faint traces of natural spiritual energy from the human emperor's decrees operation. So that's how it is. Fuzhe understood completely now. The fortune of the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven was not bestowed without reason. It required a catalyst, an opponent, an ongoing battle. The more domineering he became, the more he suppressed the creatures of this realm, the more the fortune favored him. Those three sword rays had merely temporarily severed the passive channels of absorption. Now, as he took the initiative, the fortune sought him out once more. TSK, old thing, it seems you're my lucky star today. Fuzhe grabbed a fistful of the mountain-moving Ape King's chest fur, hauling the colossal ape, resembling a small hill, several inches higher from the rubble. Come now, don't be shy. Continue being my whetstone for fortune. The mountain-moving Ape King, now clinging to life by a thread, felt as though his organs were being rearranged from the brutal tug. With great effort, he opened one eye to behold Fuzhe's benign smile and sensed the surging aura around him, amplified by his own forced cooperation. An unprecedented wave of desolation and despair washed over him. All was lost. Today's humiliation would be carried to the farthest reaches of the untamed wilds, never to be reclaimed. He could already envision the tales that would circulate for countless years, not just within Lizhu Grotto Heaven, but across the entire world, of his glorious exploits, being toyed with like a monkey, pummeled like a sandbag, and ultimately reduced to a mere tool for absorbing fortune. The thought of digging his own grave, inscribing it with Tomb of the Humiliated Ape King, and dashing his skull against it crossed his mind. But then he realized, even in death, he'd likely be exhumed and mocked for millennia. Truly, a fate worse than death. Nearby, Chen Pingan watched with a twitching eyelid. He had witnessed the mountain-moving Ape King's earlier frenzy, howling for mutual destruction with the entire town. How had this titan crumbled into a boneless, spineless wretch, utterly at Fuzhe's mercy? The contrast was staggering. This Your Highness Fuzhe, his methods were unfathomably sinister. Noticing the Ape King's labored, dying breaths, Fuzhe frowned, preparing to revitalize him, forcing a few more struggles to smoothen the fortune absorption. Just as he raised his hand, friend Fuzhe, Your Highness, my dearest Highness, mercy, show mercy. A figure streaked like lightning, desperately clinging to Fuzhe's arm. It was Lu Chun, who had never truly left, merely lurked nearby. Gone was the immortal's grace. Tears and snot streaked his withered face, now more bitter than a gourd. Your Highness, spare this old ape, spare this old Taoist too. If this continues, Old Man Yang in the eastern compound will intervene. If he unleashes his wrath, Lizhu Grotto Heaven itself will be overturned. To emphasize, Lu Chen's trembling finger pointed eastward, toward a seemingly ordinary courtyard. Old Man Yang. Fuzhe paused, intrigue flickering in his eyes. He had long sensed the presence of a hidden master in that direction, but had been preoccupied with handling various matters and hadn't had the opportunity to investigate further. Now, upon hearing Lu Chen's words, a plan began to form in his mind. Very well. Fuzhe's lips curled into a faint smirk. This prince would also like to pay a visit to this elder Yang and inquire about the rules of this secluded realm. Meanwhile, in the tranquil courtyard to the east of the town, the ever-composed elder Yang finally rose leisurely from his creaking bamboo chair. He cast a glance at Zheng Dafeng, who had long been itching for a fight in the courtyard, and his face revealed undisguised disdain. Enough, Dafeng. Stop being an eyesore here. Since that young man has called you out by name, go and meet him. After a brief pause, Elder Yang added with a hint of schadenfreude, after all, you've been aching for a beating, and this old man can hardly stop you. Go on then. It seems you'll finally get your wish. Chapter 88. How dare you, insolent brat? Old Man Yang, what nonsense are you spouting? Zheng Dafeng stiffened his neck, his face flushed with indignation. I, Zheng Dafeng, am now an 8th realm martial artist. Within the confines of the luminous Pearl Grotto Heaven, the suppression of the world's laws against pure martial artists like me is negligible. Even if Fuzhe is a prodigy among prodigies, how could he possibly defy the heavens? Just watch. I'll beat him until he's crawling on the ground, searching for his teeth. He felt deeply underestimated by Old Man Yang. This humiliation was something Zheng Dafeng could not swallow. Today, he would make Fuzhe understand the true weight of an 8th realm martial artist. With his blood and chi surging and battle intent blazing, Zheng Dafeng stomped the ground, his body shooting forward like a cannonball toward Fuzhe's location, determined to make a name for himself in this fight. Outside the courtyard, on the long street, The moment Zheng Dafeng appeared, Fu Zhe sensed his presence. His gaze swept over indifferently, not a trace of surprise on his face. Perfect timing. Seeing Fu Zhe's calm regard, Zheng Dafeng's battle spirit flared even higher. With a thunderous roar, he channeled his strength into his legs, shattering the bluestone pavement beneath him. Like a ferocious tiger descending the mountain, he launched a devastating punch straight at Fu Zhe's face, the force of his fist howling through the air, carrying the faint rumble of wind and thunder. He was confident that even a peak-level cultivator would have to retreat from such a strike. Yet, Fu Zhe merely raised a single hand. That hand, pale and slender, did not appear particularly powerful. Yet with that seemingly effortless motion, it met Zheng Dafeng's earth-shattering punch. To the astonishment of Zheng Dafeng and all the onlookers, Fu Zhe's palm pressed lightly against the incoming fist. Then, with a mere flex of his fingers, he effortlessly enveloped Zheng Dafeng's iron-hard fist, infused with the might of an eighth-realm martial artist. In the next instant, Fu Zhe's wrist turned slightly, pressing downward. Boom. Zheng Dafeng felt an overwhelming force erupt from Fu Zhe's palm, as if not a hand but an ancient, towering divine mountain had descended upon him. His prideful eighth-realm cultivation crumbled instantly before that power, leaving him no room for resistance. "You insolent brat! How dare you humiliate me like this? Get off me!" Furious and horrified, Zheng Dafeng's eyes bulged, his hair and beard bristling as he desperately channeled his blood and qi, struggling to break free from Fu Zhe's suppression. Yet no matter how he roared or strained, the pressure only grew heavier, more suffocating, pouring endlessly from Fu Zhe's palm onto his body. Crack, crack, the ground beneath Zheng Dafeng's feet shattered. First the bluestones, then the earth itself churning as he was forcibly pressed deeper into the soil. First his ankles, then his knees, then his waist. By the time half his body was buried, with only his head and flailing arms still above ground. True terror finally dawned on Zheng Dafeng's face. He could not comprehend it. What kind of monster is this Fu Zhe? This power, it defies the limits of mortal martial artists. After struggling for what seemed an eternity, Zheng Dafeng found himself unable to move even an inch, merely stirring up clouds of dust. Only when Fu Zhe saw that he had ceased resisting did he finally release his grip, leisurely dusting off his hands with an air of nonchalance. Gazing down at Zheng Dafeng, whose head alone protruded from the earth, a faint smirk played upon Fu Zhe's lips. Zheng Dafeng, was it? An eighth-tier martial artist. Indeed, you possess some measure of strength, he remarked, his voice neither loud nor soft, yet carrying clearly to every ear present. A pity, however, that you encountered this prince. Tilting his chin slightly upward, his eyes bore a trace of lofty disdain. The force just now was not mine alone. Through the imperial edict, I channeled the collective will and aspirations of countless subjects across the Baishuang dynasty and beyond, those who placed their faith and allegiance in me. The weight of their hopes and convictions coalesced into the very force that subdued you. The path of the imperial sovereign bears the will of the masses, suppressing all defiance. Your defeat was inevitable. A wisp of destiny encapsulates a lifetime, its rises and falls, its joys and sorrows, its weight surpassing even that of Mount Tai. And what Zheng Dafeng had borne was far more than a mere wisp. It was a deluge forged from the collective consciousness of millions. Though the majority of that power had dissipated, the residual pressure still pinned his body deep within the earth, every fiber of his being screaming in agony. Of course, he could not withstand it. That was not the strength of an eighth-tier martial artist. It was the weight of an imperial sovereign. Fu Zhe paid no heed to Zheng Dafeng's plight, not even deigning to spare him a sidelong glance as the man struggled, half buried in the dirt. Turning away, he strode with measured steps toward the shadowed alley leading to the eastern courtyard of the town. There awaited another objective of his journey. Deep within the alley, the gate of a small courtyard stood slightly ajar. Old Man Yang leaned against the doorframe, puffing steadily on his aged pipe, tendrils of smoke curling upward and obscuring the flicker of astonishment in his eyes. This boy, truly a prodigy of cultivation, no, a veritable monster, he mused to himself. Initially, he had assumed the youth had merely stumbled upon some fortuitous encounter, never imagining such a cataclysmic transformation had taken place within him. That power, it does not belong to this mortal realm. Coughing lightly, Old Man Yang exhaled a thick cloud of smoke. Amidst the haze, his rheumy eyes seemed to sharpen slightly. "Young man," he called out abruptly, yet with an air of long deliberation, "have you any interest in becoming this old man's final disciple?" Fu Zhe's steps did not falter as he reached the mouth of the alley. At the question, the corner of his lips curled into a frosty, mocking arc. Old man Yang, your calculations are nothing short of exquisite. Become your disciple? And then what? Drain the Baishuang dynasty's destiny to pave your so-called path to the heavens? He, Fu Zhe, was no pawn to be manipulated by anyone. This old man's intentions were far from pure, no matter how deeply concealed. They could not escape the scrutiny of one who wielded the imperial edict. Bullshit. A thunderous roar erupted through the silent alley like a bolt from the blue. Yet it was Zheng Dafeng who had somehow struggled free from the earth, his face smeared with mud, his clothes in tatters. His ox-like eyes bloodshot as he pointed at Fu Zhe's retreating figure and unleashed a torrent of curses. You ignorant whelp, what do you know of Master Yang's reputation? Merely hearing his name would strike terror in your heart. Countless men would prostrate themselves before him, begging to become his disciple, yet he wouldn't deign to glance their way. That he should offer to take you in today means your ancestors' graves are smoking with good fortune, and you dare show such ingratitude, mocking him with your insolent tongue? Zheng Dafeng's chest heaved violently with rage, his entire being yearning to charge forward and engage Fu Zhe in another 300 rounds of combat. Though, he knew full well he'd likely end up being ground into the dirt once more. But a true man may be killed, never humiliated. Especially when the insult touched upon Master Yang, whom he revered as a deity. Fu Zhe paid no heed to Zheng Dafeng's bellows, his calm gaze resting upon old man Yang with a trace of amusement. Master Yang, you've heard it yourself. This prince's purpose today is simple, to seek instruction from the master of this place regarding the rules of Lijiang Cave Heaven. After a pause, his eyes flickered toward the still fuming Zheng Dafeng as he added, as for this Zheng Dafeng, this prince has already instructed him. Presumably he's gained some preliminary understanding of this prince's rules. Chapter 89. One-sided domination. Zheng Dafeng's face turned ashen, then flushed with humiliation as the crushing weight of defeat and terror surged through him once more. Was this a lesson? No, this was sheer, one-sided domination. That brat had the audacity to call it seeking guidance. His shamelessness was thicker than a city wall. He opened his mouth, desperate to retort, but found himself utterly speechless. When strength paled in comparison, even threats rang hollow. Old man Yang tapped his pipe against the sole of his shoe, the ashes scattering like whispers. His clouded eyes narrowed, gleaming with the cunning of a wizened fox. Very well, he drawled, his tone as measured as a physician prescribing medicine. Since you claim to seek enlightenment, young Master Fuse, I shall grant you the opportunity. His gnarled finger pointed toward Zheng Dafeng, who stood stiff with indignation. This oaf, though lacking in wit, has tempered his body into something formidable. You, boy, wield your strength with the finesse of a butcher, possessing a mountain of treasure, yet blind to its worth. You have yet to grasp the true essence of martial arts. Why not use him as your whetstone? Seek guidance from him a few more times, and perhaps you might glean some wisdom. Before Zheng Dafeng could react, an unseen force shoved him forward, sending him stumbling directly into Fuse's path. Old man Yang. You, Zheng Dafeng's voice trembled with shock, fury, and a hint of wounded pride. What was this? Tossing him like a training dummy for this brat to pummel? A wave of self-doubt crashed over him. In old man Yang's eyes, was he truly nothing more than a punching bag? His gaze flickered toward the silent, ever-watchful figure in blue robes, Chen Pingan, who observed the scene without a word. Why wasn't Yang the one stepping forward to spar? Why was it always him, Zheng Dafeng, left to bear the brunt? He muttered under his breath, just loud enough for all to hear. It wasn't fear that gripped him, but the sting of injustice. Old man Yang's blatant favoritism, his utter disregard for Zheng Dafeng's dignity. A flicker of amusement danced in Fuse's eyes. This prince has no pressing need to spar with a brute like you, he remarked coolly, his gaze sweeping over Zheng Dafeng with a chill that sent an involuntary shiver down the latter's spine. Without another word, Fuse turned on his heel and strode away. At the courtyard gate, his steps paused briefly. His eyes fell upon the wooden door, still askew from Zheng Dafeng's earlier collision. With a mere flick of his wrist, a wisp of true chi surged forth. The door creaked softly as it righted itself, fitting seamlessly back into place. Then, without so much as a backward glance, he stepped out of the alley, his figure soon vanishing around the corner. Old man Yang watched Fuse's retreating silhouette, his gaze lingering on the restored door, his expression inscrutable. Fuse wound through a series of quiet lanes, the worn cobblestones twisting beneath his feet. The earthen walls on either side bore the marks of time, their surfaces cracked and weathered. Occasionally, the distant bark of a dog echoed from a hidden courtyard, deepening the solitude of the place. His pace was unhurried, as though he knew these paths by heart. At last, he halted before a secluded courtyard, its entrance partially ajar. An ancient locust tree stood sentinel at the gate, its gnarled branches casting dappled shadows. Beyond, slender bamboo swayed gently in the breeze. As Fu Zai steadied himself, a warm and composed voice tinged with surprise emanated from within the courtyard. Prince Fu Zai? The wooden gate creaked open, revealing a middle-aged scholar in a blue robe. His features refined yet gaunt, none other than Qi Jingchun, the teacher from the town's academy. Qi Jingchun's gaze lingered on Fu Zai, his worldly wise eyes deepening with astonishment. The eldest prince of the White Frost dynasty seemed shrouded in an impenetrable mist. The restrained yet domineering aura about him had shifted subtly since their first encounter at the alleyway. Your Highness, Qi Jingchun inclined his head slightly, his tone still gentle. This humble abode is unworthy of your presence. To what do I owe the honor? He knew that only those of extraordinary means could locate this ancient courtyard beneath the scholar tree, especially at such a critical juncture. Fu Zai's eyes swept over the verdant bamboo stalks in the courtyard, a faint, enigmatic smile playing on his lips. Honor is hardly the word. It's merely that the luminous pearl grotto will soon be anything but peaceful. He paused. The great figures of the three teachings will arrive shortly. My visit here is perhaps to express gratitude for the conclusion that awaits. The words were peculiar. Qi Jingchun's brow furrowed almost imperceptibly. Gratitude? Gratitude for an inevitable dead end? Your Highness jests. Qi Jingchun replied with a trace of bitterness, shaking his head lightly. The threads of my fate are already woven, beyond the influence of others. I dare not trouble your Highness to concern yourself with such matters. He recognized that Fu Zai was no ordinary man. Yet the path he had chosen was his own, one he must walk to its end. If your Highness should ever traverse the world and encounter disciples of the Confucian school, Qi Jingchun continued, his tone shifting, his gaze earnest with warning, I implore you to keep your distance. The opportunity one bestowed upon you was given in goodwill, yet it may well entangle you in this quagmire of karmic retribution. For many, such ties would prove fatal. The implication was not lost on Fu Zai. Qi Jingchun feared he would be dragged down by the weight of his own colossal karma. Oh, Fu Zai arched a brow, his tone laced with amusement. Then, by your reasoning, why were you willing to bestow that very opportunity upon Chen Pingan? At this, a complex light flickered in Qi Jingchun's eyes, part reminiscence, part melancholy. Pingan is different, he murmured, his voice lowering. His destiny is peculiar, a tapestry of fortune and misfortune, yet nothing lingers with him. Be it blessings or curses, they all dissipate in the end, leaving little mark upon his fate. He met Fu Zai's gaze once more, his tone solemn. Thus, your Highness, there is truly no need to expend your thoughts upon this ruined game of mine. I choose to. The three words fell like a blade, decisive and unyielding. Master Qi, your game is not yet lost. His gaze burned intensely as he stared directly at Qi Jingchun. To remove you from this chessboard merely requires someone capable of bearing the weight of the Lijiang cave heaven, nay, the very fate of all living beings within this realm. A trace of arrogant amusement curled at the corner of Fu Zai's lips. As it happens, this prince is precisely that man. Qi Jingchun's pupils constricted abruptly. The serene composure that had long graced his features shattered, replaced by profound astonishment. Does your Highness truly comprehend the gravity of your words? His voice trembled faintly. That is not the fortune of a single individual, but the torrential convergence of countless souls, a burden heavy enough to crush even the mightiest of immortals. Such audacity from one so young. Even if he possessed some extraordinary encounter, how dare he utter such brazen claims? Naturally, this prince understands. Fu Zai's expression remained unperturbed, as though stating an indisputable truth. With a flick of his wrist, the ancient spear Shanha materialized in his grasp, its obsidian shaft engraved with the intricate patterns of mountains and rivers. Chapter 90. The classic of mountains and seas bearing destiny. The moment the long spear appeared, it emitted a deep dragon's hum. The intricate patterns on its shaft seemed to come alive, faintly resonating with the sounds of wind and thunder. A vast, ancient, and majestic aura instantly filled the courtyard. Mr. Qi, please observe, Fu Zai said, lightly tapping the spear's tip against the ground. This spear is named Mountains and Rivers. Engraved upon it are illustrations from the classic of mountains and seas. Tell me, does this prince have the right to bear the destiny of that realm? For a long moment, Qi Jingchun was rendered speechless. At length, he exhaled deeply. The shock on his face gradually fading, replaced by a pensive determination. As he met Fu Zai's resolute gaze, A thought crystallized in his mind. Very well. Qi Jingshun sighed softly. Since your highness insists, I shall grant you another opportunity. As for its truth or illusion, you may deduce it yourself. How does that sound? Without waiting for a response, he turned and strode toward the courtyard's exit. Your highness, follow me. Fu Zhe arched an eyebrow, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He hadn't expected Qi Jingshun to act so decisively, even offering to guide him personally. This display of trust, or perhaps this desperate resolve, earned his respect. Gripping the mountains and river's spear, he followed at a measured pace. The two traversed the courtyard, stepping onto a flagstone path that led deeper into the town, toward a covered bridge spanning a narrow stream. Just as Fu Zhe stepped onto the bridge, nearing Qi Jingshun, a clear yet mournful sword cry suddenly rang from the latter's sleeve. Zheng. Though soft, the sound reverberated directly within Qi Jingshun's soul. It was his broken sword, the companion of many years. Was it warning him, or resonating with something unseen? Qi Jingshun halted abruptly, his expression shifting dramatically, eyes blazing with intensity. Without hesitation, he sat cross-legged on the bridge, hands forming seals, his entire being thrumming with energy as he closed his eyes and began divining the heaven's will. Fu Zhe, observing this, grew solemn, standing silently aside to await the outcome. He understood the gravity of Qi Jingshun's calculations. Moments later, Qi Jingshun's eyes snapped open, beads of sweat glistening at his temples. His gaze, fixed on Fu Zhe, was filled with awe. You truly can. The tempest in his heart defied description. The celestial signs revealed that Fu Zhe's claim was no lie. He could indeed bear that terrifying weight of cosmic destiny, even shift the course of this long-fated doom. On the bridge, the night breeze stirred Qi Jingshun's slightly disheveled hair. His eyes, which had witnessed too many vicissitudes of life, now burned with a rare, fervent flame, like a volcano suppressed for millennia, finally finding its vent. 1,000 years since taking guardianship of this Li Pearl Grotto heaven, watching it flourish and wither, marching inexorably toward its ordained destruction, he had believed his heart had grown still as an ancient well, undisturbed by ripples. Yet, the sight of the crown prince of the White Frost dynasty and his domineering spear named mountains and rivers stirred a tempest in the stagnant lake of his heart. Master. Fu Zhe's voice was calm, yet imbued with a steadiness that seemed to pierce through all illusions. Fu Zhe knows that you harbor righteousness for the world. That for the sake of Li Zhu Grotto heaven, you have long embraced the resolve to die, willing to stand as a dam against the torrent that would drown all. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the murmuring stream beneath the bridge, his tone carrying a trace of reverence. Yet this world needs a Qi Jingshun. A scholar should establish the heart of heaven and earth, set the destiny for the people, carry forward the lost teachings of the sages, and open the path of peace for all ages. Master, you have already achieved the first three. If you were to vanish now, would it not be a regret for all under heaven? Fu Zhe lifted his head slightly, meeting Qi Jingshun's piercing eyes. This junior dares to be presumptuous, wishing to aid you in breaking free from this predicament, not for my own sake, but for the multitudes, that they may have one more pillar like you, to fight for their welfare, to seize a sliver of hope. Qi Jingshun trembled imperceptibly at these words. He had imagined countless motives Fu Zhe might have, even prepared for the worst, yet never had he expected this young prince to hold him in such high esteem. For a moment, a tumult of emotions surged within Qi Jingshun, first an excitement he had not felt in 1,000 years, then a complexity he could not name. He let out a bitter laugh, his voice hoarse. Your Highness flatters me too much. This old man, what virtue or ability do I possess? Drawing a deep breath, he spoke candidly. I will not conceal it from your Highness. There was a time when I regarded you as one of the outer realm demons, harboring sinister intentions. Even not long ago, though I appeared to bestow opportunities upon you, in truth, I concealed many tests and schemes, hoping only to steer a variable like you away from this predetermined game. At this, a heavy shame crossed Qi Jingshun's face. Now, hearing your Highness's sincere words, this old man is truly ashamed, overwhelmed with remorse. This renowned Confucian sage, whose name shook the world, now stood like a child who had erred, bearing his unease without reserve. Master, there is no need for such distress, Fu Zhe replied, his expression still serene, as if Qi Jingshun's words were but passing clouds. If not for your care for the world, why would there be such caution and calculation? Every step you took, though seemingly directed at Fu Zhe, was in truth for the sake of this grotto heaven, for the safety of the world, all in pursuit of stability. Fu Zhe's words were spoken from the depths of his heart, without the slightest hint of deceit. His eyes burned with intensity, his tone growing firmer. In my eyes, Master Qi, you are the one most worthy among the three teachings to hold the reins of leadership. Now, as Li Zhu Grotto Heaven teeters on the brink, with each person fearing for themselves, how many of those lofty immortals and divine Buddhas truly turn their gaze to the mortals beneath them, as insignificant as ants? Some seek only the continuation of their own doctrines. Others scramble for the elusive threads of fortune, treating these living beings as mere chess pieces. Only you, Master, have reserved the purest compassion for the countless ordinary people of this town, striving with your own strength to prop up their crumbling sky. As the words faded, the long-dormant chime of the system suddenly resonated in Fu Zhe's mind. Ding. Countless are the paths of the great Tao under heaven, yet all ultimately converge. The host has glimpsed a fragment of the true essence of the human sovereign, and affinity with the law of fortune has increased. In that instant, Fu Zhe felt his vision expand, as though a veil had been lifted. The elusive concept of fortune, once intangible and nearly incomprehensible to him, abruptly crystallized into clarity. Focusing his gaze, he beheld countless golden threads, luminous as the hues of dawn, weaving through the void before him. Some were thick, others thin, some radiant, others dim and intricate. Invisible webs stretching endlessly, each delicate strand connecting to every corner of the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven, seemingly guiding the fates of all living beings within. Chapter 91. Qi Jingquan's favor. Fu Zhe suddenly recalled that within the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven, every newborn child would have a faint glow of their life-bound porcelain condensed between their brows. Cultivators from the outside world could only roughly gauge the innate potential of these children by observing the quality and luster of this porcelain glow. Yet now Fu Zhe, with his naked eyes alone, could directly perceive the extraordinary essence contained within each golden thread. At this moment, Qi Jingquan had also freed himself from that complex swirl of emotions. Gazing at Fu Zhe, the last traces of doubt and wariness in his eyes quietly dissipated. He laughed heartily, the sound brimming with relief and liberation. What a splendid different paths leading to the same destination. What a noble seeking welfare for all people. Your Highness, if you truly have the shoulders to bear this heaven-shaking fortune that could crush even immortals, then what harm is there in this old man lending you his remaining strength? Upon the covered bridge, before the turbulence in Qi Jingquan's eyes had fully settled, Fu Zhe spoke again. His voice was not loud, yet each word struck Qi Jingquan's heart like a hammer. Master, the eyes of the three teachings have long been upon you, Fu Zhe said, his gaze profound. Now, it may be too late for you to withdraw. Once a move is made on this chessboard, there is no turning back. Qi Jingquan fell silent. How could he not know this? Yet he had believed he still had room to maneuver, to wrest a sliver of hope for the Li Pearl Grotto Heaven. However, Fu Zhe's tone shifted, and a cryptic smile curled at the corners of his lips. This junior has a method that may preserve a wisp of your soul, Master, keeping it from falling into the cycle of reincarnation. Qi Jingquan's head snapped up, a fleeting glint of sharp light flashing in his eyes. A soul that does not perish? For any cultivator on the brink of exhaustion, this was an irresistible temptation. Fu Zhe continued, his tone almost eerily calm as he uttered earth-shattering words. Since the winds and clouds of this world have already stirred, and the waters have grown turbid, why not stir the pot even more thoroughly? His gaze suddenly sharpened, an aura of indomitable dominance radiating from him. None who have touched the karma of this place shall escape unscathed. Qi Jingquan inhaled sharply. For the first time, true tempests surged within his once impassive eyes. He had thought Fu Zhe's offer to help him escape was already beyond belief. Yet he never imagined this young man would have the audacity to overturn the entire chessboard. Just who was this eldest prince of the White Frost dynasty? How dare he speak such bold words, declaring his intent to drag everyone into the abyss? Stunned, Qi Jingquan murmured after a long pause. This old man once divined the chessboard of this world. Countless players have made their moves, and the pieces are already in utter disarray. I believed no one could ever unravel the tangled threads again. Yet your Highness intends to challenge the heavens and all its deities single-handedly, disrupting every scheme in existence. At this, an unusual gleam flickered in Qi Jingquan's eyes. He let out a bitter laugh. Perhaps, this is not such a bad thing after all. Indeed, since the game is already in chaos, why not plunge it into absolute turmoil? Perhaps only in this manner could a glimmer of hope be found amidst this deadlock. Rest assured, sir, Fu Zhe's tone remained composed. Though my methods may seem overbearing, I am not an unjust man. Your assistance today shall not go unrewarded. Before his words had fully faded, a faint glow had already gathered at Fu Zei's fingertips, gently pressing toward Qi Jingquan's forehead. Qi Jingquan did not flinch. A single drop of heart's blood, crimson with flecks of gold, emerged from Qi Jingquan's brow, collected effortlessly into Fu Zei's palm. The moment it left his body, Qi Jingquan's complexion paled slightly, yet his gaze grew even brighter. This I shall hold for now. In time, you shall be repaid in full. With the heart's blood secured, Fu Zei spoke no more. He turned and strode away, robes fluttering, decisive and unhesitating. Behind him, the ancient spear shone. He exuded an aura as steady as towering mountains. Upon the covered bridge, only Qi Jingquan remained. He watched Fu Zei's figure disappear into the alley's mouth, and after a long while, released a slow, heavy sigh. Addressing the empty space beneath the bridge, he spoke softly, his voice tinged with self-mockery. Old friend, tell me, have I truly misjudged him? A faint hum answered him. The broken sword beneath the bridge trembled slightly, and a hazy feminine figure materialized, her tone laced with lazy amusement. Well, wonders never cease. Our esteemed sage Qi, the Confucian prodigy atop the mountain of scholars, actually admitting he misread someone? Her voice was clear, yet carried a trace of time-worn weariness. Qi Jingquan paid no mind, merely lifting his gaze to the cold, distant moon before murmuring, in this world, there are too many people one cannot fathom. Too many things beyond comprehension. Indeed, the woman mused. Who would have thought that a deposed prince, stripped of his cultivation, could bear such fortune and harbor ambitions so vast? By now, Fu Zei had arrived outside Mud Bottle Alley. He understood all too well, his battle with the mountain-moving ape, though seemingly a resounding victory, had inadvertently stolen a trial and an opportunity meant for Chen Pingan. In the original course of events, Chen Pingan would have gained insight from that fight, forging a karmic bond with the great demon, laying a crucial foundation for his eventual departure from Li Zhu Cave Heaven. Now, that thread had been severed by his own hand. Had he not intervened, the little mudskipper's path would have been far more arduous, yet perhaps, in turn, less fraught with variables. Fu Zei felt no remorse. The path of a human sovereign was, by nature, one of gathering the world's fortunes. Some things were simply unavoidable. He stopped before a familiar courtyard gate and raised his hand, knocking lightly. Tap, tap, tap. The door creaked open, revealing Chen Pingan's youthful face. When he recognized Fu Zei, Chen Pingan froze momentarily, surprise flickering in his eyes before shifting into awkwardness and apology. Fu Zei, big brother. Chen Pingan scratched his head sheepishly. When you were fighting that giant ape earlier, I was nearby, but I couldn't help. The young man's heart was pure and kind. Even after witnessing Fuse's divine might, he still felt uneasy about failing to assist. Fuse waved his hand dismissively, utterly unconcerned. A trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. His gaze swept over Chen Pingan before shifting toward the courtyard, where a cold, graceful figure stood, Ning Yao, with her sword case strapped to her back. But you, Fuse murmured with a faint smile, his eyes lingering on Chen Pingan. Have you been learning boxing from Miss Ning lately? Your vital energy seems more condensed than before. At these words, both Chen Pingan and Ning Yao stiffened, their eyes flashing with identical wariness. Their boxing practice had been an absolute secret. No outsider should have known of it. How had Fuse found out? Chapter 92. Learning fists with Ning Yao. Fu Zei couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, his brow arching slightly. What? Do you two truly believe I've been secretly spying on you? He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of arrogance, yet spoken as if it were the most natural thing in the world. There's no need for spying. The change is within you. I need only a glance to discern the essence. The atmosphere in the courtyard tightened abruptly. A flash of cold light flickered in Ning Yao's phoenix-like eyes as she took half a step forward, shielding Chen Pingan behind her. Her voice was as clear and sharp as ice. I taught him. What of it? It has nothing to do with anyone else. Though this young woman possessed a keen mind, she also bore the straightforward boldness and recklessness of a martial wanderer. In her estimation, someone as unfathomable as Fu Zei, capable of piercing their secrets with a single glance, must surely be some reclusive old monster amusing himself in the mortal world. Since they had been exposed, she might as well shoulder the responsibility alone, sparing Chen Pingan from being implicated. Hearing this, the faint smile on Fu Zei's lips deepened, tinged with amusement. Oh, young Lady Ning certainly has a strong sense of responsibility. He shook his head lightly, his gaze sweeping over Ning Yao's hand, clenched tightly around her sword hilt. Could it be that you take me for some secluded elder from Jinwu Mountain, emerging for idle entertainment? His voice paused, and an intangible pressure silently unfurled. Though not deliberately directed at them, both Ning Yao and Chen Pingan felt their breath catch in their throats. Young lady, you think too much. Fu Zai's voice was not loud, yet it carried an undeniable dominance. If I truly harbored any ill intentions toward you, do you honestly believe your meager skills could escape my grasp? The words were calm, yet they struck deeper terror than any furious rebuke. Ning Yao's fingers whitened around her sword. Just then, a sharp, slightly mocking voice abruptly sounded from behind Fu Zai. Well, little girl, quite the bold talker. Jigue, who had been quietly trailing Fu Zai, now stood with arms crossed, sneering at Ning Yao, a trace of derision curling her lips. A word of advice, keep that shabby sword of yours in check. If you dare bare your fangs at my lord again, you might find yourself buried so deep, not even your bones remain. Ning Yao shuddered in shock. She whipped her head toward Jigue, disbelief flooding her eyes. This maidservant, whom she had dismissed as an ordinary attendant, now spoke with a presence that sent tremors through the soul. What stunned her even more was how this servant had seen through the depths of her swordsmanship. That life-bound flying sword was hidden within her spirit, imperceptible to any but the most formidable cultivators. Yet even a mere attendant by Fu Zai's side possessed such unfathomable insight. Jigue seemed to read her thoughts and let out a scornful laugh, dripping with contempt. Fool, can't even discern my true nature, yet you dare spout such nonsense here? Before the words had fully faded, Jigue slowly raised a hand. A sharp inhale, both Ning Yao and Chen Pingan gasped in unison. Upon the delicate, pale back of Jigue's left hand, half was covered with dense, hardened azure scales that shimmered with an eerie metallic luster. An ancient, primordial aura surged forth, dragon scales. This was anything but ordinary. Ning Yao's pupils constricted sharply as the name of a legendary race flashed through her mind. At last, she understood why this maid could discern her swordsmanship at a glance and dared to act so arrogantly. Jigue shook her half-dragonized hand, her tone laced with self-mockery. See, this is the price of offending my young master. Now, I have no choice but to follow him obediently into the mortal world, toiling without reward, accumulating virtue before I can hope to shed this wretched form. Chen Pingan stood dumbfounded, his mouth agape as he stared at Jigue, then at Fu Zai, his mind utterly blank. Never could he have imagined that this usually petulant, yet mostly quiet maid would be such a being. Just what kind of background did brother Fu Zai have? Ning Yao swallowed hard, her grip on her sword trembling faintly. Instinctively, she adjusted the sword case on her back, wary of her life-bound blade being sensed by the other. When she looked at Fu Zai again, she realized with a jolt, the gap between them was far vaster than she had ever imagined. Where she had once dared to stand defiant, now only boundless awe and relief remained. Relief that she had never truly drawn her sword. At that moment, a cold, familiar chime echoed in Fu Zai's mind. Ding! Observing the heavens through a well, sensing the struggles of ants, discerning the nascent form of swordsmanship, comprehending the truest essence of the mortal world. The host has gained insight, triggering hidden conditions, glimpsing a sliver of the truest swordsmanship of the mortal realm. System notification, as a pure martial artist. The path of the human sovereign is to command all arts, not to specialize in one. The truest swordsmanship may aid in understanding the origin of the sword and discerning the flaws of swordsmen, but indulgence may hinder martial progress. Friendly reminder. Having forged a favorable bond with Chen Pingan, the child of greatest fortune in Li Zhu Cave Heaven, and acquainted with the sword prodigy Ning Yao, unexpected gains may await the host at the Sword Qi Great Wall in the future. Fu Zai's eyes flickered slightly in understanding. This human sovereign system was truly profound, capable of aiding his comprehension of swordsmanship from mere observation. Though only a sliver, for a pure martial artist like him, it was already a tremendous boon. More importantly, the system had mentioned the Sword Qi Great Wall. His gaze shifted to the still-shaken Ning Yao, his tone softening. Lady Ning, as one born of a sword sanctuary, you must know of the Sword Qi Great Wall. Ning Yao stiffened, nodding reflexively, uncertain why Fu Zai had suddenly brought this up. Fu Zai continued, should the Sword Qi Great Wall ever face collapse, I will go. At these words, Ning Yao shuddered violently, her eyes widening in disbelief. The Sword Qi Great Wall, the final line of defense for the entire Howren realm. How could this man make such a weighty promise? Before Ning Yao could ponder further, Fu Zai had already turned his gaze toward Chen Pingan, a gentle smile gracing his lips. Pingan, This Li Pearl Cave heaven is ultimately too small to confine a true dragon. Once matters here are settled, would you be willing to accompany me beyond this realm and witness the vast expanse of the world outside? Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan was momentarily stunned before overwhelming joy flooded his youthful face. Leave Li Pearl Cave heaven? This was something he had longed for in his dreams. He had yearned to step beyond its boundaries for so long. I would. Chen Pingan's voice trembled with excitement as he nodded fervently, his eyes alight with boundless anticipation for the future. Brother Fuzhe, I'll go with you. He didn't even ask where Fuzhe intended to take him or what they would do. Simply because it was Fuzhe who asked, he agreed without hesitation. Good. A flicker of satisfaction passed through Fuzhe's eyes. Chapter 93. Seeking the Simian Sage, System Notification, Path of the Human Sovereign, Gathering Fortune. Successfully recruited Chen Pingan, future Sword Dao Paramount and pivotal figure of Li Zhu Cave's destiny, acquiring immense fortune value. Host's current fortune power has significantly increased. As the system's chime faded, Fuzhe felt a vast and pure surge of destiny energy flowing from the void, merging into his being. The dormant human sovereign scripture within him spontaneously activated, circulating several times faster than usual. The stagnation caused by his shattered meridians now showed faint signs of loosening. He even sensed that he stood on the precipice of a crucial breakthrough, merely awaiting the right catalyst, the perfect spark, to shatter these shackles and step into a new realm. Sixth realm, true form. A martial artist's chi and blood condensed to their zenith, manifesting their innate true form. With mere gestures, they can stir the power of heaven and earth, wielding the nascent ability to move mountains and fill seas. The system's timely explanation succinctly outlined the profundity of the sixth realm. Just then, an autumn breeze swept by, carrying a withered locust leaf that spiraled down from the ancient tree's branches. Fuzhe's mind stirred, and he instinctively extended his hand, as if guided by sentience. The leaf drifted precisely onto his open palm. Its veins were distinct, the edges tinged with fading verdancy, yet imbued with autumn's melancholy and fulfillment. Why? A shrill, indignant cry erupted behind him. Jigue puffed her cheeks, her entire face screaming injustice. She darted forward, jabbing a finger at the leaf in Fuzhe's hand, then at the old locust tree, and huffed. Back when I was injured, I begged and bargained, coaxed and reasoned, just to borrow a few leaves for tea. This stingy old tree refused to spare even one. Yet here you are, barely lifting a hand, and it delivers itself to you? Where's the fairness? Jigue was genuinely incensed. As a true dragon, even in her fallen state, she remained nobility incarnate. To her, this ancient locust spirit was merely a long-lived local. Yet it dared slight her so. Fuzhe chuckled at her bristling, kitten-like demeanor. He offered her the leaf. Here, take it. Jigue blinked, then skeptically accepted it, scrutinizing it for tricks before tucking it away, though not without grumbling. Humph, at least you've some conscience. Her petty grievances were transparent to Fuzhe. Beneath that thorny exterior lay a tender heart and a childlike whimsy, which amused him. Speaking of which, Fuzhe's gaze sharpened, brushing aside her sulking as he turned toward a nearby hill. I've had an epiphany. Let us go chat with that mountain-moving ape. All preparations were complete. Only the final catalyst remained. And that ape was the chosen spark. Big brother Fuzhe, we're seeking that giant monkey? Upon hearing this, Chen Pingan immediately stepped forward, his face alight with curiosity. Do you need my help? Fuzhe paused in his tracks, turning to regard the earnest young man with a gentle smile. Help is indeed needed, but not in the way you imagine. He pondered for a moment, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. Pingan, I need you to gather everyone you can summon. Summon people? Chen Pingan was puzzled. Yes. Fuzhe nodded. The elderly Master Yang from the eastern courtyard, Zhang Dafeng who guards the town gates. Even your neighbors, if they are bold enough to witness the spectacle, may come. His voice carried quiet authority. Tell them that today, Fuzhe will put an end to that beast that has plagued our village, before the eyes of all. Chen Pingan's excitement dimmed slightly, replaced by a flicker of concern. Brother Fuzhe, that mountain-moving ape is vicious. If you intend to, slay it. What if it goes berserk in front of a crowd? Innocent people could be hurt. And you'd be putting yourself in grave danger. The boy's thoughts were simple, his first instinct being the safety of others and Fuzhe's own peril. No matter. Fuzhe waved a dismissive hand, his tone unshaken. Just go and call them. If they hesitate, let them be. Simply convey my words truthfully. This only deepened Chen Pingan's confusion. What scheme is brother Fuzhe plotting? A soft chuckle broke the silence. Ning Yao, who had been quietly observing, now arched a slender brow, her lips curling in faint amusement. So, you intend to use that witless ape as a stepping stone for your breakthrough? Her tone was assured, as though she had already unraveled his true motive. Battling to refine one's cultivation, breaking through mid-combat, it's not unheard of in the world of cultivation. But only the most ruthless, those with absolute confidence in their strength, would dare attempt it. She paused, her gaze sharpening. That ape may seem dull, but it's cunning. Having suffered before, it will be wary. With such a public spectacle, do you truly believe it will fall into your trap so easily? Fu Zhe smiled at her words. Lady Ning speaks wisely. However, his voice shifted, carrying an edge of indomitable pride. The more spectators there are, the greater my certainty of victory. This declaration left not only Chen Pingan utterly bewildered, but also drew a slight frown from Ning Yao. She could not fathom the source of his confidence. Wouldn't more onlookers only introduce greater unpredictability? Yet Chen Pingan, though perplexed, held unwavering faith in Fu Zhe. Seeing his resolve, the boy nodded firmly. Understood, Brother Fu Zhe. I'll go at once. Without another word, he turned and sprinted toward the town, his figure soon vanishing down the alley. Fu Zhe's gaze then drifted to Jigui, who was still toying with a leaf of the locust tree. Little mudskipper, don't just idle about either. Proceed to the Yang family's ancestral residence and ascertain whether Elder Yang is in a condition to move about. Should he be indisposed, let the matter rest. Jigui curled her lips in reluctant acquiescence, yet obediently transformed into a streak of cyan light, vanishing in the blink of an eye. She vaguely sensed that her lord seemed poised to undertake a matter of great significance today. Within the courtyard, only Fuse and Ning Yao remained. Ning Yao regarded Fuse in silence for a moment before finally yielding to the urge to speak. Are you truly confident in this? Fuse stood with hands clasped behind his back, his gaze fixed upon the distant mountains. His tone was measured, yet resolute. Some matters demand action. Some paths must be traversed. He required a pivotal moment, a resplendent triumph witnessed by all, to firmly consolidate his fortune within the Li Pearl Grotto heaven. Simultaneously, it would serve to amass the most formidable strength for the impending breakthrough. Before his words had fully dissipated, Fuse's figure blurred into motion, streaking toward the mountain peak where the mountain-moving ape dwelled like an arrow loosed from its bow. His speed was such that a faint afterimage lingered in his wake. Mountains and rivers. With a low utterance, the ancient spear perpetually slung across his back emitted a clear, dragon-like hum, leaping of its own accord into Fuse's grasp. The spear thrust forth like a dragon, man and weapon united as one. Chapter 94. The spear strikes like a dragon, slaying the ape outside the cave where the mountain-moving ape resided. The colossal beast sat cross-legged, its demonic aura swirling violently around it. Clearly, it had just finished recuperating, having healed most of the internal injuries inflicted by Fu Zhe earlier. Its massive, bell-like eyes still burned with unquenched fury and savagery. To think that a mere human whelp had dared to wound it. Such humiliation was unbearable. That damned human brat. Once it escaped this accursed place, the first thing it would do was raise the White Frost dynasty to the ground and grind his bones to dust. The mountain-moving ape gnashed its teeth, its murderous intent so thick it seemed to solidify the air. At that moment, a sharp whistling sound tore through the silence. The ape jerked its head up just in time to see a figure descending from the sky with overwhelming momentum, landing steadily atop a boulder not far from the cave entrance. Clad in white robes and wielding a long spear, the youth's handsome features were offset by eyes as cold as ice. It was Fu Zhe. You. The ape's pupils constricted, first in shock, then in towering rage. You insolent human whelp. You dare come seeking death at my doorstep? It surged to its feet, its massive frame radiating oppressive force. The scattered rocks around it trembled under the weight of its demonic aura. I was just lamenting my inability to find you. Today, I will tear you limb from limb. Fu Zhe stood motionless, his spear tilted slightly toward the ground. Faced with the ape's overwhelming fury, he merely let out a faint, derisive chuckle. Oh, is that so? His tone was indifferent, as though observing a pitiful clown. A pity. You want to get the chance. There was not an ounce of mercy in Fu Zhe's heart for this beast. Back at the locust tree courtyard, he had warned it. The luminous pearl cave held both opportunity and peril. The ape had listened, but only to the promise of treasure, scoffing at the dangers and taking Fu Zhe's caution as a challenge. Such a vengeful, ungrateful creature. What use was it to let it live? Today, I happen to be in need of a stepping stone for my ascension. Fu Zhe's gaze sharpened abruptly, an overwhelming battle intent erupting from his body and soaring into the heavens. His hawk-like eyes brimmed with mockery and audacity as he spoke softly. Yet his words rang clearly in the ape's ears. "How about lending me your life?" Those words were like oil poured onto flames. Outrageous. The ape's fury reached its peak. Its demonic aura surged like ink, forming visible black gales that sent sand and stones flying in all directions. Its bloodshot eyes bulged. Fangs bared as it let loose an earth-shaking roar. "You impudent brat! How dare you mock me? Today, I will flay you alive and tear out your tendons. Only then will my hatred be sated." Before the echoes of its roar faded, the monstrous beast lunged forward like a collapsing mountain, its massive palms sweeping through the air with enough force to shatter stone, aiming to crush Fu Zhe into pulp. In the blink of an eye, Fu Zhe advanced instead of retreating, his eyelids barely fluttering. The ancient spear in his hand, etched with the grandeur of mountains and rivers, emitted a deep, mournful dragon's cry, a flash of cold light at its tip, arriving later yet striking first. Aimed straight for the mountain-moving ape's thick throat, a thrust of unparalleled speed and lethality. Seeking death, the ape roared, yet dared not be careless. Its massive, fan-like hand abruptly withdrew, shifting from a slap to a grab, attempting to seize the incoming spear shaft. But Fu Zhe's spear was no easy prey. Meanwhile, 100 yards away, behind an inconspicuous ruined wall, a figure clenched his teeth so hard his gums nearly bled. Lu Chen. Hidden in the shadows, his face was ashen, his eyes dark with venomous fury. "Damn you, Fu Zhe!" His mind seethed with rage, an unnameable fire scorching his very soul. This bastard has timed it perfectly. By slaying the mountain-moving ape now, Fu Zhe would not only dismantle the intricate schemes Lu Chen had painstakingly laid in this place, but his own cultivation would also ride this formidable momentum, breaking through bottlenecks and ascending to new heights. As the third elder of the Lu clan, a man destined to lead the lineage, when had Lu Chen ever suffered such humiliation, having the very foundation of his plans yanked from beneath him? Fu Zhe is digging at the roots of my family. He must not succeed. A ruthless glint flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. In that instant, he resolved to act covertly, manipulating unseen forces to block the townsfolk, roused by Chen Pingan's calls to witness the spectacle, and even Old Man Yang, preventing them from nearing the battlefield. His scheme was flawless. Disrupt Fu Zhe's grand stage, thwart his attempt to harness the gathered momentum, and the surge of fortune would scatter, rendering any breakthrough impossible. Yet, just as Lu Chen was about to unleash his secret technique, on the battlefield, the corner of Fu Zhe's lips curled into an almost imperceptible smirk. At the very moment the mountain-moving ape's colossal palm, laden with malice, was about to crush his shoulder, Fu Zhe's body swayed like a willow in the wind. With an eerie, ghostly shift to the left, his footwork tracing an arcane pattern, he narrowly evaded the thunderous strike. The ape, carried forward by its own momentum, now off balance, crashed headlong into the very ruins where Lu Chen lurked. Boom! The earth trembled. Several already precarious houses collapsed in an instant, sending plumes of dust skyward. The mountain-moving ape, having smashed through half a wall, emerged covered in debris, its fur matted with dust and splinters, a picture of wretched disarray. Shaking its dazed head, its bronze bell eyes, once filled with rage, now brimmed with shock and fear. How is this possible? The ape instinctively retreated half a step, its voice trembling. Who in the heavens are you? It was no fool. This human youth before it bore no resemblance to the one it had fought outside the locust tree courtyard mere hours ago. How could such a transformation occur in half a day's time? A tidal wave of terror surged in the ape's heart, a chill creeping up its spine from tail to skull. It could distinctly perceive that the aura emanating from its opponent had intensified at least twofold compared to before. The sharpness and murderous intent radiating from that spear made even this millennium-old demon tremble with dread. Had it been earlier, it would have confidently subdued the human even at the cost of some injuries. But now, the mountain-moving ape realized in horror that even if it staked its 1,000 years of cultivation, it could barely hold its own against this human youth. The odds of victory had grown perilously slim. A bone-chilling dread surged through its heart as it suddenly understood. No wonder you dared to provoke me so brazenly. So you intended to use me, the great sage, as a stepping stone for your ascension. The last words were practically spat out through gritted teeth. Chapter 95, Stepping Stones of Cultivation. Upon hearing this, the mockery at the corners of Fu Zhe's lips grew more pronounced. Slowly raising his hand, He extended his fingers and made a grasping motion toward the mountain-moving ape in the distance. Oh, only realizing it now? His tone was teasing, but his eyes were as cold as ice. Isn't it? A little too late? The rapid succession of events left Old Man Yang and the others, who had just arrived in the distance, utterly dumbfounded. Old Man Yang's expression shifted unpredictably. His aged eyes widened as he stared fixedly at the ethereal figure in white robes at the center of the battlefield, his face brimming with astonishment. After a long pause, he finally exhaled deeply. TSK, TSK. What a lad. He truly put on a world-shaking show for us. Beside him, Zheng Dafeng, his rough face filled with awe, muttered under his breath, "Good heavens. His Highness the Crown Prince has been hiding his true strength all along." Old Man Yang's gaze, now complex, lingered on Fu Zhe before flickering toward the mountain-moving ape, whose ferocity had begun to waver. Suddenly, he chuckled darkly, his smile laced with schadenfreude. No matter how this battle ends, once word spreads of how this ape was humiliated and toyed with by Fu Zhe, the Zhengyang Mountain faction will never dare raise their heads before our true martial mountain again. The thought brought him a twisted sense of satisfaction. The long-standing rivalry between Zhengyang Mountain and True Martial Mountain made their disgrace all the more delightful to witness. Yet, his brow soon furrowed again as his eyes returned to Fu Zhe, brimming with bewilderment. But, just where did that old fox Heng Shu dig up such a monstrous talent? He couldn't fathom how a place as insignificant as the White Frost dynasty could produce someone like this. His gaze inadvertently swept across the scene, catching sight of Ji Gui, the little girl, standing proudly with her hands on her hips, her face radiating smug pride, as if declaring her lord's invincibility. Chen Pingan, meanwhile, clenched his fists tightly, his expression a mix of tension and reverence. Even the usually aloof Ning Yao now watched Fu Zhe with gleaming phoenix eyes, her attention unmistakably captivated. All of them stood firmly on Fu Zhe's side. Old Man Yang's hand trembled, nearly yanking out the few sparse hairs of his beard. Hiss, he sucked in a sharp breath as a startling realization struck him like lightning. Fu Zhe's journey to the luminous Pearl Cave heaven was never just about seeking opportunities or breaking through realms. No, he had subtly woven together every variable, every future powerhouse capable of stirring storms in this blessed land, drawing them all under his wing. His eyelids twitched violently, a chill of dread creeping from the crown of his head down to his heels. Absent-mindedly, he took a drag from his pipe, only to realize he had tea-lit it. Good heavens, this lad. His murky old eyes now gleamed with sharp intensity as he fixed his gaze on Li Er and Zheng Dafeng beside him, his voice dropping to a whisper. Listen well, both of you. From this day forth, no matter where you are or what circumstances you encounter, if you ever cross paths with that boy surnamed Fu, stay as far away as possible. Do not, under any circumstances, involve yourselves in his affairs. Li Er, simple and honest by nature, blinked in confusion. Though he didn't fully grasp the reason, he knew his master wouldn't speak without cause and quickly nodded in agreement. Zheng Dafeng, however, wore a rough expression of skepticism and muttered under his breath, "Master, you're giving him too much credit. To me, he is nothing but a petty opportunist. Flaunting his luck, he only dares act so arrogantly because the rules of this land suppress that old ape. If we were outside him." The hot-headed man clearly hadn't forgotten the humiliation of being thrown into the mud by Fu Zhe and still nursed a grudge. Old Man Yang nearly slapped him in frustration, glaring with exasperation. "Fool, that boy is playing a game far beyond our comprehension. We're nothing but small fish. We'd be lucky to even know how we died." Roar. Before Zheng Dafeng could retort, chaos erupted on the battlefield. The mountain-moving ape, driven to desperation, let out a deafening roar that shattered the heavens. Its crimson eyes burned with fury as its massive frame swelled even further. The very earth trembled, rocks and debris spiraled into the air like a deadly meteor shower, hurtling toward Fu Zhe. Worse yet, a concentrated beam of demonic energy, sharp enough to rend space itself, shrieked toward Fu Zhe's face. This was the ape's ultimate technique: mountain-crushing, earth-sundering strike. Boom! The entire town quaked under the force. Cracks split the ground. Buildings swayed precariously. Distracted, Zheng Dafeng barely registered the boulder-sized rock hurtling toward him, until Li Er yanked him aside at the last second. The stone grazed Zheng Dafeng's nose before smashing into the ground where he had stood, leaving a crater in its wake. Cold sweat drenched his back. "Damn, that was close," he gasped. Meanwhile, Fu Zhe remained unfazed. The human emperor's decree activated instinctively, cloaking him in a faint golden radiance, a majestic aura that repelled both the storm of debris and the demonic energy. His spear, mountains and rivers, moved with deliberate grace, now striking like a viper's fang at the ape's vital points, now rising like wildfire to cleave through layers of demonic energy, now surging forward like an unstoppable river, forcing the ape into retreat. In mere moments, dozens of exchanges had passed. The mountain-moving ape grew more horrified with each clash. To its shock, Fu Zhe's spear techniques bore traces of its own martial arts, the essence of mountain-shaking fist and cliff-sundering leg, secret techniques of the Xinjiang mountain lineage, seamlessly woven into his movements. You vile thief. The ape bellowed, veins bulging in fury. When did you steal the martial secrets of Xinjiang mountain? It couldn't comprehend how this youth, clearly engaging in full combat with it for the first time, could possibly decipher and assimilate its entire fist technique repertoire in such a brief span. What chilled its bones even more was that this wasn't mere mimicry. It was a profound grasp of the essence, capturing every nuance and arcane secret with impeccable precision. Unless one had fought Fu Zhe in life-or-death battles like it had, even an observer as discerning as Old Man Yang might only perceive the mystique of Fu Zhe's spearplay, never discerning the underlying intricacies. This audacious brat dared to pilfer techniques so brazenly under the public gaze. What sheer boldness and insight! Fu Zhe's spear hummed as it deflected the mountain-moving ape's massive claw. His light chuckle, to the ape's ears, cut deeper than the bitter winds of the underworld. Oh, the fist techniques of Xinjiang mountain? This prince found them passable, so I casually adopted them. Any objections? Since you dared provoke the tiger's whiskers, you ought to be prepared for all consequences. As for stealing, the spear tip leveled, his gaze flashing with glacial intensity. These trifling tricks aren't even worth this prince's effort to steal, merely a trivial diversion. Chapter 96. This youth must not be spared. The tone of disdain and contempt in his voice was enough to crush the mountain-moving ape's pride to dust. The martial arts heritage that Mount Xinjiang took such pride in was dismissed by this youth as mere child's play. At that very moment, two figures quietly appeared at the opposite entrance of the town. Leading them was Gao Zhan, the grand astrologer of the Great Li Empire, accompanied by the pale-faced, beardless chief eunuch Wu. The moment they stepped in, their attention was seized by the breathtaking scene at the center of the battlefield. When they recognized that it was Fu Zhe who had suppressed the notorious mountain-moving ape to the point of helplessness, Gao Zhan's pupils contracted sharply, while a glint of cold ruthlessness flickered in eunuch Wu's narrow eyes. Grand astrologer, eunuch Wu whispered in a serpentine hiss, leaning close to Gao Zhan's ear. Look at this Fu Zhe, to possess such strength. In the capital, he must have been concealing his true abilities. If such a man is allowed to grow, he will surely become a dire threat to Great Li in the future. He paused, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. In this servant's humble opinion, this youth must not be spared. Gao Zhan nodded silently, his inscrutable gaze fixed on Fu Zhe, revealing neither joy nor anger. After a long moment, he finally spoke in an icy voice. Issue the order. Have our accompanying experts prepare. Once he leaves the luminous pearl cave heaven, find a secluded place and ensure that the roots are torn out. Eunuch Wu's heart swelled with delight, and he hurriedly bowed. This servant obeys. On the battlefield, the mountain-moving ape, unable to gain the upper hand, and instead pushed to the brink by Fu Zhe, began to entertain thoughts of retreat. With a furious roar of unwillingness, it suddenly flexed its arms, and its already massive body swelled even further. Muscles bulged, veins throbbed, and in the blink of an eye, it transformed into a terrifying giant ape nearly 100 feet tall. Divine ability, heavenly manifestation. This was a life-preserving technique inherited from its demonic bloodline, capable of temporarily amplifying its strength and size, but at an enormous cost. Trying to flee? From the shadows, Lu Chun had been watching coldly. Now, seeing the mountain-moving ape resort to such desperate measures, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes. He could tell at once that this foolish ape intended to use this divine ability to force an opening and escape. Worthless. Not even fit to serve as a decent stepping stone. Lu Chun sneered inwardly, though he also began to calculate. Still, this Fu Zhe is indeed troublesome. If this fool truly dies by his hand, one of my key pieces in this place will be lost. Very well. I shall lend it a hand, if only to spite Fu Zhe. Having made up his mind, Lu Chun prepared to subtly manipulate the battlefield's energy, creating an opportunity for the ape to escape. Fu Zhe, ever perceptive, had long since noticed the increasing number of prying eyes around him, many of them hostile. The corner of his lips curled slightly, but he paid them no heed. Just then, a series of hurried footsteps approached from nearby. Fu Zhe's spear slowed as he glanced sideways. There, panting and running from the alleyway, was Chen Pingan, his face etched with urgency and worry, dragging along a few reluctant townsfolk behind him. Behind Chen Pingan trailed a slender young woman, Wan Xiao, whom he had summoned from the foot of the mountain to investigate the commotion together, timidly sheltering behind him. Her limpid eyes brimmed with unease as they darted between the two figures locked in a tense standoff, one human, one simian. No sooner had the pair taken their positions at the periphery than Fu Zhe's body gave an almost imperceptible shudder. A surge of warmth erupted from the depths of his dantian, coursing through his limbs in an instant. The dormant power within him, as though fed with kindling to a smoldering fire, roared into sudden and violent expansion. Upon the interface of the human emperor system, a fleeting glimmer of light flickered past. Ding! Detected presence of Wan Xiao, reincarnation of a celestial deity, whose destiny is profoundly intertwined with the host's. The human emperor system has temporarily borrowed a portion of her heavenly Tao fortune, resulting in a minor enhancement of the host's combat capabilities. Understanding dawned within Fu Zhe. This was one of the human emperor system's profound mysteries. The more individuals' fate bound to him, and the deeper those bonds, the greater the cosmic forces he could harness. At this moment, the sword cultivator Ning Yao, the martial artist Chen Pingan, and now this enigmatic Wan Xiao, all were linked to his destiny by invisible threads. It was as though the very fabric of this pocket of existence now lent him its strength. The Tinjiangtal mountain-moving ape, already fearsome in its heaven-earth manifestation, abruptly felt an inexplicable chill grip its heart. Its massive legs trembled uncontrollably, while a primordial dread, rising from the depths of its soul, locked its gargantuan frame in momentary rigidity. This brat, how has his aura grown yet again? The ape could not comprehend it. The White Frost dynasty's crown prince before it now resembled a fathomless ancient well. Each time it believed it had glimpsed the bottom, an even more terrifying abyss yawned beneath. Roar! Impudent whelp! Cease your arrogance. Today, this venerable one shall rend you limb from limb and claim your wretched life. Demonic energy roiled anew as the colossal simient's palm, trailing a shrieking wake of torn air, descended upon Fu Zhe with crushing force. TCH. Hear that? The old monkey's lost its temper. Zhang Dafeng, witnessing this, wore a smirk of schadenfreude as he nudged Li Er beside him. 9 times out of 10, this kid's a goner now. Serves him right, acting all high and mighty earlier. Old man Yang took a long, deliberate drag from his pipe, the embers flaring and fading in its bowl. He cast a sidelong glance at Zhang Dafeng and snorted. Short-sighted fool, why'd you think that old ape's been spouting all that drivel? Without waiting for a retort, the elder continued in his gravelly voice. That mountain-moving ape's a centuries-old patriarch of Mount Xingyang, a beast that clawed its way into cultivation, rare even among mountain spirits. It treads the dual paths of martial arts and monstrous refinement. Its power is unfathomable. Creatures like that? They'd rather fight than talk any day. Now it's spewing threats at some nobody? That just means. His words struck like thunder, freezing Zhang Dafeng's smirk mid-expression. It's exhausted its tricks. Truly desperate. As predicted, just as the ape's sky-blotting palm was about to land, its heaven-earth manifestation faltered as though starved of energy. Its enormous frame lurched violently, the demonic aura wreathing it churning into momentary disarray. Oh no! The mountain-moving ape screamed inwardly, sensing that the divine power it had forcibly activated was on the verge of collapse under the relentless pressure of Fu Zhe's escalating aura. It wished to retract its attack, but it was already too late. A cold, razor-edged smirk curled at the corner of Fu Zhe's lips. Instead of retreating, he surged forward. Before the colossal palm could fully descend, his right leg lashed out like the sweeping tail of a divine dragon, wreathed in the golden energy of the human emperor's decree. Striking with devastating precision, his foot connected squarely with the ape's lower dantian, its vital core. Thud! As if struck by lightning, the Tinjiangtal ape was sent airborne, hurled backward dozens of zhang before crashing with earth-shaking force into the very cave it had once inhabited. The impact collapsed half the cavern, sending dust billowing and rubble tumbling in its wake. Chapter 97. Beyond the mountains lie higher peaks coughing up blood. The mountain-moving ape struggled to rise from the rubble, its eyes wide with terror as it gazed at Fu Zhe. Fu Zhe retracted his right leg, the spear mountains and rivers pointing obliquely at the ground, his tone indifferent. Daring to oppose this prince is the greatest folly of your wretched existence. Your 1,000 years of life are but a fleeting moment in the river of time. Yet they have made you forget the truth. Beyond the mountains lie higher peaks. Beyond men stand greater men. Your defeat today is the consequence of your own arrogance, well deserved. The ape had gravely underestimated Fu Zai's strength. It could sense with chilling clarity the unfathomable power within him, deep as an abyss, vast as the sea. It could not die here. A single thought, wild as untamed weeds, seized its mind. With a sudden lift of its head, it mustered every ounce of strength and roared toward the direction of the town's academy, its voice hoarse with desperation. Qi Jingchun, you wretched old gatekeeper. You claim to guard the peace of Li Zhu Cave Heaven, yet you allow this murderer to run rampant, slaughtering the innocent. If you do not show yourself now, I will paint this miserable town red with blood. The roar carried not only demonic power, but also some secret technique, its echoes spreading far and wide, enveloping nearly all of Li Zhu Cave Heaven. In the shadows, whether it was the greatly imperial preceptor Gaozhen, the inner court eunuch Wu Diaoxi, or the enigmatic Lu Chen, all wore expressions of astonishment. Gaozhen frowned deeply, while Wu Diaoxi's lips twitched. The mountain-moving ape had been frightened into submission. It was openly begging Qi Jingchun for help, even resorting to threats of massacre. This act was tantamount to admitting before all the hidden observers that it was no match for Fu Zai. It was as if it had taken the dignity of its lineage as a righteous mountain elder and ground it into the dust beneath its own feet. A crisp, mocking laugh rang out from the alleyway. The maidservant Ji Gui, her hands faintly scaled with dragon patterns, covered her mouth delicately, her eyes alight with amusement. This old ape would do anything to save its skin. Where's all that bravado from before? At the center of the battlefield, Fu Zai listened to the ape's blustering roar, his gaze unshaken. Yet, in the midst of this life and death struggle, a sudden realization dawned upon him. Earlier, he had secretly absorbed the essence of the ape's mountain-shaking fist and peak-shattering kick, integrating them into his spear techniques, granting him new insights into martial arts. Now, fighting this demonic ape to the death, bolstered by the heavenly Tao's fortune borrowed through the human emperor system and the mysterious opportunity presented by Yuan Shou's divine presence. Amidst this convergence of factors, Fu Zai felt as though a veil had been lifted before his eyes. The human emperor's decree surged uncontrollably within him, golden light erupting from his body as an overwhelming power awakened and coursed through his veins. The paper-thin barrier of the sixth martial realm that had previously stood in his way shattered in an instant with a thunderous crash. Then came the seventh realm's barrier, crumbling like rotten wood. Finally, that formidable power surged to unprecedented heights before gradually settling down. A fleeting glint of brilliance flashed through Fu Zai's eyes as his entire aura underwent another earth-shattering transformation, becoming more profound, more unattainably lofty. The eighth martial realm, profound enlightenment. Achieved. At the sidelines, Zheng Dafeng's eyes nearly bulged out of their sockets, his jaw almost hitting the dirt. What kind of world was this? He had toiled through scorching summers and freezing winters, endured hardships beyond ordinary imagination, and spent countless years just to barely touch the threshold of his current martial stage. And yet, this kid Fu Zai merely fought an old monkey. How long had it even been? And right before his eyes, broke through two realms in succession. From the fifth realm straight to the eighth, profound enlightenment. Then what did all Zheng Dafeng's sweat, suffering, and torment amount to? Had it all been for nothing? Slap. A crisp smack echoed as Zheng Dafeng felt a burning pain at the back of his head. Old man Yang, who had somehow put away his long-stemmed pipe, was now staring at him with a complicated gaze, his murky old eyes carrying a hint of exasperation. Fool. Old man Yang growled in a low voice. Yet the words struck Zheng Dafeng's ears like muffled thunder. Cultivation begins with the heart. With such a restless mind, easily swayed by external distractions, how can you ever grasp the true essence of martial arts? His fortune is his own, and your path lies beneath your own feet. Cease this meaningless comparison, or you will never advance another step in this lifetime. The old man's words, each one a pearl of wisdom, drenched Zheng Dafeng like a bucket of cold water, jolting him awake. A shudder ran through him as the twisted expression on his face gradually faded, replaced by shame and lingering dread. Yes, the path of cultivation most feared the rise of inner demons. He had nearly lost his Tao heart. Zheng Dafeng gritted his teeth so hard that blood seeped from his gums. With a hoarse voice, he gave old man Yang a solemn nod. The elder's teachings are wise. Dafeng, acknowledges his mistake. Seeing clarity return to Zheng Dafeng's expression, Old Man Yang gave a slight nod and said no more, turning to walk out of the alley. Taking a deep breath, Zheng Dafeng forcibly suppressed the turbulent emotions in his chest and followed. Yet, in that fleeting moment as he turned away, he couldn't help but cast one last glance from the corner of his eye at Fu Zhe, standing tall as a spear amidst the ruins. That glance carried far too many emotions: awe, unwillingness, but most of all, an indescribable resignation. And just as Zheng Dafeng's final glance swept past him, that familiar, icy mechanical voice once again echoed in Fu Zhe's mind. Ding! The system detected that the bystander Zheng Dafeng harbored complex emotions of intense envy and awe toward the host. A portion of his scattered spiritual energy and fortune was captured by the human emperor system, resulting in a slight enhancement of the host's imperial fortune. Ding! Due to the deepening bonds between the host and multiple individuals entwined with fate, as well as the successful conversion of negative emotions into personal fortune, the auxiliary function of the human emperor system, as you wish, has been activated. As you wish, for any being whose fate has been intertwined with the host, whether through direct contact, indirect influence, or combat, the host may now exert partial influence over their future opportunities and the flow of fortune, either seizing or bestowing them. This ability consumes a small amount of the host's mental energy, with its effectiveness varying based on the target's strength and the host's current reserves of fortune. Fu Zhe's brow arched sharply, an indescribable surge of exhilaration flooding his heart. As you wish. This function was nothing short of heaven-defying. The ability to selectively absorb the fortune and opportunities of others. In other words, from now on, he no longer needed to painstakingly seek out and engage with those blessed with great fortune. Even the future opportunities of his defeated enemies could be harvested for his own use. This was far more domineering than merely borrowing fortune. Chapter 98. As you sow, so shall you reap. Fu Zhe's gaze fell upon the trembling, mountain-moving ape cowering amidst the rubble, not daring to even breathe too loudly. This ancient ape, once arrogant and untamed, had treated human lives as worthless grass and even dared to openly threaten Qi Jingchun, vowing to massacre the entire town. Such a vicious and unruly creature would only bring calamity if left alive, though it had been subdued by him now. Who could guarantee it wouldn't stir up trouble again in the future? In that case, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Fu Zhe's lips as a thought flickered through his mind. Ding! The host attempts to cast as you sow, so shall you reap. On the mountain-moving ape, judgment successful. Successfully interfered with and plundered a portion of the ape's potential fortune and opportunities within the Li Pearl Grotto heaven over the next year, transferring them to the host. A subtle, mystical current merged into Fu Zhe's body, leaving him refreshed and invigorated, as if his perception of the world around him had sharpened. He looked at the ape, his tone indifferent. Old monkey, today's matter shall be noted for now. Mind your actions henceforth. Should you dare to wreak havoc in the Li Pearl Grotto heaven again, do not blame this prince for obliterating your very soul, leaving you no place to stand in this realm. The mountain-moving ape shuddered violently at his words. It felt as though an invisible mountain now pressed upon its spirit, rendering it incapable of even the slightest thought of resistance. With a whimper, it lowered its massive head in submission, utterly bewildered. It wondered, how had this young man's strength grown so swiftly? And why did it vaguely sense that for some time to come it would find no luck or fortune within the Li Pearl Grotto heaven? Satisfied that the ape had been thoroughly cowed, Fu Zhe finally withdrew his gaze and called out clearly. Ji Gui. At the mouth of the alley, Ji Gui glided forward with graceful steps, her delicate figure swaying like a lotus in the breeze. Her luminous eyes were fixed unblinkingly on Fu Zhe, her fair face etched with astonishment and uncertainty. She could distinctly perceive that the intangible aura of fortune surrounding him now seemed denser and more refined than when he had broken through to the 8th realm earlier. It was as though he had forcibly gathered unseen, untouchable blessings from the world around him and made them his own. Your Highness, the fortune upon you. Unable to resist, Ji Gui spoke softly, her tone probing. Fu Zhe merely smiled faintly, offering no further explanation. Merely a fleeting insight, guided by fortune. At his words, Ji Gui's eyes flickered imperceptibly, yet within her heart, an inexplicable unease took root. Previously, when Fu Zhe borrowed her dragoness aura, she had reaped reciprocal benefits, greatly aiding her own cultivation. But now his personal fortune had grown so formidable that he could actively seize the world's profound mysteries. Would he still have need of her dragoness aura in the future? If he no longer borrowed it, Would her share of the reciprocal fortune also vanish? In all her years of existence, Jigui had never encountered someone quite like Fu Zhe. The aura of fortune surrounding him was so overwhelmingly dense, carrying an almost tyrannical air of plunder, as if all the benefits of heaven and earth could be effortlessly seized and forcibly claimed as his own. Even the dragon Qi she took such pride in paled in comparison to this voracious, devouring fortune, like fireflies before the brilliance of the full moon, utterly incomparable in magnitude. This realization sent tremors through her heart, stirring an inexplicable panic. Fu Zhe noted her subtle unease with a faint, knowing smile, deliberately leaving her unsettled and uncertain. He wanted her to understand. He was no longer the insignificant prince who once relied on her dragon Qi. The reins of control must remain firmly in his grasp. This was not merely intimidation, but a necessity for future endeavors. His voice was calm, betraying no emotion. With this matter concluded, return to the locust leaf for now. I shall arrange matters in due course. Jigui stiffened at his words, the phrase arrange matters amplifying her unease. She parted her lips, but ultimately yielded with a soft murmur, dissolving into a wisp of green smoke that vanished into the locust leaf. Yet the lingering disquiet refused to fade. As the spectacle drew to a close, the townsfolk and minor spirits who had gathered in curiosity dispersed, each harboring their own thoughts. Some marveled at Fu Zhe's terrifying prowess. Others recoiled at his ruthless methods, while a few scheming minds quietly calculated how they might benefit from this suddenly ascendant prince. Before the crowd fully dispersed, Fu Zhe's sharp gaze caught Qi Jingchun's meaningful glance, a nearly imperceptible nod. The scholarly gentleman seemed unsurprised by the day's events, as if they had unfolded exactly as expected. Fu Zhe understood then. This Master Qi had likely discerned much already. At that moment, 3 streaks of icy sword light tore through the sky, swift as lightning, their chilling intent palpable. Fu Zhe's eyes narrowed. Within those radiant trails, he recognized a familiar figure. Almost instantly, one of the figures detached from the sword light, materializing before him like a phantom. It was Hung Shu, whom he had encountered before. The other 2 sword lights hovered midair, their energy flickering with restrained power. Clearly, they too were formidable. Hung Shu landed, surveying the ruined battlefield and the still unsteady mountain-moving ape with a faint frown, his expression artfully blending confusion and concern. Prince Fu Zhe, what exactly transpired here? Sensing the violent disturbance in the local Qi, I summoned my fellow disciples in haste, only to find. His tone shifted as he turned to Fu Zhe, eyes questioning. His demeanor was impeccable, the very image of a concerned elder rushing to aid a junior. Before Fu Zhe could speak, the mountain-moving ape that had been lying on the ground, seething with silent rage, suddenly raised its head. Its enormous, bell-like eyes glared at Fu Zhe with a ferocity that seemed ready to devour him whole. Gnashing its teeth, it pointed at Fu Zhe and launched into an exaggerated, tearful tirade to Hung Shu. Old man Hung Shu, you've arrived just in time. This brat has no honor. While fighting me, he actually broke through 2 realms in succession, leaping from the 5th realm straight into the 8th, the profound cavern. Not only did he steal my cave, but he also beat me into this wretched state. Does your Zhengyang mountain still have any semblance of justice? The old ape was truly enraged beyond reason. It couldn't comprehend how this youth's cultivation could soar as if riding a rocket. Moreover, after the battle, it couldn't shake the unsettling feeling that something vital had been stripped away, as though a substantial portion of its future fortune had been plundered out of thin air. Chapter 99. Hung Shu's arrival. Upon hearing this, Hung Shu's heart skipped a beat, not from fear, but from sheer exhilaration. Breaking through 2 realms in succession, directly entering the profound abyss. His gaze instinctively flickered toward the mountain-moving ape, and in that instant, his pupils contracted sharply. With his discerning eyes, he could clearly perceive the ape's chaotic and fragmented aura. Its once majestic fortune now appeared as though it had been violently torn apart and haphazardly stuffed with weeds, utterly disordered, with wisps of its primordial essence dissipating incessantly. This was unmistakably the sign of forcibly plundered fortune. Hung Shu was no fool. In the span of a single thought, he immediately connected this phenomenon to Fuse's inexplicable breakthrough. This brat Fuse hasn't just experienced a meteoric rise in strength. He must have acquired some extraordinary method to seize others' fortune for his own use. The realization sent waves of delight coursing through Hung Shu's heart. The mountain-moving ape was a notorious menace of the Zhengyang mountain, frequently causing trouble for sects like theirs that were at odds with Xinjiang. Now, not only had Fuse crippled the ape's strength, but he had also thoroughly ravaged its fortune. What could be more splendid? Suppressing his amusement, Hongshu adopted an expression of profound regret and clasped his hands in a hollow gesture of apology. Ah, Brother Ape. My deepest apologies. This junior arrived too late, allowing you to suffer such an undeserved calamity. Rest assured, the Divine Edict sect will give you a proper explanation for this matter. Though his words were contrite, his mind was already racing with schemes to perfectly cover up Fuse's actions. This Fuse is nothing short of a lucky star. He must be protected, vigorously, relentlessly protected. The mountain-moving ape, seeing through Hongshu's feigned diplomacy, his honeyed words paired with furtive glances toward Fuse, understood his true intentions. Enraged, it bellowed, Hongshu, spare me your theatrics. That bastard Fuse wounded me and destroyed my lair. If your Divine Edict sect doesn't hold him accountable, I swear I'll make sure our feud with your sect never ends. Despite its vehement threats, the ape knew it was at a disadvantage. Alone, it stood no chance against the combined might of Fuse and Hongshu. Moreover, the two sword auras hovering above were no trifling matter either. A true man knows when to yield. Bah, a wise man knows when to retreat. With a venomous glare at Fuse, as if carving his visage into its very bones, the ape spat out a final warning. You'll pay for this. Then, dragging its battered and exhausted body, it prepared to slink away in bitter defeat. Little did it know, its fortune was now leaking away like water through a torn fishing net, each wisp of dissipating essence greedily absorbed by the human emperor system within Fuse's mind. Seamlessly converted into his own imperial fortune. Ding! Detected sustained hatred and fear from the mountain-moving ape. Scattered fragments of its primordial fortune have been captured by the human emperor system. As the system notifications chimed one after another, Fuse felt an overwhelming sense of euphoria, as though he had consumed some divine elixir. The aged ape, clinging to its last vestiges of dignity, was about to depart from this humiliating scene of defeat. As it passed the alley's arched gateway, Lu Chun, who had been leaning against a pillar with his sword sheath, observing the spectacle, suddenly extended his hand, offering a crumpled divination slip. The slip bore the ominous mark of the lowest fortune. Brother Ape, our meeting is fated, Lu Chun said with an air of solemn sincerity, his voice tinged with melancholy. I see darkness upon your brow, a portent of bloodshed. Take this as a warning. Tread carefully, for shadows lie in wait. Already seething with unspent fury, the ape's rage flared into a tempest. It whirled its massive head toward Lu Chun and unleashed a thunderous roar, spittle spraying across the man's face. Curse you and your wretched prophecies, charlatan. Spare me your ill omens. I am fine. Unperturbed, Lu Chun wiped his face with deliberate calm, sighed, and shook his head. Alas, even the wisest counsel falls on deaf ears when death knocks. So be it. You have been warned. With that, he retreated behind the pillar, resuming his vigil with closed eyes, as though nothing had transpired. The ape snorted in contempt, its mind consumed by a single, venomous thought, vengeance. It would make that wretched Fu Zhe pay 1,000-fold. Today's disgrace would be repaid with interest. Growling through bared fangs, it plotted retribution. Its malice so thick it seemed to congeal in the air. Yet, blinded by wrath, it failed to notice the spectral figures trailing behind, like vultures circling carrion. When it reached a desolate stretch of ruined walls, where moonlight dimmed and danger thickened, the ambush struck. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Streaks of enchanted light tore through the night, hissing as they converged from all directions. Who dares? The ape bellowed, spinning with bloodshot eyes. From the alley's gloom, shadowy figures lunged like specters, their weapons glinting coldly. The lead cultivator, draped in black, rasped with a venomous chuckle, Beast of Zhengyang Mountain, your sins have found you. Tonight, justice is served. His words rang hollow, for his strikes were merciless, long premeditated. Already drained from its battle with Fu Zhe, its spiritual reserves nearly spent, the ape faltered under the assault. Wounds old and new left it staggering, its once ferocious might reduced to desperate flailing. Roaring, it endured brutal blows, blood gushing from its shoulders as it carved a bloody escape. Mark my words, it howled into the night. When I return, I will rend you limb from limb. The assassins did not pursue. They merely watched its retreating form, their laughter a chorus of predation, as though fate had already been sealed. After narrowly escaping with his life, the aged ape felt as though he had surely neglected to consult the almanac before venturing out today. Misfortune had dogged his every step, leaving him seething with frustration. Little did he know, this seemingly random ambush had long been part of someone's calculated scheme. The mastermind behind it all, Fu Zhe. now stood shoulder to shoulder with Hung Shu at the mouth of a nearby alley, discussing another matter with an air of detached serenity, as though the earth-shaking battle that had just transpired bore no relation to him whatsoever. Beneath the pale glow of moonlight, Fu Zhe stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his figure bathed in a faint luminescence. "I've heard," he remarked casually, "that Ma Kuxuan shares some connection with us?" At these words, a flicker of discomfort passed over Hung Shu's face. He cleared his throat, his tone tinged with regret. "Ma Kuxuan was once a promising seedling discovered by one of our sect elders during his travels. His foundation was solid, his temperament steadfast. Originally, he was slated to be taken into the inner sect and groomed as a potential candidate for the next generation of true disciples." He paused, then spread his hands with a wry smile. "But then, unexpectedly, someone as extraordinary as you emerged. After deliberation, our elders unanimously agreed that fostering goodwill with your highness far outweighed the value of a single inner disciple. Thus, the opportunity was withdrawn." Hung Shu's implication was clear. To curry favor with Fu Zhe, they had willingly relinquished Ma Kuxuan's preordained destiny.